Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have a special presentation for you today and this week here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy is on vacation in Mexico. We got Bobby fist pumping in his chair. And coming up in 30 minutes, the co-host for the week, Jane Slater, NFL Network. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. You re-energized after the draft weekend?
I'm ready to go, baby. Slept 12 hours Saturday night. Then napped for like 2 more during the day on Sunday.
All right, you're going to wear yourself out fist pumping.
I know. I was wondering how long I could go before I was going to just shut down.
Yeah.
It was pretty. Actually, I do feel kind of.
When did you start cracking during all the coverage?
I don't know what. We're like 5 picks left in the first round. Something like that. And then it just carried over into Friday and Saturday.
Because Saturday you left here, right? Friday, no nap Friday. You left here.
Yeah.
Did Jane TV and then round 2.
Yes. And so I went home Thursday night and fell asleep at like 12:30, got up at 5, came in, ran all the way till 10, went straight to Frisco, started producing Jane. Like I literally parked the car, got out, and she was leading up 5 minutes till her hit. So I walked right up and was like getting ready to produce. And then we did that all the way up until I had to be on DallasCowboys.com and the radio side at 6. We ran till 11, went home, slept, had to go over to the other gig Saturday morning to set stuff up, and then ran straight to Frisco and stayed there till 6 o'clock at night.
Did you know the majority of the players on Saturday?
No. But I mean, that's also the I knew of them. I hadn't watched most of them. I'd say Zach had a report on most everybody who was picked on the third round or on the third day. He had a report on most of them. Well, there were a few. In fact, the Junior Fehoko pick, the 4th rounder, that was somebody that Zach, Kyle, and I had seen, and Brian had not. And so Brian was just like, I don't have a report on this guy.
Does he get frazzled? Does that bother him?
Yeah. No, day 3 is usually the worst day for Brian.
Sure.
I actually got a text from Hellman. I'm going to pull it up. But day 3 is usually where it starts getting to him that guys he likes are falling down the board. And then he feels like, oh, I'm a bad scout.
Yeah.
He's like, I had this guy graded in the 2nd round and he's still just sitting here. And so he gets, in fact, well, I guess I can't read the quote on there, but that was, that top text there was from Hellman because he knows how he gets on day 3.
How upset is Brian?
Yeah, and not those words, but he gets down about guys he likes tumbling down the board. He gets upset when they pick somebody that he doesn't like, and then they'll make the pick, the announcement will finish, and then the first thing you'll hear is Brian going, "This team doesn't care what we think."
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? They're gonna pick who they want.
That's his defense mechanism.
Yeah, it gets him a little upset, and then you start poking him a little and start trolling him, and it can set him off.
Yeah, I heard he was about ready to slap you one of the days.
Yeah, I mean, he literally told me, "I'm going to smack you."
So today, Todd Archer, we got the whale list out today. Not just with Slater co-hosting at 6, Todd Archer at 8:20. Zach Wolchuk, 9:20, and the birthday boy, Jared Sandler, at 7:40 this morning after what they did to the New York Yankees.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, yesterday and Peyton was there at Sandler's little thing at
birthday gathering.
Yeah,
birthday party.
And Broadus was annoyed with us, like our show. He's like, "Y'all swiped Archer out from under us." He was upset we booked Archer. I'm like, well, you know what? We booked Gelkin first, and you guys started booking Gelkin out from under us.
Yeah.
So
book him earlier.
Yeah.
Stop drafting.
Yeah. Stop focusing on Krusty's corner. Start getting to Archer a little earlier.
What's Slater thinking right now? Regret?
I don't know that she's awake. I would guess Jane has still not woken up.
No. You said she was going to be ready hour and a half early.
Well, she has to get up an hour and a half early to put on like makeup and stuff, but I'm going to guess she overslept.
Was she out yesterday?
No, it's just my guess in general.
Okay. I guess you know her sleep patterns because on Sundays you're out there at 8 a.m. in the morning. Is she usually always on time, a little bit late,
so
early?
If we're on at 8.
You guys go on at 8 for a noon kick?
Yeah, we go on at 8 for a 3 kick.
Oh.
So if we're on at 8, we usually, our call time is either 5 or 6, usually 6. And so you got to get up 5 a.m. And so Jane will get up at 4:30, start getting ready, and then because she lives in Dallas, it's a 40-minute drive to Arlington. She'll get there usually about 7:15. And so it takes her, maybe hour and a half to get ready, then get in the car and start driving.
Okay, so you don't think she's going to be all done up?
Oh, no, I think she will be.
Yeah, well, she's not going to be able to do that if she's just waking up right now. Are you telling me she's not going to be here at 6?
I'm more trolling saying she's not going to be awake. I think she's awake. But she does, I've told her before, I'll say, usually when I get up on game day mornings, I call her to make sure she's awake, which she almost always is. I think one time she wasn't.
You give her any morning show warnings for the week?
No. The only one I told her, the only one I told her was she was talking about, so I'll get on at 6. So she's like, so I was gonna be there around 5:40 or something like that. I was like, if you get there at 5:40, Sean's gonna make you open up your mic at 5:40. So I was like, I think you want to get here at 5:50 or something, if that's the case. That's the only warning I gave her.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. My mom is very excited. She's like, when's Jane on? I was like, what do you care? You're in Maryland. You never met Jane. And she's like, I just feel like the unpredictable could happen. She just seems very feisty. And I was like, yeah, it's going to be a good change up for the entire week.
Do you think she gets dumped at all this week?
I think, honestly, I'm going to have to. I know I get labeled, as the grandpa around here, but I feel like I have to protect people from themselves sometimes. Bobby all the time.
Yes.
Peyton knows this. This is why, I texted Peyton last week. I was like, really good week. Really good job.
He did do a good job
because
last week.
I got to, I feel like I have the secondary dump button by telling Peyton, dump this. Bassick and Cross. And I feel like 2 or 3 times, Jane's not going to say a term. She's going to say a story. She's going to say a few things. I don't want her to get in trouble. I don't know if that dump button works. Does it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can actually dump. It's right next to you.
Yeah, I don't want her to get in trouble with her real job, with her TV job. And I think, Jane just won't care. She'll just be unfiltered. She'll let it fly. And I'll be like, pump the brakes. Pump the brakes a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jane is...
I think she knows what words not to say. It's going to be stories, and it's going to be things that, what's that website that gets us? Barrett Sports Media. Jane Slater.
Yeah.
Says.
Jane is, she's Hurricane Jane for a reason. She will tap into that persona, and it's a lot of fun. And this week will be a lot of fun. But it's just, we're going to have to probably make sure we're protecting her a little bit.
I think she'll be fed up with it on Thursday. Because she texted me yesterday. She's like, bosses are telling me 5:30. And I was like, what? I don't know. Maybe Tim is still sitting there at the piano bar on the yacht, on the cruise boat. I was like, no, 6 o'clock. I almost felt like I needed to text you a reminder 5:30 to get you in here on time. But I told Jane, no, we got you all week. Come in 30 minutes late.
Not kidding. I was at Sandler's thing yesterday when I remembered I had to be in at 5:30 all this week. And I told Kristen, I was like, oh, by the way, I forgot. I'm supposed to be in at 5:30 all this week.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, well, we need to probably get home. I was like, yeah. So
exactly.
I'm here, though. Beat you here.
You did beat me here. And you look good. You look fresh.
I'm ready to go, baby.
How do you think Chop's doing? Anyone heard from Choppy after he gave us the initial report? Freaking Peyton. Choppy texts us, man, this place is nice. Out of the blue, no one asked, no one cared. I'm not going to give you guys a resort video when I get to wherever we're going in June in Mexico, and Peyton starts writing back cartel jokes because bodies are turning up all over the place.
They're just checking in on him.
Do you ever send a text message and you're like, man, I don't want this to be, it's a very morbid way of thinking, but I don't want to write ha ha to it or a tweet that's a morbid joke because I don't want that as a lasting image in case something happens. So Peyton's like, oh, no cartel? You're still alive? And I don't want to write back ha 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 just in case something happened. It would haunt me for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it'd be pretty bad, especially because right after I replied and said, he's like, no, this is actually really safe. I was like, yeah, that's how they want you to feel. The cartel's not just going to show you, hey, we're here. And so, because do you think that messes with his trip at all? Do you think internally he sees that text?
I would have said no before we had the voice incident last week where he was gargling.
Dude, he got mad
on Tuesday. Did you pick up on that behind the glass?
Yeah, I did.
On Tuesday, and I was like, ooh, you're not going to be able to make your trip.
And then he realized he was being a little bit of a baby, I think, and he had to quickly change it up. Like, yeah, no, I'm mad. And had to make it but he was dead serious. He was annoyed that we just made a joke saying,
don't wish that upon me. Don't ruin my trip by talking about my voice getting bad, and I'm going to get sicker, because he gets so giddy about these things, and we all get excited about vacation, but he snapped. He called us bees. He said that was a bee move.
Yeah, he got worked up, and he self-censors. I wrote in a dark roast recently the B word, and he skipped over it. He self-edited.
He got more worked up over us talking about being too sick for vacation than when his marriage proposal got exposed.
Oh, yeah.
He got more worked up over his vacay. But as Atolo said, he's knee-deep in tequila. He's out for the week, and we'll get him back next week here on Sean, Bobby, Jane Slater.
Unless Cartel.
If the cartel doesn't get him this week.
I'm not participating. I'm not doing that. All right, perfect giveaway for Jane at 7:20 during the Expressway, the 90s tour. She might start ripping off some Yo Rogers raps. Pavilion, Toyota Music Factory, Vanilla Ice. All for one, 2 live crew, Young MC. That's coming up at 7:20. And as we said, Jared Sandler on Jacob deGrom going to the is it IR? IL in baseball now. Todd Archer at 8:20 and Zach Wolchuk all over the NFL draft. The Cowboys moment that went viral. We got the Rangers beating down the Yankees. Steph Curry, is he changing a conversation? And if you missed it late last night, not only did the Massholes lose, your Dallas Stars have home ice advantage again. It's a Monday edition. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Here's a chance for Wyatt Johnson, and he scores! His first Stanley Cup playoff goal for the 19-year-old Johnson, 2-0 Stars.
That was the call on TBS. We have a ton to get to. The sports are supposed to be slowing down during the springtime. Not so on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt and Choppy's chair. Jane Slater is in the house. She, I guess, took your warning seriously that I would put her on microphone earlier than expected, so she's preparing in the KMC conference room.
Wouldn't you? If she was sitting right there, you would.
Normally, yeah, but now that you said that, for the rest of the week now, she shows up early. I won't mess with her until
CJ, I got your back.
Showtime until 6 o'clock. Yeah, it probably would have happened. All right, we got the Rangers beating down the Yankees. We have Jacob deGrom injured for a second time. We got Steph Curry. We got NFL draft magical moments to get to at 6 o'clock on the home of America's team. But as you hopefully already know by now, the Dallas Stars shut out Minnesota, beat them down to advance on Friday night. And then yesterday, and Peyton Russell was all over this for our sleep schedule. So not only do you have the Stars advancing, the defending champs have been knocked out as the Seattle Kraken beat the Colorado Avalanche. What's that set up? Home ice.
Oh, yeah.
For round 2. That's the good news. The bad news is the networks don't give a crap about Central Standard Time because puck drop tomorrow night is at 8:30, which really means 8:50 for the Stars and the Kraken. But there we go.
What a beatdown. That's the biggest problem about now you're facing old West Coast Seattle. And so this will be a West Coast series.
But that's the thing, it wouldn't matter if it was Colorado either. It still would have been 8:30 Central Time or 8:50 now. But I mean, we get home ice.
But what about out there? What standard time is Colorado? I've never been out there.
It's mountain time, so they're an hour back.
Okay.
So it still would have been a similar thing, probably. You still probably would have been starting at 8:30.
Well, look, in the NBA and the NHL playoffs this year, no pun intended, stars are aligning because you're getting the Warriors and the Lakers, Milwaukee out. All right, you're getting high seeds that are not there. The Memphis Grizzlies out. There is a championship window kind of opening up for basketball and hockey. And not only do you get the defending champs being gone, but this brought me such great joy last night. The Massholes, maybe the greatest regular season team of all time, they were saying. They gone.
Along the near boards, Bennett finds it to the circle. Verhaeghe shot top shelf. He scores. Carter Verhaeghe top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime. The Panthers stun the Bruins in Boston, and the Panthers are moving on to round 2. Carter Verhaeghe. The Panthers have won it in overtime. 4-3 the final. The Panthers take Game 7, and they're moving on.
Goodness,
man! I heard a Hindenburg call driving in this morning. Someone made a Hindenburg call in their play-by-play. We may have to find that, Peyton.
This is something that didn't the hockey hawk tell us too when we were talking to him about how good Boston's like. Man, is Boston like the best team of all time? He's like, I don't know, like they may have a tough series in the first round. Like
he may have been talking about the second round, but he was definitely forecasting some rough waters.
Yeah, and Sevy, same thing. He was like, not best team of all time to me. And so they're what? Are they the 07-08 Mavs or the 06-07 Mavs? Are they that 67 win team that gets bounced?
So the President's Cup is the best regular season in hockey throughout the year. The last 10 teams to finish with the President's Cup title have all lost. They have not won the Stanley Cup. Are you kidding me? The curse of the President's Cup. And they were talking about this team being invincible. Peyton, can you put in some type of perspective in terms of how big of an upset this is? I heard Brady Quinn with a great question. This or the Patriots losing the Super Bowl after the undefeated season? Which one's more painful? Because you obviously have football. I mean, they love hockey in Boston. But this is round 1. This is round 1 versus the Patriots at least getting to the Super Bowl and losing to the Giants.
I mean, I would say it's kind of like the 16 Warriors if you put that team on skates and stuff, because, I mean, they went 73-9. I know they made it all the way to the championship, but maybe you can even, say it's locally. The Rangers of 16 won 96 games, best overall seed in the American League, and they got swept by Toronto.
Yeah, but
It wasn't as
no one
dominant.
one ever thought of that as a great all-time regular
The
season
Mariners,
team.
of 01, they won
11
games.
That's a good one because, they were like a modern-day record, and they got bounced in the first. That's a good one.
The Packers had a 15-1 season, I think, and
they got
12 or 13.
Yep, and they lost in their very first playoff game. There's a few different analogies here. I got to think that, look, as big a stunner as it was that the Giants beat the Patriots in that Super Bowl, don't you remember there was some chatter going into that game like, man, Giants gave them a tough game at the end of the season, and the Giants do a lot. Like, there was some chatter of like an upset is possible here, and New England had not been playing great ball like the last 3 weeks leading into the Super Bowl. So this one, to me, at least as a novice hockey viewer, is stunning. But we heard enough from people like Sevy and the Hockey Hawk talking down about Boston as like, no, this isn't the greatest team of all time, that it made me go, oh, okay, I guess this is a vulnerable 65-win team.
So home ice for your Stars starting tomorrow night, 8:30, AAC. You and Jane attending separate games for the Stars in round one. Let's see what type of attendance. You can get her wearing the chain tomorrow. Put on some of the bling.
It's right over there. She can wear it. She can wear it today.
Rangers lost the opener against the Yankees. They dominated the rest of the series.
The 2-2 is hit high and deep to right field. Cabrera gets turned around. He's at the wall. This one's gone. And opposite field, grand slam for Josh Young. It's 4-0 Texas.
And it ended up being 15-2. 15-2 against the depleted Yankees. We do have to point that out. Aaron Judge had to leave this series. Stanton is always hurt, of course. So they had to deal with facing Garrett Cole and that L, and then the Rangers going on to win 3 of 4. I told y'all, where's my TNT Ernie Johnson guarantee?
Dynamite.
I told y'all, the Reds thing, that was a fluke. Don't get upset about it. Let's not panic. Let's not sit there and go nuts. That was fluky, and the Rangers went and proved it against the Yankees in Arlington.
Yeah, and it should have been a nothing but great optimistic weekend coming out of that. You win the last 3 against the Yankees. The offense wakes up on Sunday. Evaldi with that 3-hit, 9-inning shutout on Saturday. Like, it should all be positive, but because of what happened Friday, and deGrom has to leave with a trainer, and then it's elbow inflammation, and he's hitting the IL, then I come out of this feeling more terrified for deGrom than I do good about what they did. It's a concerning. It's the beginning of that concerning pattern. And I know we'll talk to Jared Sandler at 7:40, see how worried Jared is. Because, all the other times whenever we've kind of freaked out about anything deGrom related, it's always been Jared to bring us back into center and kind of tell us, like, no, stop freaking out. So if Jared has some concern in his voice, I will be more concerned.
I think this morning his first line will be, guys, it's not good. It's obviously not good. Something like that.
Well, I'm terrified.
That's pretty negative for
If he
him.
says that, I'm going to be super terrified.
And meanwhile, the magical performance of the day, and I didn't realize his age until I had to go look it up again. The 35-year-old Game 7 setting a record for Game 7s in Sacramento.
Draymond gets the inbounds back to Curry, takes a 3 and hits it with the buzzer sounding. Are you kidding me?
Steph dropped 50. It was such a treat. You had this going on. You had Rangers baseball, Steph Curry, and the Golden State Warriors going into Sacramento. The third quarter was the difference in this game. Offensive rebounds, sloppy play by the Kings, and Steph just took over. It was awesome.
Yeah, and what did Kevon Looney finish with? 63 rebounds, I think, was the final tally there. No, I mean, I know
he did to the Mavericks last year.
Yeah, you had the note at one point, I know on Twitter, they had like 13 offensive rebounds in just the third. Kevon Looney finishes with 10 offensive rebounds in the game. Like, I mean, it's just, I was really hoping Sacramento would be able to, but even in the first half, the fact that they were up, 2 at halftime, it still felt like this is a game that Golden State's going to win.
So now it's going to be Warriors, Lakers, round 2. Denver waxed Phoenix in game 1 in the West. And Miami, dealing with an injured Jimmy Butler, beat Jalen Brunson and the Knicks at the Garden. Loaded up Monday edition. Let's get to the Cowboys' latest draft class and the story that went viral and probably brought a football tear to your eye, and we'll do it as we go inside the Star with special co-host for the week, Jane Slater, in studio next.
Hey, thanks. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you turn on YouTube, Twitch, or the Fan Cam, you will now see our guest hosts for this morning and the rest of the week. In for a vacationing RJ Choppy. Welcome back to the Fan, Jane Slater.
Slater.
What's up, guys?
Why are you doing this?
You know, I asked myself this morning at 5:20 when my alarm went off.
What time do you usually wake up?
I mean, I'm up at 5:45, 6. I'll hit a lot of Pilates classes in the morning.
Yeah.
Because if I don't work out early in the morning, those afternoon classes are tough for me. So, yeah.
And then this morning's alarm?
This one went off at 5:20. I mean, I literally could walk here. I'm about 4 minutes away.
Well,
so that's nice.
Very nice.
I didn't have to do full hair and makeup, although I will have to get home, quickly get myself together for TV at noon.
Oh, you got to do TV today?
Got to do TV today.
Okay. Are you a napper? Can you just sleep anytime, anywhere?
No. And when I used to work in television news, I used to have to be at work at 3:30 in the morning. Now I feel like there's just been years where I've gotten back to trying to get my sleep quick if we have time. The scariest morning of my life, I was working in Denver, and it gets dark there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And so I had taken NyQuil to sleep. Bad idea. And I was supposed to do Thanksgiving Black Friday coverage where you show up at the big box stores and it's the lines and all the things.
Saw Bassick out there probably.
I wake up to the sound of birds chirping, the sun, and loud banging on my door. It was the Denver police because I never woke up. I did not have any alarms. And my boss at my
Wellness
station
check?
they did a welfare check. And then I had to show up to work the next day. So even this morning at 3 o'clock, I woke up and in a panic that, oh my gosh, I slept through the show. And I still have irrational fear that I'm going to sleep through shows because of that very real nightmare coming to reality.
Are you a big coffee person?
I just started drinking coffee, which got Gavin Spittle very excited. He was like, oh, you got to have these beans. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
I've got a Keurig and I'm an iced coffee basic B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spittle might be in here at 8 or 9 for once if Jane's in here to make coffee for her.
Yeah, she just picked up any sort of coffee like a year ago. She had never drank it. She was like Broadus. Broadus still's never drank coffee.
You feel the effect of it or you like the taste?
Oh, it's intense. You know, I also suffer from ADHD and I don't crack myself out the way that Adderall does for Bobby. But
gang.
I find that coffee for me, maybe because late in my life, I feel like I'm really on it when I take it early in the morning. But yeah, sometimes it makes me feel a little too jittery.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was a period when I was doing those morning shows, I'd pack, and this is disgusting. I feel like soda is like the smoking of our generation. People look at me like, ugh, you're drinking soda. But I would show up with 6 Diet Cokes in a cooler, and that would get me through my entire 10-hour shift.
Big Dawson
Gavin
energy.
Dawson,
yeah.
exactly.
All those Diet Cokes.
All right, so welcome. Great to have you here. You got is that Diet Coke? Did you go to Jack in the Box before you got here? That is a monster too. There you go.
It's so it literally sometimes I want to like hide it sometimes because I feel like people just judge me
for a big Diet Coke.
I'll let de Blasio see it.
All right, Roberto, give us the names first off of this Cowboys draft class, and then we'll get to the analysis, the picks, what the Tolos think of it, and the magical moment that had everyone in tears.
First round pick is Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan. Second round pick, Luke Schoonmaker, tight end, Michigan.
All right, so it's Schoon and not Schoonmaker.
Schoonmaker.
Scoot.
Round 3, they picked DeMarvion Overshone from Texas, linebacker, who transitioned to linebacker from safety. Round 4, it was Junior Fehoko, defensive end from San Jose State.
So we're going Junior and not
He goes by Junior.
Good.
Junior Fehoko.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
You don't have to call him Viliami.
And for a second, I thought that him and Simi were related, and they are not.
No, he's second cousins with Vita Vea, though.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
That's right, Chop. Round 5, Asim Richards, tackle from North Carolina. Not Asim, and not Awesome.
I know an Awesome, so that's why I initially thought it was an Awesome.
It's Asim. And so it's Asim Richards, tackle, North Carolina, who could play some guard, but when we talked to Mike Solari, on Saturday when he came into the studio after he got picked. He called him a tackle guard. So he said tackle is the primary spot for him. Round 6, pick number 1, top of the 6th round. They traded for this pick. Eric Scott Jr., corner from Southern Miss. Shout out Joe Trahan, Cowboys PR guy, who I'm sure was celebrating his Southern Miss pick. Round 6, Deuce Vaughn, running back, Kansas State. And then round 7, Jalen Brooks, a wide receiver from South Carolina.
Okay, so just thoughts on the class from you, Jane, the people that you spoke with. I'll address some of the Tolos here in a second. So, Bobby, you were there for all of these selections. Jane, you made your phone calls and talked to people. I guess the national perspective that I was reading the most is solid, but not sexy. Not the sexiest draft class in terms of names and hype. What are you hearing or what do you think?
Look, we talked about this a little bit. Where you're picking at 26, unless you're making a move up or in some cases a move back, because then you'll pick up guys a little earlier in the second round. It wasn't going to be sexy for Dallas. And I had a sense that in the last decade, they'd only traded back twice, traded up once. They weren't going to make a big splash. And we had said this leading up to it. They value their draft picks more than they value going and getting a sexy player. And for the record, it's worked for them. The wisdom from draft folks that I reached out to last night was solid draft class, but in terms of value, maybe they took these guys a little prematurely. In other words, they could have maybe gotten them later. But if you really like your guys and they're high on your board, you're going to grab them. A lot of people thought Tyler Smith was taken way too early last year, and I would argue that Tyler Smith is probably one of the more impactful guys you've grabbed in recent years because of what he did with 7 offensive line combinations.
I mean, they were in a bunch of purgatory spots. So when you pick at the back end of the round, you're looking at guys like, okay, Mozzie Smith. Was Mozzie Smith, for instance, I know you asked us around the room, where did everybody have him graded? But it was like around 35 to 40. Well, you picked it 26 and 58. If you want your guy, you got to go get him.
Yeah.
And they had him, again, all that matters is their grades and how they follow their grade. They had him in the top 15. And so the fact that they had him as one of their top 15 graded players, you have to feel good about that. I was talking once to somebody around the league who said that you cannot grade a draft. He understands why you have to and why the media does, but you cannot grade a draft after the first weekend on how good are these players and, stack it like that, because you're going to have different opinions. The way I was told that you should grade a draft is, did you panic? Did you panic and break away from your plan because of something that happened in front of you, and so you made a rash decision that you shouldn't have? Did you stick to your board? Did you cover your needs? Cowboys did not panic in this draft. Cowboys stuck to their board. Cowboys.
We don't know if they panicked,
needs.
right?
No, they didn't.
Here's what I'll say too. The only thing I'm like, when they said that Kansas City wanted to trade up and they grabbed Mozzie because they wanted Mozzie. Now, folks in the league that I've talked to, coaches, say absolutely some teams when they call you will tell you who they're coming up for. But when I reached out to folks in Kansas City, I was told we were trying to come up, but it wasn't for Mozzie. It was for an offensive lineman or a wide receiver.
Oh.
So then when I see Stephen Jones in the hallway and he said, well, you'll have to ask Kansas City. I go, well, I did.
Yeah.
they said that's it. Who they were coming for.
And then Steve goes, ha ha, that's great.
That's great. He walked away. So I'm just.
I think they could have taken Mozzie where they were picking. Like, I do think Mozzie would have been gone if Dallas waited.
Yeah, possibly, but.
And Mozzie could have gone at the back end of the first, but yeah.
This is what I was told. No, we weren't. Probably would have taken if you fell to 31, but we were trying for wide receiver and offensive tackle.
There you go.
Okay.
And so that adds up. But I do think
that's not. To me, it's
not terrible.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
And I got to tell you, after interviewing this kid, I like him as much as I liked Tyler Smith after. And they just felt equally endearing to me. Yeah. And I do love that Jerry pointed out, these are both kids that came from an educator parent. He's got a really interesting backstory about his grandparents. And I love that when I asked him, why are you named Mozzie? Like, what is that? And he said his mom jumped in and said, I wanted him to have a Nigerian name. And it's Nigerian for the chosen one.
The chosen one. What better name than that? You literally have a guy on the team now named the chosen one.
You can copy LeBron.
Exactly.
Just like that. It's like fantasy football. I know you guys aren't allowed to play. Although I don't know if Bobby.
You can play, but you can't. Yeah, I can't play for money.
I don't know if Bobby knows in filling out his NFL Network paperwork. 4 months late. But
I did it. I got it done, though, Jane.
It's like,
I love this guy, but the headaches that he sometimes creates for me, my bosses are like, what's the deal with your guy, Bobster? What's the deal with Bobby?
But his headaches don't make any sense because he's so detailed and he will chart out today the feedback we get with you on by the minute, by the second.
It's so
text
funny you say
breakdowns and
that.
graphs and this. He's so detailed. And then when it comes to his job or getting thousands of dollars back in hotel expenses, he's a bum.
Well, that's why I always say he's kind of a beautiful mind, right? Like he's a savant in areas that he's interested and excited about, and one of those areas is trolling. But if he's not, it's the day to day. And if you've ever been around his wife, Kristen, I feel for her.
I do too. All right, the magical moment
Me too.
that had the entire sports world in tears and going crazy. You want to set us up before we get to the secret audio of how this was developing and playing out?
Yeah, I mean,
Or did you not know until the moment?
No, I think we all had a sense it could be there. I don't think we knew, but we had a sense like this could be it because you reached the sixth round. I had Deuce in the fourth. And everybody else in the room had him in the fifth. Why did I have? Because he's 5'5". If he was any taller, I'd have him in like the second or first. He's a stud. He's a 2-time first team All-American. He is the most fun tape study you'll see in the draft. He's 5'5". He is literally the shortest running back that's been picked in the NFL in the last 25 years, and it's not close. It's by like a full inch.
Short king.
And so he is a short king, but he is tough. He's a good receiver. He is electric with the ball in his hands. He is a playmaker. And so this was good value where they took him.
And here's the call with his pops in the room. Now his dad is a scout, Cowboys scout.
Assistant director of college scouting.
Used to be a coach at Texas.
Here's the secret audio call of dad letting son know you are coming to America's team.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Hey, it's going good. This is Dad. My phone wasn't working. Look at here, man. You want to come to work with me next week? I wouldn't mind that at all.
I don't know when I've been speaking for everybody that's in here, and everybody that's really in the heart of the Dallas Cowboys is standing here with a tear in our eye. We're so happy to have you on the Dallas Cowboys.
Man,
And
I can't thank you enough.
well, what I really want to say, you earned every ounce of me being able to make this call. Every ounce. And I'm so excited. There's just something magical about this moment that may be bigger than we even realize here talking to you on the phone. But you is now a Dallas Cowboy. Your daddy just handed the card in. Right here.
Yes,
It's got him on it. Congratulations.
What I love about Jerry is Jerry truly loves football and family. And I think there's an element of Jerry thinking how important it has been over the years to have Steven in the draft room with him. And you can even see the way he ribs Steven a little bit at the podium, but you can tell the respect that these two have for one another. And I think that's him sort of reflecting back that the years are getting shorter than they are getting longer.
Right.
And how impactful that's going to be for them too. And just to pivot a little bit, you know what I'm going through with my mom right now, right? And probably the most special thing for me was when I was in college, I'd go help her. She was an administrator in nursing, and I'd help her with all of her billing for insurance. And as much as that was just a summer of grinding, it meant so much to me because I had such a deeper appreciation for what she does for a living.
Yeah.
And so I love that for these two.
And Jerry loves these moments. He is a Hallmark card writer.
Mm-hmm.
A portion of him believes this is like meant to be divine intervention. This is a magical moment for the Cowboys. But what was it like checking it out in the room and y'all's reaction on the draft show?
I mean, it's great because we got to talk to Chris earlier that morning, where he had come in before we started the broadcast, and NFL Films was following him around because their story is an interesting one. And so we were all cheering for the pick at the pick before where he didn't go. And as it was getting closer, it was like, just take him. When you looked at the running back list, there were a few guys left who were probably graded higher. Zach Evans from Ole Miss. Some people probably would have had, Dwayne McBride from UAB or Kenny McIntosh from Georgia. They had issues. Evans and McBride were character flagged guys. Kenny McIntosh was a medical flag guy. So when you looked at who is the highest rated, cleanest running back prospect left on the board for a team that has not taken a running back yet, it was Deuce Vaughn. And I know of at least one other team in the NFL that had Deuce Vaughn in the 5th. And he goes in the 6th. And I had him as a 4th. Brian, I think, had him as a 5th. Wolchuk had him as a 5th. And it's just because he's 5'5" and 170 or whatever he is. But we were all cheering for it, all excited for it. And there is Derek Eagleton from DallasCowboys.com tweeted something to this effect. But Chris Vaughn is one of the best people in that building. He is just a great guy. And that is a great family. And it was emotional, I think, for a lot of people around there.
Are you capable of that?
I'm capable of emotion. I'm not a complete psychopath.
Have you seen him cry ever?
I don't think I have.
I don't think so. But
He gets rattled.
I was getting choked up. Everybody was, just because it's
awesome.
But my favorite was Chris Vaughn's post interview when he talked about the fact. Or do we have that?
I did send it to Pate, but I don't think he has it right now.
I have it.
Oh, you do have it.
No,
okay.
we're not going to play it right now. He has it.
He's going to steer
I'm
the ship.
not trying to ruin Sean's show. I'm not trying to ruin his show on day one.
He's in that chair for a reason. No, but it is. I absolutely love the pick, and we got a little in trouble for tipping it because we started cheering when we saw the War Room.
I'm too busy seeing my old text messages from Jade an hour ago. I'm at Jack in the Box, blank him to Bobby. So I got thrown off guard.
I wasn't Hub.
All right, what else happened in the division? Everyone is depressed around here because the Eagles are running circles around us, plus Rangers, Stars, and Steph. Just getting started with Jane Slater on for the entire week next on The Fan. But occurrences like inflation and new laws and interest rates can affect.
Near side, McKinnon hit off the puck, thrown out in front. There's the horn. A team that defied the haters. They rolled their eyes at the naysayers, and now they have defeated the defending Stanley Cup champions in 7 games.
Not the music I was expecting under this. Was this an RJ Choppy special?
Yes. This is RJ special.
RJ special. On vacation for the entire week. That's why Jane Slater is here. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt, I'm Sean Sharif. We're going to have Jared Sandler, the birthday boy, Todd Archer, and Zach Wolchuk to recap the draft. Not only did the Boston Bruins get taken out last night in all-time upset, but the Dallas Stars have home ice advantage after the Colorado Avalanche, the defending champs, get knocked out by the Kraken. So game 1, tomorrow night, 8:30, home ice, AAC. Bobby went to game 1, and you went to the Minnesota series as well?
I did. I got to sit in a box with Troy Aikman and his daughter.
Wow. Did Troy
think-
invite you?
No, Brad Alberts did. Stars president.
Oh my gosh, the flex.
Yeah, you like that?
She went over Aikman to the president.
Nah, I love what Brad is doing, and bringing the Winter Classic here, getting people excited about hockey again. I mean, we even love that Shippy's there. One of my girlfriends went to the game. Was like, look, the music is so much better. It's an exciting
Did you
atmosphere.
hook her up with Shippy? I'm sure he was open to it.
No, but she is helping him out get a lot more opportunities to DJ. He's such a good guy. I love Ship and I love his development. But going to these games, the atmosphere, playoff hockey is so much more fun. I personally cannot watch hockey on TV. I wish they'd put a neon puck out there so I could follow it better.
They did.
But there is nothing better than actually watching it at the AAC, and just the way that Ottinger has been playing. I actually reached out to a couple folks that are smarter than me when there's certain subjects, and
Gavin Spittle.
You know what? I got to give him his due credit. I started listening to his podcast. It's actually really good.
He comes in here after the freaking game that starts at 8:30 and does it.
And Bobby and I can talk about this. When you do a podcast after some of these games, you're just whooped. So good for him.
Yeah.
But as much as I think a lot of people would love to have seen the Avs because of the fact that you beat them, you could beat them. They had the cup last year. That's exciting. I think they really match up well with the Kraken, and you get home ice. It's going to be a fun series, I think. I'm
ready. Should I go to another game? I was banned by the fans because they lost the first one that I went to.
Well, they won when I was there. So.
Well, exactly. So I'm the jinx, apparently. I'm not allowed to go.
If they had
it's because you troll them. You don't. It's like,
I didn't troll.
I'm a hockey guy now.
No, I went as a genuine fan.
Tell her how you came in. Your language. After
oh,
game 1.
yeah. I was like, what's up, you hosers? I was ready. As I had completely converted to a hockey fan, eh? Like, I was ready.
It is a whole different language. The vernacular is very different.
I do think that you owe your wife a makeup suite.
Oh,
some people have makeup, you can have makeup suite.
She's got her makeup. She's going to Ed Sheeran this weekend. So she's got her makeup.
Very nice. Did you hear our giveaway for the week during the Expressway?
No.
I thought you would be very happy with it. It's a 90s ticket giveaway.
Oh.
You and I are 90s baby.
Yeah, we are.
Well, not 90s.
Well, I'm 80s. I'm so old.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 81. What are you?
80.
80.
Wow, you just asked a woman her age. Way to go, Sean.
I knew we were the same age, and I knew you were going to mock us throughout the week.
I wear it with a badge of honor,
yeah,
Bobby.
90s did have the best music.
I was born in the 80s too.
Did, but 90s was fun. Bubblegum pop.
90s tour giveaway, Vanilla Ice, 2 Live Crew, Young MC, 720 during the Expressway.
Robert Van Winkle.
Maybe you can pick the music for this week.
Suge Knight once held him out a window.
Suge Knight did that to a lot of people.
He did, yeah. Allegedly.
All
Allegedly.
Right, so we will get on the Hockey Hawk. We'll get on Sevy. We got the guest list throughout the week with Bobby and Jane. Rest of the NFC East in terms of the draft. Man, I can't remember as much envy as Cowboy fans and all of us have towards the Eagles right now and Howie Roseman.
I have none.
Okay, yeah. So, all right. Tell us who the class is. Tell us the rest of the NFC East. And then I want Jane to cross-examine to see if you're being a Cowboy homer.
You want me to just hit like the top 3 picks for each one, not the whole class?
Yeah, and just a summary of what you think that the teams did.
All right, we'll start with the Eagles here. Eagles get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in the first round.
And
the
you
two
can just
Georgia
stop
guys.
there.
But you could. Here's my thing. I had talked about this with Brian. I told Brian last summer Jalen Carter was going to be one of the top 3 players. I didn't tell him that. Everybody knew that. But Jalen Carter was going to be one of the top 3 players, and I had heard from several different people, Jalen Carter is a off-the-field concern. Jalen Carter is a maturity concern. Like, there are going to be real questions there for teams of, it's obvious who he is on the field. Who he is off the field is a gamble. You're really risking things there. That's why he fell all the way to 9 as one of the best players in the draft.
But you also have a very strong locker room. And when you're in a locker room that's full of winners, I think that helps guys like that. It keeps them engaged. If he had gone to a team like Atlanta, what is Atlanta playing for every, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I feel like you got a strong enough group of leadership. That's what's always impressed me about Philly. Philly, people hate when I say this. I love working with the Eagles. It is a great locker room. It's a great organization. I always enjoy when I get assignments in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and there's people who can keep him down or whatever else, but like this guy was an issue. Like Georgia's coaching staff, and I think Florio even reported this, but there was chatter that Georgia's coaching staff was letting anybody and everybody at the NFL know this guy is a problem. You guys really need to make sure
they were letting others know that.
Georgia was
well, it
telling
happens. We were getting texts last year about Kelvin Joseph.
Oh yeah, that was one where when Kelvin Joseph, and that's the thing.
So schools aren't just totally trying to sell it 100%.
Well, keep in mind he wasn't at LSU, he was at Kentucky. But I was told by my LSU folks, do you know how hard it is to get kicked out of LSU? And he got kicked out of LSU.
Yeah.
That's coming from the school.
Even Ed Orgeron was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's like you look at one of these things where I know scouts will always, generally, yes, there are sometimes schools will try to fluff it up for you. In some instances, the teams have to read if the school is bitter about the guy for something and not giving you an honest report and dogging a kid for some reason. That
was Herman.
That happened with Tom Herman at Texas. He dogged a lot of guys on the way out the door, and teams had to.
But to be fair, let's look at where some of them are right now.
It's true, but he also had an interest in being upset with them. So there is that. A lot of scouts will tell you the first person you go talk to at a school is the strength coach, because they're like, the strength coach gets to know these guys as just who they are, and the strength coach will tell you what their work habits are.
And who checks out film. I think you need to talk to those 2 guys.
So, but Jalen Carter, there's a lot of concerns, and people at Georgia were telling people in the NFL, watch out for him. He's difficult. And so they get Jalen Carter, they get Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith is a good player, but Nolan Smith is also a tweener. He's an undersized edge rusher. But I mean, they've had success with Hassan Reddick, who was a little bit smaller. So maybe things work out there. They also get my favorite pick of theirs was they picked at the top of 4th round. They got Keely Ringo, who last year was people thought he was going to be a top 10 pick in the draft. He slid because he's all traits. He's a Georgia player. They're rebuilding the entire Georgia team there, even trading for DeAndre Swift this weekend. But
that was huge.
That, to me, you look at...
And we didn't cover it Friday because we were on sleep deprivation, but the Cardinals' punishment. What did they add?
They got that
because of
extra
the tampering?
pick. They got pick 66, and then I think they picked up, I can't remember what else they picked. They basically swapped from their 3rd round pick all the way to the top of the 3rd round. That's where they took Sidney Brown, the Illinois defensive back. But they picked good players. I just don't think their top 2 picks are sure things. Nolan Smith's a tweener. Jalen Carter is a big off the field concern.
Should we be terrified that Howie Roseman is like, I call him, he's like Jerry West. Jerry West was, with Red Auerbach, the greatest general manager in the history of the NBA, and it feels like we're going to get worked for the next decade. How much of it, obviously that's dramatic, but how good is Howie Roseman compared to the other GMs that you see and you cover? Peter Schrager reported that other GMs are getting a little sick and tired of all the Howie Roseman love. I was like, that's the only thing that can stop him from working a deal because of maybe other GM envy. Like, I'm not calling a deal with you.
Well, and people are, for a while, I remember Les Snead, they were frustrated with the Rams. Like, how are the Rams doing all this? Now, essentially, the Rams went out and mortgaged their future, and they paid for it. The difference is you've got a young quarterback who's performing at a high level, and you respected him and got him a deal done. You didn't make him wait. You didn't make him prove it. And so you're basically adding all of these picks, and you're making moves saying, I believe in this roster. I believe in you, and I believe we're going to make a run for it again. And I that to me is what makes them so scary.
Yeah.
Because you really do have to think about some of these teams. They just haven't found their quarterback, right?
Yeah. That's
Jalen to me is the answer.
That's the big problem.
And then you're putting the pieces around him.
All this I could not take too seriously if they didn't hit on freaking Hurts, which I didn't think they were going to do. Bobby still is waiting and seeing. We'll get into that later on in the week. But they hit the quarterback.
But I think it's hard to make the decision to move on from a quarterback that you just don't think is going to be it. Like, they moved on from Carson Wentz. And a lot of people probably would have held on to that, still tried to develop it because of where they picked him.
Yeah.
They moved on.
Yep.
They got Jalen Hurts, and it paid off for him.
Yeah.
But to be fair, that doesn't always happen. I mean, that's like lightning in a bottle.
Sure. And the other classes in the division?
Yeah, I think I really liked what the Giants did in the top 3 picks. They get Deonte Banks, the corner from Maryland. He's really good. He's really talented. Big corner, physical freak. They get John Michael Schmitz at the end of the second round, arguably the best center in the draft. He's a really talented player. And then Jalen Hyatt, the Tennessee receiver, fell all the way to the 3rd round to them.
Which is shocking.
And he is a speed demon. I was saying, when I watched him run in Indy when he was training downstairs at one of the hotels, he is one of the first players I've seen when he runs. He looks blurry when you're just looking at him running. He's so fast.
But do you think that they've answered their... Because, I mean, I think I did a study on this with the NFL's research department a couple years ago. Typically, when you pick a wide receiver, it takes them about 3 years to pop. Do you think they've addressed their wide receiver position by just getting Jalen Hyatt? And then you've still got questions about, is Saquon going to be here? Is he going to be the guy moving forward?
Well, they got Waller
Yeah.
this offseason, so that's good. And they drafted Wan'Dale Robinson last year.
And they started negotiations again with Saquon, apparently.
And there is a learning curve at receiver, but I think that's not as sharp as it once was because so many of the college concepts are being applied in the NFL now, so guys aren't learning different route concepts. They're walking into offenses that are similar to the one they came out of.
That's fine, but I'm saying he's not a Jefferson or a Jamar Chase.
No, but
and they do need to address, I think, their wide receiver position.
But he's so fast that he's one of these guys that even if he's not a technician yet, you can send him out there on deep balls and probably immediately get him to contribute.
I forgot about Waller.
Washington, their top 3 picks.
He's never on the field.
Emmanuel Forbes, the corner from Mississippi State, good player. He's 6'1", 166 pounds. We have never seen a corner that size in the history of the NFL, so we'll see if he actually can click like that. Jertavius Martin, safety from Illinois. Wolchuk was a big fan of him. He's probably the best natural free safety in the draft. And then they pick Ricky Stromberg, the center from Arkansas. But overall, the highest ceiling probably is the Eagles draft. I think the best bet, as not many questions, just a solid group, is the Giants.
Were you shocked that the Commanders didn't at least address the quarterback situation? Now, I will tell you, after being at that Cowboys-Commanders game, Sam Howell was impressive.
Broadus says boy.
I think they like Howell, and where they were picking, I don't blame them for not taking a gamble. Howell's a decent player.
Yeah, but this whole Sam Howell, I'll apologize if I'm wrong. This whole approach is Ron Rivera needs to go. Like they need to start over with the new owner, with the new head coach. It's too old school. I love the guy personally. I love his story and all that. This whole Sam Howell stuff, they're shooting themselves in the foot with a really talented team. Now maybe they haven't had the opportunity to upgrade. Man, they ain't gonna win jack squat with Sam Howell.
Well, like I said, I was actually really impressed with them when we watched him because the Cowboys had all the momentum going in that game. They should have won that one, remember? That was a shocking game.
Yeah.
And it was demoralizing for them. And then, of course, they bounced back with Tampa. But something has shifted with Ron Rivera. And I've talked to a couple of my colleagues. He used to be one of the most approachable and easiest coaches in the league. And, man, his time in Washington just wore him down.
Why is Deion Sanders ashamed of the NFL? And is Oak Cliff the only way that Kyrie comes back to the Mavericks? Next with Sean, Bobby, and Jane right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinal between New York and Miami belongs to the Heat. 108-101 the final.
Heat call with Game 1, and Jimmy Butler turned his ankle. That was nasty. So I'm sitting there, Jalen Brunson bitterness, watching Game 1 in the East, but the Miami Heat end up winning in the Garden. Fun to see basketball back in the Garden. Sean Tree, Bobby Bell, Jane Slater in for Chop here on a Monday morning. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Over in the West, though, the Lakers finished off the Grizzlies, destroyed them. Dylan Brooks did not talk again. He only got fined $25K. $25K. What is the NFL fine? And what is your reaction, Jane, when certain people, do you understand it? Do you get it? Or you get ticked off and having to do your job when people duck you in the locker room and roll out?
Bobby knows exactly what player I would reference, but I won't say their name on air.
I'll say Dalton Schultz. I don't know if that's who you're referring to, but
I think it depends on. Here's the deal. I think it depends on who you are, right? Like if a Troy Aikman ducks out on me and I'm covering him during that era, he's put in the work. He's frustrated after a game. He's the captain. He's the leader of the team. I get it. It's when these bit players give me attitude that I always find myself going, I'll see you in Cleveland. I'll see you in Houston. I'll see you in Atlanta. That's where I get frustrated.
You mean
with
like
some
their
of these
next
guys.
team?
Yeah. Like you're not going to be here for long. So
Right.
I'm going to, this is what it is. Flex if you want. But I think there's also a level of professionalism. There's stuff that I have to do for my job that I don't love. But I do it and I try not to treat people poorly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was really disappointed that the Dylan Brooks fine was only $25K. It should have been $25K per. Like, I just can't remember someone running from the Rodman role so quickly. He shut down. He got rid of his Instagram post. He shut it down. He made it private. LeBron destroyed him with a Jay-Z lyric on his social media. And then I think he told the local Memphis paper, like, I don't regret anything, but
I don't care. He's old.
He looks all-time bad with how this resulted and ended up for him.
But here's what I will say. Social media is tough. And I have found myself on the receiving end of getting attacked for things that you say or that are taken out of context.
But he brought it all on himself.
I hear you.
He caused all this bitching and crying about, oh, you guys turned me into this. Your only way to be relevant is to try to be Draymond, try to be Pat Bev. And when you call LeBron old and you said, don't talk to me, he's 40, you started it.
I get it, but I think when you're in the moment or you're frustrated or you're feeling goaded by the media, you're going to say something. And then it's one of those, the genie's out of the bottle. I wish I could take it back. And social media can be absolutely brutal. And I think people give Trayvon Diggs a lot of crap when he, deleted his social media. But it does sort of wear on you a little bit. And I know that feels soft and it's like a generational. I hear you. But until it happens to you,
I mean,
some people there are so many trolls and it's like, okay, you feel good over there. It just, if you actually care, you want to be great, that stuff does get to you. Now, I think if you don't want to be great, you don't care, it's, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But the people that truly want to be great, and I'm sure Dylan Brooks wants to be great, I'm sure there's a part of him that wishes he could take it back. And to your point, look, he's got to eat it. Own it.
Just own it. That's all I'm saying.
But it does get after you.
I see. That's the thing is that it was game 4. He wouldn't talk. Game 5 they won and he came back and he did talk and he was loud again. And then game 6 they lost and he didn't talk again. So just to me he's such a fake tough guy. And that's I guess the thing that to me, as much as like people didn't like Dylan Brooks or didn't like the Dylan Brooks character, to me I felt like at least he's an authentic D-bag. Like he is who he is, But then it's as soon as things got, I'm used to the Rodman energy or even the energy of somebody like Draymond
But Rodman
or whoever
didn't have
else.
social media.
But I'm saying, I don't think Rodman.
Can you imagine what social media would have been like during Rodman's
I'm
day?
sure it would have exposed a lot. I don't know that it would have changed Rodman, though. I think Rodman was who he was. Rodman, married himself and had People Magazine or whoever come out there and do photo shoot for
He's
it. Like
different.
he is. And so to me, Dylan Brooks is, I think he wants to be loud when they win, and he wants to disappear. I don't even think it's a insecurity thing. I think it's more like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to. I don't want to have to deal with people. He just and by the way, on the fine front, I don't know if I don't know what the set amount is. It's Marshawn Lynch, I know, was fined for not talking $50,000, and then when he didn't talk after the NFC Championship game, I don't know if it's elevated because it's playoffs. I think it bumped up to like 100. And so, look, I remember Noah Brown after the Jacksonville game where he had the ball bounce off his chest, got picked off, ran back for a pick six. When Noah Brown was leaving the locker room and we were waiting there to talk to him, somebody reminded him on the way out, like, hey, if you don't, you're going to catch the fine. And he just shook his head and walked out. Like, a lot of them will just take it.
But I think it also depends on getting reported by the presidents in your area, reporting them,
like snitch to the league, how it gets back to them.
Like, for instance, if I think for the most part, Dallas media, like if a guy doesn't talk after the game, I'm not going to make a deal out of it. But if I don't talk to you for a year, that's frustrating. That's why I do respect guys like Dak Prescott.
Crawford,
when Dak I love Tyrone, but when like Dak is having, a tough week or a tough season, the guy still gets up there in front of the podium and talks.
Yeah,
like I respect that because. How would you like to be interviewed every day after a show?
Well,
on some level,
I have a Twitter account too, and this fan text is probably worse than that. So,
and you bring some of it on yourself too.
Whoa, let's go.
Sean.
Let's go, Tolos. Let's do this all week.
You do. I love you, Sean, but you bring it.
Explain.
And so do I sometimes. When you pop off, expect it back.
Of course. But I don't sit here and cry about it. Like,
no, you develop a thick skin.
Yeah, you got 12 years versus Dylan Brooks.
But I think Dylan Brooks is finally getting like his place in the sun, right? So I think this is still kind of new. Whereas LeBron is a very polarizing guy, and he just takes it.
And our only hope, I guess, or one of our main hopes, was Kyrie sitting courtside for the Laker game. He was at least wearing we were looking for any signs, because the handshake, the love, the hug with LeBron, those aren't good signs for him returning as a Maverick, but he was wearing an Oak Cliff hat. So that was it. That's all we can take from it.
He was representing Oak Cliff.
But
he also had the secret handshake with LeBron down to the point that, like, if you watch his line of sight, like, he's not even having to look at his hands. He's just kind of like blindly doing it. The connection.
That's just
strong.
real recognized real.
Give me a sign and trade to LA. Let's do it. Let's
Not
go.
for street clothes.
I don't care for who. Give me capital. Give me players. Because I like I said, bring him back. Fine. I'm not gonna be.
But what are the Mavs gonna do with that? What have the Mavs shown us over the years that they're gonna do anything with that capital or bring you players? And I've long wondered, is it just that Dallas just doesn't feel like a destination place? I remember when I used to cover the Mavs here locally, that was a question. Remember when LeBron was gonna come and all these guys wanted to play for Dallas? For whatever reason, even though I think Dallas is a great city, I think I just saw a report that it's one of the top 10 cities that people are moving to. You just can't seem to get NBA players here.
Yeah.
Is that Mark Cuban? Is that the team? I don't know.
Let me ask you a question that may be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's a theory of mine. You're used to be a nightlife expert.
Yeah.
For the 22, 23, 24-year-old black superstar, Dallas nightlife versus LA, Miami, New York.
I think it's elite here.
Elite.
You are treated like a king at some of these places.
Yeah, but I mean like the places to go. Like
elite. All you have to do is go to a place like Citizen.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when Mike and all those guys first, that was probably my final year up in the club. They're literally treated like real. They're coming to table 7. That's where you go. And so, yeah, it's carte blanche here. And yeah, I mean, if I would rather be out at the club here than go to Miami and LA, where the money and the star power is even harder if you're a new guy on a team.
Yeah.
Like I said, here you wear a star on your helmet or you walk in a club and you're a Dallas Mav, you are treated differently. And you are treated well, and you are protected. I go back to Zeke and the DJ incident. You are protected and treated well.
There's a lot of athletes, too, who don't play here. There are a lot of athletes who live around here in the off season.
Yep. Once you come here, people don't leave.
No, and that's what I mean. So, I mean, there's definitely people who
problem is getting them to come.
Like, I mean, there are definitely a lot of people who live here and find it a place they want to be during the off season. And so, I mean, look, what was it? It was Paul George, Zion Williamson. Both of them said Dallas is their favorite road city. And so, I mean, there's a lot of people who do enjoy it. I think the bigger question is, do you want to come here and deal with Mark Cuban? Do you want to come here and do you believe your play style fits with what Luka's going to do?
Or Dirk.
That's the biggest question.
Couldn't happen back with Dirk either. Give me your top 3 in the club nightlife rankings from your prime.
Like moments?
Cities.
I mean, Miami is outstanding. There's a club there that is Women of the Night meets club. And I didn't realize it was a Women of the Night club until I was there, because it's like Cirque du Soleil acts, etc. I'm talking about 11. I lost my cell phone in there once, and I happened to have my iPad, and there I am at 10 o'clock in the morning with my iPad, having Women of the Night help me find this phone, and it's a different looking place at 10 o'clock in the morning. I kept tracking my phone, and it was like in Brickell, like in the Bay. Man, I was fun back in the day. Now you just catch me at Inwood Tavern or Mare's. Me and Jeff Kavanaugh live at this place called Mare's Garden.
Jane is all about like just staying home and like pampering her dogs and doing like house projects.
What's 2 and 3?
Greenlight Socials, good spot. I mean, back in the day, Concrete Cowboy Concrete Cowboy, Clutch. All of those places are the best club. There were 2 awesome
What's
clubs
that one
here.
street?
PM was amazing back in the day. It was downtown Dallas. That's when Dallas was still kind of small. So you ran into everybody. It's like when I lived in Denver, there was a place called Spill, and it'd be Jay Cutler, Troy Tulowitzki. Everyone and their dog was there, and it was like, it was lawless back then. What was the other place? Oh, Sweet in Rio in Dallas, and then they just demolished it over there on Knox Henderson.
877-881-1053. Tell us where you've seen Jane Slater, Hurricane Jane, back.
I was not at Inwood Tavern this weekend. You did not see me there.
Slater sightings. 877-881-1053. Let's get back to the actual players that the Cowboys picked. The Dallas Stars have home ice starting tomorrow night. And Peyton's XFL team is up for it all? Are you serious? Is Peyton going to know 2 players after Arlington represented? Headlines to recap the weekend next on The Fan.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday with studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Headlines to recap the weekend, get you ready for your day. Bobby Belt, Jane Slater in for RJ Choppy today and all week long on your home of the Rangers and America's team. You good after 90 minutes? You good so far?
It's easy doing a show with you guys. You know, I think Bobby and I had long joked after our podcast with the Herd went away because of my new contract and him getting work here. We always wanted to do a show on the Fan. Dreams come true.
That's exactly it.
And we get to do it with one of the best hosts. Remember, there was a period where you and I had really fought to do a show together. Because you always bring your A game, Sean. I enjoy working with you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
I disagree. Some days it's not an A.
Okay, let's move on to the grades. Perfect segue.
You get a grade of C.
Mel Kiper gives the Cowboys a B. Different websites. Bobby and Jane going to run down this draft class. Sporting News, a C. SI.com, C. Pro Football Network, C. The Ringer, C-. What would be your grade?
Bobby, look up what the grade was last year for the draft class.
That's a good question. So I know NFL.com also gave it a B+. So that was a good grade. For me, I think that they get probably around there, B+, because it's tough to grade out who the players are and things like that until they get out there on the field, because so often people have been wrong about Micah. They've been wrong about Tyler Smith. They've been wrong about Travis Frederick. People that maybe you were confident about, somebody that, this is an A draft class, and then you may look at players.
Mo Claiborne.
Yeah, exactly. Mo Claiborne could have been an A, and then it turned out to be a really terrible pick. And so instead, I think you got to look at it as, did they address needs? Yes. Did they follow their board? Yes. Did they panic at any point, make an aggressive trade up, or find themselves just kind of sitting there going, okay, well, what are we going to do here? I don't think they panicked at any point. So across the board on those points, I think you get a passing grade. And so to me, I think it's just passing or failing grade. Did you execute your plan? They get a passing grade, and we'll see how these players pan out. I think they got some really good players who can contribute right now.
Here's what I tweeted over the weekend. Probably brought some of it on me, as Jane said in the last segment, which is true. Y'all haven't watched, and I haven't watched these guys for the most part after the second round. You're not going to tell me about the tape of the 4th, 5th, 6th round pick. If you want to argue the position of it, okay, fine. But come on, none of us have watched enough to sit there and have a really strong, bold opinion. My other takeaway is...
Also, it's not like people are sitting there when Dak was taken in the 4th round and said, this guy is going to be the future of your franchise.
Right.
They've done a good job with a lot of their mid-round picks. Yeah, guys that you and I don't typically watch tape on.
Of course. And they addressed, to me, I was happy with addressing all the positions. They addressed defensive end. I thought they needed some help. Offensive line, even though I guess we don't have the new starting guard yet. DB, running back, receiver. Didn't draft the quarterback that I was hoping for in round 1, but we'll get to that later on. I'm just trying to troll Bobby. And then the other thing, and we have to get to this later. There a Mike McCarthy stamp on this? Because with the early picks, let's get the tight end. He blocks. Let's add some defensive pieces. I can't get the defense and run game Mike McCarthy motto out of my mind moving forward. Not sexy with the picks, but did you feel any McCarthy in this class at all, or no? You can kill the opinion. You can say it's
no.
stupid.
I'm sitting here thinking. I think he was fighting for an offensive lineman at 26, and he didn't win out. The defensive tackle went out. I think
the guy from Syracuse,
Matthew Bergeron.
Yeah.
I think that he wanted to. I think he would have been in favor of going up to get Sam Laporta in the 2nd round. They didn't do it. So in that sense,
and he went off the board high. I was thinking, oh my gosh, they've misgraded their tight ends based upon everything I've heard.
Sam Laporta was graded right after Dalton Kincaid.
I think that
by them.
No, I was told Sam Laporta was top of their board for tight end.
For them, yeah. I think that they also, I think Mike would have argued for Aiden O'Connell, the Purdue quarterback, in the 4th round. They didn't take him. They ended up taking an edge rusher. So I think that there were some debates he lost, but I think they also followed their board. I'm sure there were some debates he won. But I think that they mainly I think the ones who won the debates were the scouts and the personnel department and the guys who put the board together, and they just followed that.
Here's what I do believe. Mike McCarthy, Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, they talked about this at the presser, that this is truly a collaborative group when it comes to making those picks, and it feels very cohesive, this group. I liked the Ozzie Smith pick. I did. And after you get to know him and you spend a little time with him and you see that they were 22nd against the run last year, I love that they established it. I mean, look at the Packers game. Look at the Jacksonville game. They were getting killed against the run.
Who's the team that's eliminated you the last 2 years? What do they do well?
They run the ball well. And so I think they looked at that and they were like, this. I thought the tight end felt, even though I was told over and over and over, and people killed me that I was so wrong on this, I was literally told over and over they were going tight end. Was it a smokescreen? Maybe, but they gave it a smokescreen to everyone.
Yeah.
And by the way, I love it.
They should.
It's about time they quit with some of the letting some of the stuff out there.
So
but
is it much harder to get info now?
Yes.
Under McCarthy's watch?
Yes. And that's not a bad thing.
It's great. It's
tough
not good
as a
for
reporter,
you. It's great for
but it's good for the team and it's good for the fans.
Absolutely.
Here's what I would also say. I actually think even though some people could sit here and argue, oh, well, Dan Quinn won out because of look at some of the defensive players it took. I disagree. If you listen to Mike McCarthy and some of our conversations we had with them at Combine, he talked about it being okay to kind of have a middle-of-the-road offense. An offense that's not blowing you out with some of the numbers, which kind of was a little dig I felt to Kellen. Just a little bit. Subtle. Maybe he didn't mean it, but it felt like it. I think he thinks that you've got a really solid defense, and Dan Quinn has showed you that if you bring him a player, he's going to make him a beast. They did that. And they shored up some areas that they needed to address. So, yeah, I think with where they were picking and the decision to stay true to their pick and be patient, patience has paid off for them in recent years. Patience brought him CeeDee Lamb. Patience brought him Micah Parsons. Patience brought him Trayvon Diggs. I didn't hate the draft. Did I love it? Was it these exciting names that make you go, wow? No. But I think they got what they needed.
McCarthy, through the first 3 rounds, said, quote, I think it's sexy as hell. So now it's the Michigan Cowboys versus the Philly Bulldogs.
Yeah.
With the Wolverines and Philadelphia in the NFC East. So that's where we stand. 8 picks, 4 on offense, 4 defense, 3 new playmakers for Dak, 2 Wolverines, 1 player whose dad works for the team, 0 QBs. I'm trying to remember who I took that tweet from. It might have been Mike Leslie. My apologies for whoever tweeted that, but it wasn't mine. All right, so that's the Cowboys with the draft selections. They lost the opener, and then they destroyed the Yankees after.
Heim swings here and hits one deep up the alley in left center field. Going after it, kind of for left, but that ball's off the wall. 1 run scores. Garcia scores. Young is held at third by Tony Beasley. Up to second with a 2-run double is Jonah Heim as he just barely missed a grand slam. But instead, the 2-run double gives Texas a 12-1 lead.
There was some worry and some panic after the Reds series. That went away. Yesterday, they win 15-2. They lost on Friday against Garrett Cole, and then they won 3 out of 4. So your Rangers are still first place in the American League West, 2 games up on the Astros. But Jacob deGrom is hurt again. Come on, Boach.
Well, you hate to see it. I know he's disappointed. I'm disappointed for him. But it's the right thing to do at this time, and you know he'll be back. We need to get this cleared up a little bit so it doesn't flare up again. So I just think it's a smart thing to do right now, and he agrees. He wants to go out there and be Jacob, and that's the guy that can take us deep in the game and not have this lingering thing going on. And so we'll get him treated. We'll get him right and get him back out there.
I think the big thing is no structural damage. The fact that you've got some off days coming up. And
how much do you know about medical information after doing this job for a long time? How good are you in terms of being a media doctor?
I'm not.
Okay. Choppy is.
Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't play baseball. I didn't play football. I don't know what the recovery is for an ACL. I've had 1 surgery my whole life, and that was elective. So I don't know what the recovery process is. But what I do know with deGrom, I think he's probably frustrated. I think he came in here and said he wanted to have at least 30 starts. He had injury issues when he was with the Mets those last 2.5 years. But everyone I've talked to said the good news about this is that you've got off days coming up, you've got a fire rotation, and you've got no structural damage. So sounds like they'll be able to manage this. And you got to like where they are in the rankings right now. So,
First series win against the Yankees since 2019. deGrom said, quote, definitely frustrated, want to be out there, little inflammation. Goal is to get that knocked down in the next few days and resume throwing. He was lights out. Evaldi had the 3-hitter for his first big league 9-inning shutout over the weekend. Aaron Judge banged up along with the rest of the Yankees. And let's see, the crowd was 40,000, a record crowd at the Globe for Saturday's game. When's the last game you've gone to in Arlington baseball?
Since I did pre and post game for CBS 11, that was during the
really
shoe years, and it was tough. I think after I did pre and post game those years, it was just hard for me to go back to baseball. I told you I grew up a huge Oakland A's fan.
What?
Massive.
Really?
Oakland A's fan. And when we have more time, I'll tell you a great story about that. But the first time I was in the new ballpark, I went there 2 weeks ago. Kenny was in town, Chesney, doing a private event up there with the Rangers.
Thanks for including the last name. We're not on a first name basis.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, wow, this is kind of cool. Air conditioning. Yeah.
Literally kind of cool. Needed. Thank you. Last night, thank you to the Kraken for taking out the defending champs, and history was also made.
Along the near boards, Bennett finds it to the circle for Hagee. Shot top shelf, he scores! Carter Verhaeghe top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime! The Panthers stun the Bruins in Boston, and the Panthers are moving on to round 2! Carter Verhaeghe, the Panthers have won it in overtime! 4-3 the final! The Panthers take game 7, and they're moving on!
Wow.
I don't have the energy to call games like that.
Did you ever do play-by-play?
No.
It's a lot.
They're just... I had a boss once that said, know your role, stay in your role, shine in your role. My role is not play-by-play.
Panthers radio with the call as the President's Cup champs are gone. I think it's the last 10 years that the team who has won the regular season is not going to win the Stanley Cup. And this is being looked at as an all-time upset. I couldn't be happier that the massholes are miserable. They almost beat up a Panther fan I saw on a bar video yesterday. I hate them. I hate the fan base. I hate the city. So bye-bye. See you later. Now they have, like, every other sport to compete with for a championship. I heard when you fly into Boston, like, it hits you. It's like rings and banners and this. So all this is out of petty, bitter jealousy. But I'm glad that their hockey team is now gone. And the Dallas Stars have home ice. Peyton, did you stay up to watch Colorado get put out so the Stars can host tomorrow night at the AAC against the Kraken?
No, I did not. I'm still protesting 8:50 start times locally. I'm done with that. They were up 2-0 when I went to sleep. I said a prayer. I said, please, just if the Kraken win, do not make it an 8:50 start time. And I woke up and saw the start time for Game 1 in Dallas, and I was like, well, screw you, NHL.
Steph scored 50, the most points in a Game 7 in the history of the league. He did it on the road. The Warriors beat the Kings. They're going to take on the Lakers in round 2. Miami, with a hurt Jimmy Butler, beat the Knicks. And Peyton, your XFL team, making us proud here locally. What's going on?
That's right, the Renegades, baby. They're back, baby.
Championship?
At a record of, they're in the championship game against the DC Defenders, Sean. I know you know a lot about the Washington area.
Yeah.
They'll play next Saturday, May 13th in San Antonio. So not too far. We could take a trip down there if you want.
It's too bad we won't have DiNucci here, though.
No.
I mean, he had a pretty good season in XFL.
Did you hear him say that was the best wide receiver room he ever played with?
Yeah.
I think his stupid upside-down hat's a little bit too tight around his head. I've tried to cancel DiNucci's hats. He didn't send me one. He sent one to RJ. So
He sent one to RJ over you.
Yeah. And
Wow.
I tried to get him in studio. So
I added him too. I wanted a free hat, didn't get one.
You didn't get
so
one?
don't feel bad.
All right, good. Let's cancel.
And
Let's
Danuch was on our podcast. Bobby's and I. We love Danuch. I was hurt.
G-Bag, I think, too.
How much XFL did you watch?
Done.
Oh.
It doesn't feel
You
right.
laughed during the highlight.
It doesn't feel right to watch football in the spring. I mean, I get you have spring football, but you just, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right.
I couldn't get into it either. Peyton went to the game
When
one.
my girl Rossini was calling sidelines, I did enjoy it because Rossini's insane. Like her energy matched the XFL.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. Jane Slater in for Choppy throughout the entire week. Bobby is downstairs with News Radio 1080 KRLD. It's time for best and worst of the weekend. Y'all want to know what a weekend with Jane Slater is like? It may be a little bit tiring and boring these days. We'll find out how much rage Hurricane Jane still has left. And the audio of Brian Broadus having enough of Bobby. Broadus getting ready to slap Bobby around. The birthday boy, Jared Sandler. Todd Archer at 8:20. Zach Wilczuk, final hour. Monday edition, just getting started on The Fan. But look, a shout
worst artist going right now. One of them.
Come on.
I can't stand him.
You love this song, though.
I loved him.
No,
I used to watch him.
Starboy?
That's
This
one of his
song.
best songs.
No, this is Starboy. I hate this song.
It's his top
This
three.
is an amazing song.
It's one of my favorites. I loved The Weeknd when he would put out videos on YouTube. Before Instagram was how artists got discovered, it was YouTube. And I love him as an artist.
I find him to be the male R&B Taylor Swift of let
my gosh.
me get into relationships, break up so I can have some content for another album.
Well, you know what? It works for my girl T Swift. She's selling out 90,000
Did you
packed
go to her
venues.
show?
I didn't.
Yeah, look, I mean the masses are asses. What do you want me to say?
All right.
They
He's
love
such
it.
an elitist when it comes to music. He
Okay.
thinks he's an expert on everything, though.
If you were
But I am.
if you're doing a 2-hour road trip, how would you guys?
We
divvy
did-
up
We
the-
actually have similar music tastes.
We did
'cause
the road trip and
went
we
to
did good
A&M.
with music.
Yeah, we both like Cannons. We like some of these indie artists.
You and Choppy was not a good music mix when we were traveling.
No.
I don't imagine Choppy's taste in a lot of things is off.
Well,
so I can't imagine his music
But you
would
know
be
what I
good.
loved about that, by the way? Choppy was controlling the radio. Choppy was driving the whole time. Like, I know he placed the rental, but I paid for the rental.
Yeah.
But whoever drives gets control of the radio.
But
Well, Bobby
I
bought the
paid
you
for
car.
the
disagree?
rental, and he was
Whoever
driving.
drives gets control of the radio.
I don't disagree, but he was not letting anybody else drive, and I paid for the rental.
Yeah.
It just was in his
But
name.
you got reimbursed, so
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he bought it on his own.
why?
Because you work at Odyssey now. You ain't getting reimbursed.
Because we're supposed to do bus passes for the train passes. That's how we were supposed to
Which,
travel.
by the way, the car was a total waste. Like,
it worked out for the going to the media party.
yeah.
Oh,
So-
that's smart after you've been drinking.
Not them. I didn't drive.
Yeah, trust me. I wasn't letting him drive after that. My Lord. Did you hear that?
Is it exhausting being both granddad and dad for
Me?
this station?
Yes.
Because you used to be fun back in the day. You were the one that would go out and drink.
I do.
You and I have changed.
Well,
yeah,
let's-
y'all are old now.
Well, let's get into it. Best and worst of the weekend. This is Jane Slater in for Choppy today and all week long, along with Bobby Bell. Choppy is partying. Choppy's partying has shot up. And then we got Peyton.
That's because he was a young dad.
He was a young dad. Absolutely. All right, so best and worst of the weekend. Whose was fun? I guess we should start off with Peyton. What did you do? Who'd you party with? Have you been on a date recently?
No dates. We're still a business decision here with the dates.
Is it?
No.
Is that the truth, or you're just not telling us because we blew up the previous two?
No talking to girls right now.
Okay.
You know, so we're keeping it real. You know, we're not in a rush or anything like that.
Okay.
Can I give you a piece of advice?
Oh yes, please.
When a guy doesn't want to be in a relationship or tells you he doesn't want to be in a relationship for whatever reason, it's the reverse psychology for women. And same with me. When I say I don't want to be in a relationship, I'm not interested, that's when the guys are most interested.
Hard to get.
Yeah.
You want what you can't have.
So play that card, Peyton.
Well, it's tough whenever 95% of your friend group all is in a relationship.
Yeah,
when
poor
it's always the odd one. You know, it's either fifth wheel, seventh wheel,
Ninth
11th
wheel.
wheel. Yeah, that's when it's like.
Like he's going out with couples. He's going out with parties of 10, and he's the 11th. Like all 10 are coupled up.
That's
And-
not fun.
That's not fun.
You need a new friend group.
Who wants to be married more, do you think? Derek Holland or Peyton Russell?
Me.
Well, Derek has been engaged twice.
I didn't know there was a second time. Was it the same girl twice? I know the one girl.
No, it's two different. But anyway,
I love Derek. Whoever gets Derek Holland is getting. I think he is my golf partner for the Celeb Bam next week. Whoever's getting Derek Holland, well, he is literally the most. If you want to go play golf, he is the most encouraging golf partner you will ever have. I don't remember him being as positive when we used to hang out in the early 2010s, but he has literally turned into this force of positivity in recent years, and I love this. I love this journey for Derek.
He's awesome. He'll be in here on Wednesday with KMC. So were you 13th wheel, 17th? What?
Well, I had to work the draft on Saturday. You know, so we were here from about 9:30 till about 5:30.
Okay.
So, I mean that's fun though. And then I went to Jared's thing yesterday for a few hours. That
Jared
was nice.
Sandler birthday party yesterday at Ice House. You went?
I did. Yeah, it was Jared had a distracting stain on his polo that kind of ruined everybody's vibe, I felt like.
Did you point it out? Because that feels like it would have ruined his.
That's
Jared's-
rude. It's his birthday.
It would. We were I'm not Kristen Kristen. So Kristen
Was it sweat like your arms?
No. This is like it was like a smudge of some sort. I don't know what, but it was on the back of his shirt. There's no way I ever would have seen it. Reggie, Brian, and I are talking, and I just look over and I noticed it because he had his back turned to me. He was talking to Kristen over at the table, and I saw that, and I was like, I told Reggie and Brian, I said, "Oh my gosh, there's a stain on the back of Jared's shirt. Watch, I'm gonna go ruin his day."
Oh.
And it did.
Why didn't you just buy him some Katie Trail merch like a real friend?
Because that's how you show you're a real friend. If I was not a real friend of somebody, I wouldn't have pointed it out.
Ignorance is bliss. I'd rather not know.
It would have probably been a 3-hour wait at that place to get a T-shirt.
I wouldn't have like made any jokes about it. I don't joke with people I don't like. And as soon as he was like starting to turn around, oh my gosh, and it was like looking around, then Kristen, who was getting to know Jared and really liked him, that was her first time really talking to him, then she like turned and she's like, "Be nice to him. It is his birthday. He's nice. I like him."
Bobby is the kid that was bullied as a child and then turned around and bullied others as he got older.
Homeschool.
He bullies me.
Never bullied.
Yeah, he is such a little bully.
Yeah, Reggie told me I was too mean to Peyton.
I know when people get on me for getting on him too much. Would you tell people that it's justified?
He deserves it sometimes.
The ball busting.
He got his feelings hurt when we were in Oxnard because when Bobby gets too many cocktails into him, he is the loudest human in the room. He's already got kind of a booming voice.
Yes.
But he just gets really loud. And I literally was like, "Can you shut up?"
Yeah. She's
And
like,
he got
"You are
butthurt.
so loud."
Yeah.
Yeah, she was yelling. It was at dinner when we were all at dinner that night.
And he acts like he's Teflon, nothing affects him. But that
Nothing
he
does.
ruminates on that stuff for like 3 or 4 days.
Nothing
get under his
does.
skin.
No. Nobody gets under my skin.
You're
except
such a
Kurt
liar.
Warner, because I know what a sluggo is.
Didn't Wolchuk say the magic word to you?
Yes, he did. Wolchuk texted me and he's like, he called me a B. And I was like,
Fanboy also is his trigger when he gets
Okay.
called fanboy.
All right, so you messed up Sandler's party. That was yesterday.
yeah, that was fun. That
Jane?
was fun messing that up.
Let us live vicariously through you.
You know, I don't go out like I used to, but I have a group of girls. We call ourselves the Gremlins, and it all stems from we went out about 5 years ago, and the more drinks and the more food we had after midnight, the more blondes kept showing up. So we multiplied. So don't feed us or give us alcohol after midnight.
Peyton,
Inwood Tavern.
listen to where they go.
Inwood Tavern is one of my favorite spots because it's lawless. It is literally like going to a college bar. There are Jello shots. It's buckets of High Noon. It's just, the floors are sticky.
Why?
Like that dump in Oxnard that we go
Oh,
to.
I love Rudder Room. I think I've ruined it because I wear the hat all the time. I talk about it. It's like, when like people start going, like Double D's is like my other favorite spot in Dallas. It's
I
just
love
kind of this
Double
dive
D's.
bar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you do. But the minute you start talking about the cool spot, it's no longer cool, right? But Inwood Tavern is packed every weekend, and there's nothing special about it other than it's not special.
Yeah.
So
It's like the one that we used to go to right by SMU. That worst bathrooms in Dallas. What's the one we saw Kershaw at? You may not have been with it. Right by SMU, the dump. The absolute dump.
I don't know. The Loon used to be that for me back in the day.
Right.
Inwood Tavern sort of turned into the Loon, but if you saw me sleeping on a table at like 2:00 in the morning, it wasn't me. My friends, I was like, "Please help! I gotta get home. I had too many High Noons." And we started at Monkey Bar.
Hurricane
You never
Jane.
start at Monkey Bar.
Yeah.
Good weather in Dallas and a patio is just dangerous, especially at 42. It's so hard.
I'm just trying to think now. It's going to drive me crazy. Someone text him what the bar is.
Yeah, text in with the bar.
right
By the
there.
way, your affinity for Rudder Room.
Milo's.
Oh, Milo's. Yeah.
Oh,
Did we ever
Milo's
drag you to
Butterfinger.
Milo's?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was always a Texas OU spot.
Rudder Room, by the way, you have discovered that way later than everyone else. So that's the thing. You're talking about it now
But
because
you
it was
know
the first
why?
time.
We got
Because
Jane out there.
It was because, first of all, I love the beach vibe. I went with Hellman. I went to with Machota. You were there, Bassick. The vibe of just sitting on a beach in those Anorak chairs that are like $200 at Home Depot these days.
Can't get out of them.
You can't get out of them. And then we had that random creeper. Did you see the random creeper that showed up?
Jason Garrett?
No.
Oh.
There was a guy that was like, "I saw you post from Rudder Room," and I was at a cookout, and he
No.
just kept standing around waiting to get a picture with like some of the people. So that was kind of weird. But yeah, I'm in my dive bar era.
Mine was lame. I decided to let wifey have a girls' night out, so I had to watch the kid Friday. Then they got sick.
Ollie's the cutest little thing, though.
Thank you. I wish he acted as cute as he looked. And then basically they weren't feeling good. So that's why yesterday I wouldn't have wanted to go anyway because it was a Sunday and later.
And because Sandler betrayed us.
That's why I couldn't go to Sandler's thing because I always like to take my wife to all the social events like you do. You like taking Kristen.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, didn't feel right leaving her home, taking care of him to go drink out at the
Sean
bar.
pivot. It's a beautiful looking at your evolution.
I did tell Sandler.
Sean used to literally bag on Nick and Sam's. Oh, you're out in Uptown. You're doing all the fancy stuff. And now he's wearing like buttoned up shirts.
Oh my God, a buttoned up shirt. Oh my Lord.
He's besties with Sam. He's like godfather to your son. I'm like, this guy, like, it reminds me of, remember Can't Buy Me Love? He hated.
He's Patrick Dempsey.
He hated all the insiders, and then he became like the cool kid.
Sweatshirt or button up. That's it. That's how my wife's like looking at the closet. She's like, it's either
she cleaned you up
or a sweat. I mean, I'm not that clean.
Outkicked your coverage.
No, so I did tell Sandler when he was there. I was like,
he's gonna bust my balls at 8. I know he's gonna have his feelings.
No, he said
today's his birthday.
He said Sean. Yeah, he's like Sean can't come. He's like Ollie and Amanda are sick. I was like, is that what he told you? I was like, we just saw them for lunch this afternoon. They were good. He said it was the home run calls. That's why he wasn't showing up.
Just to prove it, when they got sick like 2 weeks ago, I dragged them. You want to talk about lazy? I dragged the guest room mattress out into the living room, and that's the family setup.
That's cute.
Everyone's just laying. So I'll take a picture of it to prove it to Jared. There's a mattress in the middle of the living room.
I love that. When I was a kid, we used to remember TGIF Fridays.
Of course.
It was like Full House and a couple of.
Oh, you're talking about the shows.
Yeah, I'm not talking about TGIF Fridays.
The restaurant.
No, TGIF.
But we used to do that. It was like the best was
everything.
like hanging out with your parents, and we would all like set up like it was like bring out your pillow and your blanket. That makes me want to do that now at 40.
Yeah,
42.
but I never took you for a stay in and chill person.
Oh,
that's how I was made
go
fun of you.
Go get dogs. My life has changed, and now I've got a house and I've got a garden. Like,
what a flex!
I've changed. It's not a flex.
I love
just
being a homebody.
Get a mortgage and get your escrow analysis, and it's not a flex.
Okay, this week you have to bring in the keyboard and play something for us.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna play Green Sleeves for us?
Can you play anything?
I mean, very basic. Like I can't rock the chords, but I've got some of the keys going. I've got an electric piano in my living room. It's like my what do you call it? Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
And I put on YouTube and I teach myself piano.
You
I'm so lame these days.
You write a song to one of hers that she can play.
You're such a brat.
No. You tell us what song you can play, and then I got to write lyrics to the song.
And we'll make it like station related.
Yes.
Yeah, a little.
And then you play it live, and I got to sing it live.
No, I can't play it live because I have to have my YouTube TV in front of me showing me what keys to hit. But I did learn Tom Odell's Another Love, and I've got a little bit of Interstellar right now, and I've got best movie of all time.
You're such a new like you dive into something head first,
yes,
big time. I don't know how long it takes for you to bail,
and then it's like 8 months later.
8 months.
Like it was roller skating for a while. Then it was which roller skating will come back once the new roller skating bar opens right on, which I'm so fired up about.
There's a roller skating bar opening up.
Yes, it's going to be adults only.
For what reason? Like adults only? How?
Hit the button.
Get out of here.
Hit the button.
All right, that's right. Tell us caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the I Love the 90s tour, the totally cool show featuring Vanilla Ice, Rob Bass, All for One, Two Live Crew, and Young MC is going down Friday, July 7th at Toyota Music Factory. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Sandman at 8 o'clock. Todd Archer. I think it's the first time I've ever had Archer on the show.
Yeah, he specified. He was like, I will not come on until Choppy is out. And I was like, okay.
8:20. Zach Wolchuk at 9:20 to recap the draft. We're going to get to the audio of Broadus totally having enough of Bobby wanting to slap him, like many on the fan text want to do daily. But let's start off with Jane's interview with the first round pick, Mozzie Smith, getting off the bus and hopping on the NFL Network with Jane.
Mozzie, welcome to the Star in Frisco. I know it was a long day for you. You had TV interviews, you got to be on the bus, and now we're sitting in this room with so much storied history as relates to the Cowboys. What's the one thing you're going to remember about your first day here as a Dallas Cowboy?
Probably the time I spent with, Mr. Jerry Jones and Coach Mike, Coach McCarthy, just talking to them, and then I went and seen the strength staff, kicked it with them for a second, said what's up, excited to get to work with them.
I know the coaches and Jerry probably loved when you walked in and said, I can't wait to put hands on somebody. Yeah. Where does that football mentality come from?
I've been playing football since I was 7. So I've been putting my hand, and at first I was scared. At first I was like, I don't want to hurt nobody. And then somebody hurt me. My mom was like, hey, you better go out there and hurt them. So I was like, okay. And I did, so.
They talked about the fact that they love that you're going to be a big guy in the middle, helping them stop the run. They were 22nd last year against it. The one thing they want to see you improve on a little bit is the pass rush. Have they talked to you about some of those little tweaks, and do you think that that's something you can pick up easily?
They think it's something I can pick up easily. I think that's why they was confident drafting me. I think that, I've never really honed in on pass rushing yet. I need to, I'm trying to, but, you never bite the hand that feeds you. And what got me here is stopping the run. So I'm going to do what I do best until my coach asks me to do something else.
There's probably someone that can help you a little bit with that position flex is Micah Parsons. Have you guys connected yet?
Nah, not yet. We're going to lock in soon, though. I locked in with Osa, though, and I'm excited.
So that was the NFL Network interview, first impressions. He got off the bus. It was so funny watching him just relive. People come to DFW and they're like, can you get me to Cowboys Stadium? I want to see it. I said, go to the Star.
Yes.
Go to the Star over the stadium. And it was just kind of cool watching him and his mom get off the bus, and Tad, PR guy, is like showing him the floor and the chandeliers and the trophy case and the rings and all that.
Well, and I've had the fortune of working for NFL Network and being able to go to 31 other places, and it's different here. I felt for it. The guy I really felt for was Bijan Robinson when the Falcons called his name and said the Eagles, which were right there, I feel like I'm bagging on the Falcons today, but
yeah,
it's, it's tough.
Because of the facility?
It's just, they're not there yet.
Yeah.
But for him to walk into the Cowboys, and to your point, there's artwork, there's, the helicopters typically on the field. I'll never forget when I first went to the Star when they had just opened, and you've got wide receivers working out on one side, and you got Jerry's helicopter right there in the middle.
Yeah.
It's just different. And when he talked about spending time with the strength and conditioning coach, I kind of laughed because this is a guy that benched, 325 pounds 22 times.
Which is nuts.
Which is insane. They even brought in like an 800-pound machine for him because he's so big. And then a couple of things he said when he was asked to describe his strength, he said it's like throwing a refrigerator downhill. Like, that's what you're getting with this guy. And I was really, really impressed with him. Just his, they talked about his humility, but also his skill set. I really, really liked Mozzie walking away from our interview and just seeing him up there at the podium. And I keep comparing him to Tyler Smith because that's how Tyler Smith came off last year to us.
And I love what Taco did. All this stupid Michigan comparison. And
you were so mean to Taco when he was here, Bobby.
Who was right? Was I right?
It doesn't matter. It's like
how is he mean?
There were just like a lot of personal attacks on Taco. I literally had to walk him off. I literally said enough with the tweet.
How was it? She did, but it was not personal. It was all about him as a player.
While you were in the locker room, you went in there too.
I talked about Taco freely. Like, I don't have any problem talking about the player, and then I'll stand in there if somebody wants to ask me about something. And by the way, that is not uncommon. Players do confront people all the time for things that they've said and say, you don't have this right.
It's probably because Taco was competing. Jay Ratliff?
Yeah.
That's the scariest
that was a big
one.
confrontation back in the day.
No, I was...
Was that with you or Calvin?
That was not me. That was Calvin.
I talked about Taco as a player. The only time I talked about Taco outside of as a player was things that the coaching staff themselves would tell you, which was he became a malcontent here. And he became an attitude issue, and that was just the facts. I don't think I was unfair to him, but I did throttle back.
It was the frequency with which you did it.
It is that. That is what it was.
It's because he was competing with his boyfriend Randy, and no one, anyone that could take playing time
Sean
away.
doesn't like Randy Gregory, which Jane is not going to like you for that.
I'm a big Randy fan.
I don't dislike Randy Gregory. I don't want to get into it.
But to be fair, Randy's been given more opportunities than most.
Come on,
because he's talented.
All right, Taco tweeted, "Me and my situation in Dallas." Totally different than what Mozzie is walking, so stop comparing us. I'm sure he'll be a great player for the boys. Give him time. So that was
respect.
That was very nice.
Yeah, and I think the Mozzie situation is so different. I mean, look at the pieces around Mozzie, and the fact he's got a guy like Jonathan Hankins, a veteran, that's going to, if you looked at that run defense, how different it was when Jonathan got hurt and was out was significant. And so you don't know how much longer you've got with Jonathan. They were even talking. Did you hear this, Bobby? I want to make sure I didn't hear it wrong. They talked about this idea of using Jonathan and him at the same time,
there's
which
some
is kind of
instances-
scary.
Yeah, where they could have both of them on the field.
I mean, they wanted to get bigger and meatier in the middle, and they did that.
Mozzie's mom says she used to motivate him by threatening to take away his Pop-Tarts if he did not make the next play in Pop Warner.
What would have motivated you? Your Adderall?
I didn't get Adderall until I was an adult. What would have motivated me?
We shouldn't be
probably
so
grounding me
cavalier
from
about that.
sports. It's a prescription. It's not like
How
illicit.
many sports did you play?
Oh, that's what makes it legit
No,
these days,
no,
right?
I'm just talking about like if they would have like grounded me from like watching NFL or something, that would have
And
killed
you?
me.
Mine was always my cell phone. I'll never forget. I went to what they called a woodsy party in Rowlett.
We're kind of old.
Oh, I'm so old.
Where the cell phone wasn't.
It wasn't the
no
cell phone.
college.
It was landline. And I'll never forget my parents.
Landline.
My parents would find me anytime, and I appreciate it now. They kept me out of trouble, right? But they found me at this one party, this girl at Andrea Lena's house. They come and grab me. We go.
Shout out Andrea.
Full name.
Shout out Rollick. They come and grab me, and we get home, and my dad literally took the landline and just ripped out the wall, and he said, "Damn it. Now that hurt me more than it hurt you," because he had to patch the wall up. But you took away my actual landline. That was an issue for me.
With the call waiting.
Call waiting.
We're getting old school now.
No, the best was, the worst thing I ever did was I went to Waco to see my college boyfriend and called my best friend Corinne so that her name showed up on the caller ID. So my parents were none the wiser that I was down in Waco until I got a speeding ticket right outside of Waco that showed up to the house, busted me.
You got to star 6-7, man. All right, so let's set up the rest of the draft. That's the stalker move. All right,
You would know that.
Let's set up the leftover draft audio. So Peyton was working on Saturday. Was it Friday or Saturday?
He was working Thursday and
Saturday.
Thursday and Saturday. So Bobby, this is you and Peyton kind of going. Peyton is doing his job. He's got to get us to break. You know, he's like, okay, break. You know, he plays Basic's music during Crosstalk on Fridays. This is your sign to get out, stay on time. And you guys were talking about which player, the pronunciations?
Well, we still haven't figured it out. It's Asim Richards. It's either Asim or Awesome or Asim. We weren't sure.
So here they are trying to figure it out so that everyone knows. And Bobby, I guess, gets a little irritated that Peyton was trying to be a professional.
Asim Richards. Asim. Almost like awesome. Actually, I don't know. That's kind of a confusing pronunciation. I'll get clarification. It may be awesome. S-I-M-M. Is that seem? No, because if it was seem, it'd be S-E-E-M. That's awesome.
We heard you, Peyton.
Awesome Richardson. Richards, sorry.
Awesome.
Awesome?
Awesome. Maybe? I don't know.
Awesome.
Guys, that Peyton Russell is just killing our
I
lives,
know.
man.
Peyton really ruins it.
And there you guys doing things that the radio audience has no idea about. That drives me so crazy. That's just a radio pet peeve.
We got a clock, Bobby.
That was on the DallasCowboys.com side, and he was.
Okay,
It's
okay.
because every time we'd be in the middle of talking, and he'll go 30. 10.
But
And
the
I know
reason-
he has to. I know he has to.
But the
Yeah,
reason
that's what happens to me every Sunday on NFL Network when
him.
he's like, rap,
Boy,
rap,
she
rap,
wants-
rap.
she
And I'm like,
wants to
I've got him in my
kill me.
ear.
So
She
the
wants to
reason
kill
I
me.
played that is because you are Peyton to Jane for television, and you're busting
Yes.
his balls.
Yeah, but I'm
And you get
Yeah,
in
the
trouble.
cooler.
You get in trouble when I don't get wrapped. So you should know better.
I do get in trouble, but I know. It's just I get he has to. It's still just break.
so
All right,
now you
break.
understand when I want to kill you.
Yes.
When you get mad at me for
All right,
trying to rap me.
Everybody was calling for this player. Is it Roshan Johnson? I started seeing this.
Texas running back Roshan Johnson. Everybody was hoping he would fall in the fourth. I think the Cowboys were hoping he'd fall in the fourth.
And the draft crew started getting a little irritated with Bobby for jinxing the Longhorn.
We are currently 14 picks away from the Cowboys at 129.
Come on, Roshan.
The Bears are on the clock. Here is the Bears selection. They've got a virtual selection here.
With the 115 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft pick, the Chicago Bears select Rashawn Johnson, running back Texas.
Bobby, stop saying stuff.
We gotta stop talking. It said the pick was in before I said it.
This is your fault.
That didn't magically change it.
This is your fault.
No, Bobby got powers.
Bobby
the
jinxed
force.
us.
This is like clockwork. You mention a player on day 3 especially, they are the next pick. When you're like, maybe this person can follow you. It is always the next pick. But I did not jinx that. It already said the pick was in. I didn't magically change the card. It was going to be Roshan Johnson. I have a lot of respect for you guys for actually doing 3 days worth of draft coverage.
Damn,
and
not
what's
me.
what's hard these days is the fact that the picks are tipped and you're having to sit on air, and you've got people going, I know who it is. It's like, we know who it is too.
What happened?
We can't say anything.
What happened to Shams?
Oh, so Shams was tipping the picks early. I mean, Bryce Young,
NBA
easy.
insider Shams.
So he tips Bryce Young. Then he comes back and he tips C.J. Stroud.
Way to go, Shams. Way to tip Bryce.
Albert Breer was tipping a ton of them.
But he did tip C.J. Stroud to the Texans before anybody else had that.
Oh.
And then he came in and he said Will Anderson to the Cardinals. And then Rappaport came back. Ian said Cardinals are trading to the Texans. Texans have this. And then the Texans took Will Anderson, and he was getting crushed. Shams was like, stick to NBA, dude, blah, blah. And Shams did not tweet anything the rest of the night after that.
We got him, Peyton.
Answer my text, you bum.
We got him, you bum. I'm trying to end the Shams love. He won't text Pay back.
Well, that's hurtful.
That's very hurtful.
Want me to reach out to Kay Adams and see if we can't hook him?
That's the only way
help
he'd
us
come
out.
on.
Help us out, Kay.
That's Corey Major's crush.
Yeah, Corey is in love with her.
That's his hall pass. All right. So now we get to Brian Broadus.
Yeah, and I've consistently screwed with Brian. He hates a specific player from Stanford, Tanner McKee. He thinks he's the worst player he saw all year, basically. And I just kept joking after that. It was starting to drive him nuts over the last few weeks. I'd be like, Tanner McKee is Brian's top quarterback. He loves Tanner McKee. And he's like, I do not. And he finally just had enough of it.
I think you have Tanner McKee, Jaron Hall.
Yep. Brian's had him on the board for 4 rounds.
I mean,
it's a bad running joke, Bob.
Max,
He's not in the mood.
Max Duggan.
Now that we're on the .com side, Brian can unfiltered use all the curse words towards me that he wanted to use about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, Jaqualine. It is. It's Jaqualine Roy.
I'm just going to reach over and hit you. I'm not going to say any cuss words. What are you talking about? I just reach over and grab you by the collar.
You can.
I believe you would.
No, listen. The hit you thing was it's a bad running joke, Bob. That is serious, Brian. Brian
he's not looking at you.
No,
right?
he was not. Brian was down here writing on the screen. He can look up at me. He doesn't even look up. He just keeps writing, and he goes, "It's a bad running bit, Bob." And it was very serious.
The only time that I have felt that was
from Broadus.
Yeah, I had said something.
Don't say the name.
I'm not. I was in Oxnard and I said something and forgot some of the backstory, and I literally apologized immediately, and it was just like, no problem. And when he just does that with you, you're in trouble.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Yep.
I got it twice from him. One was over Bill Callahan. I knew that Bill Callahan was going to be named here, and Broadus he called me or texted me, and I was like, I was like, I want to break this story first. I want to get this out there. And I didn't realize that Broadus isn't a newsbreaker guy. He just wants to know.
Yeah.
Right? And he's going to give you back 50-fold the information. So I kind of kept it from him. Oh, he was ticked. And I didn't realize at that point. And then the other was a couple years ago, Broadus, we all know when Broadus calls you, he doesn't say, hello, how you doing? It's the first point. He wants to get right to the point. But when I call people, I'm like, hey, what's up? And when I did that, he's like, what do you want to know? What are you fishing for? And I was like, not everyone answers the phone like a serial killer like you do. He gets, I'm trying to think of something.
I'll give you
what it's interesting to me though, as a guy from DC, that you get that there's a little bit of a Southern finesse.
Yeah.
Because I used to work with a girl in Tyler, Texas who came from Long Island, and she'd call the police department and go, yo, it's Annalisa Petralia.
Boy, you're just dropping all the names on these people.
Whereas I would call and go, hey, how are you? How's your husband?
Right.
It's like, there's a little bit of a Southern finesse.
Yeah. Like today he would call, if I'm driving home, he'll call, and we have these calls 3 times a week. He'll be like, Jane, pretty good there, huh? First thing.
Oh, yeah.
Not you should know this as a journalist. It's like, hit him in the face.
Yeah,
you got to hit him with the face.
No.
Don't bury the lead.
Don't call the show and say, how are you guys?
If Thursday he got a sense Mozzie Smith was going to be picked, he'd call. You'd answer. You go, hello? Think the Cowboys are going to take this D tackle, guys.
Yeah.
Or you'll call him.
So he thought I was being fake.
I actually love that. I'm like, just get to the point.
Yeah, he's like, what are you getting to? What do you want?
What's
the deal?
Not a big foreplay guy, Brian Broadus.
All right.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Thank you.
Good job, Peyton.
The birthday boy, Jared Sandler, on kicking the Yankees' ass, and how hurt is deGrom this time? Our Rangers Insider on your home for Rangers baseball next. Well, look, obviously it's spring.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-2 is hit high and deep to right field. Cabrera gets turned around. He's at the wall. This one's gone. An opposite field grand slam for Josh Young. It's 4-0 Texas.
15-2 beatdown, winning 3 of 4 over the New York Yankees. 40,000 in the house in Arlington over the weekend. And speaking of the weekend, yesterday was the birthday party for my boy, one of my best friends, if not the number 1 seed, Jared Sandler. Is this the birthday music you picked?
This is it, a little remix.
Okay.
I think the original one, Ryan says, gets copyrighted badly, so.
What?
Sounds like K-pop.
Yeah, what are these vocals?
Really bad. Jared, my apologies. Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, guys. Good morning, Jane. You're a beast. It's so awesome having you on. Peyton, it was great to be greeted by you on the phone. Sean, you know how I feel about you, and I think that's it.
Love that.
What? Why am I getting passed over, Jared? Did you go 3 for 20 in your pickup basketball game just now? Is that what happened?
No, I played okay. I played pretty good defense, passed the ball really well. I think my assist to turnover ratio is pretty strong. I didn't score the ball that well, but I thought I did everything else pretty well this morning. So I'm pretty pumped about it.
Did you get thrown off yesterday by Bobby pointing out the stains on your shirt?
No, I mean,
be honest.
Be honest. No. It's just the most I'm on 60 milligrams of Adderall comment that someone could make. Everyone's just kind of having some drinks, having a good time, and he's fixated on some speck of a stain on the back of my polo.
You know why, Jared? I've learned that this guy doesn't have an inner thought bubble. So, most people might think something, but they don't say it. The minute a thought forms in Bobby Belt's mind, it just comes to the surface. And you're like, we really didn't need to hear that. You could have kept that to yourself.
And I feel bad. So I met Bobby's wonderful wife, Kristen, yesterday for the first time. And I feel so bad for her because I feel like whenever Bobby says those things that should be kept to himself, she just stands there and rolls her eyes oh, here we go again. Bobby's saying something he shouldn't say.
She's a beautiful girl. She's gotten her hair cut, or we went to a Dustin Lynch concert and she looked so stunning.
Ask Clarence Hill.
And is Clarence a fan of Kristen?
Oh yeah. He's like, really, Bobby? How'd you do that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he didn't tell her she was pretty or anything. I'm like,
yes, I did. She didn't. I'm
glad you got her a new car because you got her a new car because she might leave you.
This is jeez.
All right, let's get down to business.
I had to help Jared out.
We'll do divorce talk later. We'll call Choppy in Mexico for an expert opinion. Jared Sandler on the Diamond Factory hotline. Now, I think we overreacted to the Reds series. Do we overreact to doing this against the Yankees with Judge and others out? Just recap the weekend for us.
Yeah, I mean, the Yankees are perceived to be good because they're the Yankees. It's not a good team. Now, with that said, to take 3 of 4 in any series is, a nice way to take care of business over the weekend, especially on the heels of what happened in Cincinnati. So it was a nice bounce back. The Rangers did beat a really good pitcher yesterday, Nestor Cortez. They made him look really poor. It's actually his worst start ever as a Yankee. I thought they actually competed really well against Garrett Cole on Thursday, the one game they lost in the series. But it's probably like most things. The Red Series was made to be this awful thing. It wasn't as bad as it was made out to be. And, I don't know that anyone needs to plan a parade because the Rangers took 3 of 4 from the Yankees. But I think if you look at the first month, the Rangers have the second most wins in franchise history through the end of April. I mean, this is for a team that has now for 2 straight off seasons invested a lot of money in putting together a playoff contending product. I'd say that this is a slam dunk first month. What they've been able to do and the fact that they've been doing it offensively without their best player for the last couple weeks has also been really impressive.
So, Jared, when you say we shouldn't be planning a parade yet, should I interpret that as bad news about Jacob deGrom? Are you telling me that Jacob deGrom elbow is terrifying as I fear it is?
No, that's not tied together.
Okay.
But I think the Rangers, so we're, 2 days removed now from this. They're going to give it another, 4 or 5 days, see how he responds to some treatment, and then reassess. I don't know that anyone really knows what the next 5 days are going to bring. In the past, Jacob deGrom's last 2 or 3 IL stints because of an elbow issue have been brief, and I think the Rangers are optimistic that this one will be brief as well. And I think a fair question is, all right, well, he comes back in 2 weeks. What's next? Is this going to happen again? And I don't know how to answer that. But, I made a comment to someone the other day about, I feel for this guy. I want him to be right, because you could tell when he walked off the mound just how bummed he was. And, I always find it odd when people want to call these guys soft and whatnot, whether they play for your favorite team or on the rival team or whatever. These guys aren't soft. And Jacob deGrom, yeah, he got a nice contract. He wants to be out there. But, one thing that someone said was like, hey, he gave you almost 4 scoreless, perfect innings. All right, then if he comes back in 2 weeks and he's able to pitch for the next, 2 months and more or less give you 5-6 scoreless innings, you'll take that. And, you'd love him to be the guy that's going to go 7 or 8 innings. And I think that when healthy, he's able to be that guy. But when he's been on the mound, he's been great. And I think the Rangers are optimistic he'll be on the mound soon. But just like I said, when the Rangers signed him, if you want to pump your fist and say, hey, we got a guy who's going to win 2 Cy Youngs over the course of this contract, cool. Not going to fault you for that. If you're going to sit here and say, hey, we got a guy who every time he throws a pitch, we got to hold our breath, I'm not going to fault you if that's your take either. It's fair on both sides. But I think the Rangers are optimistic that he'll be back here in the next couple of weeks. We'll know probably by the end of this week.
We're talking with Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. So, Jared, what is the response? What's the game plan now for the next couple of his starts without deGrom? How are the Rangers going to approach that?
Yeah, so they're off tonight and then off again Thursday. So those 2 off days make it a little easier for them to navigate. I think, the easy choice would be to have Dane Dunning take his next start. But the Rangers, in theory, if they want to play it this way, they will only have 1 Jacob deGrom start throughout the 15-day IL stint. That will be in Seattle because of the off days. So they can play the off days to where they would only have to have a 5th starter once over this stretch. And they might do it that way because then they can leave Dane Dunning in the bullpen for tomorrow and the next day and just continue to use him as an asset in that way because it's early in the season and maybe you don't feel the need to honor the off days for these guys. Now, with that said, Nathan Eovaldi just threw a complete game shutout, 113 pitches. Would they want to take advantage of the opportunity to give him an extra day? It's very possible. So Bruce Bochy said we'll know more tomorrow how they're going to play it. I think they wanted to see what their needs were yesterday, and it turned out that they didn't really have a ton of needs because Martin Perez pitched really well. But I think the guy who will get whether it's 1 start or 2 starts throughout the 15-day IL stint will be Dane Dunning, and then if it has to be extended beyond 15 days, then it would make sense that Dane Dunning would maintain that position.
I've got to think the silver lining here, though, is that deGrom raised his hand, said, let me go on IL, get this fixed. And then you're also allowing your bullpen to sort of give you a little depth so that you can use it later in the season. With that being said, I want to talk about a couple of other updates. Garver and Seager, what do you have on those 2 guys?
Yeah, so Corey Seager's been taking ground balls. He's been swinging in the cage, and he's been getting back to his normal routine where he takes a lot of dry swings with the bat, but, no ball, no tee, nothing like that. That's just kind of how he goes about things. I think that he's probably 2 to 3 weeks away, which would be right on schedule. I bet it's one of those, cliche things where if it was later in the year, he could probably go a week earlier, but there's no reason to rush. And Mitch Garver's been doing catching drills, which for a guy who's got a knee injury is a really good sign. He's maybe a little bit ahead of Corey, but not by much. I think they're kind of on the same timeline. So we're looking probably, the Rangers after Wednesday's game will go on the road for a 3-city trip. I think after that trip, when the Rangers come home to begin a homestand against the Atlanta Braves, is when it would be fair to start wondering, okay, is it today? Is it today? Is it today when these guys come back? But they're both progressing. There haven't been any setbacks. And, with Corey, with the muscle injury, being that he's had this before, he even said yesterday, we were talking about it, that, he kind of has a better blueprint of how to approach this. And he's not asking. I think the first time when this happened in 2019, he was asking, hey, when am I going to be back? When am I going to be back? He said he hasn't asked the trainers once for a timeline. He doesn't want to have that sort of target date, which really doesn't mean a whole lot because it depends on so many different check marks along the way in his head. So I think mentally he's in a good place. Mitch Garver, I think, is chomping at the bit. This is his free agent year. So I think he'd like to get back out there as soon as possible, but probably 2 to 3 weeks with both those guys.
Let's talk about this offensive month for Josh Young, for Adolis, obviously, and Jonah Heim. Let's highlight these guys and what they've been doing.
Yeah, let's start with Jonah. The Rangers made a choice last spring training to keep Jonah Heim and to trade Jose Trevino. And Jose is awesome, right? Everyone loves Jose. Except for Sean for whatever reason. Yeah. Not
we have a running feud.
Yeah. But Jose, great defensively. And you kind of knew what you were getting with Jose. Outstanding defensive player, but probably had a ceiling offensively. At that time, Jonah Heim was pure potential offensively. You looked at the fact he was 6'4" and thought, hey, switch hitter, there could be something here. But there was nothing of that had been realized. It's only a month, and things can change really quickly. But the other day I was looking at stats, and I was putting Jonah up against other catchers, and then I realized, wait a second, I need to just put him up against everyone else in baseball. His numbers, like his OPS is top 15 in the league. That's pretty impressive for a guy who 2 years ago I think had an OPS under 600. So what he's done this month has been massive. They've DH'd him a lot of days. He's not catching. He's been catching day games after night games. And I think in part with Corey's absence, he's been the guy along with Marcus Semien who has really put this team on their backs offensively. And it's why this is the team that averages the second most runs per game behind Tampa Bay and their hot start. So I think a fair concern with Jonah is, not wearing him down. He tapered off second half last year. Obviously, catching is a big toll, and having him catch day games after night games for the next 5 months probably isn't realistic. But you got to ride him while he's hot, and right now he is swinging a really hot bat from both sides, and he's been great. Adolis, became the third player in franchise history with 30 RBIs by the end of April, and it's just the third player in the last 5 years last decade in the majors to have 30 RBIs by the end of April. And so even though he's had some ups and downs, he's found a way to drive in runs. And, I don't know if you mentioned Josh Young, but he set a franchise record for most homers and RBIs by the end of April for a Rangers rookie. So things, in the absence of Corey Seager, things have really been clicking in a good way for this team.
As the most knowledgeable sports person at this building, no doubt about it, Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. Give us a little Stars Kraken preview, and for the non-hockey experts, the Bruins getting upset is equal to what that someone like me would understand?
Yeah, it's huge, right? Like they had a record regular season, and the depth and just overall talent and experience. Like you looked at that team, like the East was going to be a gauntlet. I don't think it was a given that they were going to get out of the East, but to be upset in the first round and to be in control and to lose that to Florida was really shocking. Now, there's a pretty bad track record of teams that have the best regular season not winning a Stanley Cup, but for them to have the season they had and to get bounced in the first round is pretty significant. And this was, I hate to say this is like Mavs Warriors, but this is kind of like Mavs Warriors. The one difference is in hockey, the goalie in the postseason can be such an X factor. So you see more upsets. You see more like, they don't just do the straight 1-8 seeding anymore in hockey, but like what would be the equivalent for basketball fans of the 8-1 upset. You'll see that more in hockey than you will in the NBA. But the Bruins weren't just a 1 seed. They were a record-setting 1 seed. And I'll be honest, I'm glad the Kraken beat the Avalanche. I was not in the camp of people who wanted to face the Kraken in the first round. I thought the physicality probably would be an interesting matchup for the Stars. But as long as Dallas's depth right now, like without Joe Pavelski, the way Tyler Seguin stepped up, the way, heck, and poor Wyatt Johnston, he can't even get the play-by-play guy to get his name right. He kept calling him Johnson in Game 6. But Wyatt Johnston, Thomas Harley, what's been really impressive to me about this first round, the moment's not too big for Jake Ottinger. I think we learned that last year against Calgary. But you got these 19, 20, 21-year-old kids, and they haven't disappeared. And sometimes you get these, young guys, they have great regular seasons, and then in the postseason they kind of disappear, and that hasn't happened with this group. So home ice the rest of the way. You don't have to worry about Colorado. So I'm pretty optimistic about where things are headed for the Stars.
I was hoping you'd sound a little bit more hungover, but happy birthday. Enjoy the day off. Love you, and thanks for the time.
Love you. Happy birthday, Jared.
Love you guys, and hope you guys have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon.
Sandman, Jared Sandler on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. For the first time ever, I believe, Todd Archer, Cowboys insider, on the morning show. Whale alert to recap the Cowboys draft next.
We have you covered, Stars fans.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel at 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com.
All right, many people in this building. Brian Broadus, I think Bobby Bell would say, the best Cowboys insider on the beat, is now joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline. He is Todd Archer to recap the Cowboys draft weekend on the home of America's team with Sean, Bobby, and Jane Slater on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Todd. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing? And now that I know that Choppy's gone, he's the reason why I've never been on the show with y'all before, right?
I that's what I told Sean. I said I had to make sure it was a week when Choppy was on vacation so that Todd would actually agree to come on.
Todd, why?
This should be Choppy's favorite week of the year because it's the home run derby up at Dr. Pepper Ballpark on Wednesday. Is he going to be there to defend his title?
Nope. He's all the way in Mexico for the whole week.
Just giving it up.
Todd, if I told you that Choppy would be a morning show host, for some reason it never happened at the other radio station, 103.3, you would have said what? Why wasn't Choppy full-time on air over there, and how dumb are we for having him on for a decade?
Well, you guys are still in existence, so I don't know how dumb that was.
How would you recap this past draft weekend? You know, the sentiment seems to be, it's solid, not a sexy draft. Fans are never going to be happy with the picks. How would you summarize what the Cowboys did over these last few days?
You used two of the words that came to my mind, and I'll go with effective, because they effectively answered some of their holes on their roster with Mozzie Smith. Obviously, a lot of people have been crying for them to get a defensive tackle that can plug up the middle for years. I'm still of the belief, if he doesn't give pass rush, I don't really know. But what Will McClay's done, what his scouting staff has done, they kind of get a benefit of the doubt. And, they found a tight end. They got a linebacker that they needed. And then once you get to day 3, it's like, okay, find some traits and figure out who's the best fit for guys. And, they liked Eric Scott a lot more than a lot of people. They had the kid do a YouTube video for them to send them video of him back in Kansas to make sure his leg was okay. Obviously, we know the Deuce Vaughn story. And then Jalen Brooks talking to people. While he didn't play as much as this guy did at Ohio State, he sounds like Noah Brown in all the things that he can do on special teams. So, it seems like it was an effective draft that I know Dan Quinn, I forgot one guy in Fehoko. Dan Quinn is a huge believer in Fehoko and what he can be defensively for him, if not this year, certainly down the road.
Todd Archer, ESPN insider for the Cowboys, joining us here on The Fan. Quick question for you. You and I both were led to believe that tight end was the position they were likely to address in the first round. Do you think we were misled, Todd, or do you think that they didn't expect Mozzie to be there and ultimately decided that, when you're 22nd against the run, you've got to address that because that was killing them last year and it will likely kill them again this year if they didn't address it?
Yeah, I hope we weren't misled, and I don't think we were. I think tight end was nearer at the top of their list, and the way I understand it is that Laporta was their top-rated tight end, followed by Kincaid and then Mayer. So I don't think this was Buffalo jumping up above the Cowboys the way Philly did a few years ago and got Goddard. So I don't think we were misled, but I think they looked at it as, where's the strength in the draft? What do we need? And they felt they could get tight ends in rounds 2, 3, 4, and they wouldn't be able to get a defensive tackle of similar quality at rounds 2, 3, and 4. And that's why they went with Smith over, I'll believe it was going to be Laporta, because I know there are two high-level people in that building that really believed he was the best tight end in the draft.
That's what I was told. So I found that interesting. I was just kind of curious your thoughts after it. So they did address tight end with Schoonmaker. When you and I and a bunch of the reporters, we were asking the Cowboys about what it was going to take because Mike McCarthy had never taken a tight end in the first 2 rounds, which was a fun fact from John Machota. Why do you think they went with Schoonmaker? Is this a guy that, as Machota was, or as McCarthy was telling us, they wanted a guy that can play the traditional Y. They wanted a guy that can help at the line of scrimmage. They wanted a guy that they could add to special teams. Do you think that Schoonmaker's a guy that can address all of those needs that they were ultimately highlighting as what they needed in a tight end?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at what they have on their roster, and I thought it was interesting, like, fans were like, they already got Peyton Hendershot.
Yeah.
A year ago, no one knew who Peyton Hendershot was, and he had 11 catches. Like, this guy's not – let's hold off and let's put the anointing oils away, as Parcells like to say. And Ferguson, I think, is the guy who's ready to become a really good, effective tight end for this team, and he probably should have played more last year, in my opinion. And I think in Schoonmaker, they have a guy that is in that same mold of Ferguson, and maybe Hendershot a little bit, all Big Ten guys. But I think he can line up at the Y and be in the line and help you with defensive ends and help your tackles. That's a big thing for them. And they can put him out in the slot. I thought it was interesting that ESPN Stats and Info, among the FBS tight ends, Schoonmaker's had the second most yards on crossing routes than any other tight end next to Brandon Bowers from Georgia. If you're compared to Brandon Bowers in any kind of way, because he would have been the top, and he'll be the top tight end next year if he comes out, that's a positive. I think they got a guy who's on the come in his time in Michigan, a guy that's played in an offense where the tight ends have to block. They have to do multiple things. You look at Harbaugh's history wherever he's been, the tight end has been a big part of their offense and can do a lot of different things. I kind of like the pick probably more than a lot of people. I think Bobby was on board with this one, right? You were a Schoonmaker guy.
Yeah. No, I love Schoonmaker. I think that's a guy who, like McCarthy said on Friday night, like while everybody views him as, oh, he's a run blocker and he can do this, I think there's a real ability and a real potential here to be like a vertical seam threat that they can develop. It's just he wasn't asked to do a lot of it at Michigan, just like Mozzie Smith wasn't asked to do a lot of pass rush stuff, but they think they can tap into that. We're talking here with Todd Archer from ESPN. Todd, are you surprised we got through the entire weekend 8 picks and there was not a single quarterback that they took?
No, not really. I think they almost took Aiden O'Connell there in the 4th round. I think he was up for discussion at 129 before they took Fehoko. And then once you get past that round, look, they like the 3 guys that they have. Obviously, they just re-signed Cooper Rush. They have Will Grier behind Dak. You know, we can always say, oh, do it like Green Bay did and draft a quarterback every year, blah, blah, blah. But what were the odds of that guy making the team or being able to do enough to show you something in training camp to put him on the practice squad even? So I'm okay that that's probably the Broadus is rolling over right now, punching his pillow about me saying something like that. It didn't bother me that much. They didn't take a quarterback once the O'Connell kid, who I know they were high on, slid past them. What I think is interesting, and maybe you guys have a list better than I do, I don't think they've taken a quarterback yet in undrafted free agency. So these guys might be holding a rookie minicamp without a quarterback, which would be interesting.
Are you more concerned about depth on offensive line or the lack of a kicker after this draft?
Yeah, I went with they asked us today, like, what's the biggest hole remaining? And I said kicker because they don't. Well, they have Tristan Vizcaino, but we
saw him.
Right. I guess I'm in the minority. And I know Mike Solari was on with Bobby and the guys during the draft show saying that Tyler Smith is a tackle. Well, if you're playing your best 5 right now, if you had to put a best 5 together, knowing what we know, isn't Tyler Smith the left guard?
Yeah.
So
Tyron Smith is your left tackle.
Terrence Steele's your right tackle. If know what we know and what we think about health-wise, and we know Tyron's going to get hurt at some point and miss 5 or 6 games, and Steele's coming back from the knee. We get all that. But if you're building your best 5 now, Tyler Smith's at least an option to play left guard, and they like the Adoga kid maybe better than anybody thinks they do. And, you know, I guess it's not done where you can go out and find somebody in free agency. It seems to be pretty well picked over. But how would you feel today, though, if they took Matthew Bergeron at 26 over Mozzie Smith? Because that was probably the other guy they're going to take.
I don't go. I guess here's my thoughts on that, Todd. They seem to at least get by with what they were doing on the offensive line. And I don't know how I feel about this, but their confidence in Farniok and Josh Ball moving forward, But I feel like the kicker is an area you absolutely have to address. And that was the thing that we knew was a problem heading into training camp. We knew it was a problem heading into the playoffs and didn't get addressed. And so
But they found Maher off the scrap heap, right? And it worked until the end.
Until it didn't.
Would you
give Maher another chance?
That's
Todd.
a great one.
You could answer that, Todd.
I mean, he was, if you think about it, he gave you your points at the beginning of the season when the offense didn't.
Look, and it wasn't he only struggled on the PATs. He made 11 straight field goal attempts at the end of the year. But I just think that that's a bridge too far probably for the Cowboys and things that Jerry has said to go back and do. Look, I think Maher might have a better chance of returning than Zeke. But I would probably look at a guy like Robbie Gould and say, there's a better option for you. Now, you run into options about kickoffs, and can Gould do that because Anger can't kick off? So that opens up, there's some other guys out there you can go get. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't close the door on Maher, but it certainly seems like some of the stuff Jerry said from the playoff game to even the, Friday night, that about Yips, that doesn't seem to be the way that they would go.
My last thing was about Zeke. Is this actually kind of a live, Todd, or is Jerry just being nice?
I think it's Jerry being nice. And if you really parse what he said, he's like, nothing that's happened this weekend has changed my mind. Well, he's not really told us what his mind was, so his mind could be, we're not bringing the guy back.
Yeah.
So nothing has changed his mind. Look, Zeke should have a job in the NFL, can still be an effective player. I just don't think he'll be in Dallas. I go back to in 2004, the Cowboys signed Eddie George to, it might have been $2 million. I don't know, remember the number. But that was the same number Tennessee was going to offer him. He's like, I'll take $2 million from Dallas. I'm not going to take $2 million from Tennessee to stay. And I think Zeke would have such a oversized position in the locker room to what his role would actually be that it just wouldn't make the best sense. And talking to people, they kind of like what Ronald Jones can do. The guy they picked up in free agency. They like Malik Davis. They just added Deuce. So they have some options that behind Tony Pollard that should be workable. But if Mike is saying they want to run the ball more, I can see why Jerry's not ultimately closing the door, but I think it's a little bit of Jerry being Jerry, and I don't – they gave his number away, right?
That was tough.
Todd, how much should Cowboy fans be freaking out over Howie Roseman and the Eagles?
It's fine.
Oh, you sound like Bobby.
There we go, Todd.
What did Kobe Dean do last year? What did Jordan Davis do last year? Nolan Smith's a guy that guys I talk to in the league, not just in Dallas, say you can run at him. He's a one-dimensional guy. They're really good. Don't get me wrong, but I think people tend to forget that the Cowboys still won 12 games last year. This isn't a rebuild that the Cowboys have to go through to beat the Eagles. I think it's clearly those two guys in the division and maybe those two guys with San Francisco in the conference. But, tell me I'll go back to it. The last time there's been a repeat champion in the NFC East was 2003-04. I would put money right now down on somebody else other than the Eagles winning the division because in the last 20 years, that's what's happened.
And it feels like it would be Cowboys over Giants at this point.
What do you mean over Giants?
If it's someone outside of the Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Brian Broadus is very bitter that we stole you from his afternoon show today. We'll give Choppy way more vacation if it means getting you back on. Thank you so much, man. Keep killing it. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Todd.
Todd Archer, Diamond Factory Hotline. We've talked about some of the top picks. Get to know each and every one. Bobby brings you his thoughts on all 8 of the newest Cowboys in Below the Belt next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Cowboys exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Below the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. All right, the NFL draft is now in the rearview mirror, and despite what Twitter will tell you, I think they got good players. I really do.
And you're not one to lie.
I'm not. I'll tell you if I don't like somebody. A lot. I'll tell you too much, like Taco, which Jane made me pull back on.
You didn't love Mozzie.
I didn't love the Mozzie pick, but overall, I think that they got. I think Mozzie's a good player. I don't think he's a bad player. I don't love the idea of a 2-down player. Now, if they think they can turn him into a pass rusher, that's something different. And I think that there's still some aspects of his game that need working on. But they believe in some things that we haven't seen him do on tape. They believe he can do. We never saw Micah rush from the edge, and they believed he could do it. We didn't see tape of Tyler Smith playing guard, and he did it last year. And so I think that they've got a pretty good track record of saying we see the traits and we see what this guy has an ability to do, and we're going to apply to that.
I was just a little sad that Steve Avila went to the Rams.
That was a bummer.
But if they would have reached down and grabbed him in the first round at 26, people probably would have killed the Cowboys for that.
Along with Stetson Bennett to the Rams.
I was really surprised Bennett went as early as he did.
You know what's so fascinating to me is, Stetson had his little run-in with the law here. Did you ever watch the video?
No.
You know who his
the
buddy
video's
is?
out there of it. Who?
Derek Holland.
Buddies?
Yeah,
Really?
Holland and Stetson.
But I
remember?
kept thinking to myself, we are not talking about Stetson Bennett at all.
No.
Leading up to the draft.
Should we have been?
I don't know. I think
As
his
a player?
age. I think his age was what I was told from some people was a little bit of the concern.
I will say this. He made some throws in college that I was like, whoa. I thought he was just like your typical Alabama bus driver, but he made some throws and I was like, this little dude, this little no-name made those throws. I was more impressed than I thought I was going to be.
There are some guys that are really good. Think of Josh Booty. There are some guys that were really good in college. It never translates to the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll be him or not.
So when the Cowboys made their picks, I had seen all but 2 of them. I had studied all but 2 of the guys that they picked, which
what a flex.
I did end out going back and
kind
no,
of the opposite.
I was the fewest.
Shouldn't be on the draft coverage.
There were 2 guys I didn't know.
You watched 2 guys and that was it.
He didn't watch 2.
No, I watched the other 2 yesterday that I had not seen yet. Right. So I have watched
Better late
those
than
2.
Never.
One of those guys I didn't see before we jump into these evaluations, these thoughts. One of the guys that I hadn't seen was Eric Scott Jr., the corner they traded up in the top of the second round to get from Southern Miss. Now, he was a guy that they didn't move up from their pick. They traded their 5th rounder next year to get this top of the 6th round pick and take Eric Scott. And he was very emotional when he got selected by the Cowboys.
Hello?
Eric.
What's going on?
Will McClay with the Cowboys. Got somebody who wants to talk to you.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Eric.
What's going on?
This is Jerry Jones.
Mr. Jones.
We're fixing to turn that card in for you to be a Cowboy. Dallas Cowboys.
I got tears in my eyes.
Hey, you got tears. Said he's got tears in his eyes. 6'1" Southern Miss coming to Dallas.
Jones, thank you.
All right. Well, I'm proud to make this call. I'm proud for you.
I appreciate you so much.
I'm proud of you, but I want to give you the phone to Mike McCarthy, our head coach. Here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Eric, how you doing?
How you doing, Coach? I'm glad to be on the phone with you right now.
Absolutely, man. It's great to hear your voice again. The next to Kansas finest. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please enjoy this moment with your family.
Yes,
Can't wait
sir.
to see you in 2 weeks. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it so much.
Congratulations. Very proud of you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm going to pass the phone over to DQ here, Dan Quinn.
Please do. Please
All right,
do.
Eric.
Eric, congrats, man. Thank you so much. I got tears rolling down my eyes right now, man.
As you should, bro.
You guys.
Your journey deserves tears, man. You've been through the fire, and you've come out the other way as a strong, tough-ass competitor, man. And so we can't wait to coach you, bro.
Coach, I can't wait. You're going to get 110 from me. I appreciate everything.
Yep, this I know, man. We can't wait.
Yes,
and,
sir.
Enjoy it, bro. And we'll see you
I
soon.
will.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Listening to that call, guys, my grandmother used to hate Jerry Jones. I mean, she literally, if the weather was bad, it was Jerry Jones's fault. But when you get to know Jerry, that is so real. His love of football and his love of making football players' dreams come true, because I think it reminds him so much of his days at Arkansas and the relationships in the locker room. That's so real. We were at Combine a couple years ago, and Mike Vrabel was like a nerdy kid. He's like, you got to introduce me to Jerry Jones.
Wow.
And so I walk him and Cliff Kingsbury over there, and Jerry, he's got the tears in his eyes talking about Arkansas. And like Clarence and I are kind of laughing because sometimes you feel like it's a bit when he starts with the whole tears thing. But it's so real and it's so genuine. And that's what you've got to appreciate about your owner of the Dallas Cowboys. And then as for Dan Quinn, I wish he was on Cameo, because there are days like he would give you the best hype video, like the way that he inspires his young guys to play and how unprovoked these players talk about their love of DQ and how he gets them going and not wanting to let him down. You just heard that on the call, and I love that about him.
Yeah, we had Al Harris come into the studio to talk to us right after the pick was done, and he was talking about how the biggest thing they like about Eric Scott is just the football character. I mean, obviously the length and everything, we'll get into who he is as a player sec, but Al Harris talked about how he was just one of the best people he met out of all the prospects that he saw, and they just felt like this is the right culture fit here. So going down the list real quick of the guys that the Cowboys took. Round 1, pick 26, they take Mazi Smith, defensive tackle from Michigan. So he is a powerful, super freak athlete with a mean streak. He's still going to need to learn how to use his hands, I think. There's still some technique that he's got to get down. That's specifically where I think the pass rush stuff is going to come into play. But where he is a big boost is not only what he provides for you in the trenches, what he does on the defensive line as a run defender, but it's what he's able to do to swallow up blocks. Like he can take on the guard and the center at the same time. He can free up Leighton Vander Esch, so Vander Esch isn't taking some of these same hits that have made him susceptible to injuries. You're giving free runs to Damone Clark, Micah Parsons. Like, this is going to be a big boost to the run defense. You are, in essence, addressing defensive tackle and your linebacker situation a little bit by taking Mazi Smith.
Are people underestimating, Bobby, the quality of this defense when talking about the Eagles? I mean, I think the Eagles have some of the splash names, but when you look at the Jaron Curses, the Deron Blands, you're adding some of these extra pieces. I mean, Micah obviously sets you apart on some level. Do you think people devalue how good this Cowboys defense is?
I don't know if they devalue them specifically. I think by comparison to Philadelphia, they are not properly evaluating where Dallas's defense is in respect to Philly, because Philly lost a ton of people this offseason. Philly could get beat really bad. I mean, they were not this impenetrable defense. They got beat on some deep stuff late in the year. And so, no, I think Dallas, I would take Dallas's defense right now, I think, over Philly's, because I also don't know how easy it is to replicate the type of pass rush Philly got last year, which is what they made their name on. That's how they were able to cause so many problems for people. But I am surprised, even with as good as Dallas's defense is, how much of this draft went to defense. The first
Good
offensive
job, Mike.
player, I knew you
McCarthy,
loved it.
McCarthy knows. Good job. Good job, baby.
The first offensive player they took, pick 58, Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end from Michigan. He was, for all the talk of Darnell Washington being a run blocker from Georgia and things like that, Schoonmaker was the best run blocker in the draft. It is not even close.
We're on it.
They picked up genuinely the best blocking tight end in the draft. Now, some people go, oh, you went and got a blocker again?
Yeah.
No, this dude is, we talked about those 10-yard splits and those 40-yard dashes for vertical threat tight ends.
You liked him more than most.
He was my fourth tight end. I like Schoonmaker a lot. His 10-yard split is 1.59, which is blazing for the type of size that he is, and it falls within those metrics of speed that we talked about with tight ends.
I just love this fascination with the tight end position as a whole with Mike. I mean, it shouldn't surprise us given what he did in Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think of like the Jimmy Grahams and some of the guys that he had there, but I mean, we saw 12 and 13 last year, and he sort of tipped us off when I asked him that question at the presser about you can never have enough help on the line. And didn't he say you can never have enough 6'4", 255-pound guys? This guy's what, 6'5", 250?
6'5", 250. His three cone is 6'8", which is absurd. I mean, he's a very, the change of direction skills are really good. He can absolutely be a vertical threat.
The tight ends went flying off the board
on
Friday.
In the second round.
And Schoonmaker's going to turn 25 as a rookie.
He is an older prospect, but I think that
I don't think
Schoonmaker.
that's a bad thing sometimes.
I don't either. I think that he's played a lot of football. He's played in the Big Ten where tight ends develop really well.
All right, get their Texas music out, Peyton.
The third, well,
get their Longhorn music
this was
out.
not my top pick.
And they typically stayed away from Texas, guys. That's changed in recent years.
They've drafted a couple. Third-round pick, pick number
Cowboys in
90,
college.
DeMarvion Overshone, linebacker from Texas. Linebacker is a new position for him. He was a top 50 recruit in the country when he got to Texas. He was a safety. He's somebody who was a little bit.
Are we allowed to play this?
I don't know.
Oh,
he was somebody who was a little bit. He was somebody who was a little bit positionless at Texas, but they really drilled down on linebacker the last couple years. He attacked the position and really tried his best to learn the ins and outs of it. Really developed big time as a senior. Somebody who's good in coverage, who plays with his hair on fire. The instincts aren't always there, but he's going to be an immediate contributor on special teams, can contribute at linebacker. Quickly running through day 3 here. Junior Fehoko, the defensive end they took out of San Jose State. High motor. He's got a pass rush plan. His hands are one of the things that I like to see out of pass rushers when they come to the NFL is when they know how to use their hands, because that's oftentimes a problem with guys when they're coming out of college. They win with athleticism. They attack, guys who are never going to be the type of athletes they are on the college level. He knows how to actually use his hands, and he's really, really active. He's not a great athlete, but it sounds like they're going to move him inside to defensive tackle, where I think that motor and the hand usage and all of that's going to come into big play. Asim Richards, the tackle from North Carolina, I thought he was more of a guard. I thought that's why they picked him. I thought they were going to move him in at guard. Mike Solari came in, said they view him primarily as a tackle when we talked to him, said there is guard flexibility. In fact, I think he could play some center if they asked him to. But overall, they think he's more of a tackle. Really powerful, doesn't always finish blocks, not the greatest athlete, but I think a good pick there in the 5th round. Eric Scott, who we just played, good size. Crazy athlete, almost a 40-inch vertical, 11 broad. He ran a 4.71 40 at his pro day, but he had injured his quad. He was testing at 4.42.
And still ran a 4.71.
And so he's a little tight in the hips, not totally agile, but good. Deuce Vaughn, smallest running back, taking him forever. If he's 5'9", he's going in the top 2 rounds probably. He's 5'5", 179. Great pass catcher, most elusive runner in the draft in all likelihood. And then the final pick, Jalen Brooks. That was Bones Fossil got a pick. He is, as Todd Archer said, he's the Noah Brown. He's not a quick athlete, but he is a gunner. He is a protector. He does a lot on special teams for them.
Does elusive catch up with you, though? Like,
Man.
with Turpin, love his game, love how fast he is, but I felt like his size was beginning to work against him at the end of the season.
I think Deuce is Turpin is a faster straight line runner. I think Deuce is much more elusive side to side.
Final hour, Rangers, Stars, and I hope y'all saw Steph. Zach Wolchuk on the NFL Draft at 9:20. Final hour, Sean, Bobby, and Jane Slater in for the week right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Stars.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Verhage wins the series for Florida, and this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending. The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop the series in the first round.
Not the Hindenburg reference.
Yeah, that's not good. Tell Jane she's got a fist pump.
Oh, yeah, Jane
she's filling
Slater,
in for Choppy.
Final hour fist pump time.
You have
for
to fist
RJ.
pump. This is Choppy.
Yay.
Oh, gosh.
You didn't watch Jersey Shore?
Yeah, I watched Jersey Shore.
It's the Jersey Shore
Party
fist
time.
pump. It's what Chop does on the last hour.
What was the last reality show or the current reality show you love?
I'm obsessed with Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah.
This whole Scandival is just, I
don't
can't
even
get
know what
enough
that
of
is.
it.
It's big time.
There's only like 3 of my girlfriends that are really, like Sarah Walsh that works for the network. We exchange memes all day.
DM my wife.
I'm obsessed with Vanderpump Rules.
It is.
Just a quick breakdown. 2 characters that have been in a relationship for 10 years lived together. This girl, Raquel/Rachel, was a friend of the group, had a broken engagement, and we find out that they were hooking up the whole time underneath the girl of the group who was the nicest to everyone and didn't deserve it. And that's why it's called Scandival, because his last name is Sandoval.
Oh
It's fantastic. Great recap.
There you go.
Drama.
The drama.
It's good.
I know.
It's good.
I've been hooked.
All right.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Final hour. That is Jane Slater in for Choppy this week. I'm Sean Sharif. He is Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And in case you didn't stay up for it last night, the Boston Bruins eliminated by the Florida Panthers, and the defending champs are out. Colorado gone. The Kraken advance. That's good for the Stars because it gives them home ice for Game 1 tomorrow night, 8:30 at the AAC. Bobby and Jane were both there for round 1. What about round 2? I was looking, if it was going to be on Friday night, I was considering it, but no, not doing it during the week. 8:30 puck drop. 8:50 puck drop, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, sure. I might go.
I'll go. I mean, look,
during this week.
This morning show is a lot easier than doing the. Look, he gets so defensive about his morning show.
Yeah.
The wake up time is not as bad as morning shows I've had in the past, and I live 4 minutes away here.
Yeah, TV is 3:30, but
it was rough.
We probably would drink a little bit at the Stars game.
Just a little.
Yeah.
But the atmosphere for playoff hockey is exciting.
I'm
not watching it on TV. I'll just be honest.
I bounced back well after Game 1. I came in here, I was good.
Is Game 2 Thursday? Maybe we can do a 6-ticket Game 2 if we can get great seats.
Yeah.
The problem is I'm doing total access from home on Thursday, the whole show. So
yeah,
that's from 6 to 7.
But the game, 6 to 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, obviously not.
Derek will go. Derek, if you're listening, which I'm sure you do, Utolo, you're kicking him out.
I'll watch at home. Derek's out. All right, so that's great for the Stars. Sandler was talking about the physicality of the Kraken. We'll preview it tomorrow with either Sevy or Spittle, but it's just hilarious to look at Boston getting eliminated. We talked about the Rangers. We'll talk to Bassick about deGrom on the IR, whatever the hell they call it these days.
IL.
He's hurt for the second time. That's not good. Choppy's going to end up being right. I hate to be the bad guy. He's going to end up being right about this contract and it ultimately being a mistake. This is not a good start. For as lights out as he's been, and he's amazing, man, this is not a good start.
We talked about it earlier today at 5:30 that Jared's tone about it, because he's always brushing us off whenever anything happened with deGrom. Like, y'all stop being silly. Jared's tone would influence how panicked we were. How did Jared's tone strike you? Did it make you feel better or worse about it? I felt a little. I don't know. It confirmed my fears.
Talking to him today and listening to Emily Jones, the fact it's not structural damage, I think is important. I think the issue is he had a little bit of an injury issue the last 2.5 years when he was with the Mets. And now that you're dealing with some of this inflammation popping up now, I think the good news is that you're getting him on this 15-day IL stint. He said it's only going to affect, the Seattle game, and they've got some days off. So it's not terrible. And we've seen this, and maybe it's not applicable necessarily to baseball, but it does help bolster your bullpen a little bit that you're allowing some of these other guys to step up, get them some actual, live playing time. And that's good for you as you get deeper into the season.
And Jared told us the plan right now it very well could be that the next start is Dane Dunning's, which Dane Dunning has earned. Dane Dunning has been really, really good this season. Outside of one outing where he got hit around a little bit, he's been good in long relief, and he's earned the opportunity to step in and spot start. It's just, man, I wonder. It's when you're talking about elbows. Like Mike even said that on Friday before anything happened with deGrom. It was Friday or Thursday. Mike had talked about elbows, I think, being scarier than shoulders usually or is it shoulder? I don't know. But either way, shoulders or elbows, either one of those.
Don't give us information if you don't have the right information.
Because then I started thinking about it and it went sideways for me.
Where is Bassick? He's out there.
Yeah, Baski's out there somewhere. Either way, the elbow, and you start talking about inflammation, I just feel like, man, we've seen this happen too many times where somebody you hear like, they're just on the IL, and then you find out, like they're shutting down Yu Darvish after everybody had said, the elbow's just bugging him a little.
We'll ask Mikey at 9:40. Here's Bruce Bochy on the ace on the IL.
Well, you hate to see it. I know he's disappointed. I'm disappointed for him. But it's the right thing to do at this time, and he'll be back. We need to get this cleared up a little bit so it doesn't flare up again. So I just think it's a smart thing to do right now, and he agrees. He wants to go out there and be Jacob, and that's the guy that can take us deep in the game and not have this lingering thing going on. And so we'll get him treated. We'll get him right and get him back out there.
First series win. Let's get to the positives. The first series win against the Yankees since 2019. Yesterday, they had 3 4-run innings. Adolis continuing to ball out. Jonah Heim, Sandler talked about him an hour ago, and Josh Young is for real. All these prospects and all these woulda, shoulda, couldas. This kid's a stud.
Young Moolah, baby. Can't get Jared to make the dang call, but he's been great. I mean, his OPS now I think is 830, 840, somewhere around there. And, I mean, Jared talked about it. Rookie record for home runs, rookie record for RBIs. He's played good defense. Josh Young, it's good that he's been able to maintain his health, stay healthy early in this part of the season, and show that he can click and be the guy that, we've all been waiting on and hoping for the last couple of years.
And 40,000 in Arlington for Nathan Eovaldi with the 3-hitter. His first big league 9-inning shutout. Now, look, the Yankees are banged up. Judge is gone, and Stanton and Donaldson. But, hey, after the Red Series, this felt much needed. So your first-place team is off today. The Diamondbacks tomorrow, right here on 105.3 The Fan. So while that was going on, I was absolutely glued to this.
Draymond gets the inbounds back to Curry, takes a 3 and hits it with the buzzer sounding. Are you kidding me?
Did you see what the 35-year-old, I was like, he's 35? Sitting here running around like this? 50 points from Steph on the road in Sacramento. It's an all-time performance. All time.
It is. I mean, literally, it was the most points ever scored in a Game 7. So he drops 50, and it was Kings are up 2 at halftime, and it still just felt like this was a game.
And 2 in the series.
Yeah, because they were up 2-0, and then they were up 2 points at halftime, and it just felt like this is Golden State's game. Like, you never felt comfortable with it. Even when they were up 2-0, you didn't feel like, Warriors are really on the ropes here. It's just you knew things were going to click for them. And then Kevon Looney, you can't win. Like, Dallas has shown you, if you cannot rebound at all, you will lose. And Kevon Looney just absolutely ran them, just like he did to Dallas last year. 10 offensive rebounds, 21 total in 31 minutes. He was just unreal. And then Steph Curry doing what he does. It's just the Warriors continue to survive.
I don't want to take anything away from Steph Curry at his age, but I do think it's interesting just the way that players take care of their bodies these days, load management, things along those lines, how we are seeing so many players in multiple sports sort of extending their careers. And I think the other thing that stands out for Steph is his loyalty to the Golden State Warriors. The fact that at this point he could have moved on to a Lakers or something
like
along those lines.
Supermax, I think, when it was fresh out, so that helps. 40 40-something a year.
And Steve Kerr's an incredible coach to play for.
And Stephen A. brought this up yesterday. Probably a little bit of an overreaction, shocker. But he's like, I think we need to revisit. I've always felt guilty. I've kept Steph down for some reason in my all-time discussions. And I'm like, is he because I don't know whether I dismiss him for some reason.
Is it because he's not out? Well, because he's not out there talking his talk like some of these other guys.
I don't know why. I guess for some reason I put him in a little bit more of a cute category.
It's because he brings his kids up to the podium. Does that?
No. I don't know what it is. It's just I guess he's not like that. Maybe you're right. That loud alpha dog to where it's always, but.
It's just because you view him as it's got to just be the gimmicky thing. It's just
it's not gimmicky.
No, right?
Does he come across as too Russell Wilson-ish to you?
Or is it
you're one of the good guys?
No, I love Steph. I can't stand Russ.
Is it that you view him as
maybe I'm just putting him in the category of a 3-point shooter? He changed the game, and I stop his credit after saying this guy's responsible for this era of basketball versus moving him up my all-time list. But yesterday it hit me I was like, I got to move him up.
I just don't feel like he does the obnoxious. I mean, he has endorsement deals, but I just don't think he oversaturates his brand.
He seems like a great guy.
Yeah.
A great dude. And I don't know.
I love that we're doing Steph therapy with you, though. Let's work through your characterization of Steph here on the show.
But you know what I mean? All-time impact, and it's all right, I've given you that credit, so I'm not going to move you into my top 5 all-time, but I need to. I need to change it.
And I also think it's the way his teammates speak about him, right? This is a guy that
Never
by
hear a
all
bad
accounts
thing.
is a true leader.
Never hear a bad thing.
I think it is just the
I
fact
guess
that
I never thought of him as the killer. And yesterday I was watching him at halftime. He was shaking his head up and down oh yeah, we're good. And I was like, damn. I never gave any MJ Kobe-esque killer to Steph's game, even though he hits the big shots. No doubt about it. I don't know what it is. Like I say, it's my own mental
Because you think of in
hurdle.
basketball, it's certain personalities, the LeBrons, the Kevin Durants, go down the list. But he does, to your point, his stats indicate he should be.
Yeah.
And his postseason appearances tell you that he should be. But I do think that his brand is a little softer.
I think it's just natural to. We're still shaking the idea of specialist.
Yeah.
I think it's that he come because whenever you think of the elite 3-point shooters over time.
Ray Allen, Reggie.
Right. You think of those guys and you go yeah, they're really good and they were good basketball players, but they felt more like specialists and guys who honed in on one particular. And I think it's just easy to put Steph in that box and forget he's a really great overall player. And you talk about the energy, the killer. He routinely will do that thing where he'll put up the shot and it's not even down yet, and he'll turn around and he'll just nod and start running down the court.
And the mouth guard's out.
Yes.
The mouth guard that Choppy hates is already out. So it was special. And I was like, this is a treat. I'm so happy it's LeBron versus Steph in round 2. I don't think LeBron's happy about the Warriors versus Sacramento, but that's what happened in Game 7 yesterday, an all-timer. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Back to the NFL draft. How many people are on the YouTube? Over 1,000?
It was over 1,000 a few minutes ago.
Is that because of the draft or Jane?
Both.
Draft.
It's Jane on the draft.
Zach Wolchuk on the draft. Next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But look, let me get you. Slater in for Choppy here on your home of America's team. Incredible draft coverage. I saw all the Tolos giving you guys props for all the homework and all the study. Crosstalk at 9:40 with KMC. Zach Wolchuk was part of that coverage. He's going to join us here in just a second, but let's play the viral moment that took over the entire sports world. Set this up with the Vaughns, Bobby.
Yeah, so Chris Vaughn, the Cowboys assistant director of college scouting, his son Deuce Vaughn was one of the running back prospects available in this year's draft. Super stud, two-time first-team All-American. He's 5'5", and so he got knocked down the draft boards a little bit and was sitting there waiting to be picked in the 6th round.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Hey, it's going good. This is Dad. My phone wasn't working. Look at here, man. You want to come to work with me next week? I wouldn't mind that at all.
I don't know when I've been speaking for everybody that's in here, and everybody that's really in the heart of the Dallas Cowboys is standing here with a tear in our eye. We're so happy to have you on the Dallas Cowboys.
Man,
And
I can't thank you enough.
Well, what I really want to say, you earned every ounce of me being able to make this call. Every ounce. And I'm so excited. There's just something magical about this moment that may be bigger than we even realize here talking to you on the phone. But you is now a Dallas Cowboy. Your daddy just handed the card in. Right here.
Yes,
it's got him on it. Congratulations.
Wolchuk, did you get emotional?
Oh, how could you not have gotten emotional? I mean, I think we were all kind of starting to get a little watery-eyed in that room, man. It was an unbelievable moment. We got to talk with Chris earlier on in the day, and you could tell how conflicted he was with this. I mean, he's a professional, but, I mean, he's got to be thinking about his son, and then the fact that the Cowboys end up taking him. And it was a tremendous pick. I thought it was a great value pick. I had Deuce rated around earlier, and we were talking about the running backs that are still on the board. And it was, okay, this guy's flagged for character issues. This guy's flagged for health reasons. It was clear Deuce was the pick that they should have made. It was awesome. The story makes it that much better. But the Cowboys got a hell of a football player in Deuce Vaughn.
It's tough though, right? Like anytime my brother or sister want like a recommendation, you're almost harder on them. Like if you screw this up, you're making me look bad. Yeah. And so I imagine that I think Chris talked about that a little bit this weekend is, it's not like you didn't want him to take him because you truly believe he's a good fit for him. But then if he doesn't work out, sort of the heat that you take. But you've got to, I know Chris from his days coaching at Texas, and I don't think he steered the Cowboys wrong here.
No, I mean, I think Deuce, when you just looked at pound for pound, I get it, he's 5'5", but he is the most electrifying running back maybe in the entire draft. I mean, his tape, I know, Sean, you were talking about, looked at Bijan's highlight film, and it was a little bit underwhelming. It ain't underwhelming when you look at Deuce Vaughn's highlights, man. That dude is an absolute offensive weapon. But I think when you add in the ability he has as a pass catcher, kind of how we're transitioning in the modern NFL, this guy can line up in the slot for you. And I get it for him being undersized. K-State gave him a heavy workload, and that guy was extremely productive, and he was able to handle the constant wear and tear at the running back position by touching the ball 20 to 25 times a game. I don't know that he's going to be asked to do that with the Cowboys. You still have Tony Pollard here. But Deuce Vaughn's going to surprise a lot of people. He's absolutely electric.
Zach, take us through the rest of the selections and just kind of give us your quick hit thoughts on each.
Yeah, Mozzie, I think is a tremendous pick. I know, their draft overall might not be the flashiest or the sexiest, but Mozzie's going to make everybody else better. I mean, we've been talking about the need to get a big-bodied, big-butt defensive tackle here for years, and I just never thought that they would do it in the first round. To get Mozzie is a guy that is a tremendous run defender, maybe the best in the entire draft. We saw the impact Jonathan Hankins had, but I do think he can give you a little bit when it comes to pass rush that he wasn't asked to do at Michigan. You see that, him being able to push the pocket back into the lap of the quarterback, get a little bit of wiggle. I think these are things that AD, Adam Dirty, is looking at and kind of licking his chops. Like, there's untapped potential here with Mozzie. Schoonmaker, Bobby liked a little bit more than I did, but he is arguably the best blocking tight end in the draft, and he's a better athlete than Dalton Schultz was.
So for me, he does provide upside as a receiver. I don't know that he's stepping into the room day one and he's your top tight end, like if they had to take it to Dalton Kincaid. But I do think he's going to compete, and he's got the opportunity to end up being your tight end one. But right now, I think that's still Jake Ferguson for me. The most interesting pick was probably D. Overshone, who I know Jane and Bobby, you guys know very well. D's interesting because he's played safety, moved to linebacker, has had to deal with a bunch of coaching changes there at Texas. But when we were able to chat with him, he did let us know the Cowboys are looking at him kind of as an edge rusher potentially. So he is a Swiss Army knife that they can move around all over the place. And when you watched him, his best attributes were when he's close around the line of scrimmage. He's a thumper. He's going to leave some remember me shots to you. And I did like him as a pass rusher. So he's exciting. Maybe my favorite pick was Junior Fehoko, though, out of South Dakota State. Like this dude, San Jose State. He is a high motor type of player, and they're going to kick him inside, maybe make him a 3-tech. But I loved him. He's got violent hands. He's the second cousin of Vita Vea, so he's got a great relationship with Vita. He's got the NFL bloodlines, but his play temperament, man, he's always working to the football. He doesn't always finish plays, but he's productive where he's impacting the play, cutting runs back inside. He doesn't always play with great pad leverage, but his hand fighting. I mean, that's something where when you're translating from college to the pros, that's a struggle for a lot of people. So I loved him. I thought the Cowboys got great value there. And then you look at Eric Scott from Southern Mississippi. He's a traits corner, long, can play the football. Awesome Richards from North Carolina, I think, can play guard, tackle, has some versatility. And then they just took a guy in Jalen Brooks, one of the last big receivers left in the 7th round out of South Carolina. He was one that I didn't watch before the process. I've watched him over the last couple of days. And there's upside there. That's what you're looking for in the 7th round. And they crushed it, I think, in undrafted free agency as well with some of their signings. They got a fullback there in Hunter Lipke out of North Dakota State. I wouldn't be surprised if he made the roster.
Zach, when we look at the top 3 picks, for instance, you've got Mazi Smith, who it's like, have we seen him rush the passer? No, but we believe he can do it. Luke Schoonmaker, he's asked to do a lot of run blocking. Has he shown he can be a vertical seam threat tight end? No, but we believe he can do it. D. Overshone, a guy who kind of bounced around the formation at Texas trying to find the exact right fit. And now they're talking about, hey, look, we think he could even do some edge stuff for us, even though that hasn't been a position for him. We believe he can do it. How much do you think, or how much confidence do you have in making those types of picks, such projectable picks, when you talk about the coaches that are here on staff trying to bring that out of them?
Yeah, I think defensively, I have all the confidence in the world, and it's totally because of DQ, right? If DQ is going to come to me and say, and it did seem like, man, DQ got a lot of his picks in this draft. I don't know what if Mike was pounding the table for some offensive guys. I was surprised at how many defensive players they ended up taking. But, Dan Quinn's proven Jaron Kearse was a free agent signing everybody crushed, including myself. I'm like, they just got a special teams guy. I don't know if he's going to be able to play much. Well, look now. Jaron Kearse played like a Pro Bowler his first year. He's a captain. He wears the green dot. He's fantastic. DQ has earned the benefit of the doubt, right, in that defensive coaching staff, where these projections, they see traits, they see a plan for this guy, and they're able to maximize those abilities and get the most out of the player. Offense, not so much. They take a guy in Jalen Tolbert last year, didn't quite develop, and they've talked about it. Maybe they put too much on Jalen Tolbert's plate last year. But it's clear the fact that they didn't address wide receiver, they're not giving up on Jalen Tolbert. They want him to succeed this year. And there was a lot to like about him come out of the draft a year ago. Maybe I know fans have written him up. Maybe Jalen Tolbert does take that next step this season. But I've got confidence. Mazi, I did see a little bit of pass rush ability in his game. D. Overshone, as we talked about. Look, if DQ looks at him, says, hey, I got a plan for him, I believe in it. Schoonmaker, I guess McCarthy just has crushes on these tight ends, man. I think Schoonmaker's going to be a good player. They took him a little bit earlier than I would have taken him, but they had to. You had to run on tight ends. If you wait, you're probably not getting the player. So, defense has earned the benefit of the doubt. Offense, that's the one that's a big question. I mean, this is going to be fascinating to see how this works with McCarthy, with Schottenheimer. So some of the offensive players I do wonder about. Defense, I'm not worried.
Zach Wolchuk here talking to us about the draft. One name we haven't talked about or even gotten into is undrafted free agents. I got a couple of text messages when they landed Isaiah Land. You were talking about the need for pass rush. He had 19 sacks, 25 and a half in 2021. He won the Buck Buchanan Award, top FCS Defensive Player of the Season. And then last year, 8 sacks, 12 tackles. Even Jim Nagy, who I respect a lot, he's the one that runs the Senior Bowl, said, if anyone wants to know about this guy, give me a call. What are your thoughts on Isaiah Land? Because Sean and I were going to get into this today. This interesting that not a lot of SU players were necessarily drafted. I think there was, only one? Last year there were 11. This was a guy that, they immediately signed after the draft was over. Steve Weiss at the NFL Network told me, this guy will make your 53. This guy is an impact player. He's a Dan Quinn guy.
Right. I mean, you talked about it. The production was there with 22 and a half tackles for loss, 19 sacks. Now, he's a guy that you see the bend from, which you're always looking to. I think they got another guy in undrafted free agency, in Darrell Johnson from Liberty, that we were talking about late in the draft on the draft show on 105.3 The Fan. Man, would you take him in the 7th round? But you're right about Land. I mean, he does a nice job when it comes to attacking the outside hand of offensive tackles. He's an instinctive rusher. He's got some feel and awareness that you can't teach. Like, he's just got a knack of reading where the play's going, diagnosing, and he's got multiple tools to be able to beat and set up offensive linemen. Sometimes you see some of these guys, they've just got a bull rush or they've just got a swim move. Land's a guy that he's got multiple ways to beat a tackle, and he's probably just going to be a rotational guy, maybe a special teams player early on. But you're right. I mean, he's a guy in Johnson. Those are 2 players that they signed in undrafted rookie free agency that I do think you're going to see flashes from them in the preseason, and they're going to absolutely compete, if not to make the 53, 100% to be on the practice squad, but they might be too good where other teams are going to try and pluck them away.
Zach, give us your rundown on the rest of the NFC East, please.
Well, the Eagles can go bleep themselves. What they did was pretty darn impressive, as they're now the Philadelphia Bulldogs. But they got my best player in Jalen Carter at 9. Nolan Smith, I don't know why in the world he slid to 30. That's a pain in the rear. I love their pick of Sidney Brown out of Illinois in the 3rd round. I really think he could be the next Eric Weddle. Now I hope all these guys stink and are massive busts until they go to another team, and then they can really start to blossom. They took Brian Broadus, his favorite quarterback, and Tanner McKee out of Stanford. He loves him. He thinks he really should have gone in the 1st round.
Quarter or corner?
Quarterback. Tanner McKee. That's Brian's favorite guy that lasted to day 3. Should have been number 1 overall pick.
Bobby.
Gosh.
He's going to slap you again. Did it get tense between them, Zach? When did it get what was the moment?
Brian threatened to hit Bobby multiple times.
I do the same thing on Sundays.
But be real. He genuinely was annoyed when I made that joke.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Yeah, it is a bad running joke, Bob. And I think you need to shut your mouth or else Brian might go ahead and wring your neck. But the Eagles crushed it. They really did. I think that they put themselves back as the favorites. If maybe the Cowboys with some of their moves when it came to getting Cooks, getting Gilmore, put themselves ahead of the Eagles. The draft, I think, has really made them the favorite still. I liked what the Giants did. They got, Bobby knows this, my favorite lineman in the class, John Michael Schmitz. He's going to fill their center spot. They're not going to have to worry about center now in the 2nd round. Jalen Hyatt, the wide receiver from Tennessee, falls to the 3rd. Good pick. Deontay Banks, their 1st rounder from Maryland, is a super freak athlete that Wink Martindale's going to have fun with. Washington, they get Emmanuel Forbes. All right, this is the skinny twig guy, but I loved him, man. I thought Emmanuel Forbes would have been a perfect fit.
And the Cowboys liked him.
The Cowboys want to do.
Yep.
And Jartavius Martin, the safety from Illinois, also a good pick. Rest of Washington's draft, they didn't really scare me. But overall, the NFC East did a pretty good job. The Eagles, though, at the top of it.
Look, man, all the hard work you did was obvious. It played out through the speakers. Bobby said you were giddy. Congratulations. I hope you feel accomplished with it. And we'll hear the full recap today on with the G-Bag Nation, the #1 afternoon show in the Metroplex. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. Love y'all.
Zach Wolchuk. Bye. Diamond Factory Hotline. Broadus proud papa.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he thought Wolchuk crushed it. He always loves when he watches his the guys that he's developing kind of come up, and so he was very proud of Zach.
What I call him at training camp with the little ducklings.
You said that he looked like the mama duck with the little ducklings
Bobby
waddling.
and nosebleeds all following.
I've got to raise my hand here and say when I first started here at the Fan, I did not know football as well as I needed to. And shout out to his son. His son would...
Broadus?
Yeah.
Bennett? Yeah.
Little Bennett was...
Zach have one
He
we
was
don't know
like 10
about.
years old teaching me the X's and O's. But Brian has helped a lot of us. He's almost got like a little bit of a coaching tree of himself here in Dallas.
Absolutely.
No time for jokes, fat girl.
All right. Wasn't that drop y'all were scared to play?
I wasn't. Peyton was scared to play it.
I did not want to play it.
Jane don't care.
I don't care.
She is not going to
She
care.
dressed up as Batgirl one year.
I am actually a huge hero and villains fan.
Let's crosstalk. We'll power rank them tomorrow. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. How bad is it for deGrom? We'll ask Mikey B next. Well, look, Diamonds Direct.
2-2 is hit high and deep to right field. Cabrera gets turned around. He's at the wall. This one's gone. An opposite field grand slam for Josh Young. It's 4-0 Texas.
What a series for the Rangers, except for the whole deGrom thing. It is now time for Crosstalk with KMC. We got Jane Slater in for Choppy all week long on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Biggest stories from their weekend to start off at 10 o'clock. And then we got Mike Bassick back. And he's got some inside information on Jacob deGrom. So we'll get into that today during Baseball Nuggets.
You going to report something?
No. I hope he comes back soon. I know people were asking me on Twitter, can we get through the All-Star break? I was like, dude, I think it's inflammation.
All-Star break.
I was like,
he said he's on the 15.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, hopefully he just misses 2 to 3 starts, but it could be more. I don't know.
He's going to be fine.
Choppy's going to end up being right, and we're going to have to recognize it.
When has he been right?
Well,
maybe
what's
just
his
about
track
this.
record?
He was good about Dak.
What did he say about Dak?
He loved
Then he
Dak
flipped
coming
and
out.
now he's wrong.
Then he stabbed Dak in the back. He stabbed Dak and Luka right in the back.
Was there a specific incident that led to the Dak turn?
No, that's a really good question. I'm not sure what
Me
it
joining
was.
the show.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh,
He's a contrarian.
I'm
Yeah.
being dead serious. That's what it is.
It was it because Bobby loves Dak so much. Choppy has to flip. He's got a little Bayless in him. You just have to be a fake contrarian. That's what it was.
Wow.
Jane, how are you doing? First show, very end, fatigue level before TV later on today.
It's good. Like I said, I used to have so much anxiety doing the show. I always felt like I was pursuing my master's and I had an on-air quiz every day. And this show used to give me a ton of anxiety. It's easy to work with you guys.
I actually know that for a fact. Because, Sean, you remember I used to work at Channel 33, and I was like the sports producer over there.
Well,
and
The dub?
Sean, I think Mike showed up once, but they show
Were you
up
with
in there.
the Chase Williams?
Yeah, it was Chase.
And the frog.
You and Bob Urzick just
Desmond,
crushing
Desmond
it.
Purnell.
No longer with us, Dave Crome. But yeah, you showed up with your coat on, and you were like, yeah, I'm doing my thing. I'm a sports guy. Jane shows up with a binder like 4 inches thick of stuff, and she's just like, yeah, we can do this and this and this. I was like, holy crap, she is so prepared for this. So
But it's like the anxiety that I would have coming, because I have such a deeper respect for the fact, when I asked you, I said, how long have you been doing this, Sean? You said, I mean, I knew it was at least a decade, but 12 years of this, 5 days a week, 4 hours nonstop, and having to stay on top of all the sports. I think everybody that listens to the show is like, oh, I could do that. You put a guy on the phone to do a quick 15-second call-in, and they fall apart. It's not easy.
Well, you also had a lot more to overcome, right? You're going on the home of the Cowboys as a woman.
Yeah.
You're going to be talking to all of us about football. Really? Are you serious? So you got to battle that too.
Well, and I think the hard thing is,
way to go, Doris Burke.
while you're learning the X's and O's, having an authentic opinion about them, and you'll see it come across when new people are starting. It's hard because most people are like, that's not really your opinion.
Yeah.
You know?
Because it feels like you're reading stats.
Right.
Like early on, you're trying to rip off these stats to sound impressive, but it's like, okay, but give me a little
The first
depth.
thing they'll tell you when you start off as a reporter, the people that are rattling off stats, they actually don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. And then Kevin decided to give you a chance, and now look, you're here.
I love that.
Early days, he was like, get her off. Michael?
Oh, no.
How was the
Well, that was a positive thing.
How was the
No.
energy in Arlington?
It was awesome. It really was. I was there Thursday and Saturday, so Garrett Cole was unbelievable. Nathan Eovaldi was even better. And when you have, I don't know, let's just say 25%, I could be a little bit low on that, of Yankee fans there. It might have been 33%. They're very vocal, very much like Laker fans. That's why I hate the Lakers so much, is bunch of nimrods who are half-assed fans who, I'm a Lakers fan.
This guy always has authentic opinions.
But
yeah, he does.
But the energy of both sides cheering, whether something good or bad happened for your team that you were there rooting for, it didn't feel like 2010 playoffs. I don't want to go that far, but there was an energy there that hasn't been there since they've created the new building. So that was really fun. Obviously, it's a lot of people there Thursday, sold out Saturday and Sunday. I believe Friday too, it was sold out. So you had packed house, great baseball for the most part. Yesterday became a blowout pretty quick, but it was it was really fun. I think, one, yes, the Yankees. Two, the Rangers have gotten off to such a good start. The community has really said, hey, let's go check this out because this is different.
I heard your radio call went well.
It was so fast. I didn't feel like I contributed enough. I felt like...
I heard that too, but yeah.
And Sandler told me before the game, he said, look, with the pitch clock, it's very tough to...
Jay got it later.
That was low-key. It took me a minute.
But yeah, it's very tough to kind of... You have to quickly say you only have about 3 to max 5 seconds in between pitches because pitchers now... They're not even looking at the pitch clock. They're just getting the ball, getting back on the mound, and making the next pitch.
I love that.
All right, I've always had this question. I should know it by now. Are you calling the game and reacting off a screen, or are you looking at the pitcher?
I'm watching the screen because I can't tell the pitch from
zone.
58 rows up.
So you're calling it off of the TV?
As soon as the ball's hit, your eyes go to the field.
Okay.
Because now the ball's in action. So you look at the field. So you're seeing, are they playing infield in, infield back, where the outfielder's playing? It gives you an idea on when the ball is hit. Is it going to be a hit or is it not possibly going to be hit? So you have an idea of where the 7 guys are that are fielding for you. And then you go to the monitor because now I can see the pitch, the location of the pitch. And then once the ball's hit, your eyes go away from the monitor, go to the field, and now you're seeing the action.
Look, ESPN has got announcers in booths now. They're not even at games.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, still?
Yeah.
Still not there?
It's like a price cut thing for them. It's like some of these, like, you know, not like the big schools. Like somebody calling a Texas game's not doing that.
Right.
But it's absolutely like now TCU's kind of on that, but like an SMU game or something like that, absolutely.
It's really cool that our station still lets our announcers go.
That's right.
Maybe not everybody does that.
I heard. But they can say what they want.
Yeah.
My God.
Corey, Mike Bassick, Bobby, Jane, you usually throw a wrinkle into the cross.
Man, this weekend I went to a wedding and Earth, Wind, and Fire performed there.
Shut up.
It was crazy.
The actual
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
How rich were these people?
Super rich. It was at the Dallas Country Club.
Whoa!
But how old were they?
Another good question.
They were like
had to be a second or third marriage.
No. It was a first marriage, but they were both about 31, 32.
But that still feels like my mom loves Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah.
Like maybe the parents
are they family friends?
Super. Yeah, that's my cousin. I told you, my cousin got married at Earth, Wind, and Fire. It was the real Earth, Wind, and Fire. And then I looked into like, hey, how can you apply to be the Dallas Country Club? And they're like, no. We'll let you know if you can be a member here.
I don't even know where the Dallas Country Club is.
It's off of Mockingbird.
Yeah, it's right. You know when like you're going to Highland Park Village, it's right there on the left.
Mike don't know where Highland Park Village either. I don't go around there.
No, they have the really old. They have first of all Mikosina, which I think Troy Aikman likes going to that
Monkey
one
Bar.
quite a bit.
I was there this weekend.
They have the old movie theater, which is really cool. And then my grandma used to take me shopping there a lot in high school. There was a store called Harold's.
Oh,
that was a really nice store that she would always want to buy nice clothes from Harold's.
Anything Highland Park is a well.
It was crazy. And like when we walked in the reception, I thought this is the most engaged I've ever seen people in a wedding band. And then you're kind of looking, hold on. And then people are holding up their phone and somebody goes, yeah, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire. I was like, but not the real ones, right? And then I asked multiple people and they're like, oh yeah, no, it's the real ones.
How many songs did they
played an hour-and-a-half concert.
Wow.
So before like the reception started, they just played for an hour and a half. And there was food available
That had
and
to have been
everything.
at least $50,000.
That had to be
That's exactly the number that I said. Somebody speculated 100,000. I don't know.
You don't think it was like a family favor?
That's what I think.
That
I
thought
think there
came
had to
up.
be some connection.
They also had a convertible dance floor put in with the wedding logo on it.
Did you tell them that your birthday
I
is the
refuse to get
21st
get
day
married
of
in Dallas because I can't compete with some of my friends and some of the weddings
Didn't you
I've
go
been to.
Paris or something?
I went
for
to
one?
Lake Como for one. I went to one in the Hill Country.
Jane, if you
and
had-
it's like a welcome party, the party, and then they're now building after parties. I'm getting married at a courthouse if I ever get married again.
Well, let's just take that out. What you just said.
Oh my
if
God.
you
Everything
could,
says irrelevant.
if you got married again and you could pick any artist or any band to play at your wedding, money be damned, who would it be if you had somebody play your whole kind of wedding deal?
Man, that's a good one.
Bob Schneider.
Lionel Richie.
Ooh, The Weeknd. That would be good.
Such a hater on The Weeknd.
Bobby's a hater.
Don't like The Weeknd. Nope.
Bobby Brown.
Oh, what about who'd you refer to first name earlier today? Kenny.
Kenny Chesney?
Yeah.
The Lumineers.
Oh, yeah.
Churches.
I feel like Celine Dion would be amazing.
That would
she's
be
so engaging
awesome.
and she's got all my power ballads. Like, I just feel like she would just.
Adele
would be outstanding.
Not Banks. Don't you love Banks?
I'm obsessed with Banks. I've seen her no less than 5 times.
Who's Banks?
See, it's our indie artist. My point is, I would love
Banks
certain
and
bands,
hippies.
but my guest wouldn't.
Well, it's your
Not their
wedding. That's
day.
what Mike's asking.
Yeah.
Who would be
It's
yours?
never about you at your
when
wedding.
you get married again.
I'm not getting married.
Okay.
Your wife is glad to hear that.
yes.
Renew the vows.
I'm really big into the Lumineers right now.
I love that
Right
he's like,
now, aren't
The
they?
Lumineers
way
are
to catch
really,
up
really
10 years
good.
later.
The Lumineers are great.
That's what I was thinking.
Don't worry. I have no
He's
current.
got European
I am
music
done, like
interests. He's 10 years
106.1. I don't listen
Hey,
to it
hey,
anymore.
hey, they're
Whoa.
all
Like, that's
Whoa.
current pop music. Oh no, people don't know what other stations are. They've turned on their fan to 105.3 The Fan and don't know how a button works.
Don't hit the seat button.
I've changed it. Rufus Du Sol. If you've ever seen Rufus Du Sol in concert, holy hell.
Corey, who did you go see at the Super Bowl?
Jimmy Eat World.
Jimmy Eat World.
Yeah, they were performing. That wouldn't be my
No.
group, though. We're going to go see them at, I think, August. In August, Adrian hasn't seen them yet. She's still jealous.
Who would be your renewal
It would be
vow
Bob
band?
Schneider. He's like an Austin guy.
I think she's onto something with the Celine Dion. I'd support that.
We are getting married for today.
Yes.
So much love.
Michael Jackson.
There's the walk-off. He's not with us.
Boys to Men.
We're back tomorrow morning. R. Kelly?
Oh, my gosh.
We're back tomorrow morning.
Baltimore.
It's the
Your wife would be
KMC
so pissed.
KMC
I
Bass.
bet you could get them for cheap.
Next on the fan. Hit the button.
Always a welcome sign for this. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors. Mike Bassick is back from important financial business. And Joey, the Jet Erickson, running the board for us today. Gentlemen, how goes it?
Well, it seems right that Joey's here, considering the Stars are now into the second round of playoff. And Kevin, I looked for my car key all weekend, and then this morning I found it underneath my hat. So
I'm kind of sick.
Yeah, Mike and I are both not feeling very
So
good.
do you blame somebody when you get sick? Like,
Good
you
luck,
made
Kevin.
me sick.
Avery did.
100% Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are you going to blame?
Last week, my son Cal missed a day of school because he wasn't feeling well, and I'm assuming that I got sick by Cal. Even though I do tease my kids all the time, I'm like, hey, do you need a kiss on the lips? Because Tom Brady does it to his kids. And they always say no, and honestly, I'm glad they say no. I don't think I want to kiss my kids on the lips either at the age that they're at, but I just think it's funny to kind of threaten them that I'll kiss them on the lips like Tom Brady does his kids.
Mm-hmm.
How many people still kiss their kids on the lips?
I think when they're little.
I know
You kiss no on the lips?
No.
You know what, did you eat those little lips?
No, he wants to eat my nose. But other than that, and I always thought Brandon's mom kissed him on the mouth too long, and so did he. Because, like...
What's too long?
Like for like 3 seconds?
No,
or
I
are you
mean
saying
like,
for age
no.
wise?
I mean like too long into life. Not,
like
the
how long
kiss.
are your
No.
Hold it. Hold it.
No, not the kiss was too long. Too long into life. Yeah, that is a good point. Because if it's 3 seconds, that is, yeah. And so he always seemed embarrassed about it. So I don't know. But if that's what you do, like maybe other people I know in my life, then that's fine.
All right, yeah, man. That was my weekend. I made a pork butt, and that was about it. And I slept all day Saturday. I did.
Okay.
I was tired.
I watched a lot of baseball, kids baseball and adult baseball.
Okay. So we might need Joey and Carter to come in and handle the rest of the show.
I watched Stars. They were great.
Yes, they were. Okay. So I'm curious for y'all, and some people are already saying the Bruins losing. Was it the Stars advancing, deGrom getting hurt, the rest of the NFL draft, maybe the Bruins losing? Like, I know all important. And then
Jane being on the fan.
Sure, but that just happened now.
Yeah.
I'm in the weekend.
It's part of the weekend.
What was your biggest focus or biggest story of the weekend? Because I do think I'm going to go Stars, because not only did they win in 6 games, as I predicted, is the Kraken also won, if you recall, as I predicted. Mm-hmm. So now you get home ice in the second round. Which
did you predict that because that's what you wanted? Like you were like, I'm predicting it because I want to have home ice in the second round, or were you predicting? Okay.
I knew it.
You know what? I didn't get that one right, and I've been pretty good lately.
Even though that was the first time that an expansion team had ever won their first playoff series against the defending champion. Never happened before.
But you knew it was. You knew.
I was like,
happened.
I could feel it.
See, that's what I'm talking about. This shows it's contagious. First, it was my bracket.
Oh no!
And then the first round of the draft, Mike. I don't know if you know, I got all the picks right. I even have my list still here with me. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
Thank you. And now Kevin's predicting hockey, so like we're on a roll,
How
Mike.
did you know the Texans were trading up to 3 to go 2 and 3 in the draft?
Faith. Just faith in me. You know, not
this
a lot
is
of people.
Because our plucker is the guy who's like, no, Will Anderson's going second. I'm like, no, you really should take CJ Stroud. He goes, I got this. Will Anderson. And we started off the draft 0-2.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people are voting for Jane. Yeah. Yeah, you weren't here on Friday. Oh, my gosh, Mike. The first person said CJ Stroud. And I was like, don't pick CJ Stroud. And he goes, no, it's going to be C.J. Stroud. And I asked everyone, I was like, boo this man if you do not want him to pick C.J. Stroud. And they were all like, boo. And he goes, look, they should pick Bryce Young, but they're not going to. Trust me, it's C.J. Stroud. And I looked at him and said, trust me, you're wrong. And his response was, you'll see. And then
what happened after the pick?
I walked right over to him and he goes, I can't believe it. And I was like, everybody in the world.
Sit there and eat your wings.
That was the only one you could absolutely get right.
We got that one wrong, and we got the second one wrong. I think we got like one of the first 5 or 6 picks right at our pluckers.
Oh, jeez. Way to go, guy.
It was a struggle. Yeah, but I'm going to go Stars because, first of all, this doesn't happen for the Stars a ton. I know we're still lingering in the glory of the Cup run, but that was, or the run to the final, that was 3 years ago. This is just the 4th time in the last 15 years the Stars have advanced in the playoffs. So this don't come around that much, and I think Stars is my leader.
Yeah, losing to Calgary in 7 was really tough for a team that we were like, oh, man, they're kind of here. But now they look more like they're in control. And give Pete DeBoer a lot of credit for
sure.
Dude, he played the chess match, not with necessarily with the pieces, but with the media and the whole thing. Just watch it how he navigated pushing the buttons of the Wild just right, so that everything fell into his lap, dude. And then the Stars were in control of the whole thing.
I got really mad on Friday because somebody said Ottinger's overrated. He's never even been past the first round. I was like, okay, hold on.
Now look.
First of all, wasn't last year his first playoffs? And do you look at that Calgary series and you're like, you know who really dropped the ball? Our goalie. Like, how is that your takeaway from last year? So now I guess he's less overrated because he made it past the first round. And I'm not saying it's going to be a decisive favorite, but the Stars will be a favorite in this series against the Kraken.
Did you have something, Joey, there?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
All right. Yeah, no, the Stars looked in control, Kevin, from Game 4 on. Like they looked like they controlled everything about pace, and it was just focus on puck. They didn't get distracted by all the outside things, and that was DeBoer's whole point, was we got to focus on everything. And to have that so early, to have that kind of chaos happen early in the playoffs, you had the Pavelski moment so early in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now this team knows how to handle business whenever, like they already know now. This is how we handle it. We just keep focusing on what we got, what's in front of us, rather than all that outside stuff. Once you let that in, you have some problems. So it's really nice to see what the Stars did. I'm going to have to say, though, it was definitely the draft for me. Just because I wanted to see where the Cowboys, what they did, what they added, and we'll get to more of that coming up here at 10:40. But this weekend, Kevin, it was a lot of easy spread around for lots of things. Because the Evaldi moment was awesome. Like, that's really cool that you got a guy that went out and did that against the Yankees. To beat the Yankees, that's awesome that you did that too. Even though deGrom gets hurt, you're still without Corey Seager, and you're watching your young players add some to a 15-run destruction of the Yankees.
See, and that's what I think is an interesting point, because I see a couple of these texts, and I totally hear what you're saying. From the 5-7-0, Panthers beating Boston in NHL first round is the biggest story from the weekend. Biggest upset in hockey history. From the 2-1-4, the Bruins, because they had the most wins in NHL history. Man, then they benched their goalie going into Game 7, which was crazy, and lost a 3-1 series lead. I'm just saying that's not even in my top 3, just because I care the least about that. Now, like, if you're just saying nationally, there's no doubt the Bruins choking that away is a mega gigantic story. But, like, even in hockey, I care way more about the Stars advancing than Boston losing. And then the other thing is, how did the Cowboys draft and how hurt is deGrom? So, like, I definitely hear the people who are saying the Bruins is the biggest story. I'm just, in my world, it's 4th at best. And it's probably 5th behind Steph and the Warriors.
I was wondering, watching stuff last night, like national TV stuff, I felt like, and obviously I think Boston hadn't lost yet, but even this morning I feel like nationally Golden State going to the second round and Curry dropping 50 is
a bigger deal.
A bigger deal than Boston Bruins losing, even though it is a big deal. It's kind of like, first story, Steph Curry, how awesome is he? And now it's the dream matchup for television and everything.
Sure.
Curry versus LeBron, which is honestly very exciting. I hate that the Lakers made it, but totally get the excitement of that one and really hope Golden State takes out the Lakers. But the Boston thing was a pretty big story I felt like last night and this morning. Those were kind of the two biggest stories I felt like for Monday morning nationally.
Nationally, I definitely think you're onto something, though plenty of people, Corey, you'll be glad to know, are voting for Jane on the Fan. And so that is their top story.
She's cool.
Were you worried for a while, though, the top story was going to be deGrom out for the year?
Yes. As soon as I saw Mike text it over, regarding the injury and where we were heading with that, I was like, man, this is going to be bad.
His reaction on the mound wasn't like the first time that he had to be taken out of a game. This was, oh no, like he looked very concerned. And the thing is, he had Tommy John surgery in 2010 in the minor leagues. He's had also a UCL, like nerve injury at the end of 2016. So he's had 2 elbow surgeries. And the way he was looking, because then you have an idea what it feels like.
Yeah.
You know, if you've had 2 surgeries on your elbow, you have a much better idea on the pain in that area and what it means. And his body language after giving up the hit to Willie Calhoun was, I just screwed up my elbow really bad.
Yeah, Mike,
and luckily it looks like it's not really bad, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be 2 to 3 starts. I don't know. We don't know how many starts it's going to be. We just know it's going to be at this point 2 to 3 starts.
There were things that we had heard that made me kind of go eye roll, and that's why I was like, is this what it's going to be like the entire time? That we're just eye rolling every time this dude walks off the mound before 5-6 innings.
Because if it's not like 100%, and I can only imagine how difficult it is to perform at that high of a level, but like sometimes you go out there and you only have 80% or whatever, and it just feels like the concern is, and this is how I felt about Yu Darvish. If he's at 99%, he's like, I can't go.
There is a classic moment in Yu Darvish's career here with Bannister. And Mike, I don't know who he has white hair, the trainer. He walks over to Bannister and he whispers in his ear, and you can see on camera Jeff Bannister just roll his eyes. And Yu Darvish couldn't make it through the outing. And that's how I feel with deGrom is we got the Lamborghini.
Yeah.
We can't take the Lamborghini anywhere except for maybe this little showroom, and hopefully everything will be just nice. And that's how I feel about deGrom. But I also know that you do have a really elite pitcher and a good staff to go along with it. That's what's frustrating more, I guess, Kevin, is that you have a staff that's really talented.
That dropped down the list, maybe out of hopeful projection, because, deGrom was talking about how frustrated he is and everything like that, and I certainly appreciate that. He said, I want to be out there. I just felt a little something in my last start. Obviously came out of that game, got it looked at. There's a little inflammation there. The goal is to get that knocked out in the next few days and resume throwing. Compare that to when it happened, and what Mike was talking about, his look, is there was people breaking down, photos. Is he crying in this photo? Because then, even though that wasn't the case, you immediately hear deGrom left the game after he gave up his first hit, I think, and he might have been crying in a picture, and I'm like, oh, dear God, no.
I wonder this, and I agree with this. It's April, as in Chris Young on Saturday in his press conference kind of talked about it is early in the year.
Because now it's May.
It is May. I'm wondering, that's true. I'm wondering if this is August or early September. Is it still a shutdown situation?
Yeah.
He's in the first year of a 5-year contract. In the first 3 years, do you never, and I'm not saying they should push him. I'm just saying, I just wonder, yes, it's April. I totally get it. Totally understand. Is August and September different, or is it exactly the same? Because there's 4 more years on his contract at, I don't know, $150 million after this year's over, just guesstimating that $35 million on his contract comes off the books.
I'm he's going to push it. I don't know that, but I think you bring up something. And
did the Mets push it last year because they knew that he was a free agent and that's why he missed so much time? I don't know.
And then and that seems to be the idea from the 6A2. I'm glad he's not pushing it and making it longer. When he described it in the aftermath, I'm totally with you. When he got hurt at first, I was like, this is an end game scenario. Oh, crap. But then it was like, it's an inflammation. Hopefully it goes down. We'll get it wrapped up and be back and ready to go. And then I was like, great, 100% make the right call and err on the side of caution.
And then Avery broke his arm Friday night or Saturday
What?
night. Yeah. But then we went to the emergency room and it was just sprain.
Oh, my gosh. That was... Such a roller coaster of emotion.
Yeah.
I
we're
feel
good
like you
now.
didn't say anything about that in the prep room. And
Yeah, I
thought,
forgot.
That's probably
because it
more
wasn't
important.
broken. You know,
Okay.
like it started out broken. He was like, "It's broken, Dad," and I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Is he like Wolverine?
Yeah,
You're like,
and
it's
then
just a sprain.
By the
now.
time he got there, they were like, "It healed completely. Look at this."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 877-881-1053. Who was your favorite and maybe least favorite Cowboys pick of the NFL draft? Twolo's YouTubers want you involved too. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike would like to go ahead and call him Old Smitty, is from the 214, been waiting for years for a run stopper. So happy about Mazi. And so that was going to be my question. What was your favorite Cowboys draft pick? And I guess to be fair, if you want to throw in your least favorite Cowboys draft pick, that seems acceptable as well. From the weekend, already a lot of people saying Mazi, which is great because in the moment, I know people were hoping for Joey Porter Jr., I feel like was a big name that people were hoping for, perhaps.
Any of those tight ends you kept hearing about all day. Yeah, there were lots of different options there. All right, so my favorite, I'm going to go with Eric Scott out of Southern Miss. I know Kevin, you know, look at his combine, he ran like a 4.7. Word is he had a quad injury during the combine when he did a personal, he came here and did like a video thing for him. He was running like 4.42. The dude, he doesn't have like all the great film to go along with it, but really talented, very athletic. One of those guys that I'm really interested. I think he'll take over the Kelvin Joseph, like what we were expecting from Kelvin Joseph. I think he'll take that over from him.
You know how he can get off to a great start to do that, right?
Just not be in the car with people
who kill somebody.
Yeah. So that would be a really like, I did like this. I don't know if you heard Bobby talk about this morning. Al Harris. You trust Al Harris right now?
I think so.
All right. Al Harris comes in and he's like, out of all the people we talk to, he's the best person. He fits our culture very well. I think the Cowboys have built a pretty good culture with Mike McCarthy's group and Dan Quinn's group. So I really do like Eric Scott. I don't think he's going to start this year. He's probably not going to start next year. Probably won't start the third year. But maybe, I don't know. But that's the thing is like I really like that pick. So
now from the 817, favorite is Overshown. No, the linebacker taken in the third round. It's interesting. People might have the most divisive opinions on him thus far. Is because, I feel like maybe Corey's not a fan. I'm going to get to that in just 1 second. Overshown is the first Longhorn taken by the Cowboys since Connor Williams 5 years ago.
Great. First, we get the revival of Taco with where the defensive tackle, and now we're going to get Connor Williams holding all the time.
Because they went to the same school. I hope you're being sarcastic.
That's sarcastic.
And only the fourth Longhorn per David Hellman taken by Jerry Jones in this era, which seems crazy to me.
Wow.
I have seen.
What do you have against UT?
I know. I have seen some that say this was their best value pick. I have seen others that think this is the biggest reach. He seems to be perhaps the most divisive of the class. You had a look on your face. Is it because of Connor Williams, or do you have other thoughts?
I don't understand his fit. And maybe this is here's the thing that you hear from every person who talks about Overshown. He'll fit right in on special teams. And I'm like, oh man, with the third round, like that's where like he's fitting right in with special teams. Where's his fit? And that's where I want to learn a little more about how they see him, because this is a dude that played safety and then moved down into the linebacker position and plays a fast style of linebacker. He's not a big physical linebacker. What are they expecting him to rush off the edge? What's exactly their use for him? And maybe they'll find that out over the years.
Special teams draft.
But
I'm not saying that.
He feels like a Donovan Wilson type, where you can get that dude down into this area, but he can also play some coverage as well. So I don't love it. I do kind of think it was a reach, but the Cowboys appeared to have reached a lot in this draft. So that is one of the things.
So without being specific, because I didn't study these players, I think, I follow Broadus, I follow obviously Zach, Eric. Dane Brugler, for example. The one thing that concerns me about this draft, and who knows how it's going to play out, is they, according to Broadus and Brugler, they drafted people who weren't considered better than the 26th pick, better than the 58th pick, better than the, was it 92nd, I believe?
With the exception, I would say the one exception that really stands out is in the 4th round with Fehoko, the defensive end. It seems like pretty universally people appreciate the value for that.
Yeah.
But if that's the first one that comes up on your list, I hear what you're saying.
And it doesn't mean these players are going to be good or bad. It's just you feel good when you draft CeeDee Lamb 17th and he's the 10th rated player on Dane Brugler's board. When then you draft Trayvon Diggs, and I'm going to guess like 50, I think, overall in that draft, something like that. And he's rated the 25th best player on Dane Brugler's board and higher on Broadus's board.
And supposedly they might have taken him in the 1st round, right?
Right. So you just start feeling good about, oh, these guys specialize in the draft. They study it just like a scout would study it. And then they put together a board. And so when you get off Brian Broadus's board 2 players in the top 100 and you had 3 picks in the top 100, it doesn't feel good. Yeah. It doesn't mean these are going to be bad players or non-contributing players, but I look at it this way, and I'm kind of changing your question here, Kevin, is in the 1st round, the Cowboys are usually good. That player is a contributing player for their 4 to 5 years on the team and hopefully longer. But in your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round picks, one guy's going to be pathetic at football and never contribute at all.
Right.
Horrible. Let's just put it out there. Kelvin Joseph is horrible at football so far in his career. Looks like a non-competitive guy in the league. Now, unfortunately,
what about Deshaun Wright?
Deshaun Wright isn't either. But if you had to pick out of your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round picks, who's going to be the total bust that can't play in the NFL, and you're like 2 years from now, you're going to be like, just release him. He ain't good.
See,
and then the one guy's going to contribute. Your 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round guy, that's a good pick. He's contributing to our team.
I think the one thing with Overshown, Kevin, if people are hyped about him, let them be hyped about him.
For sure.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I want to use him for, but I will say Dan Quinn has done some things over the last couple of years now that you've been like, that's not typical. And he looks like the coach that actually went and sat in a barn and watched every game and said, how can I mismatch everything? So he has a guy who is, for me, you have to have a Phillips head screwdriver. You have to have a flathead and a hammer. You have to have certain tools. This is one of those that I feel like is kind of a specialized tool. And I think it's going to work. But Dan Quinn, I trust him enough that he'll figure something out with this guy.
Now, it probably won't surprise you that much. From the 817-214, another 214-817-972. The answer is the same across the board. Deuce Vaughn. Now, Deuce Vaughn is fascinating because he's not the kind of running back I thought that the Cowboys were like on the lookout for. And also, I believe we said the shortest player ever measured at the combine since they started
176.
Since they started keeping those stats. But I think what's magical for everyone is Chris Vaughn is a scout for the Dallas Cowboys. He is the dad of Deuce Vaughn. He would excuse himself from the room every time they were doing an evaluation of Deuce Vaughn. He did not have to excuse himself from the room when it was time to make the call to his son.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Hey, it's going good. This is Dad. My phone wasn't working. Look at here, man. You want to come to work with me next week? I wouldn't mind that at all.
I don't know when I've been speaking for everybody that's in here, and everybody that's really in the heart of the Dallas Cowboys is standing here with a tear in our eye. We're so happy to have you on the Dallas Cowboys.
Man,
and
I can't thank you enough.
Well, what I really want to say, you earned every ounce of me being able to make this call. Every ounce. And I'm so excited. There's just something magical about this moment that may be bigger than we even realize here talking to you on the phone. But you is now a Dallas Cowboy. Your daddy just handed the card in.
All right.
I mean, he sounded emotional too. Obviously, the dad was emotional, as he should be.
I'm going to come off real bad.
Oh, no. Are you about to cry? crap on this pick.
I'm always so happy for everybody and everything, but
What is happening?
Mike, we talk about the cool stories part of things a lot with the Cowboys, and this is a cool story. I also think the pick is really good. Kevin, go look at his yards from scrimmage from 2020 to 2022. Go look at his yards gained rushing. He's better than Bijan Robinson. Compiling those 2 years. So, look at those numbers right there, and you have a really good running back, and he's undersized. And man, I don't think he's going to get beat up. He's going to have something very committed. I don't know, the story part of it. This is a business where you're trying to win football games. How much of that matters?
What are you doing right now?
Congratulations to the Vaughn family. That's awesome. Really, I'm trying not to be too bad about it, but that's become the biggest story of the draft for the Cowboys. Not how great their draft was, but that this happened for this father-son moment. It is a really, really cool story. It absolutely is. I hope he makes the team in a very crowded running back situation, and I hope he shines, and I hope he breaks tackles, and I hope he scores, and I hope he gets big gains all the time. Because you were saying this, Kevin, it's not the mold that you were expecting. You're expecting a Derrick Henry run into the line and blah, kind of thing. That's what you were expecting. Deuce Vaughn is more like Tony Pollard in that he can shed some tackles and then scoot. And quite honestly, isn't that what you want in your running back field, is a bunch of guys that can shed tackles and run?
Now, as we said, reaction is all over the place. Mel Kiper, for example, said the best pick that the Cowboys made was Overshown. Pete Prisco, who, by the way, loved the Cowboys
He's loved
draft.
it from the first pick, man. He's been all about it.
He gave Mazi Smith an A. He said that was their best pick. He said Eric Scott was their worst pick. And their most interesting pick was Deuce Vaughn. And then, like I said, I've seen multiple other spots where folks seem to really think that Fehoko, not to be confused with Semi Fehoko, completely different body types and positions, as this is a defensive end, can come in and maybe make an impact sooner rather than later. Now, I'm not saying impact in terms of he's clearly going to overthrow one of your starters, because that would be a shocking turn of events. But in terms of somebody that could make an impact, it looks like Fehoko, the 4th-round pick, is getting a whole lot of traction from people, which is great.
I look at that one. I'm really excited about it too, yet at the same time tempered in expectations because of position. And a lot of the times you're like, do these guys come out and they're elite right out of the gate with their 1st-round picks? This is the dude in the 4th round. You're like, all right, well, let's see what he actually is. I read up, Kevin, lots of violence in every single play on this dude. So I'm perfectly okay with that. You're going to go attack. That's what you're going to do. Let's get after it. So if there's a lot of that kind of energy, Vita Vea is his bloodline cousin. They say there's a lot of similar energy, and that this dude loves to knife into the backfield and get not allow runners to even get to the line. So that's something I'm all right with.
Now, there are already people that are projecting what's going to happen with Deuce Vaughn from the 214, 10 to 15 touches a game. That, I have to admit, I would be really surprised if that happened in the first year. From the 972, Deuce is electric. He gets an open field, game over. And then, as you can probably guess, there are other people that are saying the worst picks were the people that they didn't get. They want this person, for the particular from the 469, wanted Roschon Johnson. As you can guess, probably multiple people who wanted Joey Porter Jr. And I understand all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
What a series. And do we have the best rookie in baseball? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, coming out of a
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
The 2-2 is hit high and deep to right field. Cabrera gets turned around. He's at the wall. This one's gone! An opposite field grand slam for Josh Young. It's 4-0 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and that might feed right into baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Wow. That was a fun series, but let's specifically talk about Josh Young. And I saw the tweet last night because the month of April is over. Obviously, it's May 1st. You know, it's 1st and 15th, baby. Time to get paid.
Have you seen a whole bunch of those Justin Timberlake ones? It's gonna be May.
Oh, it's gonna be May?
Yeah.
Instead of me. Do you get it?
Yes.
Because he says me in a weird way.
I know.
I get it.
The first time I ever saw this was from My Possibilities
You
Twitter
still didn't
account
answer if you got it.
4 or 5 years ago. So yes.
All right.
You do get it.
Oh my God. I'm out.
So Josh Young is pretty much top 3, if not number 1, in every offensive category for rookies in the major leagues.
That's awesome.
So he is having a great start to 2023. So there's a lot to talk about the pitching and about the bullpen and about defense and about Corey Seager and about Jacob deGrom. But let's start off with, I think, one of the most positive stories of the Texas Rangers for the month of April, and that is Josh Young, or at least the start of the season. So I just didn't expect him to be this good this quick.
Sure.
It doesn't mean he's always going to be this good. He can have a bad month. May might not be as good. Maybe it'll be better. I don't know. But I know maybe. Yeah. But I would just say that Josh Young is one of the reasons why you're 17-11. In fact, I thought it was very ambitious of the Texas Rangers to start the year to bat him 5th.
Oh,
I thought
for sure.
Yeah, we all
with
did,
Mitch
yeah.
Garver, who is still going to be out for a time being, I just thought with Mitch Garver and Jonah Heim being more experienced, I just thought, man, maybe bat him 7th in the lineup to kind of give him a little bit, maybe less at bats, maybe a little bit less pressure, trying to clean up, let's just say Adolis strikes out or Adolis walks. Now it's up to Josh Young to knock in the runs.
Yeah.
And I just thought, man, that's a lot on Josh Young to ask of him. And he has been able to answer that call, answer it tremendously. I know this. So my dad had a guy who he used to give lessons to a lot. His name's Micah Dallas. If you're kind of a Texas A&M fan, he was the guy who beat UT to go to the Final Four last year. And Micah played with Josh Young at Texas Tech. And he said, man, this guy is an example for me because he studies so much. He's writing down notes in the dugout at all times. He's like, we got to interview him a week before COVID happened.
Yep.
I mean, COVID was already happening, but
so
a week
nice
before they
too.
shut down everything.
He was late for our interview. And this is when I was like, I mean, you root for him anyway. And he goes, I'm so sorry. When you're out in the ball field, sometimes you get carried away. And I was like, oh my gosh, I hope he makes it.
So he is a guy that studies a lot. And when I watch him hit, there was an at bat earlier in the week where he took a fastball right down the middle for strike 3. And it's like, dude, but here's the reason I think he took it right down the middle. I think that he is guessing a lot. But when you put in a lot of work, you can guess a little bit more, if that makes sense. If you know the percentages of what the next pitch is going to be, and look, there's probably in that situation a 25 or 30% chance that it was going to be a fastball.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he said, you can't react. You can't do this. This is impossible to do. I want to explain. This is 100% impossible to do. No hitter in the history of baseball can do this. You can't look slider or curveball and adjust to the fastball. It will be by you too quick. It goes too fast. So that's why everybody with 2 strikes, not everybody, but a lot of hitters with 2 strikes say, I have to go fastball, look fastball, and I'll react if it's not a fastball. Because I can react if it's slower. If it's faster, I can't react. It's over. It's going to be by me before I can make the reaction to swing at the pitch. But I do think Josh Young, one of the reasons is his talent. But one of the other reasons is I think his brain is that he is eliminating pitches from the pitcher because he's studying so much on what the next pitch could probably be. Now, another thing that I want to ask Josh Young, and I know that we usually don't get players during the season, G-Bag does. So if they get Josh Young, do you remember when we interviewed him his first year in the minor leagues and he talked about a lot of doing virtual reality at bats?
Yep.
I'm wondering if he's still doing that or not. If that's still part of his prep or not part of his prep. But I do think part of his prep is really studying the analytics of, and this is, they've been there even when I played. I think this is one of the things that frustrated me at times with Chris Woodward. We would get a whole book of stuff. We would get all the percentages of different things. Now there's even more. I get there's more now, but we'd have a lot of percentages on what a guy likes going 2-2-0 or 3-1 or what he does ahead in the count versus behind the count. Same for a pitcher studying a hitter. What's their batting average overall against all my pitches? What's their batting average in certain counts? So we used to have all that, but I do think he does a good job of studying that to almost do the process of elimination and going, I'm pretty sure he's going to throw me a slider here on 2-0, and then he hammers a slider for a double or out of the ballpark for a home run. So I think he's a really smart player is what I'm getting at.
It just feels like that would inherently give you a huge advantage. Like, I always think, I know it's different because it's the real world, but Tecmo Bowl, you called the same play that they called and your defense blows it up, is the pitcher thinking, I got something for you here, and the hitter sitting on it being like, I know exactly what you're about to throw.
From Hickson, Young Whataburger Jersey night on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Boy Hickson.
Nice.
He's an A&M guy, Kevin.
So I'm glad that you brought that up, Hickson, is that Jacob deGrom. Now, obviously, that was the really big news Friday, get taken out of the game. Dane Brugler comes in, does another great job in long relief, and the Rangers get that win on Friday. Saturday, right before the game, Chris Young has a press conference and says, look, we're putting him on the injured list. Here's the good news. He has right elbow inflammation. I know that doesn't sound good right now, but we felt like everybody in that building around 3 p.m. when Bruce Bochy wouldn't talk about what they were doing with Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom's reaction Friday night getting taken out of the game.
Yeah.
A lot of people were afraid that this was a season-ending injury.
Me too.
And so at 5:15, yes. And then when Chris Young called a press conference 45 minutes before a game starts, you're like, all right, so we're going to get hit with the bad news here. And it wasn't that bad. Yes, he's going on the injured list. We all assume that. But right elbow inflammation, as far as we all know, we can only publicly know, is that there's no, and I say ligament damage, I believe at this point it has to be tendon damage, because when you do get Tommy John surgery, they figure eight that thing in there without going through all of Tommy John.
Okay.
It's a figure eight of a tendon. They strengthen it even more. So a tendon is stronger than a ligament, and then they figure eight that thing in there. And so I don't know if they would say there's ligament damage or tendon damage. I know that becomes technical after you've had Tommy John surgery, but luckily there's inflammation there. Hopefully it goes down with time, and hopefully we're talking about May 15th or May 20th, Jacob deGrom making his next start. But we knew this, guys, right?
Yeah.
We knew that this was going to be the Jacob deGrom experience. We were hoping that when he did start, he would go 6+ innings every time. We didn't know that he would be taken out of multiple games in those starts, because now we've had multiple games where everything was fine. No hitter against Kansas City, a one hitter against the Royals, 1 through 4 innings, or for the Yankees, 1 through 4 innings against the Royals, and in the 4th inning against the Yankees, he's throwing great, and those eliminated his starts. So you got 3-4 good innings out of him, but then he didn't go deeper into the games. But we knew that this is somewhat of the deGrom experience, that it's probably not going to be a smooth, he just makes 30 starts every year and is Cy Young 3 out of the 5 years.
And man, if you didn't know that, there are lots of people who've been keeping receipts and are ready to tell you, because as soon as I posted up on our Facebook page that he had left the game, there were so many comments. It was like, I told you, this is why I didn't want him to begin with. That contract's going to turn out to destroy us, and on and on and on. There are people like waiting for this.
And time will tell.
Sure.
Right now, we know that he's missing 2 starts, possibly 3, possibly 10. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, people are asking me, what do you think? Do you think we have to go till August? And I'm like, I hope not. Like that elbow inflammation doesn't feel like a 3 to 4 month injury, but who knows how it's going to respond? The Rangers have to see how it's going to respond. Now, they did say this, that Bochy said that deGrom did feel good on Saturday. So now he didn't throw a baseball at all. But when he got to the ballpark, he said, the good news is I don't feel like any pain in my elbow, just walking around or, writing his name or anything like that. Good. So that's good news. The next news that I have is the Rangers schedule. Is they don't play today and they don't play Thursday. Now, without making the 100% commitment, and Bochy might make the commitment tomorrow on 105.3 The Fan. We'll ask him tomorrow at 12:20 if Dane Dunning is taking the spot of Jacob deGrom. Has that been officially announced? Because Chris Young said
official.
Chris Young said that's the way we're leaning, but I want to talk to Boch. I want to talk to Mike Maddox to make it official. So I don't know how official it is that Dane Dunning is starting. And one of the reasons is you have an off day on Monday and Thursday. So you don't really need a fifth starter until May 9th. Now, Arizona's coming into town. The Rangers are very good at home so far.
Yes.
They're not that great on the road. They're 500 on the road. So these two games, hopefully you take both games against Arizona. They're not a bad team, but they're not a good team either. And then you get a stretch of 10 games on the road starting Friday at the Angels, at the Mariners, and then at the Athletics. I think that'll tell us a little bit of, is this a really good home team and a team that could struggle on the road? If they go on the road and they win 6 out of 10 games,
and
I think you're going, hey, okay, this is a really good team. It's not just a really good home team. This is a really good team no matter where they play. But going to Cincinnati and getting swept by Cincinnati makes me just throw out the question, is this going to be a question I get on Bally Sports pregame shows? Is like, hey, the Rangers are 20-11 at home and, I don't know, let's say 13-17 on the road. How come they don't play good on the road like they do at home? And I'm going to be like, I don't know.
And even in that extreme, that's not that extreme, but even in that case, you'd still be multiple games above 500, and you'd be like, oh, well,
But what a great series. What a great bounce-back series. You had to face Garrett Cole. Nobody can beat that guy right now. The only reason you scored is because he forgot to cover first base. That's the only reason you scored a run off of Garrett Cole.
He's never going to
make it. Besides the Garrett Cole game, you took care of business. You won 3 out of 4 at home against the Yankees. It did help out that Aaron Judge got hurt.
Yes.
And so you didn't have to face him, but the Thursday game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some more hockey. The Stars advance as the other favorites stumble. What does that mean for Dallas?
I don't know.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and the Dallas Stars, in case you didn't know, have advanced to the second round of the playoffs where they will face the Seattle Kraken. If you want to go ahead and throw in your predictions, 877-881-1053, before we've even really got into it, where we can bask in the glory of the Bruins losing, the Avalanche losing. How high up the hierarchy have the Dallas Stars moved? There's only 8 teams left.
Where were they when we started, Kevin? Where would you power
Middle of
rank
the pack? I think, like, in the betting odds, they were 9th out of the 16 teams-ish, so, like, pretty...
Too low, Kevin.
Yeah, not for me, but for the betting odds.
If they had not had that lull late in the season, do you think that they would have been higher? If they
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, they would have been the top seed in their division.
So
for
that
sure.
that little lull, that what I think Joey called it a meltdown at one point.
Oh my gosh!
I think that was the
feels
word.
too
He was like, they're
dramatic.
having a little bit of a meltdown. And
Classic Joey.
I listened to Joey. So if they hadn't had that, they probably would have been ranked a little higher. So I think, Kevin, let's go ahead and rank them 3.
Okay.
I don't know who I have in front of them, but I say rank them 3.
I feel like Carolina
Sounds
would
like a
be
good option.
Okay. What about Las Vegas?
Yeah, them too. So then Stars 3 right after that.
Okay, Joe. Actually, I want to throw this over to Joey now.
Yeah.
Or did Corey just crush the power rankings and you have no notes for him? If we're re-ranking the Stars, too low to begin with, but with Boston out, with Colorado out, with the Stars, they're a favorite in their next series. So to make it to the Western Conference Finals, where do you put the Stars in their hierarchy?
Okay. This is how I kind of see it. I think the Stars are probably going to be around 5. I would probably think people would have
What? Hold on. Hold that thought for a second.
Gotcha. I'm right here.
I know how
Corey.
the national
I
media
said,
works,
hold
Kevin.
on! Corey, you said 3
I got
out of
3.
8.
Yeah.
And you're really high on the Stars, and I appreciate that
I'm also a
positivity.
realist about the Stars.
Yeah. What do you
I didn't
think?
rank them 1.
What do you think about Joey's shocking prediction of 5th?
Joey's the worst. I think we all knew this.
Yeah.
He's really good at understanding hockey. With his power ranking thing, he doesn't have a good grasp of it
It's
yet.
true.
Yeah.
So
Do you think we should go back to him and hear him out a little bit?
let's see if he changes his mind here.
Okay.
Your thoughts, Joey?
I'm going to stick at 5 because I think most people are going to have Vegas and then Edmonton, Carolina, and then I'll probably put Toronto.
Wow, Toronto.
Yeah.
The team that just won their first playoff series in 19 years, we're behind them?
Yeah,
How many
because
Canadian teams did he pick, by the way, Kevin? This is an American trophy.
Yeah, you know what? Just
This
for
is true.
Joey, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1. Are there any Stars audio cuts on here? No. Is there a Toronto? Look, that's probably my fault too. Is there a Toronto audio cut on there? There is. Let's go ahead and hear for Joey's favorite team.
Nice back of the net for Tavares. Tavares coming out, sends it in a goal. They score! They score! Holy mackerel, they score! Morgan Riley! Mo Riley! The Leafs have won it! They're going to the second round! Do you believe this? Holy mackerel!
Hold on.
What do we do now?
Because they don't know what to do after they win the playoffs. It's amazing.
It's like the Cowboys. Like, look, we've talked about it. The parallels between the Maple Leafs and the Cowboys are astonishing. This is the first time they've advanced past the first round in 19 years, so it could be worse. But if the Cowboys make it to the NFC Championship game, don't laugh, I know you'll be like, what do we do now? We might make it to the Super Bowl? I don't understand.
All right, and listen, I don't want Seattle to take this cut of audio and then be like, look, this guy in Dallas doesn't believe. But do you think that the Stars are kind of expected now to make it to the
Western Conference Finals? Yes, I do.
Like that's the way I feel now, and it almost seems as if they had the easiest road.
I do, and that worries me as well.
Yeah.
Because I feel like usually we are the underdog, and we're the one having to play up to competition. So, yeah, I I would say the same thing. And I believe that the Stars are probably the third best or third favorite to win the cup, but I know how this media works in the way the rankings happen. I think they're going to be lower, even then, to the freaking Maple Leafs that finally got out of the first round. Congratulations to them. It's a great step.
But realistically, so do you think it should go Vegas and then Stars second? Like, I'm saying outside of and just what you think, because that's what I think.
I would have the Oilers ahead of the Stars. I'm not big fans of Vegas because Edmonton has the best player in the world. Their special teams are incredible, and I like their goaltender a little bit more.
Did you just say he doesn't like Otter? Is that what you heard?
That is.
No, I was talking about between Vegas and Edmonton.
Yeah.
I'll take Otter over everybody. I'll take Otter over everybody.
So did you have the Devils in front of them too?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Good. I'm glad to finally hear we're getting in the right
Now,
time.
are we over-ranking Carolina here, or is that a good ranking for them?
Look, just my
team.
argument, and Joe, if you want to jump in on this, I know this goes against all logic and reason, but there are some people who thought Carolina had a better shot to come out of the East than Boston, which again, I get it. Boston, most wins, most points. But there are some people who are like, no. I think Carolina's the team. So I don't think Carolina is necessarily being overranked.
All right.
That was my team to challenge Boston in the Eastern Conference just because they play extremely hard, like good playoff hockey type of team because their head coach is Rod Brindamore, big tough guy, and they kind of play like him. They have some firepower on the back end and in the forward group.
Okay. All right. Now, what about these wild card teams, Kevin? Why do they keep winning hockey games?
I think you could make an argument because of the stupid structure in which the playoff system is put together.
Correct.
But also the dissipating home ice advantage.
Yeah, you seem to think that doesn't matter anymore, even though everybody typically is wearing your jersey
What
at your home.
happened yesterday? There were 2 Game 7s and both the road teams won.
Yeah, I don't
And actually, hell, you want to just go ahead and grab NBA as well. We could throw everybody into this mix. But there were 2 hockey Game 7s yesterday, and both the road teams won.
Now, I do know Boston weren't they dealing with some injuries late here, and that they were kind of going back and forth with? I don't know the Avalanche, like how that fell apart, other than the Kraken are just ready.
Avs had injuries.
And that's fine, but also they got to the point where they're like, hey, they're all-world goalie. They're like, you ain't cutting it, and you have to go to the bench for Game 7.
There you go, man.
Tough scene.
Yeah, it is a tough scene.
President's Cup trophy curse, man.
So, do we have another 8:30 puck drop? Is that what we're dealing with again here, Kevin?
You bet.
Look, I don't make the schedule, Corey.
But if you could, I bet you'd probably put it 8:32. Just be like,
I'd put it at noon, right in the middle of the show.
That'd be awesome.
I think for content, that would be amazing.
Yes.
But yes, so the only one we have down so far is, Game 1 is going to be Tuesday at the American Airlines Center. Game 2 is going to be Thursday. Don't know the time for that one yet. But yes, 8:30 to, I don't know, placate the Seattle people. I'm not entirely sure. Or it could be the fact that, once again, you're not playing a national brand.
Yeah.
You just aren't, and I hate to say it, that's just the way it is.
Well, I mean, the Cowboys do pretty good against Seattle in the playoffs, Kevin. So I wonder if the Stars just kind of keep that thing rolling. Is that how?
Do they?
What?
You're not about to bring up that Romo game, are you?
That was a long time ago,
Okay.
Kevin. We played them like twice since then and won, right?
I was just making sure.
Yeah, man. I got a lot of faith in this Stars team, man. They're going to score a lot of goals. They're going to give up some goals.
It worked for me last time. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to say that the Stars, who, by the way, also ended a series on someone else's home ice. Man, it feels like all of these series were ending on other teams' home ice. I'm going to say once again, Stars in 6 advance to the Western Conference Finals.
6, huh?
That's right.
I'm going to say Stars in 5.
Oh, yeah.
The gentleman's
They're going
sweep.
to take out the wild card team.
Okay.
The gentleman's sweep. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
They're going to win the first 4, then let the Kraken win 1, and then move on.
What?
It's a gentlemanly
Wouldn't
way
it be
of saying
over?
Yeah, wouldn't you
Before
just
Game 5?
not play?
You let them play the 5th one to be like,
okay.
hey, we're not really trying, but
Get
we
some
want you to
practicing.
have a win. We didn't want to,
Because Vegas and Edmonton will be going to 7, and you want to stay warm, and you're like, I don't want to get out of sorts. And
Seriously,
stuff.
Maybe
though-
we can play the Wild again.
Yeah.
See if they want to play.
Yeah.
Listen, the whole Pavelski moment, like, I know You didn't want that to happen. But the way that whole series played out for the Stars was almost perfect. They do lose him early, but now he had plenty of time to rest. They get a little extra rest to go along with it, and he has some time. He's ready to be back and everything. They start the series in a little wonky way, maybe get a little caught up emotionally. But once they got their emotions together, man, they held everything in check from there on. And I did think there was going to be another shutout. I was like, oh, this one's done with, baby.
I have to ask y'all a question. Do you think this is fair game, or do you think this is kind of a jerk move? Have you seen that the Florida Panthers are trying to restrict ticket sales for Maple Leafs fans?
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
Should it?
You absolutely, yes. You should never even allow away teams to get tickets to your stadium. If you can try and keep it from happening.
I feel like a lot of times that's on fans for reselling the tickets.
Yeah, exactly. Like, again, you should restrict that as much as you can.
Well, it's about. Tell me if you think this might turn into a different kind of issue. The Florida Panthers are restricting ticket sales for home games to residents of the United States. Do you think? Tell me I'm wrong about this. Do you think this will just remain an issue, or do you think it's going to turn into like some bigger kind of thing?
Why don't we just take over Canada?
Oh my God, that is
when are we going to do that?
That is not.
We need more land.
We could take it by 12, Kevin.
Like, just think about this. Hasn't it always been a little weird to you that we have this big, huge country, and then another country, and then a state of ours? Like, hasn't it always been weird?
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least with Hawaii, there's ocean between us.
Like Russia,
isn't like Canada 90% of it worthless?
Yeah, but like they don't even
just
need
ice.
it.
Might as well be ours.
It's just cold as cold
Is
can
that an
be.
actual scientific fact, or is that a projection from
Humans
you,
are
Mike?
like, we can't live here.
No,
There's literally nothing
Stanley Cup
here.
can't even go there.
That's a good point.
Lindy Ruff told us, Kevin, he was like, there are places where people have to leave their vehicles running because their gasoline will freeze.
Yeah.
He also
Until global warming actually takes place,
what the hell
and
is
it warms
happening?
up Canada enough to live there. Like all the cities in Canada that are worth living, they're right next to the United States.
Yeah.
Everything like about 50 miles above the United States, they're like, it's over. Yeah. Too cold.
But there is some
Till
nice
this-
fishing.
Till
and
we
some
can melt the
skiing.
North Pole. There's nothing we can do here.
I really
Did you say
thought.
melt?
Melt it,
Okay.
like
I think it said mount. I was like,
No,
okay.
that makes it sound like you're trying to weaponize it. Like you're like, you know what? If I was president, I'd just melt the North Pole, and like that's your idea, like you're Lex Luthor or something. I thought you were gonna say the other story that Lindy Ruff told us, and this is true. He said people leave their cars and trucks unlocked in case like a bear is chasing you or something. That was the craziest
Just
thing
so you
I've
can
ever
get in.
heard in an
Makes
interview.
So if you're running down the street from a bear, you know that a car is unlocked that you can get into because everybody just leaves their cars unlocked. Not because they're like, hey, there's not a lot of people here. It's because they think, hey, somebody might get attacked by a bear and need a place to hide.
Joey, what's your official prediction?
817 America takes Canada in 6 games.
Dang it.
Very
well,
good
Joey
one.
said we could take it by 12 o'clock. So
I'm very confident if you couldn't tell.
They'd just be like, yeah, go ahead.
don't think I didn't hear that. I heard what you said.
Not as confident maybe in the Stars in 5 games like Mr. Corey over here, but I like Stars in 6. I think they can really dominate this series. I really do. So it makes me excited. And we're going to have great jerseys to look at, too, throughout this series. It's a wonderful jersey matchup.
That is true, and I do dig that. All right, so
We're going to go with the blackout jerseys at all?
Probably not. I don't know if they're allowed to do any of those alternates.
Okay.
I don't know if the NHL's allowed that.
tomorrow night, 8:30 at the American Airlines Center, Western Conference semifinals, Dallas Stars and Minnesota Wild. Coming up next, let's talk more about the NBA playoffs, and then we can get into the curious case of Christian Wood. The Mavericks don't want him, but would you have wanted him back? 877-881-1053. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Davis trying to swat it away. Curry with Murray on him. Three-pointer. Puts it in! Oh, Steph Curry from way downtown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. The Warriors finish out the Kings 120-100 in Game 7 yesterday after an amazing performance from Steph Curry. He had 50 points, which is a playoff career high for him, which was also the NBA record for most points in Game 7. And Curry was 20 of 38 from the field with 7 three-pointers. Was this the outcome you wanted? I know we talked about this is the outcome clearly the NBA wanted, but is this the outcome that you guys wanted to see?
Well, now that it is LeBron versus Curry, it is very cool. No, I want the Lakers to lose. I don't care how they lose. I just want them to lose all of the time. I think one of the most amazing things here is I hate this because Jason Kidd doesn't care about the regular season. I don't think Luka cares about the regular season. I don't think Mark Cuban cares about the regular season. This reinforces their lack of care.
Yeah.
Is that the 6 and 7 seed here made it.
Same for Miami, right?
The Miami, the 8 seed made it. And so it just reinforces their who cares about the regular season. Sit out, guys. Don't try hard. Don't focus. Don't communicate. And it just is a really bad example for the Mavericks to follow. And I think they are going to follow that. This is the example. Just get in and you can do some damage.
I feel like
because they went 11 and 30 in the regular season, the Golden State Warriors, 11
on the road
and 30.
Yeah.
And then in Game 5 and Game 7, they go win in Sacramento. So now they're 2-2 in the playoffs on the road. But the problem is I know I'm getting a little bit off topic here, but I'm including the Mavericks, is Luka's not Steph Curry. And we don't have a whole bunch of veteran guys who have won anything in their life.
Right.
So when you start doing this, LeBron has been the NBA Finals 9 times, I think, and won 4. Correct. Like, there's a little bit of experience from their leadership. Jason Kidd's never coached a team, very deep into the playoffs. I say never. He did it the year before. But, he's not a very experienced head coach. He's an experienced player. And so this is a great matchup. I'm very happy with the matchup now that you get to watch it. But I think it's a very negative thing for the Dallas Mavericks.
And you look across what could happen in these semifinals is you could end up getting the Lakers against the Suns. Like, I know the Suns are down 1-0, but
that's right, they are.
Those are two teams that you're like, yeah, we needed to make a move, or we didn't really care until the very end. And then the same with the Heat. The Heat have a 1-0 lead over the Knicks, though obviously they could be in trouble depending on how hurt Jimmy Butler is. That would be another one where you're like, yeah, we went through the play and it didn't really affect us. We're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, I was jokingly saying how awesome would it be if the Mavericks were the first, play-in team to go win on the championship and everything. But I was like, But yeah, I mean, Mike has a very valid point regarding the way the NBA approaches this thing. And Kevin, for a lot of the fans didn't care about regular season NBA until the playoffs. And then for the most part, it was if your team wasn't in, you didn't care anyway. But there are a lot of really talented players in this league. I think it's weird how excited people are getting for this round, Lakers Warriors. Like, it's like, oh my gosh, can you believe we finally get it again? And I'm like, what? Like, this isn't for everything. This is for the next round. Yeah. And you're still 2 rounds away from meaning anything. But people are really caught up in the nostalgia of it. This is LeBron versus the whole, 3 of the same Warriors players.
Well, because think about TV executives and probably a lot of more casual fans are all hoping that the Nuggets lose, right?
Yes.
Because then either way, you get CP3 and Kevin Durant against either Steph or LeBron and AD. And that's what you're hoping for. And when it ends up being Nikola Jokic, everyone's going to be like,
probably so.
How many games will Kyrie Irving be in the front row for the Lakers series?
At least one more, right? Because I know everybody was like, what the hell is he doing there?
Why is he
Come on,
sitting?
dude.
Well, it's his dream that he wanted. It's the reason he requested out of Brooklyn was to go to one team specifically, the LA Lakers. So now that he's there for playoff games, I'm like, ooh.
And as long as you're talking about Mavericks that were just out of contract, is
Dwight Powell.
I mean, yes,
He's out of contract.
that is true. Is there any doubt in your mind, Mike? I know your thoughts. Is there any doubt in your mind?
I've been told by multiple
Corey,
people that he is a Dallas Maverick for a long time to come.
that he won't be back. Like, wouldn't you be shocked if Dwight Powell didn't get re-signed?
What are you trying to make me do here?
I'm just saying, I would be shocked.
I would be shocked if
Okay.
Dwight Powell ever suits up for another team.
Okay.
One single second.
Now,
even in the possibility of being traded, I'm like, they're like,
shocking.
no, he's too, hey, they're like, he is Dak Prescott as far as leadership goes.
Now, on the other end of the spectrum is Christian Wood, who is clearly a significantly better player than Dwight Powell, yet the Mavericks want nothing to do with him. He is also out of contract, and I think you were telling me that The Athletic was like, he's not expected to be brought back, and I thought, that sounds about right.
This is from Tim Cato, Mike.
Kelvin Cato's brother.
Nope. Two of the team's underwhelming big men rotation, Wood and Dwight Powell, out of contract. And Wood, team sources say, so that's team sources,
right,
is unsurprisingly not expected to be back. Now, it doesn't say that he doesn't want to come back. Neither does it say that the Mavericks don't want him back. It just says he's not expected to be back. So that sounds like both sides don't want to be here.
Yeah, and so
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
based on everything you've heard and what you've seen,
Yeah.
let's say you get the call.
For what?
Would you want Christian Wood back?
Yes. I'll take 20.
And because that's what he does. I know defensively he struggles with the rotations and everything. And we've heard, like, are there other questions about how he fits in with the team? He's a hell of a lot better than what we got.
I take him back, but I got to build a better roster too. Like I have to have better players in every other spot, and then I'll take him back for sure.
It's interesting that the coaches don't want to take any blame for never getting Christian Wood to be the guy that they wanted him to get. Obviously, there was a lot of tough love early. That didn't seem to work. They just kind of gave up on him, and they're just like, screw it, just play him when we have to play him. We're not even going to try as a coaching staff, and that's a failure on the coaching staff.
I agree.
With the tough love approach, Mike, don't you think it's more you have to go tough love after guys who really don't even think they belong in the league and to get the most out of them? But when you have a Christian Wood who's like, I'm the best. I'm great. I'm going to get a big contract. I got all these things. You're not going to be able to tough love a guy like that.
I do feel like at some point you just got to say, screw it. He is what he is. And how can I use him in this way? If I can't mold him into what I want him to be, if he's not going to play defense, what does he do positively? Well, he's our best rebounder besides Luka by far. Like he out rebounds Maxey and Dwight Powell in their sleep. Like he's not even trying to get rebounds, and he still gets more rebounds than those guys. So it was just like, as a coaching staff, how can we use him and use him in the most positive way if he's not going to mold into the player we want him to be? And they just decided, no, screw it. We're just going to be against him. And he's not going to be back here. He's going to get a crap contract, by the way, I think, in the offseason. He's going to be with another team.
I'm not disputing that at all, Mike. I want to make that clear. If that's the case, if he's going to get a crap contract, we don't want to take another go at it. Like, and what do you envision as a crap contract? Because what's the number where you're
1 year, $9 million?
And we don't think, man, maybe we can do better with him, because that seems...
Jason Kidd doesn't want to coach.
Yeah.
He's let us know that. I mean, I hate saying that, but it's the facts. He is not... That's why they're going to go try to hire another head coach to take St. Jean's spot, because they're like, dude, he is a bad coach. But what if we get another head coach in here? It's kind of like the Nico thing. They're like, Nico might be a bad general manager, at least inexperienced at best, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, let's go get a real general manager to be right next to him. So now we have to go get a real general manager to be next to our developing general manager. We have to go try to get a real head coach to be next to our non-real head coach. We probably need to go get some sort of leader of a team to help out Luka, because he might not be the best leader of a team. So the Mavericks are in a horrible situation this offseason. It can all change. They can make a few moves that maybe make it better, but the Christian Wood thing, Jason Kidd has to have these almost perfect not players as in they do everything right, but like he doesn't really want to coach. So he needs veteran guys that know the NBA, know the league, know how to get through 82 games, because he doesn't really want to coach, guys that are maybe difficult to coach.
I was going to throw out a deal. I actually saw this, I think it was last week from the Bleacher Report. We just caught up doing other things because my initial thought is, oh my God, I would take that in a heartbeat. Am I being short-sighted with this? Is they proposed the Mavericks get Rudy Gobert and give up Tim Hardaway Jr., Davis Bertans, and a 2027 first-round pick. I was like, oh my God.
Well, you do that in a heartbeat, but Tim McMahon has come on the air here with G-Bag Nation and has said that when you go all in on a Rudy Gobert, you give, remember, 5 first-round picks. You're not going to take 2 horrible contracts. One in Davis Bertans, who can't play in the league, and you just get a first back. So you just won't admit that soon. No human being will admit that soon how bad of a deal that was. So kind of Rudy Gobert is somewhat off the table in the offseason unless you're willing to part with a lot more, because they just went too pot committed with him.
He is, because he has a player option. He's still under contract, assuming he picks up that player option, which I will make that assumption. 4 years, $170 million. Oh,
he's earned all of it,
Has he?
Yeah.
I mean, look.
When was the last time Minnesota was in the playoffs?
Just this, it just happened.
Yeah,
It
before
feels
that,
like that's how much we owe Davis Bertans and Tim Hardaway Jr. combined.
And it's amazing is he had 13.4 points and 11.6 rebounds. And I'm like, man, he had 11 rebounds. On this team, he would probably have 20 rebounds because we're not good at rebounding the ball. That's all I keep thinking about in my brain is I was like, I know he's been disappointing, but I can't help it.
I think to your point about Rudy Gobert and Christian Wood is when you watch yesterday's game, and I think Mark Cuban thinks they're the exact same player. Is when you watch Kevon Looney, they don't win yesterday. Without Kevon Looney, it doesn't matter what Curry did. And what Curry did, yes, they don't win without what Curry did. There were 2 players that you could have replaced Klay Thompson yesterday. You could have replaced Draymond Green. You could have replaced Andrew Wiggins. Now, they all had parts in their win. You can replace what they did yesterday. You can't replace what Looney did by getting all of those rebounds and somewhat protecting the paint and guarding on switches. He's able to guard their guards. He's able to guard De'Aaron Fox when needed. He's able to guard Sabonis when needed. When you have that guy who's cleaning up messes and he's a big guy who can switch on multiple guys, it makes everything different. He can't dribble, he can't pass, and he can't shoot. That's Kevon Looney. But he can he can rebound, and he can defend, and he can get putbacks, and he can set picks.
He's immovable.
Yeah, and he helped them win. He killed us last year in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
And Mark Cuban thinks the same about Dwight Powell. The problem is Dwight Powell can't shoot, dribble, or pass. That's no. Nobody even guards him on when he's like, it's like, don't guard him.
Rick Carlisle intentionally said,
like, don't
stop
guard him.
guarding
He's
him.
so pathetic at basketball. Don't guard a human being on the other team. We'll be fine without even guarding him. But the problem is that's fine. Kevon Looney can't really dribble, shoot, or pass either.
Yeah.
But he can defend and he can rebound. Now, we take Dwight Powell. He can't defend anybody in the NBA, and he can't rebound in the NBA. Right? Yeah, same player. And I do think Mark Cuban really believes that there's no difference between Looney and Dwight Powell.
There are sometimes I think you're right.
That's how bad of an evaluator we have really running the ship.
Either that, or sometimes I think they're like, well, he makes up for it with all this other stuff. And you're
Kevon Looney sets picks too.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that there's an art to it. I've talked to Devin Harris about it, but you got to be a moron if you're 6'10" and you can't figure out how to set a pick after a few years in the NBA.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. More notes from the NFL draft, including someone floated out the idea, should Mel Kiper be in the NFL Hall of Fame? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Play action here. Steps up in the pocket, looking downfield. Now he'll take off and run. The whole left side of the field, wide open for Richardson. Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to talk about Carter's favorite quarterback as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip a draft. The draft's over. We did it.
Carter Freeman does not care for Anthony Richardson as a player. However, the Colts say, although sometimes Jim Irsay says things that are not true, the Colts say that they would have taken Anthony Richardson number 1.
Damn right they would have.
This is the part that probably hurts one individual's feelings, though. What if Anthony Richardson wouldn't have been available at pick number 4? This is from Jim Irsay. Quote, "We were going to take Will Levis or trade down. I think we'd take Will Levis. We liked him." So Will Levis.
We needed a quarterback. We were
Yes.
very poor
Yes.
at quarterback, and we'd have taken pretty much anybody. Since we also couldn't draft offensive line in the same pick, we decided to go with a quarterback that could run around because we couldn't fix our offensive line for him.
I mean,
so
that's
good
fair.
luck to his life and his body.
That is very fair.
Sorry, Will.
But you don't want to hear that. Yeah, if you're Will Levis, you're like, hey, thanks, dude. Like, he tumbled down into the second round, and he's like, oh, we would have taken you 4th.
But you would have really hurt your body.
And then would you have been sad because you wouldn't have gotten to see his girlfriend eventually on the draft? I know that's what you wanted to talk about.
I don't want to talk about that anymore.
No?
She...
I knew it.
Mike has I asked Adrian, I was like, does she have a look of a woman who would be okay with second-round quarterback money? And Adrian was like, not in this picture. And then she said, but if you look at the rest of her TikTok timeline, yeah, she looks like she'll be all right. There's a lot of champagne situations going on that I'm concerned about, but that's their life, not mine.
Now, sticking with the draft, ESPN's Vice President of Production, Seth Markman, told Front Office Sports that Mel Kiper should be in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Well, that's cool.
Here's his case. There is no NFL draft on TV without Mel Kiper.
Okay.
He's an institution. Hold on till the quote's over. I think he should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for what he's accomplished and what he's brought to this TV event.
Nobody else would have figured this out. We are in 2023, and without Mel Kiper, nobody would have been interested in the draft.
It's the only draft that's televised.
It's like Mark Cuban.
Except for all
Man,
the rest of them.
congratulations. You're a billionaire. You put basketball on the internet radio. Somebody would have figured it out. Probably like within a year, somebody would have figured it out. Somebody would have figured out, hey, I'm going to cover the draft, and it's going to be a big thing.
Hold on. Here's what Mel Kiper said. I believed in this from the start. I did the draft reports before I started at ESPN because I thought the NFL draft was going to be huge.
Okay, a couple things here. First off, Seth Markman, it appears his Twitter handle is @TunaWeasel.
What?
Tuna's Weasel. Tuna's Weasel. I don't know, dude. I don't have no clue where or why it matters. The second thing, go look it up.
Okay.
Tuna's Weasel. I don't know. It's cool, I guess. It's different.
It seems like you hate it.
Secondly, though, if nobody else out there is going to toot your horn to get you into the Hall of Fame, then you got to do it yourself. And then you got to find somebody to help you with it.
Okay.
All right. And so he found Tuna Sweesel, and he's perfectly in on this. And Mel Kiper's like, I want some glory for all this. I get hate from everybody else. There was a time.
Do people dislike him? Right?
Who?
Mel Kiper?
Yes.
Okay. I
thought
mean,
you were
I know
talking
that
about
one
Tuna
Colts
Sweesel.
guy.
Yeah, no, the one Colts guy. But Kevin, every time we talk about Mel Kiper, the first thing we bring up is the kid from Notre Dame that he just could not understand.
Jimmy Clausen.
Why nobody's drafted Jimmy Clausen. We're the 5th round. And like, that's what. That's when he staked his entire career. He's like, I'm gonna quit if he doesn't get drafted. He's gonna be a
That's why the Colts are the laughing stock of the league.
Yeah.
But I think for Clausen, he was like, if he's not in Pro Bowls, I'll quit my job.
Yeah.
And then
he didn't. He wasn't. He was bad. So I don't know. Like, I agree with Mike. Somebody would have figured it out. Somebody would have said, hey, this is kind of a cool thing. Let's get it on air.
Yeah.
But you never would have had that hair, that hair that he has. Not you, Mike, but just like people in general.
I don't have any hair. If we're having the Hair Hall of Fame, I lose.
What the hell's happened already? All right.
I don't know. Kuiper in the Hall of Fame. Like, hey, man, good job.
I want to go, hold on.
Not the Hall of Fame job.
I want to go see who the contributors are in the Hall of Fame.
Jerry Jones.
Because there are, like,
Really?
that's a category.
What is he in for? Ownership, right? I hope it's ownership.
Right? Like, yes.
Contributor is a category.
And a lot of people are like, yeah, Tony Romo is going to get into the Hall of Fame off of his announcing career, though, now. I'm like, no, I don't really agree with you there.
Now, while you look that up, teams set a record with 43 trades during this NFL draft weekend. So most ever. And then I'm sure that you saw that the Eagles made a swap so they could pick up DeAndre Swift. We talked on Friday about how DeAndre Swift was apparently on the trading block, even though the Lions having to lie about how great he is and how they're definitely going to keep him. They did, in fact, trade him to the Eagles, and then the Eagles took another Georgia defender in Keely Ringo. How concerned are you about the job that the Eagles did over the weekend? Because it seems like they did pretty damn good.
They did very well. I'm very, again, I go back to they had a lot of veterans on the team last year, and then they said, hey, we're getting rid of all of them, and we're going with youth on our team. I think one of the things, though, that they might run into a little trouble is that what did you really see from the whole cast last year? The Jordan Davises and the Nakobe Deans, you saw there's still some holes. Now these other guys are rookies. While they have great names, they're expected to be explosive in a year or two. Maybe this year isn't going to be as easy as you think for a young team like that. Now, maybe I just don't expect them to jump off the board immediately, but they have a lot of talent stocked up in it.
Did you see?
I am concerned.
Yes,
I do think this. You better beat Philadelphia early in the year. So if you do play them early in the year, that's a lot of young guys on their defensive front. Because if Philadelphia looks great the first 4 weeks or 6 weeks on defense, oh my God. Like, I could see them having to grow and mature as the season goes. But if they're good early, everybody's in big trouble at that point.
Then we need to trade for C.J. Stroud.
Right.
Because he has no problem carving that defense.
Yeah, like right now, because of the Georgia defense, right at the moment, it's on Jalen Hurts, I think, to provide that. Like, it's on the offense. They're going to be ahead of the game, as opposed to the defense is just going to have a little catch up to do.
Now, the Rams shockingly overdrafted Stetson Bennett in the 4th round. There were some people who thought he wasn't going to get drafted at all.
Did you say champion Stetson Bennett?
I didn't, but actually, I'm going to tie into that.
All right.
Is Stetson Bennett and Max Duggan, Maxaw, faced off in the national title game at SoFi. Bennett went to the Rams. Duggan went to the Chargers. Now both of their home stadiums are SoFi. But if you're Duggan, you probably want to forget about that game, right?
Well, what happened?
Ooh, Georgia just scored another touchdown.
Oh, no.
So now it's 815 to 7.
You listeners would be so mad at you.
Dude, you saw what happened?
It wasn't great.
It was a massacre.
I don't know. Did they come back? I turned it off after like 1 quarter, and I said, this is good enough.
And before anybody brings it up, how did A&M do in the game? Not well, because they can't make it. Like, I'm here. I understand. But
they should go back to the Big 12 now that UT and Oklahoma are going.
Dominate.
And be like, we're going back. Screw you guys.
Would you rather
they'll dominate?
I mean, we've been dominated most of the years we've been in the SEC. Is for the Big 12, not the SEC. Definitely don't dominate there. Would you rather have Duggan or Bennett? Because you said champion Bennett. Who would you rather have?
And then Joey reminded me, 2-time champion.
Yeah.
Stetson Bennett.
That's right.
I mean, it's very clear that you want Duggan. Come on, that dude's just a winner, except for the championship game. But other than that,
you just said don't make a run.
He'll battle. He'll battle. He'll give you everything he's got. I don't want the quarterback that has the I was running around drunk in Dallas somewhere, uptown Dallas, knocking on people's doors.
Did Hacksaw Jim Duggan ever win the championship in wrestling?
He won the Royal Rumble, but that's as close as he got to it.
What?
But Stetson Bennett also said you've invented a new law to get me and bring me down. That's my favorite part. He's like, you just made up this law. And he knows, like the Frenkels, he knows all the laws. And so he was confidently able to tell those police officers that they made up laws to try to bring him down.
Wow. Yeah, no, I'd take Maxaw. Come on, man. He's our guy.
Good answer. Did you see the fate of Andre Carter? Andre Carter was signed by the Vikings as an undrafted free agent. Here is why that is particularly relevant. Remember, this is somebody that during the college football season looked like they could have been a first or second round pick, the player out of Army.
Yep.
And then remember, it became political in terms of you have to go do your service time, and then something got signed into law, or a bill got signed that said you could still defer it if you were in the NFL. So Carter was signed on Saturday by the Minnesota Vikings as an undrafted free agent. So he has an opportunity to keep his NFL dream alive. So congratulations to him. I hope it works out for him.
The last time a West Point football player was selected in the league's first round, 1947.
And I remember there was a time when he really fell down the boards. There was a time some people projected him as a first rounder thinking maybe they could break that run.
Oh, man. Hold on. Army has had 28 all-time NFL draft selections.
And probably most of those are not.
There have been just
recently.
2 since 1970.
Okay,
Both
there you
were
go.
picked in the 6th and 7th rounds, or the 7th and final round.
Yeah. I mean, you don't look at the service academies frequently and think those are your best teams anymore. It's been 50 years.
You know what? We should invest. We should get the alums to invest a lot in them and really revitalize the programs.
So you want them to invest in Army, Navy, Air Force?
Yes.
For the football teams?
Football, yeah.
Okay.
So you can finally have get them back.
How come the Marines don't have a football team?
I don't know.
I'm serious. No, I'm not kidding.
They're too busy.
There's an
That's a
Army
good
football
question.
team, or is there? Am I not? Somebody's
it's-
going to swoop in and be like, actually.
It's because it's the few, so they don't have enough.
Oh, yeah, the few
okay.
crowd.
That's why.
The elite. Okay.
Entering the draft, Kevin, West Point had 4 graduates competing as active NFL players, all of whom also entered the league as undrafted free agents.
All right.
One,
So he's got a shot.
Brett Toth. The other, Elijah Riley, Cole Christensen, and John Radigan.
Oh, wow.
Rads.
Yeah.
I don't
Seattle
think
Seahawks linebacker John
that's the
Radigan.
same guy. By the way,
I'll ask him.
everyone, yeah, please do. I feel like there's a shocking bit of information that we didn't know is Saquon Barkley.
Oh, they're part of the Navy, everybody's saying. The Marines are part of the Navy. That's why they...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I knew we'd get help there.
Thanks, Tolos.
Hence the football team. Is Saquon Barkley and the Giants have restarted contract talks. Reportedly, Barkley was offered $14 million per year.
Whoa.
And that wasn't going to cut it.
Nope.
Now, the question will be, what's the guaranteed money like? And that's where it all pivots. But a lot of people, I think most people, in fact, believe they'll eventually get the deal worked out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Texas Rangers through 1 month of the season, setting records, hitting grand slams, and sitting in first place. Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation starting at 2 o'clock. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Rangers, through 1 month, setting records, hitting grand slams, and most importantly, they're sitting in first place, and I just kind of wanted to bask in the glory of that for just a second. And then also, because I want to ask Bochy about this tomorrow, is Mike, I know everyone is like, hey, you got to take it game by game. Every game's important. And like, I understand and appreciate all that, but did you ever break the season up any other way? Like minor or major leagues, were you like series by series? Did you ever look at it by a month basis?
Not at all.
Really?
No, because you're just in the grind.
Okay.
And so I know here we get, somewhat judged by weeklies and then monthlies and then quarters. Sure. But I don't know. I just look about coming to work. I'm coming to work today.
Yeah.
And I feel with most baseball players, like, all right, who do we play next? And they have an idea that they're about to go on a 10-game road trip. They might not even know every city they're going to right now.
Wow.
You're just kind of in the grind of it. And you do look at series as in like, hey, all right, we got the Yankees coming up. We got them for 4. But you kind of think of, it'd be cool to win 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, but you just think about, all right, man, we got Garrett Cole today. And then the next day is a new day. And we got Jacob deGrom on the mound today. And then the next day you're like, oh man, okay. So I think it is great for the fans. It's great for us as sports talk radio host. You do break it down that way. Hey, because you start looking at it when I know the Rays went 13-0 to start the year. I thought if they just play 500 the rest of the way, they got a chance to make the playoffs. If you go 13 over 500, you got a chance to make the playoffs. And you only have to play 500 baseball the rest of the way. And obviously you kind of are better than that. You're 13-0 to start the year. So for the Rangers, they're 17-11 right now. I have their record correct, right? Yeah. If you just look at it, and I know that they won't play out this way, but if you were to play just on average 5 games over 500 every month, you're 30 games over 500.
Yeah.
And that's fun to do as a fan. You get a little bit scared doing that as a player because you just don't want to go there. You don't want to start doing that because if you're 5 games under 500 right now, let's say the Cardinals are off to a bad start, then you go, we're screwed because now look at what we have to make up. But if you just sweep the next series, and I know you don't even think about that, but if you just win your next 3 games, all of a sudden everything changes in your kind of mathematical equation of where you need to go. So it's a great question. I love it as a broadcaster, as a fan, as an analyst, but as a player, man, you're just really into the grind and you don't want the Reds getting swept by the Reds to upset you that much. And you don't want to win 3 out of 4 against the Yankees to get you that high because, and you do at times, we're all humans, is that you'll fall into a lull. They have Arizona coming up. Arizona coming into the season is a rebuilding team, not a very good team. Doesn't mean they can't beat you both games that you play them at home. So you kind of are really more day to day. When you get close to September, you start looking at the standings way more in September. Like you don't even really care that you're in first place right now. It's cool you're in first place and you know you're winning games. You just know, hey, we got to win today. Let's win another game the next day.
I think, and I don't know how managers approach it or coaches because I've never been a coach, but a lot of coaches I've talked to have said you build your season backwards. And if you want to be here at the end of the season, you need to do some things early in the season to build on. A lot of, conditioning and those types of things. We talk about Bill Belichick. One of the things he started the year they won against Atlanta. And I don't even actually think it was just a start that year, but they run the hill. Every single day, they run the hill no matter what. And it starts in camp and it goes all the way through. Everybody hates the hill. But by the end of the season, they were like, we have better legs than everybody else because they believe that the hill mattered. So I do see where a manager can obsess over his schedule and say, I need to know this by about this time in the season. And I need to know this by this time. And if we're really good, we should be able to do A, B, and C in the playoffs.
And to your point, right now, Bochy and Maddox and
They're
CY today, right now, with the off day, they're going, hey, how do we want to set up our rotation?
Yeah.
We know who's pitching Tuesday. We know who's pitching Wednesday. But how do we want to do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? We do have the off day today and then an off day on Thursday. They can set it up. They can manipulate it a little bit where right now, Dane Dunning doesn't have to start until May 9th if you would like that. And when you start looking about the IL stint, if for some reason Jacob deGrom was only on the IL for the minimum amount of days, 15 days for a pitcher, is you can be like, he's only going to miss one start. We're only going to have to start for him one time if everything were to play out perfectly for his injury and everything, rehab's great and he's ready to go in 2 weeks. So they do look at it that way. From Corey's point, the management can start looking at it that way a little bit, but Bochy won't even
I don't even want players thinking that
Bochy
way.
won't even mention the word sweep.
Yeah.
Like he won't even, that's not a phrase he ever even uses. So if they've won the first 2 games of a series and they're going for the sweep in the 3rd game, he says he doesn't even mention that word in the locker room or anything like that.
I think one of the things that's really encouraging to me is you continue to see positive impact from so many different places. Like, for example, Nathan Eovaldi had been, as I feared, he'd been a guy so far, like early in the season. And then what does he do over the weekend?
Pitches a big game.
A complete game
That was the
shutout.
best game of the year by any pitcher in all of baseball.
Yes, and he retired. Like, he was on a roll, not only like because he got the shutout, he finished incredibly. He retired the final 15 batters he faced. That's why they didn't take him out. They're like, holy crap, I don't know.
He only faced 29 guys the whole game.
Yeah.
You have to face, obviously, 27. I was looking inside his numbers real quick about Nathan Eovaldi. So he was having good numbers with his fastball and his splitter, but against his curveball and cutter, he rarely throws a slider, so I almost eliminate that. But his curveball and cutter, teams were batting over 400 on each of those pitches.
Wow.
And the other ones, they were batting in the low 200s. Well, obviously, I haven't checked out his numbers after that game, but he had his curveball working in that game. I don't know how many cutters he threw, but he had a really good curveball. I bet his numbers improved tremendously with his 2 other secondary pitches. And it just goes to show, if you have 2 pitches working, you're going to have an ERA around 5. You have 4 pitches working, you can have almost a 0 ERA if all 4 are working tremendously well.
You talked about so you've got Eovaldi stepping up there. We talked about Josh Young earlier. Grand Slam was the first by a Texas rookie since Adolis Garcia, and the first by a Rangers third baseman since Adrian Beltre 7 years ago. And the excitement has trickled over. This was the highest attended series ever at Globe Life Field. And so the previous record was last October. Check this out. This is
Was that the Yankee series too?
Yes, it was. And I get it.
History too.
Yeah. For Aaron Judge, of course. But yeah, so the Aaron Judge series, 133,000 for that 4-game series. This past 4-game series, almost 147,000. So you beat it by almost 14,000 people. Yeah. And that is obviously a massive difference.
Let's put this out here because there is part of this in October. First, the Rangers were out of it, but you had history in the making, and then you had football season. You had Thursday round 1 of the draft, Friday round 2 and 3 of the draft. Saturday it didn't really come into play because by the time the draft was over.
Friday was also the Stars closeout game.
Yeah, so you had competition in the Metroplex. Yeah. And you were still able to generate that big of a fan attendance. And here's the great thing, too. If you went to any of those 4 games, even the one you lost, I think you left the park going, that was fun to be at.
Yeah.
Like there was an environment there. I want to come back. That game, it was a 2-hour and 9-minute game on Thursday. It was a 2-hour and 5-minute game on Saturday. Now, maybe you're disappointed that it goes so quick now that you're like, wow, I just sat down. I had a hot dog. We're already in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
But I think that there's a lot of things going positive for the Rangers, and they're winning so much at home. I think it's attracting the casual fan who's gone to a game this year and said, I want to go back to that. I got to see that again.
Yeah, no, I think you're completely right. They want to be part of it because they want to be there for the whole thing because they think this could be a special team. Kevin, somebody pointed out Heim has been awesome to start this year.
That's another one.
Jonah Heim, the leader in WAR right now on this team is Marcus Semien, 1.3.
He's great.
Jonah Heim has a 1.2. And Jonah Heim's OPS is currently 978. Is that
Wow.
good?
Holy smokes.
Hall of
That's
Famer.
outstanding.
Okay, I don't know. I
But
don't
like
know.
For a whole
Maybe-
career, if he ends at 9.
Yeah, that would be a Hall of Famer. I know we're not projecting that, but like,
Seager was at a 1.008 when he got injured. So
by the
Hall
way,
of Famer.
if that doesn't let you know how much of an incredible start that he was off to. Now, I saw this.
Also, that's the 1.2 is I know deGrom's made all his starts so far, but you've dealt with 2 of his starts that have been shortened. And Corey Seager's been out half of the year so far. I guess maybe a little bit less than that. So a lot of teams can have excuses, and we make them for a lot of teams when they don't do well we're like, oh, what are you going to do with the injuries? The Rangers haven't had like this healthy season. Their best hitter has been hurt, and now their best pitcher is hurt.
Yes, absolutely. And so, and I get it. You still need better production from the 7, 8, 9 in order. Agreed. You still have issues in the outfield.
Robbie Grossman is a
Agreed.
negative 0.3 right now. So
I feel like that's improved, though. I have no clue what it was a week ago. But
It was minus 0.6.
Okay.
all right.
So, Corey, we're trending in the right direction.
That sounds better, yeah.
I have something super positive for you. Did you know that this 17-11 record, it matches the best mark for the Rangers through 1 month since 2013.
Okay.
All right, so 10 years. And also
the magical 2013 season.
Yeah, where you play that stupid extra game to not make the playoffs.
Don't worry about that.
But I think you'll see a trend that I think you'll like with this. Is the 17 wins in April is tied for the second most in club history. All right? Which is, we've talked about it. The Rangers don't have like the most all-time glowing club history, but still, it's only behind 1998 when the Rangers won their division. And then it's tied with 1989. The Rangers had a winning record that year. They won 83 games.
All right.
I know they didn't get to the playoffs, obviously. 2012, that team made it to the playoffs and lost in the wild card, I think 93 wins. And 2013, 91 wins. So
what you're suggesting is that when the Rangers start this way,
they finish above 500.
They don't just fall apart every
Exactly.
time. Right.
And in fact, they have not fallen apart in any of those years. Like 2013, 1989, 2012, all of those teams finished with a winning record. And I know as much as like we've caught the fever right now of, oh my God, can this team win 90 to 92 games or whatever the case is? This team won 68 games last year, 69 games last year.
Nice.
If you finish with a winning record, that is a massive jump up. Like if you win 83 games, I know it'll feel like a disappointment, but you still improve 15 games.
Yes, and that's what's been fun about this. It's been so fun. I mean, I'm still following Evan Carter. He's tearing it up. I'll tell you, Luis Angel Acuna's tearing it up in Double-A as a middle infielder.
Yeah.
So you just are following your prospects too. Now, obviously, we've talked about Jack Leiter. Rocker's doing very good. Owen White's doing good. Cole Wynn's struggling again a little bit. But there's so many guys to follow in your minor leagues that, let's face it, I think Chris Young is going to have a plethora of people to trade to then improve the team. If that, so the things that I think that's also, look, it's a ways away. Somebody asked me about Luis Robert on Twitter. I want to say it was Tharp Cards, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'm like, probably too early for that. The White Sox have so much control over him. But like, this is the other thing too for Ranger fans. We're talking about, hey, can we add Luis Robert? Can we add before he signed Brian Reynolds? Hey, how about Shohei Ohtani? And then we're starting to talk about relief pitchers. Like, and the thing is, it's available because they've done a pretty good job of drafting and developing over the last, it looks like 3 years.
Yep.
Now, look, Jack Leiter has to be a lot better, but I mean, they're doing a pretty good job of kind of developing right now. Who knows if they'll be good major league players, but you can use those guys to help out your major league team.
And it could be much worse. ESPN put out their first month grades. The Colorado Rockies got an F. The Royals got an F. The Chicago White Sox got an F-. And then the Oakland A's got an F-. That's 5 minuses.
Wow.
Meanwhile, the Rangers got an A-.
What did the Reds get? Did you read the Reds, Kevin? Do you happen to have a grade on the Reds and how they're going?
Well, they got an A+ for 3 days.
Yeah, they got a D+. So
kind of what it felt like.
Yeah, I know.
For those 3
I
games.
know. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I get it. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, It's ridiculously early, but you know how this goes. What grade would you give the Cowboys draft? And what did the experts say about the Cowboys draft? 877-881-1053 if you want to make Corey puns. All of those options are available next right here on The Fan.
And taken down. Mozzie Smith says, not on my watch. The senior from Grand Rapids, that's a loss of 3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. It's ridiculously early, but you know how the sports world works, and everyone's got them. What grade would you give the Dallas Cowboys draft, and how do they sit among the national experts? Because they rated them as well.
I hesitate because I'm a little weird about this. I want to go C+, B-.
Okay.
Is B- lower than a B? B is an
Yes.
85, right?
Yes.
80. That's always weird because that number feels
B-,
like it's.
I think, is usually like 80 to 83.
All right, so I'll give him a B-, and I'm
Okay.
being nice.
Can I ask you guys this question since Friday? I didn't get to hear you guys. Who did you guys want when the clock hit Cowboys?
I didn't. Oh, go ahead.
Joey Porter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't expect Mozzie. Like I didn't think that one, but I wanted Porter as well. That was the name.
Now I know you guys didn't discuss this. What was the name you wanted when the Cowboys were on the clock in the second round?
You know, honestly, I thought there was a shot because, like, when we brought his name up, I thought there was a shot at Sam Laporta, the tight end out of Iowa.
He's the third pick, though, right? Or he was really high. In the
Yeah. But, like, so many people seemed bent out of shape when the idea was floated about Laporta going in the first round, is I had hoped that maybe that would be. But he even went ahead, one pick ahead of Michael Mayer. And so, you know, it was Laporta, Avia, I think, came up as an idea.
Yeah, Avia was
well.
gone early, too. I think Osiris Torrance was the one, Mike, I was thinking, because I'm just thinking about that ability to add depth to your offensive line, or maybe even a starter to your offensive line. And
his actual position is interior offensive line, as opposed to drafting a tackle and converting him and everything like that. And he went, did he go right after?
Yeah, right after.
Cowboys?
yeah, he went in the next pick. And I was like, all right, like that could be the a piece that I would be perfectly happy with. I know a lot of people were kind of in that Hendon Hooker vein. They were just like, I want Hendon Hooker, baby.
That would have been something.
I think it's interesting where he lands.
So and I don't know if this would have been, I'm with you. I would have taken Porter Jr. at the pick.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I'm right. Hell, I didn't study these guys, obviously, the way the Dallas Cowboys did. They feel like they got the best guy. I would also have taken Drew Sanders with the second round pick. That's who I thought. I was hoping when the second pick was coming up, in the second round pick, I was like, oh man, Drew Sanders made it all the way down to that pick. And obviously they wanted a linebacker, because then in the third round they took a linebacker.
Yeah.
So
And he slid. Drew Sanders.
Yeah, he slid to early in the third round. And so I was just wondering from y'all's perspective as this thing played out, the third round pick could have been, if you would have done that, let's just say you didn't take Scoon. I just call him Scooney, but
Scooney.
Is Darnell Washington did go right after you picked at 90.
Mm-hmm.
So he went at 93. So I don't know if you would have, this is the way you can obviously hindsight it. The Cowboys had no clue that Drew Sanders would be there in their second round, and then who would be there in their third round, so.
And from what I understood, I thought maybe they weren't the biggest fans in the world of Darnell Washington.
He had a red flag.
Yeah, medical. So even
if
if things had been reversed, I don't believe that's a path they would have gone down. And that's one of the tough things, right? Is because you want these players, I want these players, but he was almost a non-starter for the Cowboys. Like, I don't know if it was like 5th round or whatever. Maybe they're like, well, this value is too stupid to pass up. But all the people that we're interested in, or some of the people have mocked higher, the Cowboys are like, we're not drafting him.
So one of the discussions Kevin and I had on our way out the door on Friday was a lot of times people get caught up in the consensus media or the consensus analyzers or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to be like, oh, McShay says this. Well, I mean, like, how much do you trust McShay? The thing with the Cowboys is they trust their wagons, and they've circled their wagons. They trust what they have. And I want to ask the Tolos this question. Are we at a point with McClay where we just blindly trust him now and just go, oh, I mean, it's gonna work out? I mean,
I do with the first round pick,
and
honestly.
That's what I think too, because they don't in the second round, Corey, right? Like, everything we've seen about, let's just say, old Scooney, as Mike wants to call the tight end out of Michigan, is people have bagged on this team's second round drafting ability quite a bit. But I think I'm in a position where I do trust the Cowboys quite a bit drafting, and I think people have gotten the ultimate failure of this organization to do anything special over the last 27 years, and I think that carries over into everything they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I get it. The Cowboys haven't even been to an NFC championship game. They're awful in that regard. But they do other things well, and I think drafting is one of them. But for some people, failure means everything in the organization is a failure, right down to the drafting, and that I don't agree with.
Because I've been just kind of a lot of what I chalk things up to as I go through this draft, or even let's start with Mozzie, is, well, I just trust Dan Quinn and Will McClay. They haven't let me down too terribly much so far. And so that's where a lot of this discussion on the next day and the other days is, yeah, I think that they've done a pretty good job of adding. And if you're just like, well, he's only good on first round. They also got Deron Bland. Like, they've had some other hits in lower rounds too, or even like
people dig Mukwamu.
Yeah, I didn't expect that player to be anything, and now look at what's going on there, and it seems like a good pairing between McClay and his ability to understand what Dan Quinn wants and why Dan Quinn wants to draft a certain player. That's why where we look at Overshown, I'm not saying I had to jump out of my chair for this guy, but I think that whenever they went through the process, Dan Quinn was like, I need somebody the other texted in and said they think he's Kearse's replacement. And let's think about that. 6'3", similar body types, can play down in the box, played safety before, has played linebacker. What happened? Kearse went down last year and they were kind of scrambling to replace that spot. So maybe Dan Quinn was like, I don't need this, but I need some depth. And then when you talk about, oh man, Mozzie's just a 2-down player, I disagree with you on that.
That differently.
I disagree for sure on that, but add to that. I mean, they rotate their defensive line so much that maybe that's what they're looking for, is to keep fresh those first 2 downs, move other directions. So I'm at a point, Kevin, where I do just say I trust them and what they're doing, but it doesn't look like it matches with a lot of other people's idea of what they should be doing.
Now, because I did want to go through that, let me read a few grades right now from the 972. Cowboys draft gets a B-. Anything less than the championship game is a failure. I'm assuming they mean NFC championship game, but I don't know that for a fact. From the 682, A++. Trust the process. From the 214, I would give the Cowboys draft a B. Good overall. They drafted some needs, but it wasn't flashy or real exciting. So those are just some of the grades. But what I wanted to give you the breakdown is the rest of the NFL and the people who cover this, how they feel. If you go to Pro Football Focus, and I'm going to warn you, these are not my grades, but spoiler alert, most people don't think the Cowboys did super well. Pro Football Focus, they had the Cowboys with a C+, which was 31st out of the 32 teams. You'll see this a lot with Kuiper too, with if he gives you a B-, that's like, it's not so great. The only team he had worse than the Cowboys was San Francisco with a C-, and I feel like it's pretty accepted that San Francisco did a crap job. And then for Pete Prisco, he loved what the Cowboys did.
Before we go any further, did you just say that San Francisco did a crap job?
It seems like the consensus.
They got a kicker.
They got a kicker, Kevin.
Which
what do the
we
Cowboys
don't.
not have right now?
We do not.
And they got a Michigan kicker. We already took a tight end and a defensive tackle from Michigan. Couldn't get the kicker while we were at it. I'm just joking.
Might as well.
Not that big of a fan. We'll figure kicker out later.
What an interesting counterpoint. The Eagles are like, we're going to draft all the Georgia people. And then the Cowboys are like, fine, we'll draft all the Michigan people.
Gosh, I hope Derek Holland's a fan of our team now.
Yeah, he better be. I know he was excited about the tight end. Is for Pete Prisco, he only gave 4 teams an A, and one of them was the Cowboys. It was the Cowboys, Eagles, Bengals, and Lions, I do believe. So he has them tied for first.
That's interesting. Lions, I've seen mixed reviews on the Lions as well.
Yes.
Like just very mixed reviews on the Lions.
Actually, I heard part of that debate happening this morning in our studio. And then NFL.com, they have the Cowboys tied for 19th with 5 other teams. So you're talking about 19 through 24. And then Sporting News, 24th. USA Today, 19th. And so for the most part, analysts, I don't think Dane had them particularly high. For the most part, analysts have them average to below average. And that's the beauty of it, is because you never know. Like I've talked about this several times, is I thought Travis Frederick was a horrible value pick. I think they got graded poorly on it. And that turned out to be a genius pick.
All right, so do you add Cook and Gilmore to this draft?
Now, if you're doing that, I feel like you bump them up. Like you said, B-, don't you put them at a B+ then?
Yes.
Because you did get rid of 2 of your 5th-round picks.
Yeah.
And that's what you got back.
You got a receiver who is still a very productive receiver. He's at 1,000 yards in his sleep. That's every year he just kind of gets 1,000 yards.
He's just not a number 1. Everybody gets disappointed when they trade for him because they want him to be a number 1. And I think now he's to the part of his career where the Cowboys know solid number 2, worst case scenario, a great number 3.
And you look at the positions addressed now. Like, let's use Corey's idea. You have a cornerback that you think is going to start. You have a wide receiver that you think is going to start. You have a defensive tackle that you think is going to start. You have a tight end that I know people might differ about this in terms of Jake Ferguson, but I think it's going to start. You have an edge in specifically Fehoko, maybe more than what we're going to do in the 3rd round, and the versatility of the position there that could be something over the next year or 2. Then you feel totally different about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I look at the overall roster. There are parts of me that were like, man, are they like intentionally drafting backups? Like there were moments where I was like, is that an intentional thing? But I thought they drafted well in where they were in the draft. A lot of times you hear Broadus will say, you feel like you might have to draft that guy a little early. And that's where I feel like people are like, oh, they did a reach. And I think in the Cowboys' mind, a lot of times they were going, oh, hey, look, there's Jane Slater on TV right now after she was on the show this morning with Sean and RJ. I think a lot of times the Cowboys were in a situation where we want this guy, but if we wait till the next round, we're not going to get him. So let's go ahead and take him now. And they kind of just did that throughout that whole draft. Broadus talks about that a lot. I'd like to hear more, maybe in Crosstalk, Kevin, about that approach and if that was applied this year in the draft.
And from the 469 to that point, I think the Cowboys use the media mocks as a smokescreen to draft the players they want. Hey, I told you, I thought tight end in the 1st round was very viable. Now I know they still took a tight end in the 2nd round, but they mentioned tight end a lot in the lead ups for this.
You know when tight end got mentioned the most? Nobody was talking tight end, Kevin, until they were up in Indianapolis and Jerry Jones invited everybody on his bus.
Yeah.
And when he invited everybody on his bus, all of a sudden, whispers of tight ends started milling about everywhere. And everybody was like, oh, we got to look at these tight ends because maybe Jerry gave something away on the bus.
Sure.
And that's when that happened. And I didn't completely believe it because Jerry's good at this.
I mean, but then they did take a tight end in the 2nd round.
Yep.
From the 972, I agree with drafting has been a strong point for the Cowboys. So does that mean coaching has been horrible in the problem? Because if you consistently draft well, shouldn't you be getting better results? I think coaching is part of it. Honestly, I've said this time and again. I think it's our fundamental misunderstanding and poor management of the salary cap that has truly doomed this team, is because I think we do a good job at drafting, but then we think we have to keep these players no matter the cost. Like, there are definitely players that I'm like, I want to keep him. And then it gets to a cost and I'm like, well, that was just foolish. I think we're awful managing the cap.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. And I'm going to throw out the bomb here that I think obviously is the number one topic is I just don't think Dak's good enough to look at that other team on the other side and go, no, I'll get 40 for us today.
Yeah.
Because when Joe Burrow looked at Patrick Mahomes, I know he just lost to him, but he's like, no, we'll get to the Super Bowl. I'll put up 40. Well, you don't have an offensive line. He's like, yeah, don't worry. I'll get 4. Like that's when, and I'm Jalen Hurts had a great year. Let's see if he can repeat it and have another great year. But I do think sometimes you come up short against the San Francisco 49ers because Dak can't just say, dude, what do we need? 30, 40? I'll do it. I'll get it.
Yeah.
Like if we give up 42, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't play defense, but I'm going to light up this team. I'm going to figure out how to put up 30-plus points today, which is going to give us an unbelievable chance of winning in the playoffs. And so I do think he's good. Not trying to crap on Dak, but I think when somebody's like, well, if we're drafting well, and I get the cap, free agency, those are things that the front office has to get better at. It looks like they have.
We're moving in that direction. But then I get nervous because, and I know y'all have brought this up before, sometimes Jerry just talks and just says things. And it's like, that doesn't mean it has to be, but you can see how I would think if the owner and general manager of the team says something, that it might happen. He said on Saturday night on the team website, the ship is not sailed about bringing back Zeke.
Let's go.
How the hell is that going to work?
Let's go. We're going to get him back on a cheaper deal.
And we're going to carry 16 running backs
into camp so that we can keep Zeke's legs for the start of the season, Kevin.
These are the kind of things that worry me. You made the tough decision. I don't think it was a tough decision, but I know for this organization, it was a tough decision. And Troy Aikman and all the other people like that can save it with me in terms of he's the glue that keeps it all together. Awesome. Is you made what you thought was a tough decision, and then you move on.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't be backsliding. This is not like the relationship that we've all had where you backslide because you're like, I don't want to be with that person anymore. But like you decided you don't want to be with Zeke. Move on.
I married my backslide though. So.
Okay, well on rogue occasions it works. Hold on, but did you backslide or were you like, we're going to get back together?
Man, I'm going to have to revisit the whole scenario to figure this out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no. But I totally get what you're saying, but I think that, like, maybe, how we talk a lot of times about how Odell Beckham needed a market and Jerry Jones helped provide that for a little while. Maybe Jerry is helping Zeke provide a little market of, hey, we still have interest in him, on a team-friendly deal. But I agree, Kevin. He walks into this room, his personality is bigger than everything. He knows the place. This is my place. And now he's expected to be a role player. And I don't think that relationship would work.
And for people who are still concerned about the offensive line, I'm 100% with you. And I think that's Corey is as well. Hence why he talked about maybe making a different move with a second-round pick. But I also think Schoonmaker,
he's going to be a good blocker for you.
And I think that was their version of addressing it. I still don't think you should rule out, and I know this is going to sound crazy, I still think you might see Smith and Smith on the left side.
Yes.
So I think it's going to be Smith and Smith on the left side, Biotish, Martin, and Steele, and they're going to look at Schoonmaker as also being part of the package because everyone keeps mentioning he's a well-rounded tight end. Well-rounded tight end is code for he doesn't stretch the field, but he's a good blocker.
Yeah, he's
percentage that Smith is the starting tackle on opening day without blowing something out when we get to training camp.
Now, that's a different question that I
totally
totally understand.
That's why we need
skepticism.
to bring Zeke back so he can be the legs for Tyron. So he can play left tackle for a little bit.
If we went the bold decision of converting Zeke into an offensive lineman, I would listen to that.
You have a lot of offensive linemen that you have to find out some crap about. Like you have a lot of dudes that have been drafted and brought in and either been injured or just unproductive so far.
Yeah.
I'm not that concerned about the starters at the moment. I really need to find out about the depth because of one concern on the starting.
If there's an injury to a guard, is our new draft pick from Carolina the guard? Is he the third guard on this team?
Ready for that yet?
That's a great question because I have been focused on the injury at tackle, and you just slide Tyler out there, and then what?
Because does your North Carolina guy become the guard? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name.
I'm not prepared to say that's just like done. All right, like he's better suited to play guard than he is tackle. But I got to watch him play against adults first.
Okay.
But I think that's where it comes into play. Is that, hey, we got ball, let's go. And you're like, okay, like
they do like Farinock.
Right,
They have some things that they like. Well, we got to find out more though.
I feel like we've heard about these guys for 2 years and have still seen nothing out of them.
Yeah.
If we're so confident in them, but you might be right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit of NBA basketball playoffs. One, Dylan Brooks. I don't want him to be a Dallas Maverick.
But you think he will?
Yes, I do. For some reason, I just do. Like everything that can go wrong, Mark Cuban picks the really wrong thing. And I know that Gavin Dawson, I don't think he's here yet. He's a big Dylan Brooks fan for the Dallas Mavericks. He can't shoot. We already have guys that are limited. He can't play offense. And defensively, I think he just talks a lot. I don't think he's great defensively. I just think he's okay defensively. He shot 30% from 3. Like, that's horrible.
Yeah.
He's a horrible shooter. So I don't see how Dylan Brooks makes any sense when I see, I'll say, Gavin Dawson leading the way of the Dylan Brooks to Dallas situation because he's a free agent. Memphis doesn't really want to deal with him anymore.
Yeah.
And I just look at his game and I'm watching the playoffs. I'm like, he can't shoot. So I just look at him, unless you believe that you have a shooting coach, which obviously we might not have a good one because we can't make free throws to save our lives here, is unless you feel like you can get him to 40%, I don't see how he makes sense on the Mavericks. And he's going to run his mouth.
And then when he loses after running his mouth, he goes and pouts.
Yes. All right. My next one around the NBA and the playoffs is Steph Curry. Wow. That was so fun to watch. My son, who was watching with me, was rooting for Sacramento. I was rooting for Golden State. He's like, Golden State wins all the time. I'm like, yeah, but I want to watch that guy play more.
Did you see his quote about he was asked, what do you say to the people who say that this team is too old to win a championship? And he goes, nah, while I'm still here. I think he has earned the right to have that level of confidence.
Well, I love what you're saying because I saw a lot of this last night and I totally get it and I totally don't get it. Is we have to have the conversation of Steph Curry versus Magic Johnson because for a long time now, since about 1990-ish, everybody's like, Magic Johnson's the greatest point guard of all time. And I think without a doubt, he is.
Yeah.
And now you could say he was. Here's my issue with this, and I'd love y'all's comments on this. If you kind of know Magic Johnson's game, is Magic Johnson was a point guard. I still struggle with Steph Curry's a point guard because he's not dictating the tempo and the flow of the game. They really let Draymond Green do that. I was watching Jay Williams this morning. He said, here's what's tough about the LA Lakers matchup with Golden State because they're like, hey, put Vanderbilt on Curry. Length, size, all these things. Like, he's running off 3 picks. And running off of 3 picks, it's really tough to stay on that guy in today's game. A lot of times you have to somewhat switch off of off-ball picks. Well, that's a shooting guard.
Yeah.
When you're Rolando Blackman, Clyde Drexler back in the day, Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, they're running off a lot of picks, and then they control the ball at times and then make their move. But Magic Johnson and Curry, I think it's a fun conversation, but I just don't know how to have the conversation when they were completely different players on the basketball court.
Would you compare him closer to Kobe then? In terms of where you slot them positionally, not their game.
Yes.
Okay.
And I get that Curry is a very good passer, but like Kobe, in a way, Jordan, you could put Jordan as a point guard. I mean, let's face it. You tell me who the point guard was on the Chicago Bulls 91 to 93 and then 96 to 98. It was kind of Michael Jordan was the point guard. I mean, now that's kind of like Curry, right? Because Jordan, like, well, he wasn't really the point guard. Scottie Pippen would bring the ball up a lot. Tony Kukoc would bring the ball up some. Sometimes it was Ron Harper. Well, I get it, but who was truly the guy who had the ball the most in his hands? Michael Jordan. Mm-hmm. So we don't put Michael Jordan in the point guard conversation. And for Curry, I do think he's now entered the conversation of it's really tough to keep him out of the top 10 players in the history of basketball. He's right on that line right now.
I don't want to throw off your segment because I'm going to go back to that same person who's had a better career, him or Kobe.
It's really close. It's really close.
Kobe was an elite
and it's really tough. I think once you get to, even like right now, I hate doing this because of how much he meant to the game. I think now Larry Bird starts getting to the edge of top 10 player. Is that he's been a top 10 player ever since he's retired, but I see that where LeBron has gone past him, I believe. And now Curry and what he's doing, I think you start having to go, dude, and Larry Bird, unbelievable, three-time champion, three-time MVP. But you start looking at Curry and you go, ooh, like maybe in a weird way because they're totally different players and tough to compare, that Curry is better. But I think when you compare Magic and Curry, I don't think it's really a fun or fair comparison because they were so different. You might as well say, well, let's compare Shaquille O'Neal to Giannis. And you're like, well, this is kind of silly. Like, they're totally different players who played totally different positions. And I feel like Magic and Curry are not playing the same position at all.
And that's what I think about, like, how many people I think are top 10 players. Because I was just thinking, like, when you said that, oh, clearly Larry Bird is a top 10 player. So is Olajuwon. So is Kobe. So is Shaq. And they're like, well, you run out of room.
Yeah, and you get to Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you have 15 players who are clearly top 10. And you're like, holy crap. If you're top 10 in the NBA, you're insanely good.
Yeah, because, I mean, even you're top 25. Because, Kevin, as we add more players to this, it's naturally going to happen. So we will eventually have to just expand our what's really good.
I think this is what's tougher about baseball players in today's generation. Mike Trout. It's tough because baseball has been around 50 years longer or maybe even more than we cared about NBA basketball. Like, nobody cares about George Mikan. Nothing against the guy.
Sure.
He's dead. He's not listening to me now. But, I mean, it's like George Mikan's the greatest basketball player of all time. It's like, yeah, when probably the guys he was playing against were 6'6", you know, like, because he was 7 feet tall and he didn't dominate his era.
Yeah, and I don't want to take that away from him. It's just, it's tough to compare when you still had to put the ladder up and go get the ball and everything like that. Do they not?
And because basketball, or because baseball was so popular, it's tough. With Ted Williams, you know, or Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig, right? We have this history of like, dude, are they? Yeah. But then I remember Tom Grieve telling me something that was interesting about Ted Williams. He said, you know, when Ted Williams played and he batted 400 and he's like, not taking anything away from him, a great hitter. Have you ever seen the gloves they were playing with in the 40s and 50s? Like, you can't make diving great plays and the ball stick in your glove for the most part. Like, you had to catch the ball with two hands.
Yeah.
And eventually they made gloves kind of in the 60s and 70s eventually that you didn't have to use two hands. In fact, it's stupid to tell a kid to catch a ball with two hands. If you're listening, don't catch a ball with two hands. The pocket is made that the other hand should not affect the ball at all. The glove now is made to catch the ball with one hand and has for a long time.
Gary Payton.
But when you played and you were when you were Ted Williams, you had to catch the ball with two hands. The ball didn't stick in your glove.
Yeah.
It wasn't made, there wasn't a pocket for it to just kind of go into the glove. So I'm getting a little bit off topic here, but Magic Johnson and Steph Curry. I just don't know where to put Curry. He's such a unique player. In fact, in the history of the game, there's never been a Magic Johnson, and there's never even been a guy that's really been that close. The two guys that come to mind of a Magic Johnson-like player, and they don't really come close. One, Penny Hardaway, because he was a 6'6", 6'7" point guard, but still a very different player. And then the next one to come along, who has totally decided, I don't want to be anything like Magic Johnson. That's Luka Doncic, because Luka Doncic was a 6'7" point guard coming out of the draft. Maybe even you want to put him at 6'8", put him at 6'8". So getting closer to body type. But Luka's decided 30 is more important than 20. And what I mean by that is scoring 30 is more important than getting 20 assists. And when you look at Magic Johnson, he was dictating the tempo off of his passes. He was dictating everything off of fast break and dictating off of passes we'd never seen in our lifetime. I wasn't around for Pistol Pete Maravich, so a few people like my father say, hey, Pistol Pete could make passes like Magic Johnson, but that's the only person that kind of comes close to these Magic Johnson fast break passes that he's making. So we've never seen a Magic Johnson ever since Magic Johnson retired. We've had a few guys that kind of look similar, but not even really that close. And I don't know who to compare Curry to, because if he's a point guard, he's the first ever point guard to never control the ball coming up the court and dictate the tempo and flow of a game.
Yeah, I've gotten really caught up thinking about this now because I think I'm still starting to slide Steph outside the top 10. I don't think he hangs with Magic or Larry, or I'm just kind of looking at it. There's been way too many times he has not been considered the best in the NBA outside of shooting. Like, if you just look at first team All-NBA, he's been on it 4 times.
Okay.
Like, that's, I mean, he's great. Don't get me wrong. He's an
I'm
all-time.
not arguing with you.
He's an all-time great. I just think if we're talking top 10, I think I'm sliding him out in favor of somebody like Bird or even Kobe.
Okay.
Even
and
if
Magic
players,
is I'm looking at his Wikipedia, or not Wikipedia.
I think Magic is
he's a
ahead of
10-time All-NBA.
I think
guy.
Magic is ahead of both of those people.
So anyways, when it comes to Curry, I just thought it was interesting that that's kind of where the internet went last night, of Magic versus Curry. And I just I don't know who to compare Curry to. And maybe you are saying, should we compare him more to Kobe, or should we compare him more to Michael Jordan? Because Michael Jordan really was the point guard on the Bulls. If we want to just say, well, who controls the ball the most? Well, Michael Jordan, because you can't name a point guard on that team.
Sure. Unless you're like, ooh, what about Paxton? Yeah, I know.
Right.
But I decided to double check these stats. If you were comparing him to Kobe, is career points per game. Kobe 25, Curry 24.6. Assists, Curry 6.5, Corey. Kobe 4.7, and then Kobe 5.2 rebounds and Curry 4.7 rebounds. So I know the assists are, more in the favor of Steph Curry, but there's a lot of similarities in those basic stat lines right there.
Okay, real quick from both of you guys, Denver, Phoenix. Denver blows out Phoenix. Is this going to be a close series, or is this going to be Denver in 5? Or is it going to be Phoenix?
If Joker has some help, I think that's the difference, man.
Jamal Murray is on a quest to make sure everybody knows his name. I say it will be close, but I'm taking the Nuggets for sure.
In how many games?
I'll say 6.
I'll say 6.
I'm going to take Denver in 5.
Oh, I like it.
You know what that's called, right, Corey?
You know why?
Gentleman's sweep.
We see what happens with Chickenhead and Ayton and Chris Paul when they get in a little bit of adversity and trouble.
Yeah.
You better be nice about Ayton.
Chris Paul tries to injure somebody.
I don't mind having Ayton here, but I just wonder, if they get mentally, we saw it here in Dallas after they lost in 2006, the NBA Finals. Let's see if those demons start coming up in round 2 for Phoenix.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man. The President's Trophy curse, plus all of the other greatest sporting curses ever. Next on The Fan.
Get the top story. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
But not Joey.
Not Joey, though. We just saw Ronald Acuna Jr. hit a 448-foot home run that looks like it got above the lights in New York and then just carried because it went into the third deck. Never forget, we have his little brother. And so you know how that works out.
He's been great in Frisco. Like, I'm not kidding. I don't know where he fits in the Rangers' future.
Yep.
Because he's a middle infielder. But he is really good.
Yeah, he's having a really good season.
He bats second,
so far.
right behind Evan Carter. And those two guys are dominating. And by the way, I do think that Ronald Acuna Jr. could be the National League Player of the Month.
Oh, wow. That would be interesting because I think Spencer Strider, isn't he like leading the way for some Cy Young action right now?
Yes, he was probably the pitcher of the month in the National League. But Acuna, real quick, is .353 batting average, 12 stolen bases, 14 RBIs. He has a OPS of 1004 for the month of April. So just destroyed it in April.
But you have to remember, Corey, that's because baseball is soft and they have to give out multiple awards.
Oh, yeah, that's
it's
right.
not just one Cy Young.
Yeah, you need to just one MVP. There's only one MVP.
I don't mind it because Josh Young, I think, is the rookie of the month in all of baseball, even though he'll just get it for the American League.
All right, guys, this doesn't typically happen in the C block.
You out of content?
Probably.
What?
Let's
it's
talk
Monday.
Let's talk hockey.
I might be sick tomorrow, okay?
I might be sick tomorrow, Mike.
What?
We both might be sick tomorrow. Actually, I'm calling in now, so that could beat Mike to
I
it.
don't think this is
I'll drink
official.
another half bottle of DayQuil.
The Bruins had arguably the greatest regular season in NHL history.
They did.
65 wins, 135 points. Those records could stand for the eternity of life. Nobody knows the answer to that question right now. But it brings up a very interesting topic, and that is curses.
Oh, my gosh.
Michael Jackson.
Thank you, Mike.
That's Vincent Price, but yes, that is from Thriller.
All right, so do y'all believe in curses?
I want to say no, but I feel like I might a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's where I'm at,
I
too.
believe in Michael Jackson.
All right.
What's that?
I believe in Michael Jackson.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
That's a whole new
I mean, Jerry has admitted, he's like, just give me this one in 1995, and I won't ask for anything else. And we have gotten nothing since then.
The Bruins are now the 7th President's Cup trophy winner to lose in the first round of the playoffs since the year 2000.
It's like once every 3 years, the best team in the NHL loses in the first round.
In 2000, the stupid St. Louis Blues lose in the first round. In 2006, the Detroit Red Wings.
Ooh, love to see it.
Is that like, was he on that team, Mike Modano?
I don't think he was there. Maybe
He was there for 1 year.
I don't think it was 06 though. 2009, the San Jose Sharks. 2010,
should have known that.
Washington Capitals.
Ooh, sorry, Frank.
Was that Frank's year?
No.
That was the next year
Does
after
Ovechkin
Frank,
play
right?
for them?
Yeah.
Yes. I tell you what, I have enjoyed hockey playoffs. I didn't think, remember, I was like, I don't care. I care again. Like, it is fun watching the Stars play hockey, and it makes me wonder, why don't I do this more? But I don't, maybe the regular season, it's kind of like maybe World Cup soccer. You watch World Cup soccer and you get all excited about it. Then you go and watch regular soccer and you're like, not as entertaining. But this hockey playoff thing is really fun.
I'm glad that you love it.
And then 2012, Vancouver Canucks, and 2019, the Tampa Bay Lightning, and then this year. So like you said, Kevin, every 3 years or so.
2020, the Lightning, though, they won it all. Congratulations. That's great for them.
And maybe that's what happens. Maybe you go back and you just reboot everything and revisit it. But the last 10 President's Trophy winners, only the Chicago Blackhawks have ended up winning the Stanley Cup.
So if you're the best in the regular season, you're like, who cares?
Yeah, usually they lose in the second round. Is that
Bobby Orr's rolling in his grave?
Is that because of their stupid way that they set it up? That the team with the best record ends up having to play another team?
No, that system is still fairly new.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I don't think you can blame all of it on that. But
one P plays 2W or something.
Exactly.
I'm like, stop it.
It could.
So
it doesn't make any sense.
I wanted to go find, Kevin, the the greatest sporting curses in the world.
Okay.
So,
Is that Stephen Jones?
Hold on, play that one and then play the Thriller one.
Okay.
so,
All right. Okay. Now play that. Which one's spookier?
That's not right.
Which one's
what you're
spookier?
doing right
I was scared
now.
to death of the Thriller video when I was
Yes.
a kid. I did not like watching that. It gave me nightmares, and I was scared. And I liked Michael Jackson.
Do you think any women were afraid they would go on a date with somebody who turned out to be a werewolf?
Well, when I was 5 and saw that commercial, I thought it could happen.
Yeah.
So I did find this from publishingbyshell.com.
I do not know if that sounds reputable.
And
they have gas stations everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, it's spelled different.
Great fuel.
Yeah.
But legend number one.
They have to be truthful.
Hit the music, Joey. Oh, never mind. Legend number one, the legend of Bill Barrelco's bones.
What?
Ice hockey.
You said that wrong. I don't even know what you said, but it was wrong.
In 1951, there was a glorious Ukrainian-Canadian Bashan Bill Barrelco, 24-year-old, scoring the Stanley Cup-winning goal in overtime to claim a famous victory. Then, in the offseason, he went on a fishing trip with his dentist.
Oh, no. With his dentist?
Yeah, because, I mean, in the 50s, you could do that, dude. You go with your dentist because you, it's a Leave It to Beaver type scenario.
Okay.
Only his dentist's self-piloted float plane crashed in remote Quebec, and both disappeared. The grammatically debatable Maple Leafs didn't win another title until 1962, 11 years after Barrelco's plane crashed.
That doesn't seem Kershish.
The same year they finally found his body.
Oh, no.
They find his body and they finally win, Mike.
Was it frozen?
His dentist was there too. I don't know. It was probably frozen. It was in Quebec.
Hold on. What is his dentist being there? You're like, he can't freeze.
They found both of them.
They could use lidocaine.
Because he took it on the plane and stuff. Okay.
Curse.
They probably didn't have that back then.
Number 2.
Okay.
The Curse of the Colonel. Have you ever heard of this one?
Is this about why no one's tried to cancel the chicken guy?
In Australia, they have the ticker
popcorn.
tape parades. In the U.S., competition is won. Everybody destroys their city. In Japan, Hanshin fans celebrated a victory.
Hansen fans, I think is what you're trying to say.
Hanshin fans. They celebrated their 1985 Champion Series by kidnapping a statue of Colonel Sanders from a local KFC.
All right.
They
This
then
is made up.
threw it into the local river. Despite having died 5 years earlier, this desecration is supposed to have enraged the chicken-bothering Kentuckian restaurateur, who condemned them from winning beyond the grave. The result, Kevin, 18 years of coming last or almost last, and ongoing folly in the Japanese Championship Series, which continues despite the statue's recovery in 2009.
My side question to this, can you kidnap a statue? Are we using the right terminology?
Is it statnap?
There's way too much information in these things.
What do you mean?
You're giving great information, but it's a lot.
Yeah, but I got to set up the curse. I got to set up the curse.
But all these curses have been broken.
Well, they're still finishing in last.
The Babe Ruth curse?
You
over.
can break a curse. That didn't mean it didn't exist, right?
Well, I thought these were
This is the
living
Babe Ruth-
curses.
The Babe Ruth curse is over. It took
Billy
something
Goat
special.
curse is over.
Well, is that one over?
Yeah, they won.
Oh, okay.
2016.
But they never won that one, and that's what's important.
They did.
The Socceroos with Dr. Hex.
Oh my god.
I mean, I believe this one.
I don't know which one's scarier. Mexico, 1969. Nice. The Socceroos are preparing to play Rhodesia in 1970 World Cup. To get a pregame edge, the team consulted a witch doctor who buried bones near the goalposts, cursed the opposition, and bedeviled a victory to Australia. I don't know what bedeviled means. The Socceroos,
doesn't sound good.
They won 3-1.
Take mayonnaise, mustard, and the egg yolk with some relish. Good to go.
No, that's a deviled egg, not a bedeviled egg.
They won 3-1, by the way.
Okay.
But
it'd be deviled.
They did not want to pay the witch doctor
Oh, that's a
$1,000.
That is a mistake.
And so he reversed the curse on them. For 32 years.
Oh, my God.
For 32 years, they failed to score a goal.
What?
For 32 years, they failed to score a goal.
And then that crazy rapper who hates James Harden fixed it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think it was James Harden that fixed that.
I feel like you should have just paid the $1,000.
Yeah, just pay him $1,000 and let the Socceroos win.
That's weird if you believe in witch doctors to help you win, but then don't pay them. Wouldn't you be fearful of what they could do? You clearly believed enough to hire that person to begin with.
Okay, Kevin, after reading of the curse, TV provocateur John Safran visited in 2004, hired another witch doctor to lift the spell. And you've seen this in John Safran versus God. It worked. Australia reached the second round at Germany in 2006 and has qualified for every World Cup since.
Hey.
Look at that. So that's how you do it. You just, once you've done the curse wrong, you go back and you fix the curse.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go for the red fox. Have y'all ever heard of the red fox? The curse of the red fox.
From Stanford and
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, a lot of clutter on the patio.
The Melbourne Demons. The D's were the dominant VFL team in the decade from 1954, appearing in 8 grand finals.
You saying that just defeated Mike so bad.
And winning 6 flags. Can you believe that, Mike?
Over Texas?
No, just 6 flags. I think that's like the
Titan?
Not the Judge Roy Scream.
What are the 6 flags?
Hold on.
Texas,
Melbourne,
I don't think we want to do
United
this.
States,
France,
Mexico, France,
Spain.
Crap.
Canada.
I don't think it was Canada, but it is really bad if we don't get this.
Britain.
I think
Tennessee.
I think there's a Confederate flag in there somewhere.
I think there was.
You're probably right about that.
That's when the flags got bad.
That is tough. We have to deal with that too.
So we could just name it 5 flags. Everybody be cool with it, right? Like, couldn't we just change it?
It's weird that the other places are called Six Flags over Atlanta, Georgia. It's like, yeah, what 6 flags?
Yeah.
Do we have a Sean creepy laugh? People are calling for that now, too.
Oh my gosh.
I'll find it.
Despite having won 9 of the first dozen games in 1965, the D's decided to dump future AFL coach of the century, Norm Smith, by courier. That's how they dumped him. They said,
By
you're fired. They
courier?
said a courier on a Friday night. How stupid. How mean is that?
Not
You're gonna fire
cool.
somebody on a Friday night, and rage fans and enthusiastic press piled into the club's administrators and shortly reinstated, but it was too late to appease the footy gods. Melbourne wouldn't make the finals for another 22 years.
It's the best time.
And when they finally... That's not Sean.
Shut up. Is that really Sean?
This is labeled Sean Evil Laugh.
Okay, do your best to line up all 3 of those and see if we can play them in succession. Is the best time to fire someone Monday morning? Because you're like, I know it sucks, but now you have
You have the rest of the week off.
Yeah.
By the way, when they finally
I think
did
Friday afternoon's better.
But you already did all the work.
Yeah, Friday morning might be good.
Monday morning, you like woke up and had to come to work to get fired.
Yeah, Thursday night.
Oh, it sucks.
When they finally reached another one, Kevin, in 1988. This is the D's, by the way.
Okay.
Hawthorne clobbered them by 96 points. The Demons' 1964 premiership under Smith remains their last. So that's a curse.
Do you want to have to guess who is who, or do you want us to just play these last rapid
Yeah,
fire?
let's play all of them. Let's play all of them in succession.
Whatever order you see fit, Joey. Tolos, Twolos, YouTuber, see if you can correctly guess the order of these laughs.
So,
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
I don't know. Sean does sound close to that one.
Sean. Then it was Stephen Jones. Then it was Michael Jackson.
No, I mean,
it was Vincent Price.
Yes,
but-
he was laughing like that. It is Vincent Price, but yes, very well done.
All right, that's it.
You want one more curse? You look like
I got another one.
Okay, give me one more.
NASCAR,
Oh.
the Talladega Superspeedway, Mike.
All right, Talladega Nights.
The Andrettis have infamously failed to win the Indy 500, all right? 73 starts and counting since 1969. But Alabama's famous speedway that attracts the real bad mojo, rumored to have been either cursed by a Native American shaman or built on an Indian burial ground. The speedway is, for a lot of people, like they're like, oh, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happens there. Evidently, in 1970, Bobby Isaac was driving, pulled over mid-race for no apparent reason, and said a voice told him he needed to get out of the car.
Oh.
So that sounds spooky to me. But that's more spooky than it is cursy.
That is very spooky.
There you go, though. That's
What
the
a
curses.
fascinating edition of the C Block. I really enjoyed it.
I'm out of content.
Cursive Cuban.
Next. This was a historic QB draft, but how did it go the other times this happened? Plus, I have our hockey betting odds. They are here. And was Corey righter than Joey?
In your face, Joey.
I said is or was.
You'll see.
We'll do it next on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Checked by Harley. Now Zuccarello looks, shoots, and he missed the net. Back come Dallas. Time running down in the period. Marchman in alone, scores! But will it count?
Yes, it did.
There was
Spoiler
half a
alert.
second left on the clock.
Yeah.
They had to drop the puck again.
We got the odds for the rest of the NHL playoffs. Now, if I remember correctly, Joey, you said that the Stars were probably 5th. And if I remember correctly, Corey, I believe you said that the Stars would be 3rd.
3rd. And that they would win 4-1 in this series, 4 straight games, and then play another one just to be nice.
That undercuts you a little bit.
All right.
But we're about to build it all back up.
All right, no niceties.
First on the list, I am shocked by this. It's not the Stars.
Edmonton.
It's not Edmonton.
Kraken?
Panthers. They just be the best team in the world.
Yeah, it's not the Panthers. It's the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Oh my God. What did I say, Kevin? I told you they were going to be up there.
Dude. You kidding me right now?
Typical.
Toronto has not. Look, and we can slam the Cowboys here too if you want. Toronto is the Cowboys of the NHL, right? Gigantic fan base, great at making money, not great at winning as of late. Now, if you go in the way back machine, well, they damn sure were great at winning. It's the exact same thing with the Cowboys. But here's the thing. The top 2 teams in the betting odds are Canadian teams. And Corey, do Canadian teams win the Stanley Cup?
Hell no.
We are coming up on 30 years since a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup. And that means if Toronto's first on the list, you can cross them off.
What did Canada do to get cursed this way?
They ran afoul of Sean.
Sorry, Canada.
He used to host like the Ottawa Midday, and they ran him off. And the Edmonton Oilers are second on the list, but they're Canadian. Cross them off the list.
They can't win.
Corey, who did you say again was probably 3rd?
Your Dallas Stars.
3rd on the list. The Dallas Stars. 5.5 to 1 on your money
Corey
for the
knows.
Stars to take it home.
As the hockey talker of record at this station, I would like to take a victory lap. All right, and I'm back.
Okay, great. That was really fast.
Yep.
So the
Small
Dallas
studio.
So first of all, that is super encouraging that the Dallas Stars are so high on that list.
Is it considering the Maple Leafs, Kevin, where they are?
That
Like, is that a real thing?
That
is that a real thing? I know you say, Joey, like the Cowboys thing, but this year specifically, are they that good?
I think it is a positive because the Dallas Stars are also put as second favorites to win the Western Conference, behind only Edmonton, as you might have guessed. And then the series odds for Dallas and Seattle, Dallas is minus 190. And if you want that put more simplistically, that gives them a 65.5% chance of winning.
Yep.
So they are that's a pretty good size favorite going into the series, which kicks off tomorrow night. And so I got that's just a whole bunch of positive Stars stuff for you as they move into the second round and beyond, hopefully, for just the 4th time in the last 15 years.
Yeah, no, this is exciting, man. I actually kind of down that they're not playing tonight. You know, like this is one of those like vibes where I can't wait for every Stars game.
It might interest you because that place should be rocking. Rangers and Devils, Game 7 tonight at the Prudential Center. So if you're looking for, you just need a hockey, something to scratch the itch because the Stars will get started tomorrow, is you have Rangers and Devils tonight.
And I think Wildcat King, I might be wrong about this, Kevin. I think Wildcat King tweeted me earlier in the playoffs and was like, never watch hockey. Never have. And then he tweeted the other night, Corey, I love this sport. Wow. And this is from last night's game against the Bruins. So
Yes.
he's gotten invested in hockey all over, because that's kind of like what I was doing. I was sitting there yesterday and I was like, all right, what am I going to watch? Am I going to watch this Knicks game? No, I did. But then I also thought to myself, like, oh, you know what? I got to see where the Avalanche are in their series, because we're playing them next. Well, this Boston game's on. Might as well check out what Montgomery's doing. So that's why I was stuck with it.
Yeah. And
not in a bad way, in a good
like,
way.
That's why we moved on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually other reasons. But if you're a hockey fan, this is a great time. It's 2 Game 7s yesterday, another Game 7 today, and then Stars start tomorrow. But if you can actually go ahead and fire off cut 5 for me, I want to go back to the NFL draft and talk about specifically one aspect of the draft.
5-yard penalty here makes it 3rd and 13. Lawrence taking a chance to the end zone. It is caught. Jones for the touchdown.
That's your guy.
T-Law.
Trevor Lawrence right there. Now,
I fought the law in the...
Yeah, the law one, I know.
Remember when they played the Cowboys?
Yes, I wanted to call in sick that day. When y'all were talking about being sick, I just wanted to know.
Dude, they almost beat the Chiefs in the playoffs.
They did. But they didn't.
They didn't
their
do
quarterback.
it,
This is the 4th time since the merger that 3 quarterbacks have been taken in the top 4 picks of the NFL draft.
All
Only
right.
the 4th time.
Okay.
I was kind of surprised by that. The other times, and I've got the names for you, so don't worry. 1971, 1999, and 2021. So my question is, does history tell us that 2 of these quarterbacks are going to be duds, or do you think that is unfair? 1971, your quarterbacks were Jim Plunkett.
Oh, man.
Solid.
Archie Manning.
Yeah, whatever.
Exactly.
No, but
And-
he is, I guess, good, but it's always on a
Was
bad
he?
team. They're very nice to him.
And Dan Pastorini.
Oh, man, I've never heard of him. I do like pastrami.
Well, Mike.
It's not Dan Pastrami.
Dan Pastorini had 8 rushing touchdowns in his career as a quarterback. He threw 103 passing touchdowns and only had 161 interceptions.
Oh, my God. That feels not
Well,
great.
Kevin, Jim Plunkett was 164 and 198.
I will say at least he has Super Bowls, right?
Archie Manning was 125 and 173. So they all threw more interceptions than they did touchdowns.
All right, so I say
That was poor.
Yeah. Then we move to 1999. You're probably more familiar with that class. Tim Couch, dud. Donovan McNabb, he was very good. And Achilles Smith, dud. Is that a fair assessment of that class?
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of think Couch and Smith are beyond duds, Kevin.
That is very fair. 2021. You got to project some here. Trevor Lawrence. He looks like he might be very good.
You're right.
Personally, I'm going to go and mark it down.
Do you feel like the Jacksonville helped him much in this draft? I'm kind of looking at it going...
Doesn't need any more.
Okay, all right. There
Huh.
you go. All right.
Just kidding. He does. And unfortunately, stop gambling in there, Jacksonville.
Which, oh yeah, by the way, did you see the report that some people are trying to say that employees of either the casinos or the mobile gaming sites are the ones tracking the IPs and ratting out who the players are?
Oh my gosh.
'Cause you know how we talked about last week how they're finding out who the mobile gamers are? There is a new story out supposedly saying the leaks are coming from the people who are at the gambling companies, which I find to be immensely
What?
fascinating.
Wouldn't you want their money?
Yes. Yes, I would. But if I'm projecting right here, I'm going to say Trevor Lawrence, good. Zach Wilson, dud. Trey Lance, dud.
Yeah, if Zach Wilson never gets another chance in football, it's definitely a dud. I'm very curious to what the next is. And Trey Lance, it's just unfortunate that we've never seen the dudes play. Like we don't get to see him play.
Because he gets hurt, yeah. And so if you look at this, I think one quarterback out of 2021 is going to be top notch. I mean, obviously only one quarterback from 1999 was top notch, and from 1971, if you want to try to argue for 2, you can, but for top 4 picks, I think again you might only argue 1 makes the cut. And so you look at this draft with Young, Stroud, and Richardson, and historically it says only one of these guys will be really good. Do you look at this class and say, I think that's fair? I think only one of these guys will be really good.
Yes, because I didn't believe that 4 would make it into the first round. I did think Levis would be one of them, but I'm not sure. Like, there's a super high ceiling for Richardson, but it's also a very, very low floor for him on what they can do. And
that's true.
Indianapolis has struggled, finding any great quarterback play in a while now. Stroud, I'm very interested to see. This is going to be do we circle Stroud as the S2 guy and just go?
Yes.
Did he defy it, or was it right?
Because scouts will tell you he'd be the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. So that would be that's an interesting question there. And then Bryce Young, I mean, he's in a bad situation in Houston, but maybe because of the way that they did their picks, draft day style, Kevin, maybe they do end up being good on offense and defense next year. So yeah, I could totally see that being the case, where there's a bunch of quarterbacks that you're like, are any of them great? Or is this just the best allotment that we have? We got to pick one of them because we need a quarterback.
So are you going Young as the
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I know you like Stroud a lot.
I do.
But I'm curious to see what more they can do in Carolina.
And the thing about Anthony Richardson is he broke 21% of his tackles last year on design runs and scrambles. That was the best among quarterbacks in Division I. But on the flip side, his career passing percentage in college is below 50. It's 54.7%. At a time when it's become easier and easier to complete passes, and you might be thinking, yeah, but did he get better as he went along? No. He had a significantly lower completion percentage this past year as opposed to the year before, 53.8% this year. So he's a whiz with the ball in his hands and running the ball. But in terms of the completion percentage, he just looks mediocre at best. Mike, one quarterback comes out of this who's really good. Are you going with Young?
I like Stroud, my limited watching of college football, the best. I'll lean towards Bryce Young.
Okay.
But I don't think the Richardson kid's going to work out at all. I think there's way too much risk. I get the reward, but I just don't. From what listening to, whether it's Chuck Cooperstein, Carter, Broadus, whoever, it just feels like there's way too much to overcome there. I'll lean towards Young, even though that would be kind of changing my mind from the day after football ended. From Stroud.
Kevin, Christian Wood has spoken on Twitter.
Oh, dear.
He said, "We know the truth. Stop putting out these cap articles. I'll tell the real story when the time is right."
But that doesn't sound like he's coming back either, right?
No,
it sounds like he's like, no, I'm leaving for a different reason.
But I'm going to tell the story about how bad it was in Dallas whenever I get somewhere else.
Everybody likes.
I got to get my money before I start.
See, and that's not what I want to hear. Is like, oh, he went back and signed with whoever. Now let me tell you why the Mavs organization is trash.
Yeah, I got my money. I hear because teams don't want to hire somebody that's going to or that pay somebody that's going to be like that, right? A lot of times they're like, "No, dude, you act like that towards us? No, he didn't want you."
His agents have a lot of experience with the one other player they have in the league who got a horrible contract.
From the 214, I'm also choosing Stroud if only one succeeds. That's who I'm going with, even though I know the S2 test would say that ain't going to happen. And so he'll be an interesting case study of that going forward. By the way, for Stroud, he was the 7th Ohio State player taken top 3 in the last 8 drafts.
Oh, wow.
But not surprisingly, he's the first quarterback in that group. And I know how people feel about Ohio State quarterbacks in general. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
CarsForKids.org.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss the one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Abreu lifts the leg, deals the 1-0 pitch. This one's driven to deep right field. Home run number 3 this inning? Oh, you bet. That's way back into the seats. At least a dozen rows up in straightaway right. Jonah Heim pounds his 5th home run of the season, and it gives Texas an 8-1 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where the Rangers have now won 3 straight, outscoring the Yankees 22-4 in the process. Did that get a little stilted by yesterday? Yes, it did. But still, 3 straight wins for the Rangers right now. Courtesy of Dean M. Leasing, it is time for our chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. The NFL draft is complete. The Stars are moving on. The Rangers are on a winning streak. What's not to like?
Man, times are good, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, I was a big fan of all those things over the weekend. It was a great sports weekend.
I don't know if you heard what we were saying. Are you excited that Vegas realistically thinks the Stars are going to win the Cup because they put 2 Canadian teams first, and Canadian teams don't ever win the Stanley Cup anymore. So realistically, the Stars in 3rd place are your favorites.
Yeah, it's 2 things you don't want to be: Canadian or the number 1 overall seed.
Man,
if you can avoid it.
Boston?
Yeah.
How about
Don't be Canadian, huh?
That's right. Well, not a Canadian team.
You're right.
We need actual Canadians on our team, but not as the team.
At 11:15, Joey made the bold proclamation that if we desired, we could take over
right,
Canada
Joey?
by noon.
I nailed that, didn't I?
So, yes, I think
Perfection.
you're right about
Yep.
that. How embarrassing is it for the Boston Bruins today?
No more embarrassing than it was for Dallas to lose at Golden State.
It's probably it's definitely not that bad.
There's been some historic meltdowns. The 2001 Mariners.
Yeah,
I mean
that's
look,
true.
Look at the Patriots lose to the Giants. Yep. I mean, there's been some historic meltdowns.
But I've been watching this hockey. Long-time hockey guy. We had the Portland Winterhawks growing up. I'd go watch that. That Western Hockey League action. And I'll tell you what, it's just a different game in the postseason, So these number 1 overall seeds, they might be built for the regular season, and it keeps happening. I think the last 10 number 1 overall seeds only have won 11 series or 9 series or something like that.
Chicago's the only one to take the cup.
That's right.
Bruins fans might be in good shape, though, because this happened to the Lightning, right? Several years ago, they came back, they won the cup. Virginia in college basketball, they get upset, 16 versus 1, they come back the next year, they win the national championship. Boston might be in a very good chance to rally next year and go ahead and go to the Stanley Cup final.
I really don't care about that. I'm glad there's sports misery going on in that town.
They've been spoiled.
Win. Yeah.
But this year's about the Stars.
Yeah.
We just got to make sure we seize this moment.
Do you believe the Stars are correctly built for the postseason?
I do.
It seems like it so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, great goalie, depth scoring, and good defense. I don't know. We'll just see if they have enough top end. We'll see if the pucks bounce their way, Hagee.
Kraken isn't a veteran team. This ain't like you're dealing with a young team. It's a veteran team, so this will be a little bit tougher, I think.
And I know people are already not so thrilled that at least game 1 has been slotted at 8:30 Central.
Yeah, but you're playing a team that's in,
West Coast.
Yeah. Makes a little bit more sense
it makes
than the
sense
Minnesota series.
Yeah, because then you were like, we're both Central
What the
teams.
bleep's going on
What
here?
are we actually doing? All right, what was your concern level, I guess, going back to Friday for Jacob deGrom when people were breaking down and analyzing photos, trying to figure out if he was crying because the season was over and everything that was. You saw that, right? People were like, he's crying in that photo. His season's over.
He's optimistic that he's going to be good to go, right?
I like that.
And I love the fact that Nathan Eovaldi came in and pitched a complete game shutout and said, you know what? Don't worry. It's all right that DeGrom, you go get healthy.
There's a new ace in town.
I'll handle this rotation. Me and Martine, we're going to make sure this thing stays afloat. Don't you worry. And then we're going to hit all the dingers, right? So the offense is hitting well. It's all right. We're going to be able to weather this storm.
Pitch like crap. It won't matter. We'll
It's
get
all
you
right.
15
It's
runs.
okay.
That's why the Rangers didn't just go get one pitcher this offseason. They were that would have been like, oh yeah.
Is there any way we can take some spare parts off the extra pitchers and put them on our pitcher that we really want to be out there pitching?
Yeah.
I do like that
It's just
idea.
like buying a Jaguar that you have to buy 2 of them.
Yes.
To make one of them run.
And if it's drizzling outside a little bit, you're like, can't drive today.
Can't drive today.
And I think with deGrom, I've immediately gone to like Pet's heads falling off every time he pops up. I mean, literally since the first day of spring training, like there's been little moments where things happen. I think I'm now to the point where I'm not doing that. And I just feel like the Rangers are just going as precautious as possible at every turn with him.
Yeah, this is going to happen probably a half dozen more times throughout the regular season. As soon as you feel something is not right, you're coming out of the game. And I can get behind this. When he first was out on Friday, I'm like, oh, geez, now it's a forearm. It was the wrist. I was probably an 8.5 or 9 out of 10.
For sure.
Now I'm back around a 5 or a 6, which is still a very, very high alert for injuries. But I think they have a game plan, and we're going to load manage it mid-start. If you feel anything weird, Mike, how often does something feel weird for a starting pitcher when they go out there? Like there's just a little bit of a strain. Is the arm feeling 100% no nags or anything the whole time?
No.
See? Yeah. So deGrom's coming out every time he feels that, right?
Yeah.
And I don't mind that. Just get him to the postseason.
Usually, I would say in general, very general, you don't start feeling tweaks until like June. You're almost at this point still building up. Like it takes you like 3 starts in the major leagues after spring training to be like, oh, I'm starting to feel good. And I think we saw that from Eovaldi. All of a sudden, his curveball that was getting hit hard this year, great curveball the other day. And so he's had his fastball and splitter be pretty good, but then all of a sudden the cutter and curveball came around, and sometimes those take time to feel, and you're feeling really good right now. June-ish, you might start feeling like, I got maybe a little bicep tightness or maybe, stuff like that. But it is early to start going, hey, all these things are kind of nagging me already.
Hey, you didn't see me crying. I mean, I was crying. If they'd taken pictures of me, I was. And I think I was crying more than him. I really do.
Now, staying in the baseball space, did you guys see the new little baseball rule tweak for ovations? Because, you got the pitch clock, got to speed everything along.
Oh, what are they doing?
Is that for the umpire kind of can give you time? The umpire can come from behind the plate and kind of hang out and do some stuff?
If you petition ahead of time.
Okay.
So Teoscar Hernandez got a standing ovation in Toronto, and they didn't get penalized for it. Because per new MLB rules, if you petition 24 hours or more ahead of time for the potential of an ovation, they will not begin the clock.
Okay.
And you can just...
I thought that was just a Canadian thing.
I thought our guy at the Pirates got a hit.
Yeah.
He got a hit the other day. And so they were he was getting a big ovation. I think the umpire acted like the home plate needed to be dusted off a little bit and kind of hung around a little bit.
Bellinger.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's a human thing to do. It'd be like, all right, I'm going to give him some time. But MLB is like, we got a rule 24 hours ahead of time. So if you wake up the day of, you're like, oh crap, they might get an ovation. Too late. It's too late. No,
we got to train up these umpires just a little bit. Just have a little awareness. Be a cool guy. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have to be such a hard ass.
Standing ovation in
Yeah.
LA for Cody Bellinger coming back.
Hey.
He's like, strike one.
I'm out. The umpires, you want to make it all about you. This will be your time to be like, I got it. Okay,
Yeah.
you're holding it down for the ovation. People will actually like you.
It's pretty amazing because they don't need to, they can do this because the 2 games I was at, the Yankees game, Thursday night, 2 hours and 9 minutes. Saturday night, 2 hours and 5 minutes.
You're loving this.
That's
2 hours less than the Yankees usually play, right?
Yeah,
Aren't they
they're usually
Yankees,
close to a 4-hour
Yankees,
game.
Boston. They always play these 4.5-hour games.
What I was weirded out by, Brian, is the people got to the stadium around 6 o'clock. Game
Yep.
starts at 6:10. It is 8 o'clock.
Can't
and
be
we're-
late.
It's in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And some people are leaving. And I'm thinking to myself, you've only been here for 2 hours and it's 2-0. The
Is that
Rangers.
Dawson? Were you behind Dawson?
I don't know.
Dawson
I
seems
don't
like-
think I'd leave early for a 2-hour game.
Look, I got a
think I'm
daughter.
staying
I don't know. I
in.
think
Yeah.
Dawson would be kind of looking around like going, good
Yeah.
opportunity here, guys. What do you think?
I feel like if you're trying to beat traffic, though, you have to leave after the 6th inning. If you want to, if you're,
You're there for 30 minutes?
Yeah. If you're, I'm not dealing with traffic after the game. I think after the 6th inning is over, you have to leave then if you want to beat traffic.
I think you could cut a lot closer than that. Now I'm gonna trust your experience here, but why not? Why so long? Why not a 1 inning or a half inning, Mike? I mean, I'm just trying to get out before 90% of people.
Okay.
I just need to get to my car first, right?
So you're thinking after
After the bottom of the 8th. Yeah. I'll get out of there.
I guess it
I'll
matters
be
how
on.
long
I'll be
of a
on
walk
30
you
within 8
have.
minutes.
Dragging
Yes.
Abby through the concourse.
Let's go.
Come on, Abby. Come on. Hurry, hustle.
It's impossible to get on.
She's
30
looking
in
at the.
Arlington.
She's looking at
Is
the.
it?
She's looking at the souvenir.
Come on, move
no,
it, move
no,
it.
no
No,
time,
let's
no
go.
time.
And if you guys haven't heard, Mike's new nicknames for the first 2 draft picks, Smitty and Scooney.
I love Scooney.
So,
Scooney's good.
what do you
I
guys
love
got
that.
coming up on the
Or
program today?
Mazzio's Pizza.
Mazzio's Pizza. I like
Mazzio's.
that too. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. It is a Monday, and Chris Young has agreed to join us on the broadcast again. CY 420 here in
Roll
the
home.
nation. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
We
Hey,
got it twice. It's going to be an amazing show.
Boom.
Roll home with the G-Vag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Blasting out 100,000. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the broadcast on a glorious Sports Monday. General at your service. There's Broadus. Good afternoon to Lucius Alexander over there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Yeah, Carter's controlling and coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Congratulations, Broadus and team and Wolchuk and Freeman. He was contributing.
Carter did a great job
to the draft coverage incredibly well. Had us looking super sharp up there, network quality graphics. But congrats to everybody. The draft is over, and you guys did a hell of a job.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate everybody out there that was riding along with us for 3 days. We have a great partnership with the station, with DallasCowboys.com, and again, I went in there and gave Carter the dap. Yeah, those graphics were super.
Yeah.
And again, every year the broadcast just gets a little bit better, and so it was a great 3 days to be a part of it.
Something I'm finding out about people, some of them are jack of all trades, master of none. Some of them have mastered one, and they go like 4 miles deep. Right? That's Carter Freeman.
Yeah.
You ask him to color outside the lines, maybe not so much, maybe not even willing to.
Yeah.
But boy, you want to drill down and dominate an individual niche of a broadcast. That's your guy right there, Carter Freeman.
That is a guy.
An absolute beast. I think he had graphics for over 150 people. But anyway, what was the most interesting pick to you of the whole thing? What do you think is the most newsworthy selection the Cowboys made?
Well, definitely the most newsworthy was Deuce Vaughn because of the relationship with Chris Vaughn, the longtime Cowboy scout who we got to visit with on Saturday morning leading up to it. It was really cool. And, that moment was very, very special. The most interesting pick, though, for me was probably D. Overshown, the linebacker from Texas. I was a little bit surprised. You're hearing some kind of noise.
There's a party foul situation going on.
There's something going on.
I want you to know that I looked inward first. I checked the mirror to see, am I the issue?
Is it stopped?
It is stopped.
It stopped. You know what it was? This computer right here, Bobby must have been listening to something because it wasn't muted, and I just muted it.
Dang you, Bobby Bell.
Bleeping A, Bobby.
You were on a great run there, Wolchuk.
I know.
I'm sorry
I was
for
crushing
that.
it. I'm in my bag over here, Gavin. I'm just like
you.
oozing with enthusiasm, but it's D. Overshown.
I like that pick, too, a lot.
Yes, because he's a chess piece, man.
Yeah.
Like former safety, played linebacker. And the thing we were hearing was maybe some edge. And we got D. Overshown on right afterwards. Shout out to the Cowboys for setting that up. And we asked him, is that something that you talked with Dan Quinn and the Cowboys about? And he said, absolutely. That's part of the plan.
Oh, really?
Is to him maybe play some edge. And you saw that in his tape. He's best right around the line of scrimmage. He's a thumper, big hit kind of guy, but he does have a knack of being able to get to the quarterback.
The pick of Schoonmaker was so interesting to me. How great is this guy in the run game to be a second-round blocking tight end in 2023? I can't wait to get a look at this guy in person. I was watching his highlights, Brian. Looks like he can make some plays down the field. There's your second-round tight end. What would you think is notable about him?
I think you've got the player right. The thing when you watch Michigan play and their ability to run the football, they're one of the best offensive lines in college football. They won the Joe Moore Award for their play for the 5 guys, and Luke Schoonmaker is part of that. He is really he's like a tackle at the point of attack. The ball goes behind him quite a bit, and they do it a couple of different ways. He can play in line, which we talk about is right next to the tackle. They could flex him a little bit. He could block down. He could capture the edge that way. They could bring him across the formation. So he's got the ability not to play just, it's not just a one-trick pony guy that's like, okay, it's always going to be inline Y. You can move him and create situations where he's one-on-one in space. He's a really, really good finisher. I think he's a little bit like what Mozzie Smith is at defensive tackle. I feel like that Michigan, they play really great football there. They do. They're in playoffs. They win Big Ten championships. But I think their players play scheme, are very scheme specific. I use the word scheme specific because I think Will McClay talked about Mozzie Smith and how they could do stuff with his stance to make him a little bit of a different defensive lineman. I think the same thing with Schoonmaker. I think Schoonmaker the blocking is not a problem. The willingness to block, the ability to stick your nose in there and do it. But you could do some things with him down the field. Michigan doesn't have this really dynamic passing attack, But when they needed to get a first down or they needed to do something in the red zone, Luke Schoonmaker was the guy that was catching the football.
Well, I could see he's going to be an edge-setting a son of a gun as far as NFL tight ends go. I don't know how much upside he has down the field. Does he have a good athletic profile?
He does.
Yeah,
he does. He's an upgrade over Dalton Schultz in all areas.
And Ferguson and Hendershot when it comes to athletic traits. When you look at that, he stands out immensely over those guys.
Athletic testing, he does stand out over Ferguson. I will say, I don't think personally that he's going to step in day one and necessarily be tight end one. But that's also because I liked Ferguson last year as well, and they do a lot of similar things when it comes to being good route runners, good hand catchers, but he does have way more ability to stretch the seam because he's faster than both these guys.
I love the comparison Brian made to Mozzie, because the thing they have in common is it just feels like they're trying to get better and more physical at the blocking and tackling parts of the game, and I hope that strategy works. I don't know how that relates to day 3. But obviously you take an inside linebacker, you want to be better at tackling. So I hope they don't regret that, because going for more flashy players or more skilled players or more speed is something they've done in the past, and they've done quite well at it. But I do love the idea, and I think this could make it more physical at the line of scrimmage if they do hit on these picks.
Well, for sure. We had an opportunity to talk with Mike Solari this weekend, and I asked him the question about where they see Tyler Smith, and he said offensive tackle. So I'm curious to really, they really didn't address the guard situation at all in the draft. And that was something when Schoonmaker was on the board, they could have taken Torrance from Florida at that particular time. And I thought, okay, if they're not going to take Torrance, maybe they're going to wait a little, maybe there's somebody, Zavala and others. I know those guys started to get picked off, but we on pre-draft coverage, I think, made too big of a deal about the guard spot.
And there's some sound that we sent to Lucius that we'll play at some point today that is in the war room when they're trying to decide, are we taking Mozzie Smith at 26 or are we taking somebody else? And it sounds like
Bergeron.
It was Bergeron
that's the guard. And Will McClay. Will McClay says, I like I feel better about the depth that we have at guard, and that was kind of eye-opening to me. Yeah. But we'll play that sound a little bit later.
Yeah, they must like Farniak.
Yeah.
Well, the new guy that
Edoga.
Edoga is the other one too. They might feel like that Edoga could come in here and be a starter. That might be their plan.
It'll be. Where's Tyron Smith playing?
That's the question I have, because I could say I wanted to make sure if Mike Solari had just come out and said we're playing Tyler Smith at left guard or at guard, I would have been like, okay, I see what they're doing here. I understand why they didn't draft Torrance.
Yeah.
But he said offensive tackle, and I went, oh,
yeah,
okay.
It was super important to get that out of Mike Solari. I didn't know if he'd tell us that, but to get that information that he views him as a tackle right now, I thought was very eye-opening.
Well, you could be viewed as a tackle as they did last year. They could be viewed as a guard as they did at times last year, and then switch positions. And I think if Tyron Smith looks good in camp, it's still got to be on the table that he could play guard. If Farniak's not playing well at guard, or new guy, Uga, I hope in their contingencies there is the idea that, hey, if this doesn't work, we're going to trade for a guy. Because to me, you left yourself a little thin at guard unless Tyron Smith stays healthy and plays tackle and you put Tyler Smith in there. There's so many ways to talk about this. The running back, Deuce Vaughn, obviously incredible story. And I was listening to you guys when that came down. Do you think they found a player that can step in and help them in their run game in the 5th round? Because if they did that, then that is a huge hell of a job to the front office, when all the talk is about getting runners. If Deuce Vaughn can step in and be anything close to the kind of impact player that he was in college, and you got that in the 5th round, that's drafting your balls off, man.
It was interesting because when he's drafted, NFL Network puts up a graphic about all the other small guys that have been selected, and Deuce is the smallest one, but they're showing, Jaquiz Rogers, who had success in the NFL, Tariq Cohen of the Bears has had success in the NFL. They're going down the list. Darren Sproles, Westbrook, all these small guys, as much as people want to knock on him, like, oh, he's too small, all those dudes had success in the NFL in some shape or form, some greater than others. But I think absolutely, I think that was one of their best value picks of the entire draft. I had Deuce Vaughn graded around higher, and pound for pound, he is arguably one of the best backs in the entire class. What's interesting about Deuce is he's going to give you an opportunity as a pass catcher as well. He's an overall weapon. This isn't just a guy that you need to line up in the backfield.
Or return game.
In the return game, no question, but he can play the slot and run routes out of the slot for you as well.
Yeah, we'll have Will McClay on tomorrow at 2:15. He's going to join us on the program, and we can dive into a lot of these depth questions you guys are talking about.
Well, that sounds awesome, man. Thank you. So many different ways to talk about this draft class. I think you do have to include, at least in some way, the fact they also got Cooks and Gilmore out of 2 of these picks. And overall, I feel a lot better about this football team than I did, even without knowing with certainty how many of these picks are going to work out. They got a undrafted fullback out of North Dakota State. We got to talk about this guy a little bit later on. And, what does their offensive backfield look like now? Is it totally set? I think would be one of my questions. And we'll talk about some of those unanswered questions about these Cowboys a little bit later on in the show. But so much other stuff is going on, including the path to the Stanley Cup Finals and winning it, getting a notch more doable for the Stars as both the Avs and Boston are out. Colorado took them down, Seattle took them down, and now we got tomorrow night, 8:30 on ESPN. Stars a -170 favorite in the game. Heck of an opportunity. So we go from 10 days ago, oh my goodness, the Stars have dropped game 1. Is all this going to be for nothing? To now, crotch first going into round 2 after closing it out on the road. And 2 of the top teams out, including the best team by a significant margin, guys.
Yeah, one of the best teams statistically ever to have a season. And that's the great thing about playoff hockey. The 1-8s always seem to be crazy. Florida did a great job of fighting back in that series, winning a game on home ice, and then going to TD Garden, right, is where we play in Boston, and getting the overtime goal. I mean, it was crazy for them to even get the goal with a minute left in the game. They were in pretty good command, and all of a sudden Boston comes storming back. You're thinking like, okay, well, they're going to defend here and move on. But that's just the magic of like I say, the playoff hockey. You never know when the puck's going to take a bounce right out in front, and then boom, there's your guy to bury it. And that's what the Panthers, they get to move on. Great. I thought it was great. I love it when the 1 seeds get knocked out.
Oh, it's phenomenal. When it's not your team, it's one of the most amazing things in the world.
They were up 3-1 in the series. It was crazy. And to see the Avs go down to the Kraken, this will be fun. I mean, the Kraken, we'll talk with the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle later at 5 o'clock, but they're also a big physical type of team. You mentioned, when we were talking earlier, they are a lot of veterans. This is their second year, but they go ahead and they do the expansion draft where they're able to pluck off guys from other teams. But the Stars had success in the regular season. They won twice in regulation. Their only loss was in overtime, outscored the Kraken 13-10. This is going to be a fun series. Grubauer, their goalie, though, was playing really, really well towards the end of that Colorado series. So you might be going up against a hotter netminder in this one.
And two, the fact that the Stars were able to close early enough and got some rest, the best thing about it. Now, sometimes you say, well, you want to just keep going, the everyday grind and not. No, not when you needed Joe Pavelski to be involved and get him back to full health. I think that was important for the Stars.
Okay, important days ahead for Jacob deGrom with elbow inflammation. 2 of the last 3 starts, he's had to leave early. Now he's going to be on the 15-day injured list. Now he's saying he's optimistic. He's saying he's had lots of experience with his body, and he knows how to be precautious now and listen to it. And he's just he's coming out as soon as something's not 100% right. And I like this explanation. I want to go with it, but there is definitely a reality to it. And if you were hoping that Jacob deGrom was going to suddenly find a fountain of youth or health in Texas, that ain't happening. And I'm going extreme with it. I think they need to I bring in Kawhi Leonard right now. I need Kawhi Leonard to advise Jacob deGrom on how you get to the postseason. Right? We just get to the playoffs, and maybe you're not going to stay healthy for the playoffs. But I'm going to talk to Chris Young about that today. Last week I said why ever go over 100 pitches, and today I'm going to be like, why even try for 30 starts? Why not just 12 and all of them at home? We'll just take the home gate. Rest of the year, we don't want to risk it, because to me, if you risk it, he's going to miss 20 games. One of these times, he's not going to feel the tweak until it's done. And then, so I guess I'm paranoid about sports guy. Could I get any co-signings on that? Jacob deGrom, we're cutting him down to like 2 starts a month. They'll both be at home so Ray can get a little Skrilla scratch paper off that big start.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it, man. Yeah, this is a huge investment. And a lot of it comes down to, are you a good enough team to afford the ability to sit your highest paid ace? Yeah. When you get later on into the summer and these Astros start getting some players back and the fight for first place becomes a huge thing here, you might not feel like you have that luxury. Maybe the Rangers prove that they're dominant and this rotation that they have is good enough. Evaldi pitching the way he did the other day was huge. The bats are looking pretty dang good, especially yesterday. But I don't know if you'll be afforded that ability to just ride him twice a month, but something like that, I'm open to it. And they seem pretty open to it as well. The idea of like, anytime you think there might be possibly something going wrong with you, we're pulling you. We don't care how deep into the game you are.
Yeah, I think that they just continue doing what they're doing with him, and that's just being extremely, extremely cautious. I don't know, because I wonder, like, I like kind of what you're saying there, but I just wonder, as a pitcher, they make such a big deal about spring training and building up that arm strength. If you were to limit him like that, does that actually end up having the opposite effect? Does it create more injury risk? It's just so weird with how touchy these pitchers are.
I'd have to ask Mike and Dutch about that a little bit more, see if there's any legs to it at all. But I'd be willing to shut him down once I'm sure we're getting to the playoffs. You can have first place. I just need to get into the wild card.
I'm for that, absolutely.
Okay, we got to run. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. And when we come back, I believe we have a little Would You Rather?
Yeah, we got a Would You Rather DFW Sports hypothetical.
Give me the brunette.
I believe it's one for the ages. It was teed up for me by a Tolo.
Ginger.
And it's time to bring it to the airwaves. That's next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive.
Alrighty, welcome back, Nation. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's the chief.
All right, we got thoughts from the shower from Tolo Greg, OK State 345 on the Twitter. He sends me things from time to time. They're always of value, but this one I really enjoyed. And he acknowledges that he came up with this idea while in the shower. And I know, Walchuk, you and I, we do a lot of our thinking in the shower. It's just kind of who we are. It's what we do. We know Jerry Jones is one of these guys. He's super successful. So I think Greg's a successful beast. But he put this out for me, and I was like, wow, okay, let's ask the fellas. It's a would you rather sort of DFW crossover sport edition. We're going to go Cowboys, Mavs, Rangers. Here's your options. We'll start with the Cowboys. First round pick, Mozzie Smith. He becomes a 10-year starter, and he becomes a Hall of Fame player. Okay? This is number one in the hypothetical list. You can have that. Mozzie Smith becomes a dang Hall of Famer, and he's a Cowboy starter for at least a decade.
Yes, I'll take it.
Or, without giving up Luka, the Mavericks could get Wembanyama. And third, the Rangers at this trade deadline find a way to bring in Shohei Ohtani.
Okay, hold on. We're doing 3 would you rathers?
Yeah, is that a foul?
I think that's valid.
It's usually 1 or it's 2. Would you rather this or that? This is too much. These are too many great options.
Is this a brain buster for you? Yeah, I mean, this is a fun.
Does he have a Stars one?
Fantasyland hypothetical. He did not send me a Stars one. So if we want to conjure up a particular Stars one, I would say they win the title, but that seems like too obvious. Obviously, you'd take whatever team's winning the championship you're going to take. I guess you could say the Stars end up at least a Western Conference Finals team for the next 5 years.
Stars get McDavid.
Stars find a way to get Connor McDavid. There you go.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That's actually logical as we're talking, logically here. These are all things
I don't
that
know why
Wolchuk
Wolchuk tried to shut you down right there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah,
it was really, I don't know, maybe I didn't think it could happen, but maybe his head actually got a little bigger over the weekend from all of his dominant draft.
Hey, I would you rather?
Because everybody was being so nice to
this
him.
girl, that girl, or this scenario, that scenario.
I mean, everybody loves having options, man. I just gave
Not
you
in this scenario,
3 and now 4 options.
You gave us 2 good of options.
Hey, there's 4 hot chicks. Would you rather only have 2 hot chicks? Come on.
I'm just saying, learn how to play the damn game.
Newsflash, you need a Hall of Fame quarterback probably to win a Super Bowl. So, I don't know. I like Mozzie a lot, but I don't think that's putting him over the top. Mavs getting Wemby. I'll take it. That's where I'm going.
You're going Mavs with Wemby.
Yeah.
It's not a bad move because you still get to keep Luka in this scenario. Remember.
Basketball players impact winning more than the other sports. Maybe McDavid. But still, the hockey stars, they don't even play half the game.
Yeah.
Right.
They got too many shifts.
There's no question
that when they're on the ice, that guy's rare.
He is money. Yeah.
The one player that has the most impact for sure would be Wembanyama, but you're making, I guess, the assumption that he's going to stay healthy as a big man in a sport where you don't see. I mean, look at Joel Embiid right now. So that's the things you have to consider. If you knew Wembanyama was going to be healthy for 10 years,
you didn't say
I think
that.
that's the biggest no-brainer. But I did not say that.
No,
it would have angered Wolchuk if I threw another qualifier in there. Take Shohei Ohtani, isn't it?
It's absolutely. You know what this player is.
Right.
Wemby, I don't know. I mean, I see France highlights and he's knocking down threes, and as much as I would love for the Mavs to have him, I know what Shohei does. I mean, I can see him pitch.
He's 10 years older than Wemby, too. I hope you enjoy those 5 years of his prime.
But you know what? I'm going to take it. Okay. I'm going to take it. But Wemby, you say about, the only thing you're saying is youth. Tell me some other things. Tell me some other things you absolutely know about him potentially not even potentially. Tell me about what you see him being in the NBA.
Well, I'll never forget the moment where he rimmed out on a 3-point shot and then midair
that an NBA game?
He caught it. It was against what I believe to be 13-year-olds, but it doesn't matter. It was still something I had never seen. I don't think anybody's ever seen that before.
The Perrier Tigers in France? Who were you dealing with?
Middle school squad.
He's a taller KD, Brian.
Oh,
he's a taller KD.
Gosh, if you're part of this,
he's got range. He's got step back ability.
If part of this is a guarantee, like Wembanyama's a stud, top 10 player.
No, that's the risk we're taking here. That's the risk that Dawson is acknowledging that he's taking. The risk on Wembanyama is
no. The answer
totally
is
there.
He just drew everybody off sides with that. Oh, he's a taller KD.
Well, hell, he could be. He
Might
very
be.
well
That's
could
a
be.
ceiling.
I like that. I don't know that he is, and I think Mozzie.
You don't
can
trust
be,
Gavin?
I trust Gavin to an extent.
Well, it's about trusting every basketball scouting eye that has been on record over the last 6 months saying this is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, but I remember them doing the
prospect in
same
all
thing
the
with
world.
Andrew Wiggins. He's the next
Give
LeBron.
me that Ranger parade.
I'm taking
Yes.
Ohtani. He's the best player in baseball.
I know that.
And we don't need DeGrom being healthy because I'm sliding Ohtani into that spot.
Well, I do think that's the interesting thing with Ohtani. I mean, if you put Ohtani on this Rangers team right now,
yeah,
you're talking about no longer, hey, can we get into the playoffs? You're talking about being a top 5 contender for the whole shebang.
Damn right. And Mozzie, I'd love him to be a Hall of Famer, but he can still be really good and not make it, but he's in the conversation, right? So I'm going Ohtani here.
I think that was kind of where I went with it as well. I think Ohtani would be the one. Now think about this though with Ohtani. You ain't getting him without giving up Evan Carter.
Wait a minute.
And he's supposed to be the face of the franchise for a decade.
You didn't say anything about that.
You said 10-year Hall of Famer, Wemby, Shohei, and then you said we set up McDavid. That's
You're making crap up again.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
you know what? Give me a fourth thing. Give me a fourth
Obviously,
thing.
the entire premise of the last 6 minutes has been about realistic, logical things that could happen, right? I mean, let's be clear about that.
No.
So Evan Carter's going to be involved in the Shohei Ohtani trade.
Okay.
And you're fine with that. I just want to acknowledge.
No, you didn't say that. You didn't say all that.
Give me Wemby.
Yeah.
It was so.
Gavin says he's Katie. I'm going with Gavin on this one.
I prefer Mbappe at FC Dallas, though, if we're keeping it 100.
Oh,
there you go.
There you go.
Now
There you
we're
go.
going to play for the American team.
Well, I don't know, Walchuk. Is that okay? We just threw in a 5th category of the would you rather.
Well, the whole thing's off the rails.
Oh, he
So
won't
we're
draw
just-
the line.
we're
We know
going.
that. That's been
I
proven.
tried to, Brian, and I got shut up. Told me to shut up over here.
That's right. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucas.
Here we go. Mic check 1. My mic coming in good?
Yes,
All right.
Yep.
All right. How you fellas doing?
Good.
Great, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it.
What's that say on it?
This is South Oak Cliff, the Mecca. Yeah. Had to stop by the Pan-African Connection this weekend.
Okay.
To go pick up some sea moss and several other things, you know what I mean?
I'm 10 years old, but I'll beat your ass.
That's not the drop I was looking for. It's not the drop I was looking for.
What was going on there?
I was just trying to get my board together here. Let's see. There we go. All right. Where we last left off, it was a former MLB player, Al Rabowski.
Rabowski.
Yeah, for Cards TV, Cardinals Television, has a suggestion for Cardinals broadcasters out there.
Those things are still out there battling. I have one suggestion for the Cardinal broadcasters. Change your room, get down on the floor, lobby floor. Don't get up those high buildings because you might jump. Not the players, the broadcasters.
I don't think anyone's jumping, Al. Nobody's at that point
Come
yet.
on,
We
Al.
are so early in the season. It is April 25th.
You wouldn't know it talking to some of the fans.
I mean, he went back down on it, too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Listen here, Becky.
if you heard what I said out there, it's a consideration.
I'm standing on this point.
Yeah.
I'm here for suicide awareness.
Yeah, let's get some more broadcasters right here. The Florida Panthers hockey.
Oh, yeah.
The upset city.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hell of a call right here. Check this out. This is Florida's call.
With Carlo, now Bennett for Verhaeghe, shoots, he scores! Carter Verhaeghe did it! Let's go home, baby! The Panthers have shocked the world! The biggest upset in NHL history! 4-3 Florida in overtime in Game 7!
All right. Congratulations.
Congrats.
That was way better than the national call.
Was it better than the Boston Brewers?
No way.
Jack Edwards call?
Jack Edwards.
No
It's so
way.
sad.
Yeah, let's listen to Jack Edwards.
On him. Verhaeghe wins the series for Florida, and this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending.
What a throwback.
The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop
the series in the first round.
Oh,
wow. He couldn't
You're fired.
quite figure out what he wanted to say.
Jack was on the Hindenburg, man.
I mean, what a throwback reference right there. I had to go pull it. Hold on, listen.
It's a terrific race, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke and the flames now, and the flame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the fans just screaming around.
Oh,
Yeah.
Humanity.
I sat and listened to about 2 hours of that broadcast one night. The whole broadcast. From when he got out there until when, the tragedy happened.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, Radiohead, dog. Yeah. Radiohead. What else I got for you boys? Hold on, let me reach down here. This is one right here. Broadus, you might like this one.
Okay.
A little fishing scandal.
Oh, here we go.
Calm down, Gary. Calm your ass down. Let's say you got a honey hole somebody invites you to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to have some permission to go to that honey hole.
do.
And everybody has to be aware that you got permission to go to that honey hole, or it might be a problem somebody defending that honey hole, right?
Absolutely.
Or Gary, you just forgot that you were going to show up.
What are you doing out there? What's going on out there?
Guys, there's somebody yelling at us from that house up there. We have permission to be here.
Hey, you don't have no permission to be here?
Ron, dude, this guy's literally yelling at me for fishing here. Dude, we're with Ron.
Oh.
Gary!
Oh, wow.
Gary, it's me! Stop! Stop! Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Gary!
What in the world?
Dude, calm down.
I didn't know it was you. We've been having some problems out here with people coming out here. We're not here to hurt nobody. We're just trying to scare people off. We've had stuff missing around here.
I totally understand that. I'm more mad at Ron because Ron said he had permission.
I do have permission.
Yeah.
Did you not know I was in town? I didn't know. You usually call me before you come.
All right.
Oh, my God. You didn't text me, so I'm shooting anybody out there.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
What are we doing?
I call before I come.
Yeah.
I just don't pop up over out the blue.
Something tells me that Chiafalo's new gun client would not recommend that kind of gun safety. No.
Calm down, Gary.
That's right.
Gary just took.
Ooh!
Wow. Well, I ain't here to know about. I'm not saying it's all fine. I'm leaving. Right?
Yeah,
if
100%.
Gary shoots at me, I'm not going up to him and yucking things up with him. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? Someone was just out in a boat.
Yeah,
Next to your house. Call the authorities. What the hell are you doing, bro? I
I'm
never want
definitely
to see you
fishing.
again.
I'm definitely fishing in that spot. If you're shooting over the spot, I know there's some fish in that job. I know they biting, bro.
That's after I limit out on
I'm putting down the power poles in the back of the boat are going down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gary. I'll text next time.
Yeah.
How about this? Some Taco Bell drama. You see that drive-through situation?
I did, yes. The one in Dallas?
Yeah, they were arguing with each other.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Why didn't you come out with your own eyes and take a look?
Sir, if common sense will tell you to drive up as soon as you get a chance, but hey, common sense ain't thing common.
Common sense?
Common sense, that's what I said.
You guys' heads are up your f***ing asses.
And so is yours. You don't smell that on your lip.
Yeah.
You have a good night, sir. Be blessed.
Yourself. Your asses are gonna
You go yourself and tell me how I feel.
Tell me how I feel.
By who?
Man.
Or you can happily kiss my ass. I'm good with either one.
Really? This kind of service at Taco Bell? Oh.
And tonight with that type of attitude, yes, sir.
No, because I didn't understand what you said you had or didn't.
Because you can't easily you.
Whoa, man.
Common sense ain't that common anymore.
Common sense ain't that common, apparently.
Man.
That's good.
Very good mic skills by that entertainer working at Taco Bell, though.
Oh, yeah, they invented the clapback.
They did.
Oh, that's good.
They invented the clapback, bro. It's all theirs. That's their lane. We biting.
Got a DJ gig lined up for that gentleman.
Yeah, he's got a future.
Yeah.
At Sue Ellen's.
Yeah, he worked the phones for afternoon drive for me.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
Let's see what else here. How about Pastor Tim Ross? You guys remember Pastor Tim Ross?
He can't put a face to the name.
Spit in his hand and he rubbed it in his brother's face and the clip went viral. People were like, oh my gosh, gross.
Oh.
You guys don't remember that clip?
I don't.
No.
That's wild, though. That's foul.
It's crazy. Yeah, it probably stinks, man. Like,
yeah,
I hope your breath smells like spearmint or something before you do
that's
that.
tough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially you. Anyway, here he is. He's going viral for this clip too.
We don't make it rain on booty cheeks.
Yeah.
We don't make it rain on strippers. We only reverence one stripper. And that's the one that took off glory to put on humanity and then get butt naked on a cross to die for both you and me. The only stripper I'm in love with is Jesus. And he's the one that puts that bread in my pocket.
That is amazing. Yeah.
Prosperity preaching right there.
Is that when the hats went around right there?
Yeah.
Right in my pocket? Here it comes.
Prosperity preacher, man. Shout out to Reverend Ike. That is my prosperity preacher. And Pastor Bob, Robert Tilton, where are you? I'm looking for you, bro. I got a business proposition, fam.
The only stripper he's in love with is Jesus. Is it Pastor Tim Ross? Is it Dallas Taco Bell? Is it Gary and Ron had a fishing misunderstanding? Florida Panthers got the win. Let's go home, baby. Plus the Hindenburg-like ending from the ESPN, or was that TBS guy? The Mad Hungarian, as well as our current G-Bag of the Day champion. I like the hockey play-by-play fail so much. I kind of want to vote for that. There's so many good ones, though, and I like the pastor. I don't know who to vote for. Yeah, I'll go with the hockey win there, Chief. How about you?
I'll go a little Taco Bell.
All right, Lucius?
Calm down, Gary.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That is an unbelievable piece of audio.
That is, man.
Wolchuk?
I think I'm going to go Taco Bell, too.
Okay.
Calm down, Gary.
Okay, we're tied at 2, which means you jump on to @GBagNation's Twitter account. That's @GBagNation. Follow us when you get there. We're going to create an Insta poll, and you guys will decide. You'll cast the final votes on who our G-Bag of the Day champion is. Broadus, what would you like to talk about coming up next?
I'm going to try and put a bow on this NFL draft. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. And thanks to everybody that voted for the G-Bag of the day. Calm down, Gary gets the dub. 68 to 32% over the Taco Bell drive-thru situation. Okay, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the king of the Krusties himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And again, thanks to everybody that hung out with us for those 3 days of draft coverage and stuff like that. Thanks to our friends over at DallasCowboys.com, too, for allowing us to be in that space over there. The draft is always a lot of fun. I enjoy that. I enjoy the uncertainty. I don't know, Wilczek, did you kind of feel like that, man, usually you have an idea what they're going to do, and you're just kind of like just throwing a bunch of stuff.
I felt like we were just saying about 5 or 6 different names.
Yeah.
And we had no clue. And the entire first round was bizarre.
Yeah. I think with all the trades and stuff like that, it was kind of crazy. But, heck, they, I don't think it was one of those flashy drafts by any means. They did grab a couple of players that, and I'm going to go through this and just kind of off my board who I thought had a good draft. I'll run through some of the teams and not so much the names, but just the picks. Because I always like to look at this as when somebody drafts, how many players would they take out of my top 100? Or how many players, in this case, would they take out of my 210? What teams? So, like, there's something, I always give draft grades. I'm not going to give a grade for these teams, but I'm just going to say who I think had a good draft based on my board.
Give them a gold star to take home.
Maybe a cookie, gold star, something like that.
I always preferred the cookie over the gold star.
What about the lollipop?
Lollipop was sweet. Something tangible that I could actually use. The sticker was cool for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like
I'm with you.
after 3rd grade, it's like, give me some actual treats here. Okay.
And
leave the gold stars to the second grade.
You're talking about the cookies and stuff real quick. Have you ever seen the TikTok video where they go to the NBA players, they hang outside the locker room, or they do it with baseball too, and they do the dap them up, and then they open their hand and it's like candy?
Yep.
These players get so happy. Like they're kind of like apprehensive about, okay, dap, and then they show it's like a piece of candy, and they get excited. They're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Like, so they're like totally into it. So
I love that.
I like that idea. I think it is pretty cool. All right. Within the division, I know a lot was made about the Philadelphia Eagles and what they were able to do with their draft in the division. If you look at overall, the Giants only had 4 of my players in the top 100. They took player 24, 27, 51, and 134. So those 4 picks, I mean, the other ones were not in my top 100.
I thought the Giants had from my understanding, it looked like they had a pretty dominant draft, at least in the top part of it.
They were good. They were good.
They got some players,
yeah,
dude.
They were very good early in this draft. The Philadelphia Eagles, they had the best draft within the division that I thought. But if you just look at the players off my 210, they took player number 1, 21, 40, 92, 103, and 117, with 186 being that quarterback I wasn't in love with. But I thought that was a pretty good haul right there. You're talking about 6 players that they got within off my board inside of pick 117 that they were able to do that. So pretty impressive draft. The Cowboys, if you were curious about the Cowboys picked player 39, 86, 108, 146, 161, and 204.
Howie outworking you once again.
Yeah. So the Eagles being behind you, but on that first pick they were able to benefit by picking up player number 1. Off my board right there.
And then the guy they get at 30 is a guy that you would have thought they would have got at 10.
And they were probably willing to take there.
Yep.
And then they trade for DeAndre Swift. Gosh, bleep the Eagles, man.
They got 2 running backs that can't stay healthy, though, but they are doing a great job.
So overall, and then just to finish out the division, the Commanders took players 32, 90, 98, 142, and 148 off my board.
I loved their first 2 picks.
Yeah.
Forbes and Martin.
Yeah.
After that, they weren't gathering up the talent, though, were they, Brian?
They were not. They were not gathering up the talent. Now, a couple of teams, my buddy John Snyder. Yeah. I think my guy John Snyder, every once in a while I think he leaves the room. And the Seahawks decide. Now, John came back in the room because he can't help himself. He has to take running backs. That's something John loves to take running backs. So, he had to go back in at the end there and grab a running back. But grabbing McIntosh there, I think was a pretty darn good move by what he was able to do. But
you think that's number one on his draft commandments list?
He loves running backs.
Come away with at least one running back on every day of the draft.
He has to figure out how to get running backs. That's it didn't matter.
He took two.
He absolutely can't help it.
Well, it's not like they have a Kenneth Walker or something there who's young and pretty good.
No, they've got a good back.
Add some. But if you look at his overall draft, they took player 13, 17, 56, 69, 89, 122, 147, 160, 168.
Wow.
So
good players.
You would swear that John and I probably went to the same class of drafting, huh? Or like the same scouting school
in board building
because
trained him up pretty good.
I wouldn't have taken all the running backs. You guys know I love running backs.
My rear end, you'd have taken more.
I wouldn't have taken. I like what he did.
You'd have taken Bijan at 5, not Devin Witherspoon.
You would have traded up.
No. I appreciate what
you'd have gone all Ditka for Ricky Williams. That's what you would have done for Bijan.
Okay, tell me about this. The NFC North, I felt like had a pretty darn good draft with Chicago and then also Detroit. Were the two teams. Minnesota, I thought, was awful. Minnesota had, I thought, one of the worst drafts that you could have.
So if you were going to grade them, would you go a good old-fashioned F-ski?
I would think I would be an F on that one.
Nice.
I would, but I'm not going to grade them on this one.
No, we're not grading these things.
They got your guy Jordan Addison, though.
I know, but everybody else was not worth it to me. But here, listen to what Detroit did for me. Detroit hit 16, 23, 45, 57, 60, but then 162. So Detroit was off on a good run. Chicago went 19, 46, 52, 83, 84, 93, 131, and 168. So everybody that they draft, I had on my board.
They got beloved Roschon.
They got, that's why, again, give the Chicago Bears some credit.
Yeah, the Bears did a good job. And the Lions, you're right. I mean, people can question where they took the players.
Right.
But the players that they got are really good, especially their top 5 picks.
Yeah,
you like running back and linebacker in the top 15 picks, Brian?
I thought, you know what?
Give that an A?
I had both those players. I had value for both those players. I mean, like I said, that to me, that was where, I just look at the players. I understand people have their, I wouldn't take running back. Everybody has that. Me personally, I just look at the player.
Yeah.
That's where I put him. And, that's how I think some teams, so like I say, the numbers in some of these teams, I think if you look at some of the people who have graded the drafts, they're talking about Detroit's and Chicago's. Indy's another team that, to me, I felt like that they did pretty good with their 25, 42, 64, 67, 81, 128, 153, 197. I mean, there's teams, like I say, the way that some of these teams build their boards is kind of the way I built my board.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if it all plays out at the very end. But one final one before I get out of here was the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
I just kind of felt like the whole day Pittsburgh was drafting really, really good players. And there's the proof to me. 9, 12, 37, 50, 76, 77.
Mm-hmm. To get Corey Trice in the 7th round from Purdue. What in the world?
They made, I thought, some incredible picks. We'll see if it all plays out for the way that this shakes. But I was happy to know that some of the teams did their boards the same way I did, because that's what you're looking at right there. You're kind of looking like, okay, was I in the ballpark with some of these teams? And I feel like the ones we'll see how it all plays out at the end. But I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles, be worried about them in the division and what they did. They had a really good draft according to the way my board shook out.
Seems like it's pretty doable to get 5 top 100 players for a lot of these teams if you manage it right. All right, NFL news of the day coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us with that?
We got some news about Barkley. A quarterback is chugging beers, and the Vikings will listen to offers for these players next on The Fan.
I love quarterbacks chugging beers. I do, and I look forward to that content. But I got to tell you about my friends at the Frankels before we do anything else.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Now, coming up at 3:20, we're going to go around the rim. News on Kyrie Irving over the weekend, and then in the news quite a bit today. Is it clear where he will be headed? We'll be talking about all the stories around the association coming up here in 20 minutes. Right now, Wolchuk, though, has your NFL news of the day. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much. People have been asking, hey, when the heck's the NFL schedule coming out? Why isn't it out yet? Normally it is. Normally April they release this thing. We know it before we get into the draft.
May 12th?
May 11th is when they are you were right on it. When they are targeting the release of the schedule, according to Shefty, as you have Roger Goodell, who's meeting with their scheduling czar, Howard Katz. They're meeting today to try and finalize this thing, and they did benefit from waiting this year because now you officially know that Aaron Rodgers is a Jet. Lamar Jackson signed his deal with the Ravens, so as they try and put together primetime matchups, all of this stuff helps. The season opener is going to be Thursday, September 7th, where we expect to have the reigning Super Bowl champs host that game, which will be in Kansas City. But hopefully May 11th, we'll be able to know exactly the date, the times. You can schedule around, make plans for all your Sundays, Thursdays, Mondays, whenever the hell else they want to play football.
Well,
this
listen
year.
to Cowboys pregame show with us, right?
Absolutely. On, of course, 105.3 The Fan, the Dallas Cowboys radio network, your home of Dallas Cowboys football. It's going to be
a lot goes into that. I know a lot of people, they got to get that Cowboys schedule out, get it into the calendar, and then you can start filling out vacations and all kinds of stuff. So.
I mean, wedding plans.
Yep.
You're not scheduling a wedding when the Cowboys are playing.
You also have to think about these stadiums too. How many
concerts?
I mean, and people being in towns and stuff like that. I mean, concerts is a big thing. Matter of fact, I think the Cowboys, they're not going to have. They might have an extra preseason game at home because of Metallica being in town at that time. So there's
Exit Light.
kind of moving around of a lot of parts going on here.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
So looking at the NFC East, you got the Giants and Saquon Barkley, right? Barkley's like, I don't want to sign this franchise tag, which is $10.9 million fully guaranteed. They're starting to talk again. They've restarted their contract talks, and they've offered him $14 million per season, which he's apparently declined. So I don't know.
Really unguaranteed.
Right.
Yeah, the guaranteed dollars.
It must be guaranteed issues, but part of this thing is very fascinating as to how this is going to play out. Do the Giants really want to lock up Saquon Barkley? Maybe they do, but I would let him ride this out on the tag. Let's see, can he stay healthy for 2 years in a row? Because previously you weren't able to do that.
Yeah, no, I would love for them to lock him up long term and give him all the money. That would be sweet.
Like the Cowboys did with Zeke?
Yes. Yeah, if they want to make a Zeke mistake,
incredibly
that'd be sweet.
poorly.
Yeah.
Now, we also have in filthy what Howie Roseman did, and he made some great moves. And people are praising him around the league. All the fans are, right? They go ahead and they trade for DeAndre Swift, as we mentioned in the previous segment. They've drafted the entire Georgia Bulldogs defense, it seems like. But according to Peter Schrager early on NFL Network, he mentioned that some executives around the league are getting annoyed with how much praise Howie Roseman is receiving. What is this, Brian? Do we have jealousy going on inside the NFL, or are they saying Howie's not as good as people are thinking here?
I don't know why you would say anything. I mean, trust me, I remember working with the Packers, and there were a couple of guys that would get these general manager guys. I guess I can name them. I'm way out of the league. Like Bill Polian. My boss, Ron Wolf, never could understand why Bill Polian was getting so much credit for his stuff. Bill would win executive of the year. And
he built a winner in Buffalo and then went to the Colts and did it.
Exactly. Carolina. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes these guys.
This is competitiveness. And
it's super competitive, you know, and you're kind of you're just like, man, if I got this break, if I had 2 first-round picks, you're kind of thinking, well, stop being jealous about it and go get you an extra first-round pick. Go make a deal. Go try and trade some draft capital to go get a deal.
I mean, he won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles and got to another one with Jalen Hurts. If you can't handle the truth, that's your problem. But I don't know if there's a better one in the NFL right now.
He does an absolute great job. And I saw Mike Mayock was on a podcast, and Mayock, when he was with the Raiders, was saying Howie's one of these guys that kind of sets you up. It's not always Howie wants to win the deal, but Howie sets you up. He plants the seed like you'll see at a meeting. Hey, when are you and I going to do a deal together? Come on, you and I got to do a deal together sometime. Come on. Don't we got to do it, And he's one of those guys. And Mike used to say, no, Howie, we're not doing a deal together. And then the next thing you know, you're doing a deal with Howie. But
I'm giving him all my picks. I'm giving him all my good players.
He's one of these guys that kind of is always working the angles, and I think that's what really good general managers do. They get on the phone or they see at a meeting or they see at a pro day and they start talking about, hey, I checked out your roster, man. What are you going to do with this guy?
Yeah.
You're always throwing it out there, making these guys feel like that, well, okay, I can move on from this guy.
And that's exciting. I hope the Cowboys can work that hard or find somebody that wants to work that hard while they're on their yacht or in the Bahamas, because I think you have to constantly be looking for things like that. This year they found a couple with Cooks and Gilmore. Yeah. Need to find more. Howie does. Howie's always finding something to do.
He does seem to have the pulse on not only when it comes to drafting well, but also when it comes to league personnel. And you've talked about that. Yeah. Like Howie seems like he does both exceptionally well. You have GMs that maybe they're better at one than the other. Howie's got both bases covered.
Yeah, Howie might not be a guy that's out on the on the road a lot looking at players, but he's got people in the organization that he trusts that like, hey, listen, all right, paint the picture for me of this guy. Tell me about this guy on the Buccaneers. And so he's the guy that's able to he trusts his staff tremendously well, and he's the one that's able to go close the deal. That's why I think people are jealous, because he's not really your traditional general manager when it comes to, hey, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be on the road for 3 days or 4 days or hit 5 schools or whatever. That's not Howie's gig. Howie's like an in-house guy, but he trusts the people that work for him.
He's not like a workhorse ace on the mound, but he's one hell of a closer.
He's a very good closer. He's got a plan. He lets his guys and gals do their jobs.
People are always jealous of the guys that can close the deal.
Seems like people are. Seems like other execs around the league right now are pretty jealous. Like, why is this guy getting so much love?
They got to get the ABC always be closing thing, man.
Always be closing.
Got that down.
Howie didn't want the steak knives.
No.
I don't understand that reference.
Is that a Glenn Ross?
That's it.
Nice job, Brian. I like that.
I'm sorry that went over my head, dude. I'm going to Google
Usually
it.
half the things you say, more than half, I'd say 98% of the things you say, that's some type of pop culture reference.
They go over your
way over my head. Yeah.
All right. Well, you just evened up the score a little bit.
Yeah, there we
tried.
go.
I clawed back in.
We're even, baby.
Clawed with your fingernails for that inch.
You seen that movie, Gavin?
I have. Yeah. Coffees for closers, baby.
First place is a Cadillac. Second place is a steak knives.
Oh, so we're going for the Cadillacs.
I think I saw it when I was like 10 years old, and I was like, I don't really
Alec
get
Baldwin.
everything, but there's some classic lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Alec
just sales
Baldwin.
guys in a phone room.
I just can't believe Brian saw a movie.
I know. That's what I'm concerned about,
It was
man.
shocking. What the hell? What was going on that day? The Bills have signed running back Latavius Murray. Now, you can sign players now with it not affecting the compensatory picks.
There you go.
If you sign any players starting today, you're not owing anything other than you're just getting the deal done with that specific player. So I do think you'll start to see this second wave of free agency, the players that haven't been signed yet, that'll start to pick up. Bills didn't get a running back that they liked, so they've brought in 33-year-old veteran Latavius Murray. Broncos also picked up the fifth-year option on wide receiver Jerry Jeudy, a player who didn't get picked up, former LSU linebacker Patrick Queen, by the Ravens. They declined his fifth-year option, which I did think was a little surprising, but maybe he hasn't lived up quite to expectations.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that that was their plan, because didn't they draft? They drafted Trenton Thompson in the 3rd round.
Simpson
or Trenton Simpson? Excuse me.
They did.
So
they've got a guy that could replace him. And I didn't love Simpson, but I said it to Brian. I said it during the show. I was like, look, if the Ravens took him, they've probably got a plan for him.
There you go.
They'll make him a good player. We also have Kenny Pickett, who's endearing himself to the heart of Steeler fans. Now, we've seen this before with Aaron Rodgers and David Bakhtiari and Matthew Stafford, where all of a sudden you get the quarterback who's at an event and he puts down a beer. Well, we had in Pittsburgh, Kenny Pickett goes on stage with Luke Combs. Luke Combs pulls out a beer. He gives one to Kenny Pickett, and on stage together, they just slam it down. And I got to say, I was impressed here with Kenny. Do we have more respect for Kenny Pickett now, to Kenny Two Gloves Pickett, that he went on stage in front of 60,000 people and slammed home a brewski? or are we still thinking this guy's
like an
not that
8-ounce
good?
beer because it was probably too
It
big for
looks
his hand?
small in the video.
It's his hands are
It
small.
wasn't more than 12 ounces.
His hands are really small.
He does have small hands.
It might have been under 12 ounces.
Yeah.
You think so? So we're not
don't
giving him
know.
that much credit then.
Well, that's what you have
like
to do if you're a
he's
small
drinking a
hands
baby
guy.
bowl or something like that, you know?
Did he shotgun it, or did he just crack it open
No,
down?
it was in a cup already, and they just put it down.
Oh, okay.
The shotgun would have been cool, though.
He did shotgun it. He did. And I believe what you're looking at here is a standard 12-ounce Miller Lite can. Yes, I do respect him more. Now, not as much as the guy who pours that full 16-ounce pint into the glass and then just goes, whoop. You know, the down the hatch guys.
Just the open up the throat. Like, that's a God-given ability.
That is impressive.
I don't think Kenny Pickett was born with something like that. But this is what you have to do. These are the alpha things that you have to do to overcompensate for the fact that you do have these tiny hands.
Right.
Like, I think you're probably looking at least 2 or 3 more off seasons of him having to do some sort of viral, manly things to boost that. And as long as he's good on the field, I think it'll translate.
Well, it was interesting because for the
It's a
first
blue-collar
time,
town, man.
It is, absolutely. For the first
Pirates
time.
are playing well, by the way.
They are. Since 1985, the Steelers did not draft a quarterback, running back, or a receiver. Found that interesting. They passed on all those positions.
As I've told you off my draft board, I thought they
did a great job. They went very defensive heavy in this one.
I think they got a new defensive coordinator finally, and they're going to get up and press some people now.
What the hell? Dick LeBeau's not doing it anymore?
No, Dick LeBeau, he's been out for a little while, and I think they've struggled to replace him.
Keith Butler retired.
Yeah, Keith was doing it. He
Butler.
took over. You're right, for Dick. Yeah, he did. All right, so we got to talk about Dion, and Prime's got an issue right now with the NFL because he was plugged into the draft because he wanted to see where his Jackson State cornerback Isaiah Bolden would go.
Yeah, you'd want to do that as a head coach.
And he ends up waiting around to the 7th round, 245 overall, and he was the only HBCU player selected. So Coach Prime put out there on Twitter, and he said, "So proud of you, Isaiah Bolden. You deserved it to be drafted much higher. I'm truly proud of you. I know how much you want this, but I'm ashamed of the other 31 NFL teams that couldn't find draft value in all of the talented HBCU players, and we had 3 more that were draft worthy." And Jordan Brown reported that only 26 HBCU players went in the draft from 2010 to 2019, and that number is down massively from the 322 that were drafted in the 1960s and 318 that were taken in the 1970s. I don't know what you can draw from this, but Shannon Sharp had a difference of opinion earlier today on FS1 on his show with that guy we're not going to mention. But here's what Shannon had to say in regards to Dion's statements.
What's your reaction to what Dion had to say?
I disagree with him. In 2020, the NFL instituted a combine for just predominantly HBCU players.
Yep.
All 32 teams shows up.
Mm-hmm. This year they did, yes.
If that's the question, okay, who are those players that should have been drafted, and what round should they have been drafted in?
47 went to this combine.
Who are the players that should have been drafted from the HBCUs, okay, and what round should they have been drafted in?
All right.
Skip, this is not affirmative action because there were times that black kids couldn't get into university, so they had to apply. Jobs, there were jobs blacks couldn't get, so you had to implement it. But the NFL is a business. The NFL, if I don't give a damn what color you are, if you can help us win, that's why they take guys with questionable character.
Yeah.
They don't care. They want to win. Pro sports is a bottom line business. The only 2 things that are on the menu, wins and losses. Now, how many guys can we get? I don't give a damn the color. Can help us win. Skip. I mean, you look at the conferences. The SEC has 62, no surprise there. Big Ten. Skip. I think, hold on. All the top 10 players, guess what, Skip? I'm going to give you one guess. Guess what color every top 10 pick this year in the NFL draft was? I'll give you one guess. Black. 3 of the top 5 quarterbacks that were selected, 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
Guess what color they were, Skip?
Yeah. Okay.
It's interesting. And so Shannon has a completely different point of view on it. I hear what he's saying. Prime, who did live it, coaching at HBCU, felt a certain way, and he's probably advocating for a lot of his players, and I understand that as well. But it is something to be said, to Shannon's point, because there used to be a big-time bias when it came to African-American quarterbacks, And you're starting to see that mentality definitely shift.
Yeah, it shifted for sure. It'll be interesting to see how many other good players come out of HBCUs in the next couple of years as sort of the Deion effect of him spending the multiple seasons that he did there. Brian, do you have thoughts, or did you ever feel like the NFL overlooked HBCUs? Did you guys scout that enough?
We did. We went through there a lot, and you know what? I mean, hey, I understand where Deion's coming from. I'm really happy they did create the combine. Another thing, if you want to be honest, we had a white cornerback get drafted this year.
We did.
Riley Moss.
Breaking all the molds.
Yeah, first one since 2003. That's how long it's been. I think it was Jason Sehorn.
It was Jason Sehorn with the Giants.
Yeah, that's how long it's been. So, congratulations, Riley Moss. That here we are.
He can play.
He can play. He can absolutely play. I'm from the school of if you could play, you could play. I don't care if you're one of the greatest players ever is Jackson State, and another one from Mississippi Valley, Jerry Rice. I've seen great players from down in that part of the country play. So. I kind of agree more with what's going on with Shannon here. If you could play, you could play.
They'll find you.
And they'll find you. They'll find you.
Yeah, Deion has experience there, and he's seen things over the last couple of years, but I do believe that if a guy can play, he'll be an undrafted free agent. He'll get on a team and ultimately get an opportunity. Be interesting maybe if Deion could expand on that, but I don't know. It seems like maybe he has been promoting HBCUs as much as possible, and this is kind of every opportunity he can to market it and bring attention to it, and he knows how powerful his statements are. He does this. He makes headlines. He brings up a little bit more awareness for everything going on. Okay, when we come back, Nation, it's time for a little rim session here. We have so much going on in the NBA, Chief. Where are we going to focus?
Well, we got courtside Kyrie, we got superstar injuries, and historical dominance. That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though, before we do anything else. D&M leasing, the best way, the only way that I get new.
GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, coming up at 3:40, Chiefs going to give you the best of the weekend. We have Dave Raymond coming up at 4 and CY at 4:20. We got Cowboys draft, Rangers kicking butt, Stars playoffs continuing. So much going on, and we got to keep an eye on the association because the drama got thick over the weekend. And here's Chiafalo and Wolchuk to take us on a little rim session.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. It's what you got over there, Broadus?
I just watched a video of Aaron Rodgers throwing at practice today.
He's practicing?
Yeah, he was throwing to Garrett Wilson.
Was he barefoot out there on the turf?
No, man. He looked good. He looked great. A little play action, Garrett Wilson runs that inside route and put it right where he needed to.
It's a little weird seeing him in the 8, though.
It was kind of funny.
That was his college number, right?
That was him.
And did I see the Jets are doing some level of like their own in-house Hard Knocks situation? Did you see that?
It wouldn't surprise me if they were. They're going to be on Hard Knocks. They've got to be, right?
It would only make sense, but I don't know. It seems like they're doing some type of, maybe it's just an off-season thing that's in lead up to training camp. I don't know, but the Jets are leaning into this Rodgers thing. They want everybody to see him at every turn. Okay, let's get you set. Round 2 NBA playoffs. This is outstanding stuff. As we cut the lights out, we put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when you see Kyrie Irving dapping up LeBron James courtside before a playoff game. I was like, really? Are we just going to be that heavy-handed about this whole thing? It's just like you're going to be like a shadow player for them now as like a courtside advisor, and then you'll be rocking the uniform come next fall. I don't know.
Think D'Angelo Russell felt. He was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I know. Well, I guess he doesn't have to be worried, and I think a lot of it, I can't fully get on board with the idea that the Lakers are going to be disinterested in Kyrie Irving until you see the way like this series with the Warriors shakes out. Like, how does this season end for them? And how much does LeBron say, no matter what, I want this guy? But Tim Cato is reporting on the heels of seeing Kyrie in Los Angeles courtside before a Laker game over the weekend. He says that his sources, league sources, are saying that the Lakers are disinterested in signing Kyrie Irving because what it's going to take to get him, and they like all these guys that they just acquired at the trade deadline, and that's helped propel them into this run that they've been on. They kind of like that nucleus of what this team's doing here. So we'll see how it shakes out for them, and we'll see if LeBron just kind of gives them an ultimatum of like, please get me Kyrie. But at the moment, apparently the Lakers are not really interested in Kyrie.
I did see Kyrie there. I was watching the game, and an incredible performance by the Lakers. I think really what it comes down to is LeBron is at a stage in his career now where I don't think he can dictate. I'm not worried about trying to keep LeBron happy for a decade. Anthony Davis is the best player on the team. To be honest, LeBron has some great bursts, but we don't have to listen like, oh no, we can't lose LeBron. We can say, okay, maybe it's time for the next Lakers dynasty to come into focus here because, we saw what it looked like with you and Westbrook, and we like what we have with these role players. Maybe it works with Kyrie Irving, but is it going to work better than this?
Right.
There's no way it can work better than this, LeBron. I'm sorry. We're sticking with what we got. And I think LeBron recognizes that.
Yeah, and to your point, D'Lo was amazing in that first series for them against Memphis. And I agree. I do think a big part of this is going to be how does the season end? If they end up not being able to beat Golden State and they're going back to the drawing board.
You're losing 5 games or something here to the Warriors that you might feel different.
Sweep.
But if this goes 7 games and you're right there and you lose it, then it's probably a different story.
Championship. I mean, because there's a lot to like about what they've got going right now there with the Lakers.
Now, who do you think deserves credit for the turnaround then at the Lakers? Is it Anthony Davis?
No,
or is it just getting rid of Westbrook?
I think getting rid of Westbrook.
Was it that simple?
Yeah, it's Rob Pelinka, the GM. It's the coach Darvin Ham.
Yeah. I mean,
they were dead in the water. We were talking about play-in team and all that. I mean, come on.
And it wasn't just Russell Westbrook. It's not just, hey, you get rid of him. It's what they brought in.
Right.
Bringing in Hachimura, bringing in D'Angelo Russell, bringing in Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
These are guys that have been key role players for them. And now you can have your two stars in LeBron and Anthony Davis, and then the necessary defenders around them and three-ball guys. So it's worked out. It's not just, hey, we moved on from Russell Westbrook and our team got better. What they also brought back in has been hugely helpful, and that's part of the reason why they don't want to get Kyrie, because they're going to have to trade away those guys that they just brought in that have helped them. So it seems to work. Hey, we got our two star players. Let's build a good roster from a depth standpoint with role players and guys that understand their role, and not just have a top-heavy 3-star team with no depth, and that's kind of what you're seeing with the Suns right now.
So we've seen the end of LeBron James as a general manager then. Is that what you're saying?
With the Lakers, yeah, absolutely. I don't think that they're giving him as much control as they were.
Now, also in regards to the Mavericks, Tim Cato saying that the names that have been floated as possibilities that the Mavericks would like to acquire: DeAndre Ayton, Phoenix, big man; Milwaukee Bucks, Chris Middleton, former Ag.
So we've heard the Ayton love for a while. That's something we know. They like DeAndre Ayton. He'd be an amazing pairing with Luka. Middleton gets me excited. I worry about how he's going to hold up, though. He's a guy that's been banged up the last couple of years, missed the postseason last year. But certainly when he's healthy, he puts Milwaukee over the top. He'd be a perfect fit alongside Luka with his scoring ability, his spot-up shooting ability.
His clutchness in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. And I think he's also taken on a leadership role with Milwaukee as well. So I love the idea of Chris Middleton. But if you had to pick between those two, I think it's got to be DeAndre Ayton, right? No question.
I would think so. Would Middleton be a sign and trade? How is Middleton coming into focus here?
He didn't specify. Cato didn't. He just mentioned those are the two names that the Mavericks would be interested in. He doesn't even know if the other parties, being the Suns and Ayton or Milwaukee, being interested in moving on.
I think the Suns
under contract.
The Suns are it's very doable. Because KD wants to play with Kyrie again, and vice versa.
Right.
That's the thing to get excited about for Mavs fan is Ayton. And maybe another player
that feels more realistic to you.
That feels highly likely, to me. I wouldn't even call it realistic. I think it's the most likely scenario for what happens with Kyrie Irving is you get DeAndre Ayton and maybe another player from the Suns.
And I mean, you had Nico Harrison saying at the end of the season, like, defense and rebounding are the two most important skills that we're trying to acquire for this roster, and that would speak to DeAndre Ayton for sure. And certainly Middleton to an extent as well. But you could see Milwaukee being in a place now where maybe they're trying to sell off parts. Like, hey, we had a great regular season, but we just got bounced. They might be looking to retool and change the way that roster looks.
They don't want to be the super taxpayer that puts them into, hey, you can't rebuild for the better part of a decade if you cross this threshold 2 years in a row.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, from a superstar standpoint, Joel Embiid, who I believe will be announced as the NBA's MVP for the 2023 season tomorrow, doesn't look like he's going to play tonight, dealing with the knee issue for Philadelphia. And so that series with Boston becomes much less sexy and much less doable for the Sixers.
I don't know when he's coming back. They think he might have a small tear.
That's a nightmare situation, and that's what you get with the big men, and specifically with Embiid. You see it. You can dial up the last 5 years in a snapshot and see all the injuries that he's had. It's just tough to keep these big guys healthy. It's a shame because he is such a monster. He is so dominant. But if you're the Sixers and you don't have Embiid, you're looking at losing probably in pretty dang quick fashion to these Boston Celtics.
I think Wembanyama has a much better chance because of his lack of body weight. It's the joints on the back and the knees that really wear down the big guys in a big way. But, Giannis and KD are pretty much 7-footers. I think a Jabbar, if you're super lean, I think you got a great chance of staying healthy compared to these huge guys.
Yes.
Like Jokic is an outlier so far. Shaq outlier as far as, hey, I'm over 300 pounds at 7 feet and staying healthy.
And even Jokic changed up his body. Like he was one of those guys during the pandemic that went from a little bit doughy to like emaciated polar bear status. And it's worked out for him in a huge way. Now you also have Jimmy Butler for the Miami Heat. And the Heat get another victory, and it's like, how the heck is this happening? Kyle Lowry showed up yesterday off the bench for him, but Jimmy Butler continues to just will this Miami Heat team to victories. They do it at Madison Square Garden yesterday, but late in the game, he rolls the ankle. And this doesn't look like a roll the ankle, I'll see you tomorrow kind of deal. This looks like he might miss game 2. I would be recommending it. If I'm the Heat, I'm going, hey, we already stole game 1. And what have we seen when the home team loses game 1? They usually come back in game 2 with a vengeance at home. The Knicks are probably winning that game with or without Jimmy Butler on the floor tomorrow. And so you probably say to yourself, all right, let's get Jimmy Butler all the rest possible. The Heat have already lost Tyler Hero. You're not going anywhere without Jimmy. I think that's going to be huge. If he's a shell of himself, I think that's great news for the Knicks, who were also without Julius Randle, who's also dealing with an ankle injury. He missed game 1. We'll see if he can play tomorrow. But if the Heat don't have Jimmy Butler, they're going to be in an absolute world of trouble. And speaking of the Heat, though, you did have rapper Jack Harlow. He was at the Heat and Knicks game yesterday. As superstars tend to do, sitting courtside. I believe actually Aaron Rodgers was there.
Yes,
Aaron Rodgers is going to all these games,
Yeah.
Rangers games.
I wonder if he'll be at the
Knicks
Rangers and
games.
Devils game tonight. Game 7.
Yeah, that's right. Why
I think
not?
It's in New Jersey, but still.
It is.
But you had Jack Harlow sitting courtside for Knicks and Heat yesterday, and at one point in the middle of the game, he had a Snapchat story, Instagram story, whatever it was. He's showing his seat and where he's at courtside, and then he writes on there, Kyle Lowry just took a fadeaway 3 and landed in my lap. The rumors are true. His rear end was like a pillow.
It looks like one.
That's a Hall of Fame level donk, and people have alleged that maybe he's got like padding in there or something, because it's like there's no way a guy could be built like this. But I guess you have Jack Harlow confirming that's not BBL, man. That's God-given.
Wow. I saw a clip one time where the officials were talking about Jack Harlow being courtside, and the one official went up to the other and goes, hey, it's Jack Harlow. And the other guy goes, who?
Oh, I do remember that.
A couple of guys like, Jack Harlow, and he goes, I don't know who you're talking about.
Who the bleep is this guy?
Now, we have buried the lead a little bit, but Steph Curry was a man amongst boys yesterday in Game 7. My gosh, what he did, dropping 50 points, first time ever in a Game 7. He was a stud. You had Draymond Green on his podcast saying that after that loss at home in Game 6 to the Kings, where they got embarrassed, Steph and him were up all night. They couldn't sleep. They're texting each other at 3 a.m, and the next day, Steph was like, hey, Draymond, let me get this one. He wanted to be the guy that stood up in front of the team and gave the inspiration speech. And he says it was just, Draymond says, like, it was one of the greatest speeches ever. It got the guys rallied, and he was like, at that point, I knew Steph was going to have a monster game. Didn't know he was going to go for 50, but Steph did the leader thing. He gave him the speech, and then he showed out on the court, and it was just phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, nobody else on his team was playing well. That was the crazy thing. It's like if Steph doesn't go off, oftentimes you get these huge games and it's like everybody's spacing and playing perfect and you're just the guy on the receiving end going off making shots. No, nobody else was playing good. The Warriors should have lost to the Kings, but Steph Curry said no, and now he's revitalized in the GOAT conversation. I hope you're enjoying that.
I just, I could say with Looney, I mean, the number of rebounds that he got.
Over 20.
Yeah,
I hit that player prop, thank goodness.
Yeah,
he was their second best player, Looney.
Oh, no, yeah. It was crazy because I'm sitting there like you're saying, Gavin, I'm ready for somebody else to kind of, but man, Looney, his ability to go get the ball, and then also the way he was able to defend at the rim and stuff like. And by the way, the sack at home, man, they just went cold. They went. I mean,
did.
Fox. It finally showed up when those guys don't hit shots. Sack is who they are.
How about Peja Stojakovic looking amazing? Dude, like he hasn't aged since the 2011 championship with the Mavs.
He's aged like a fine wine, and that actually gave Walchuk and I a nice little idea on our Bet Nation, BetQL show yesterday, and I will give you
what to
that
have me
idea.
On for 2 minutes?
That
that's the last time we asked you to come.
That was very unfortunate.
I felt really bad about that. I'm sorry.
I will give you that the idea,
loved it, man.
the All-Star Weekend idea that
like
me and Walchuk have, and it's because of Peja and how great he looked. We'll do that in Best of the Weekend, plus a handful more of delicious items.
Looking forward to that. Dave Raymond is coming up at 4 o'clock right here. It's the G-Bag Nation. We'll be talking Rangers with Dave, and then CY coming up at 4:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though. It's time to give yourself permission to get back to being you. You remember that younger alpha version of yourself? Just imagine that guy.
1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, we'll start a double Rangers baseball segment. We got Dave Raymond and then Chris Young there at the 4 and the 420. The Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, coming up at 5 o'clock to tell you everything you need to know about Stars Kraken in the second round of the playoffs. Here is Eric Chiafalo to give you the best of the weekend.
Well, speaking of those Rangers, my gosh, how about the youngster? Welcome to the Youngle. Isn't that where we're going with it, Walchuk? Welcome to the Youngle. I think that's awesome. He hits a grand slammer, and now he leads all MLB rookies in RBI and in home runs.
Young Moolah, baby.
Yeah, Josh Young is the real deal. It was a great weekend. We just mentioned Peja Stojakovic looking just spectacular, sitting courtside for Sacramento's collapse in the second half versus Golden State yesterday, and we were thinking to ourselves, dude, wouldn't it be cool? Like a guy like him, he looks like he could still obviously at least cash out his jumper. Could we
100%.
Could we spice up the All-Star weekend with like an old head 3-point contest? Would that be
They used
fun?
to have some kind of old-timer thing going on. I think for sure, And if you want to hoop, let's get you out there. Let's see if we can get at least some half court going on. Yeah. But there's a number of these guys in their 40s and 50s that could still put on a pretty decent show.
I think it'd be a blast. Like we were talking about it, even with the dunk contest to spice it up. Like can Vince Carter come back out there and slam one down? His cousin Tracy McGrady. Like let's just get some alumni, some greats to ever do it, and come out here and have some fun with this, man.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I know the dunk contest would be more challenging to get suitors. Maybe you lower the goal from 10 feet to 8 feet. Not for Vince, but for some other fellas.
Maybe get the trampoline.
How many injuries would you have if you did old man dunk contest?
75%. Yeah. Probably be too much. But the 3-point contest, I think, is realistic. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, dudes getting caught in the net.
Laugh at it. They can laugh with us.
I don't think they're laughing off the old man injuries. That's a tough one. Draymond also commented after the game. It looks like Domantas Sabonis was one of those guys that refused to shake the hands, just went right into the tunnel. I get that. I do. But Draymond says he lost all respect. So whatever amount of respect he had for Domantas Sabonis, he lost all of it. He doesn't even have a single remnant of that respect.
When somebody doesn't shake your hand, they've already lost all respect for you. That's what that is.
There you go.
Yeah. So you're just even. In Sabonis' mind, he's like, I'm not shaking your hand. You disrespected me the last 2 weeks. Yeah. F you.
I'm playing
I'll
with
see you next time, and I plan to kick your ass.
You
don't have to be all sportsman afterwards if somebody disrespects you throughout a game or series, Brian.
Should every playoff series have a handshake line like they have in hockey?
No, it's what makes the hockey one special, I think.
You have to shake my hand.
I always grew up playing in football. We always had to do the line handshake thing, and
you do that in high school football.
That was annoying.
But I'm saying
we did it in Pee Wee, middle school. Hold on.
Okay, well, how about like professional sports? If you're in a playoff series,
you don't have to.
You have to line up and shake hands.
No, you're grown men. No, absolutely not. And
so
it's
then
fun.
Why are people getting bent out of shape about it?
Yeah, I don't know that
it's been a thing really since the Celtics walked off against the Pistons and the Pistons walked off against the Bulls. It's been a thing in sports since then.
Yeah, I blame Isaiah.
Yeah, and I don't have that big of a problem with it. I totally get it, man. Right? It's been a 7-game series. I don't like you. You don't like me. It's fine. Like, congratulations, you won. I don't feel the need to have to do the dap up thing, and neither did Domantas Sabonis. Draymond said that when they lost the Game 7 to the Cavs in those finals a few years ago. He says he immediately went off. He stormed off and didn't shake the hands. He gets to his locker room. He says he had a come to Jesus moment. And he says he alleges he went back onto the court to shake hands with the Cavaliers. I'm like, okay, I'd like to see video evidence of this.
I went
into
their locker room and shook their hands.
If anything, that should make it more understanding if you're Draymond to Sabonis there. Dylan Brooks says he's not going to change the way he plays despite playing terribly. He says, quote, most people are scared to compete, and that's why they get rattled or feel some type of way when I play against them. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I think you were the one who got a little bit scared to compete, and you got a little rattled once you called out the king and you sort of disappeared there. And LeBron took to Instagram to be like, hey, if you ever see me in a fight with a grizzly bear, help out that bear. That's what LeBron actually Instagrammed out. I was like, that's pretty good.
He needs to shoot better, that's for sure. That's what Dylan Brooks should be thinking about and worrying about. Like, the numbers came down significantly this year compared to career type of numbers. But I think the bigger thing with Dylan Brooks is you don't want to go after the superstars. That can help you get an edge on the superstars' teammates, on other stars from other teams. You got to win regular season games. You got to win series.
Okay, off limits. LeBron, for sure. Probably Steph Curry. Maybe KD, I'm not sure. I know you don't want to go poking Kawhi Leonard, and you don't want to poke Embiid. You know, these guys that are next level, especially the champions.
Jimmy Butler?
Yeah.
He's he's unpokeable.
Yeah.
He might be at the top of the unpokeable list.
Yeah.
That dude's coming after you.
Jimmy will clap right back.
Yeah,
That's
he
what
will.
I love about Jimmy.
Brian Dable, head coach of the Giants. They had a heck of a draft. We know that. And they flashed to him after their selection of John Michael Schmitz in round 2.
Oh, I love that guy.
Did you see Dable, who's known for being a stogie guy? Did you see him pull out of the hoodie little vape pen? Rip that bad boy right on the ESPN cameras. He didn't
earned
know.
it after that pick, because that dude's going to be the next Jason Kelsey that we got to deal with in the division. He's going to be a pain in the rear.
I think it was a nicotine pen. I don't know, but Dable is just he's kind of a man of the people. That
I think
guy,
it was
dude.
CBD.
I'm surprised he didn't crack open a beer at one point in the war room. You know,
How would you
just
do
get
that
super
vaping
comfy.
now? Like if I'm at the mall or in a store and I see somebody vaping, I think that should be fine.
Yeah, I see you doing it. Now I'm pulling it out. I'm doing it too. We're vape bros.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like secondhand smoke, right? It's just like
some might argue.
I don't know.
I
Some
know,
people don't
but
like
I
it.
don't really care.
Is it just automatic nicotine? Is that what it is, or are we doing other things?
No,
I don't know, Brian. I don't do it.
The assumption is that's a nicotine thing.
CBD, THC, DMT. Put all kinds of stuff in there.
DMT for sure.
No, I've been reading.
What do you think I'm doing during the show?
Run
Brian?
Apparently, the nicotine
Run DMC,
vapes.
what?
Excuse me?
Run DMC.
Yeah, damn right. I love that song.
From what I've read, and I don't know if it's true, the internet can fool you, but I've heard the regular, good old fashioned classic heater is healthier than the nicotine vapes.
I have heard
science
some
is
debate.
showing that.
Yeah.
So shout out to Papa Wolchuk,
What?
who's staying true to his guns there.
Well, my mother would like to say Papa Wolchuk stop just doing it in general, but he's saying go bleep yourself, and I'm going to go out for another stogie.
Well, Mel Kiper's addiction is the pumpkin pie. He
eats
came out with
a ton of it. Yeah.
A full pumpkin pie
Yeah.
every single day for Mel Kiper.
He goes through 18 cans of whipped cream a week.
And because he goes whipped cream on a per bite basis. He's not putting whipped cream on the pie and then going. He says it'll kind of like dissolve into the pie. So he goes every bite where he's squirting the whipped cream, bites it, and then whipped cream, bite, whipped cream, bite. But he demonstrated it during the draft on ESPN. Obviously, you guys missed it. You're doing your own thing, but I saw it later on, and he showed
what were we doing?
his technique of how he eats his full pumpkin pie. He avoids the crust. He says there's an unhealthy factor about the crust.
The crust.
Yeah,
Crust
but
of a pumpkin pie is not good.
But he crushes the entire pumpkin
well,
pie.
then just get a can of the
not
pumpkin
a good pie.
Just get the can of the pumpkin pie filling.
Yeah.
And eat it out of the can. You know, that's what I would do. If you're avoiding the crust, you know, might as well just eat it out of the
Is
can.
all that's in a pie is what's in that filling can?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Pretty much.
interesting.
You need to add anything?
Pretty much.
Dang, I didn't know that.
I tell you,
I think you just hacked it for him.
is
man.
there any
Get
other
that boy a can of sweet potato pie stuff too?
is there any other food that you eat where you put stuff on it every bite? Are you guys like eating an egg roll where you put soy sauce every bite? Or is there
Oh
another-
yeah, I'll take the
or a
sriracha,
taco-
dab it
or-
on my burrito.
It's a different
Every bite.
situation.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right,
hot
so you
sauce
bite
or
the
something.
burrito, sriracha, bite the burrito,
Taco
more.
sauce, whatever
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
So every bite you're
Yeah.
putting something on.
I think
it.
French fries, like you're an animal if you're just smothering the
I
French
know,
fries
I know
into
French
stuff
fries,
like
but
that.
I'm talking about like something like a
handheld.
More of a delicacy.
Yeah, a sandwich.
Some people do that, I think, with ranch on pizza or hot sauce on pizza. He also takes the cheese off of his pizza, by the way. He eats it that way.
Mel?
Yeah.
I also
Oh,
like.
I
what a
thought you were
savage.
I thought you were talking about cheese.
Yeah, you pointed that sausage finger at me, and I was like, no, sir, don't you dare allege that I do that.
You do that. I've seen you.
I also like Brian to take a bite of a Jersey Mike's number 13, the
Yeah.
Italian, and then have one jalapeno chip with every bite.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, fried
Have you
chicken
ever-
doing
crunch,
that
little
is
spice
good.
to it.
Have you
100%,
ever
bro.
thought about putting the chips on the sandwich?
I have.
Of course.
I have.
That's a good move.
And maybe I'll dabble into that, but I like my system that I have right now.
Oh, I think because, like I said, like egg rolls, I will do it. And, soy sauce kills me, right? We've determined that on air.
Yeah.
No sweet and sour?
But no, I will.
Duck sauce?
Duck sauce, you could do that too. But every bite of an egg roll, I put something on it.
I respect that. At
Then you run
Whataburger,
into the bathroom.
I don't put the ketchup on the burger. I'm dipping every burger bite into the ketchup. That's how I am on that. But
Okay.
that's how I feel.
I
got some
respect
more.
that. Yeah, you get a better ketchup, I believe.
You do?
Yeah, you get a better ketchuping off that, I believe.
We got some great other food items, by the way, that we'll hit later. We have a Pop-Tart that may have changed the game forever.
Oh, okay.
All righty. We do have CY coming up at 4:20. Dave Raymond, Rangers announcer, joins you next. We'll be talking about this glorious 3-game winning streak they come flying out of the weekend on and all the big topics around this baseball team with you next year on The Fan.
But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Eagles Nest. How about the draft? How about our hockey team and our baseball team? Tons of sports action on.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's the third hour of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for watching us, 105.3thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks for enjoying our draft coverage of the NFL and the Cowboys over the weekend. We'll be talking stars coming up in 1 hour. The hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle's going to jump in studio. A rising star in the world of NHL podcasting. And he'll tell you everything you need to know about the Stars and Kraken and the second round at large. How much better are the Stars' chances of getting it done now that the Avs and the Bruins are out of there? Okay, so that's kind of a look at what's to come here over the next hour plus on 105.3 The Fan. But it's time now for Rangers TV announcer Dave Raymond to join you here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty well. I mean, we always love an off day, but it feels pretty good when the team's playing the way they have been and coming off that series. So it's a day to relax and really feel good about stuff.
Were you surprised? Were you impressed? Like, to lose the Thursday night game and have 4 losses in a row, I think people thought maybe the bubble's bursting, but the bubble has been reinflated, Dave, and I love it.
Yeah. I mean, and it's a good question as to what I was expecting, I guess, because I'm just literally just like everybody else, right? It was not a good feeling coming out of Cincinnati. That was brutal. And then, losing that game in the opener on Thursday was rough because it wasn't just the game, but, the next day then we start with deGrom, and he's gone before the fourth inning's done. And so you're thinking, my goodness, what's happening? And they turned it around in a hurry. And, yeah, it's impressive. I guess if I had to put a word on it, I'd say I'm impressed because the way guys have stepped in at times and performed. And Nathan Eovaldi, to me, has been probably the most overlooked in the equation so far. I just think he's pitched so well, so little fanfare. He's had some tough games, some hard luck. But in particular, that game against the Yankees the other day, it was as if he looked around and said, look, we're in a bad way. Things haven't gone well here. Somebody has to just take the reins and make sure that all the bad stuff is done and we get this going in the right way. And I like Bochy's answer after the game. Said something like, you just watched a grown man pitch. And I thought that was a perfect way of putting it, man. He just stepped up and said, that's it. All right, I got it from here. You guys just hop on. And since then, it's been straight uphill for this team.
Yeah, Dave, you set me up. I wanted to ask you about Eovaldi and what it was like watching that complete game shutout the other night, because it was, you couldn't have asked for a better time for it to happen after the deGrom stuff. And when we've talked with some of the younger pitchers on the Rangers, they always bring up Eovaldi. Like, he seems to be kind of the leader among the pitching staff. What's really stood out to you here in the first month of the season as you've gotten to be around him and watch him pitch?
Yeah, well, that game the other day was obviously, that's the highlight. That's the moment where I think you take inventory of how good a pitcher he is. And he's had moments like that in his career where he has just been thrust into a spot where the team is in dire need of a great effort, and he comes up aces. And he's done it before with Boston in the World Series. That start the other day was such kind of like an emotional night, I think, for everybody. But he dominated. He was so good all night. Even in the eighth inning, the last out was a fly ball to right field. I watched him as he came off the field, and I could see that he was working through a little mechanical thing that was in his mind from that pitch. I don't know if it was like finishing it or whatever, but it bothered him the way the ball was struck, and so I don't think he felt great about that pitch. But his command, even in those late innings, as the pitch count was getting up 115, 120, was pinpoint. He did with the ball everything he wanted to do anytime he wanted. And so he showed that strength, but he was in such great command the whole night. They never got a man past second base. They only got 3 guys on the whole night. It was truly magnificent. But to your point, that moment will stand out, I'm sure, for Rangers fans. But I think for the guys inside that clubhouse and people who have been around the team on a daily basis, what you notice about Nathan Eovaldi is that leadership quality and that personality. He takes care of everybody on that side, not just the young guys. He'll take the veteran guys aside and watch video with them. He'll go out to the bullpen when guys are working on stuff just to give another set of eyes. And it's not like he does it occasionally. It's not like he does it sometimes because somebody asks or maybe he senses they need it. He does it every day for every guy. It's like having an extra coach on the team, but he's also a peer and a guy they trust in ways that are unique to having a teammate. He's he's so much more valuable than just the numbers he puts up, in my opinion. Right? That's the way I see it. I think that there's so much more to Nathan Eovaldi than simply the great results that he posts. Truly, a game-changing, a team-changing kind of guy to have on a squad.
That's special, and it's not just you, Dave, because even Dane Dunning a couple of weeks back, he said that that Eovaldi would be the number one guy that he would most trust to babysit his future child that's to be born in the coming months. So that's pretty cool stuff right there. And speaking of Dane Dunning, how about the bullpen? Nice bounce back series after giving up 11 runs in that Red series. They give up 3 over the course of the 4-game series versus the Yankees. But is that still the biggest question or concern moving forward about the team? Is the bullpen?
Well, yeah, I think you don't want to cast aspersions necessarily, but I think any rational baseball person looking at this club would say, okay, offensively, they're getting contributions from everybody. They've covered the Seager injury really, really well, and so you feel pretty good about where they are with that. The starting pitching's been ridiculous, and it's very deep, so you feel great about that. They, 17-11. No one's upset about those results. They'll take it. But if you look at the run differential and then certain games and performances that we've seen in the last week and change now, it could be better. I mean, they could be 20-8 if the bullpen was borderline perfect, right? Well, you can't ask that. You can't ask for a team to never make a mistake. They had a tough stretch there for that week. The game against Kansas City, the 3 games rather in Cincinnati, but 2 that really stood out. And those things happen. It just happened in close proximity to one another. You thought, is it broken? Does this not work at all? Do we have to get a new one? And I don't think you do. They've got some guys out there who have performed pretty well, and even with some of the mistakes they've made, overall, the body of work for a guy like Jose Leclerc is still pretty good. So, no, I don't. It's a concern. It would be the one area where I think if you had to make a change right now or make some kind of move, that's probably what you would address. But they can get it done, and they have gotten it done to this point. And by the way, there'll be days where the offense struggles, and there'll be days where the starting pitching won't be as good as it's been. But they'll bounce back and they'll get it back on track. So far, they've managed every little challenge, I guess, or bump in the road really pretty well by covering up with some other aspect of the game.
Dave, what has got into Jonah Heim? And I have a buddy who's a front office guy for one of the other major league teams. And when the trade was made a while back, he said, this is the guy this is why you traded for a guy. He goes, you're going to see a guy that's going to be a good catcher, and he's going to hit. And I'm kind of like, okay, maybe this was just one of those throw-in guys. But what's gotten into Jonah Heim that's all of a sudden we're starting to see this maybe elite type of a catcher?
Yeah, I think you could make an argument, Brian, that he's been the MVP for this team to this point. Offensively, even to forget what he does as a catcher, if you just want to take his production at the plate, you could make a pretty strong argument that he's been the guy. He's got the great power, comes from both sides. When you watch him on a daily basis, you don't get the sense that, okay, maybe he's not as good from this side. He's really strong from both sides of the plate. He can go opposite field. He can pull with power. He's really a pretty special hitter. And then you have to look. The reason that he's in there, and the reason that the Rangers have been excited to have him the last couple of years is he's outstanding as a receiver. I mean, he steals so many strikes for guys. He's just a tremendous catcher. And now we're seeing him really blossom as a hitter. And from, conversations you have with a lot of other people, scouts and whatnot, development guys, they expected some of this. I don't know if they expected it to this level that it's been for the month, but, I mean, he's a legit weapon offensively. So, I don't know. Sometimes it takes time to get comfortable, maybe to figure things out. But he's in a place right now that's really unusual and special to have a switch hitting catcher who's playing damn near every day. Mm-hmm. I mean, he gets maybe a day or two off a week and can produce like this. Wow. Yeah. I mean, he's a rare bird.
Dave Raymond with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Before we let you out of here, Dave, we got to get your thoughts on Jacob deGrom. We knew that this was certainly a factor with his career when it came to the injury risk, and you were going to have to monitor him. But what's your feeling right now on Jacob deGrom, and do you have to tweak maybe how you use him moving forward and how this could impact the season?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're just he and the ball club are just trying to be really careful and make sure that they don't push it too far and they don't put him in a position to really injure himself in such a way that he'd have to lose a lot of time. So I think what they'll do is continue to approach it that way. Somebody came up to me the other day and said, I don't know, I just can't take this. Every day you got to be holding your breath and whatnot. Yeah. And my response was, if he goes every other start and pitches, his typical great self, 6-7 innings, just dominating, and then the next start goes 4 innings of no-hit ball, and we got to hold our breath and he leaves early. If you're telling me I had to do that for the full season every year for 5 years, I'm all in.
I'll take it.
There you go. Yeah, go, Dave. There you go. Yeah.
I mean, the guy's such a stud. And so, it does have us on pins and needles a little bit when it happens, but hopefully this is exactly what they've said, just some inflammation. It goes away, and we just keep moving forward.
You're the man, Dave. We appreciate you as always, and we'll be seeing you real soon. Thank you so much for your time.
Salute.
There goes Dave Raymond. Salute. Right back at you. TV voice, Texas Rangers here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to have Chris Young come on in about 7-8 minutes or so. Obviously, it's a huge draft day. Stars back in action tomorrow. Second round gets underway 8:30 on ESPN. Calvin Watkins has a great article up today on the man behind the scenes with the Cowboys, Will McClay. Not always super behind the scenes, but not the GM. I think the Cowboys need to do the right thing and make him the GM. I don't know if they will. Jerry and Steven, I think there's plenty of prestige with president. And it's a great article. Will's totally fine with it. The headline says how Jerry Jones' belief in Will McClay has impacted the Cowboys draft process for the better. There's a long-time perception that Jones needs to relinquish the GM title. McClay says he doesn't need it. And there's obviously tremendous value that goes along with it, but I just think it's a shame that the Joneses won't let him get that shine that he deserves, because you get so much shine. And going from GM to president is not going to take anything away. Everybody already knows. But it's a really good article in the morning news I wanted to point out. And then there's another great article about undrafted free agents. And I was wondering if any of those guys stuck out to you guys. The main dude I've been watching today is the fullback Hunter Lipke from North Dakota State. Really cool highlights. Nice catches for a guy who's built like a fullback. It's just hard to project. Can you get open against defenses in the NFL? Can you have that kind of contact balance in the NFL? But his college stats are incredible, Brian.
Yeah, he's really a one-back runner if you watch. And I mean, he's like, they hand him the ball. He's more of a straight line type of a player than a guy that has a lot of wiggle. Mm-hmm. You're right about his ability to catch the football. The concerns I have is he does have a shoulder thing that he deals with. Oh. And so, now you're thinking, well, if you make him a fullback, is he one of these guys that is that going to be a struggle? I just know that that was something he was having to go through.
He's been crushing linebacker faces with that shoulder for about 15 years.
Well, that's the thing about it is you just don't know. Like say, he's really a running back.
They played him at running back in North Dakota State.
But can he block and stuff? Like,
he's super versatile.
He's versatile, but the thing about it is you haven't seen him go in there and dig linebackers out of the hole.
Gotcha.
This is a total projection here.
But he seems like his play temperament, he does seem like he's willing to do whatever's asked. Like, he'll be a special teams guy day one. You can line him up all over the place. He's very versatile. I can see why the Cowboys are saying, let me take a flyer. Who's my only fullback that I watched that I gave a draftable grade to.
Yeah. The guy that I like, if you want to talk about these guys, Duriel Johnson from Liberty, the edge rusher from them. I think that this is a guy, to me, at 6'3", 251 pounds. They're talking about putting some more weight on him, but he is a super disruptive player. You can watch the Arkansas game, and like you're saying, Liberty plays really good football.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, though, they played Arkansas, and this Duriel Johnson wrecked shop.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Against Arkansas.
The natural bend that he has.
Yeah.
Isaiah Land is another guy that kind of stood out to me that they signed as well.
Yeah. He's the kid from
West Texas A&M or Florida A&M.
Florida A&M, yeah.
All righty. Thanks, guys. We got to run. When we come back, it'll be time to talk with Chris Young. Yeah, CY is going to join you when we return right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. It's time for the Chris Young Show right here. The Rangers GM. He's going to join us again. Segment's brought to you by Soda. It's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you, frankly. You need Frankel and Frankel consultations, always free, truckwreck.com. And the Texas Rangers Show is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids, as the Rangers, coming off 3 straight wins against the Yankees, host the Diamondbacks tomorrow, 7 o'clock. And Wednesday we'll have an early one for you. I believe it starts at 1 o'clock on Wednesday, so get out to the yard there for some early afternoon baseball here this week, as Chris Young joins us now. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm well, guys. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the fun and everything going into you guys bouncing back is where I'd like to start. Who stood out to you? What were your thoughts after a 3 straight coming out of the weekend?
Oh, man, there were a lot of highlights from the weekend. It was a great weekend. I think most importantly, the team just showed a lot of resolve. We went into Cincinnati and really could have won 2 of 3 games, if not all 3 games, and had some tough losses there in the first 2 games. And then to come back and face a very good Yankees team and to lose the first one and bounce back and win 3 straight and win the series just shows the character of the group. And, I think that the highlight for me, probably the 2 pitching performances the last 2 days with Nathan Eovaldi and then Martin Perez just stepping up. They both went out there and really pitched so well. Nathan's complete game shutout. It's so special to do that in the big leagues. I never did it, so just watching, I know how special and hard that is. And to do it in front of a packed house with our fans going nuts, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, to carry over CY on Eovaldi, I mean, he was the first complete game shutout for a Ranger at the new park, which was pretty incredible. You mentioned how special it was, but to also now have him, I know you've got the injury to deGrom, but how much does that kind of put your mind at ease, what he's able to do, not only on the diamond, but off of it, with impacting the rest of your pitching staff?
Yeah, Nathan's a winner. I think there's no better way to describe it. He's a winner. He's a leader. He has all the intangibles. He really makes the guys around him better. He's an elite competitor, and I think it's made a huge difference on our staff. And just to have him, the reliability, he's not afraid of the moment, and to go take the ball and face a very good team, and just to kind of put the team on his back and really rest the bullpen for yesterday, which was great. So. He's the reason that all those reasons are why we wanted him here. And he's lived up to everything we expected in terms of the person, the competitor, and really looking forward to watching him continue this.
Chris, in all sports, I love the point differential statistics, and for baseball, obviously the run differential, plus 72 right now. How much of that do you look into, and how much of that is part of your when you're diagnosing this team and seeing how good they are? Plus 72 right now seems pretty dang dominant.
Well, I don't know if it's dominant or not. I think that we're off to a good start. I think we've done some things really, really well offensively. I think our pitching has been very solid. I think that if you look at our runs allowed and our runs scored, I think we're in the top categories in each league, each department there within the league. And, I think that's a pretty good indicator. And yes, the run differential is something. I can't say that we ignore it, but I think it shows that you're doing some things right. Again, does it measure dominance at this point? It's probably premature to say that. Last year I did look at our run differential and felt like, we were close to 0 most of the year, which told me our record should have been better than it was. And then now to see us improve into the positive and significantly into the positive to start the season, it's been a lot of fun. And I think that our record reflects, the way we've put our pitching and our offense together the first month of the season.
See why when you came out of spring training with Josh Young and putting him out there and letting him be an everyday player, has this gone on even to this point even better than maybe what you even imagined coming out of spring training?
Well, Josh has certainly played very, very well to start the season. I think that one of the cool things that Bruce Bochy did in the beginning of spring training is he called Josh in, knowing that Josh would go through some struggles like all rookies do. And he called him in and said, look, you're going to have your moments offensively. You're going to have your times where you struggle, but play defense. Play defense is something you can do every single day. Keep that mentality. Don't take offensive struggles out to your position. And I think that's what Josh has done. He's played a very, very good third base for us. And offensively, he's had really flashes of brilliance at the plate, which has been a lot of fun to see. And, this is what the organization thought he was when they drafted him. I was not here then, but our scouting department, our player development department, Josh has performed at every level. There's no reason to believe he won't continue to perform at the highest level, but he's also a rookie. We recognize he's going to have times where he's going through normal struggles, normal things that a rookie has to go through, and the adversity that he'll face and how he responds is what will determine his success over the course of his career.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Is there any update or how are you feeling about Mr. deGrom right now?
No update today. Today's an off day. I haven't been in touch with our medical staff today, and I'm sure Jacob is home relaxing. Overall, certainly, I would say concerned in terms of we want Jacob out on the mound for us, but also understanding that these things are going to happen. It's not going to happen just to Jacob over the course of the season, and it's why we built the pitching staff the way we did. I think given the news that we found on, Friday with the MRI, or maybe it was Saturday, I can't remember. I think that all things considered, it looks relatively good, and I'm hopeful that, the next 15 days he'll be able to really relax and the inflammation will dissipate and he'll be back out there. But again, I think in 7 to 10 days we'll have a better idea of the timeline here, and the hope is that Jacob can jump back out there sooner rather than later.
So the top priority, or maybe not the top, but amongst what gets emphasized is let's do whatever it takes to avoid a serious injury. Does that accurately describe your mindset with it?
Oh, 100%. And that's not just unique to Jacob. I mean, that's for every player. And I think that having been through this as a player, athletes have a pretty high threshold for pain. And sometimes they push themselves through. Sometimes it's the adrenaline that they lose sight of really how much something's impacting them. And I think we need to be very cognizant of that with all of our players, that, hey, you may be feeling something. Let's nip it in the bud before it becomes a bigger issue. And certainly Jacob the other night felt a little bit of something, knew he wasn't quite right. And fortunately, he said something before maybe it got worse. And so the hope is that we caught it early. We can treat this and get him back out there in due time.
Is there a thought in baseball? In the NBA, it's such a big deal with load management. I know you're a basketball guy as well. You're a great player. Is that something that's considered in baseball, or by you specifically, more load management and days off scheduled?
Yeah, we call it workload management, and we absolutely pay attention to it. I mean, whether it's a pitcher or position player, we track a number of things from the time they are on their feet, standing at their position, the number of games in a row that a reliever has pitched, the number of throws they make in between starts for starting pitchers. We track it all, and we've got a sports science department, a performance department that really monitors this. We give daily updates to our coaching staff, and we really pay close attention to it, especially positions like starting pitching. Catching is another one where you really have to pay close attention. And but yes, we are on it.
Okay, and then I guess it would be another point from there to say, hey, instead of targeting 30 starts per year, maybe it's better to start at a baseline of 2/3 of that, or 75% of that. Has there ever been a thought like that with any pitcher who's more injury prone than others?
Yeah, absolutely. And it may not just be injury related. It may be just the previous year's workload. It may be that they're a young pitcher or they're a veteran pitcher. It may be that we see diminishing quality after a certain number of starts. So there are a number of factors that go into that, but you're absolutely right. I think there are different targets for different players, and you have to figure out over the course of the season what is the best way to get the best quality, whether it's over 20 starts, 25 starts, 30 starts, or 60 appearances, 70 appearances for a reliever. At some point, you may jeopardize quality or even injury and the ability to be out on the field if you don't pay close attention to the quantity.
Are we close at all to considering that specifically with deGrom, with needing to come out more, or is that just, hey, it's our ace, that's a huge investment, the fans want to see him? Where are you guys with that, or what would it take to get there?
Well, we absolutely have considered that with everything we've done with Jacob and really all of our pitchers to start the season, whether it was pushing back his first outing of spring training to, I believe, the outing before this. We kept him closer to 80 pitches than 100. And we did that yesterday with Martin Perez. We didn't send Martin Perez back out with a big lead, knowing that we're depending on Martin for a heavy workload this year. So independent of Jacob, we do that with all of our players, and it's constantly in our thought process.
CY, roof was open yesterday. It looked gorgeous, but you had 4 different players with homers. And now that you have more of a sample size now with the roof open and it closed, have you noticed anything with maybe more home runs with it open versus it being closed?
Well, the sample size with the roof open is actually limited because we do keep the roof closed, as you guys know, for the majority of the summer. Right. So there's only really 1 month a year where we get to kind of open the roof. And so it's probably too early to make any major conclusions in terms of that. But, I know yesterday the ball, we hit some balls really, really well. And, and we were able to limit the home runs on their side. So as I say, depending on the quality of your pitch, every part can be a hitter's park or every part can be a pitcher's park. It depends on how well you execute.
Hey, CY, and this might be a strange question, but is it ever too early for the phone to be ringing for trades or things like that going forward? I mean, is it always, I know in the NFL, the closer you get to the deadline, it kind of works where you tend to work at the phones more of that. But are you constantly having these conversations or teams saying, listen, we kind of see what your situation is there with relievers. We got advanced scouts that are following you, stuff like that. Is it too early to be talking stuff like that?
You have constant dialogue with teams, even in periods where you can't trade, even in the beginning of the off season where you can't make trades yet before the market opens. You still have conversations just to kind of understand what the needs are, and you're constantly in tune in terms of that. But specific to where we are right now, I think most of the trade market is relatively slow. Teams are still figuring out, where they are. A lot of things happen early in the season. Teams have major turnarounds over the course of the next couple months. And, I think as similar to the NFL and what you referenced, that as you get closer to the deadline, obviously activity picks up because teams have better clarity as to what the needs are and whether or not they're competing. That said, I think, teams are always looking for ways to upgrade, as are we. And, I think it's our responsibility to our fans to always look to improve our club if we have needs.
Well, you are the man, sir. You've been doing a lot of that. Every time I turn around, we got double digits up there on the board, so that is outstanding. We can't thank you enough for making time for us once again, man. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, and I look forward to talking to you next week.
There he goes, the GM, Chris Young here. You heard it. He'll be on with us next week as well here at 420 on your home of the Rangers. Okay. Mr. Wolchuk, I believe we got your top 10 coming up next. Where we going there today?
Yeah, it was a pretty special moment over the weekend with Cowboys scout Deuce Vaughn being able to make the call to draft his son, Deuce. I've got the top 10 father-son duos in all of sports next.
That sounds outstanding, Wolchuk. Just like having a great hot tub in the backyard sounds outstanding. Even better when Southern Leisure Spas are giving it to you.
mean, my gosh, getting to talk football with him was just a joy. I kind of wish we could have kept him around longer. And I think he might have been down to stay, but we just had a revolving door of Cowboy Scouts. They spoiled us.
Yeah.
They really, really did. Shout out to Roxy and the team over there, Derek Eagleton.
Yeah.
They did an excellent job. But here was our reaction when Deuce Vaughn was being picked by the Cowboys, and we could kind of tell by watching it on the War Room cam.
Would you hand the phone to Chris Vaughn to let him make that call?
Not if I didn't want to tip us off.
Oh, that's fair.
I would let Jerry Jones handle
Oh!
it.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, they're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it.
Oh, he's crying.
Oh, they're gonna do it, baby.
Let's go!
Let's go. The Deuce is loose.
The
Cowboys
Cowboys
is loose.
We're not supposed to tip picks, but you can't just help but feel the emotion that is going on in the War Room across the way. Chris Vaughn breaking down at the moment, and this is going to be so fun.
Oh, this is amazing, dude.
This is incredible.
I can't. This is too much.
How about that?
This is too much for
I am
me.
you and you are me.
I can't handle
And there's
this.
a hug between Chris Vaughn and Jerry Jones as the call is currently being made. Wow. Titus Leo from Wagner, the edge rusher, goes at 211 to the Indianapolis Colts. We'll break down plenty of what's about to
They're
happen.
letting him do it. He earned it.
Chris
He
Vaughn
earned
is going to type in the phone.
That's amazing.
He earned it too.
That really
don't get
is.
it twisted.
He's going to call the home number. He's just going to call his kid is what he's going to do.
Wow.
That is really special. It was.
Yeah, I was listening in on a drive actually when that happened, and you guys captured it so well. I was so happy for Chris. We've been tracking the story and how the team asked him to leave whenever they were scouting the kid because they didn't want bias. They didn't want to be honest about the kid. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. You know, he can't have his kid or whatever. And then for it to fall like it does in the 6th round and get that kind of a talent, it was just an A+ story all the way around.
Yeah, this the whole process of scouting and stuff like that, and you have to be really honest.
Yeah.
In that room, you have to. And the great thing about Chris is he would be honest about his kid. He knows about his kid.
Sure.
I was funny when we were on with Deuce. I said, it's amazing that you survived the character, of your father. You overcame that part of it. And I go, you must take after your mom. And go, oh no, absolutely. But yeah, it was fun. But that's the thing that I just couldn't imagine being able. Here you are, you work in an organization, you get to do that.
Here he can return. Is he going to replace Turpin?
I would say
got a shot.
That's the thing about we've just always waited with Turpin. Like I made a prediction that like after the bye week that they would come up with some offensive packages and stuff for Turpin. Never saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Never saw it. And Turpin had a shot to bring a couple back for touchdowns.
He should have scored in the playoff game.
Couldn't finish.
Yeah, this is still. I mean, Turpin can do it. But the thing about it is, you've got a guy now that that can really do it.
He's got legit vision, which I don't think Turpin has.
No.
It's a fair question when you look at that punt, the kick return against San Francisco. That should have been a house call.
Yep,
he ran into his own dude. All right, so in honor of Chris and Deuce, I found a list of the top 10 greatest father-son duos in sports. And I don't know if any specifically come to mind for you guys. I always like to ask LA during the top 10, if you have one, like a father-son duo that comes to mind in a situation like this. Because, we got one in our own backyard with Tim Hardaway Jr. and Tim Hardaway Sr.
George W. and George H.W. How about that?
Yeah, baby.
That's sporty as hell.
That is
very sporty.
Yeah. Did a lot of sports stuff.
Dude.
Rangers ownership.
Threw out some good first pitches.
I was gonna say,
They did.
That post 9/11 George W. first pitch was,
that was special.
That was a heater with some sink. It was nasty.
I think for me, the Griffeys, it was a big deal in the 90s when Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr. were in the same outfield together. Griffey Sr. mostly with the Reds was a really good player in Brian's era, and Ken Griffey Jr. was, and he managed to stay good enough to play with his kid, which was cool.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you'd have to think the all-time great with the Mannings would be that, but there's
of course
the one immediately with Gavin, like you saw about the Griffeys. Yeah, that's the one that kind of, the Bonds.
The Bonds
were really good in that era.
Legends.
So yeah, those were baseball seems to be the one that kind of
baseball has a lot.
Baseball has a lot of them.
Guerrero, Fielder,
right? And Vladdy Jr., Vladdy Sr. were both honorable mentions. So were the Boone brothers.
The Boones were very good.
Boones,
catchers,
absolutely. Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees right now. Mm-hmm. The last two honorable mentions: Chris Long, Howie Long.
Oh yeah. Well, and Kyle Long.
Kyle,
too.
sure. And then the Curry brothers and Del Curry, Steph and Seth. Number 10 is Prince and Cecil Fielder.
There you go.
Two big dudes right there.
Gonna find 9 better than that.
It's tough. Ooh. Number 9 is the Alomar brothers and Sandy Alomar Sr. The Padres.
Robbie.
Pretty special. How about the Kachucks? Keith Kachuk.
And the other one.
Yeah, Brady Kachuk and Matt Kachuk.
Yeah.
And the Kachucks are all darn good. I mean, one was just a part of the Panthers getting that big win last night. And number 7 is the Matthews.
The football players, the blockers and linebackers.
Bruce. Clay, Bruce. I mean, there's 3 different Clays that all play.
Yes.
It's unreal. Number 6, Luke and Bill Walton.
Oh. Yeah. It's my son. Love my son.
Love him. Number 5 is Barry and Bobby Bonds.
Yeah.
The Bassics, absolutely, from the 469. No doubt. The Von Erichs are getting texted in.
Those Bassics can throw heat, man, I swear.
Number 4 is Dale Earnhardt and Dale.
They should be number 1.
Senior and junior.
Shouldn't they be number 1?
The Waltons should be number 1? What are you talking about?
No, the Earnhardts. Shouldn't the Earnhardts?
Junior wasn't very good.
Junior wasn't?
He
I guess
he didn't have the
not
heart for
nearly as good as Dad.
He was pretty good.
Dad was unbelievable.
He was just a marketing ploy for NASCAR.
I'm interested about the Waltons over there. Bill, where do you...
I feel comfortable. We made the top 10, right? We made top 10.
Top 10?
What number?
You were
was
about
5.
6.
That was good. Should have been top 3.
Should have been top 3. Number 3 is Brett and Bobby Hull.
The Golden Jet.
Dude.
Shout out to the Stars.
Wow. Should be number 1.
Yeah, I think so,
The
too.
Gloria song.
Gloria. Just a hammered Brett Hull.
Yes, dude.
I want to get your number, Gloria. Number 2, the Manning brothers and Archie.
Yeah.
Overrated.
Oh, very overrated. I agree.
Yeah, Archie wasn't that good.
Number 1, though, the best
Couldn't even
father-son
get
duo.
CJ Stroud to show up to their passion.
Did he ever make the playoff?
Oh, the McCaffreys. Yes, Ed and Christian.
Yes.
No doubt. We're big fans of the McCaffreys.
Mama McCaff.
They love us.
Yeah, she really does. Just don't be D's. Oh, the Sertans, no doubt. The horns.
Ooh, the
She did call us
Sertans.
D's, didn't she?
Yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
it
said
was
don't
good.
be those.
Yeah,
Just don't be D's.
All right, we were. We admit it,
You
man.
were.
Yeah.
You were.
help it, man.
I mean, Brian's trying to justify it the whole time, but come on, you played competitive. Come on, if
I
you were
was.
going up against a team and
Yeah.
their best
She-
player was hurt, you'd appreciate that.
She was taking herself and her son way too seriously.
Yeah, she was. But number 1, Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr.
There we
the
go.
top father-son duo. You nailed that, General.
Ding, ding. Objectively, I think there's at least 4 or 5 of the combos better, but I did love watching those guys play together. That was cool, and he was a movement. You know, Ken Griffey Jr. was part of that '80s bumper crop of just incredible athletes that took over like pop culture. You know, for a while he was up there. Mike Tyson. You know, a Carl Lewis. Like Ken Griffey Jr. was like, oh my goodness, he was the superstar amongst superstars. Okay, we got to run, though, Nation. We got 2 hours to go. Gavin Spittle, he is our program director, and he is also one of the fastest rising hockey podcasters in the entire NHL media. And the Hockey Hawk is going to bless you with some golden hockey content coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Diamonds Direct.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The Stars are on to round 2. Boston is out. Colorado is out. What's all this mean? How are the Stars fixed right now to make a run at this thing? And it's with that in mind that we bring in our program director and one of the fastest growing hockey podcasters in all of the NHL, part of the Spits and Suds podcast there. It's our boss, Gavin Spittle, here once again in the G-Bag Nation, the Hockey Hawk. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm thinking it would grow faster if I change it from Spits and Suds to Love of the Stars.
I love it.
And catch some of that Love of the Star love.
That's right. Play right there.
Yeah.
Getting that search algorithm.
I like it. I like that a lot. I like that.
That actually, you should do that. Why not? Huh?
I really should.
Go ahead, Spitzy. Let's make the change.
You just spell it in green.
By the way, we got a Love of the Star coming out in the morning.
That's
We
right.
taped it today.
Yes,
So.
and we have a Love of the Stars, meaning Spits and Suds, that we taped this afternoon to beat Love of the Star. So, for all those listening, go to 105.3 The Fan. If you want to know whatever you want to know about the Seattle Kraken, we give it to you.
Yeah,
What's Kraken with the Kraken, by the way?
They're an interesting team, boys. You know, like I'll just say this: throughout the year, talk was.
Let me ask you this real quick. Yeah. Vegas expansion.
That's Brian interrupting. Chief knows all about that. So do I.
No.
Get used to it over the next 12
I'm serious.
minutes.
This hockey stuff I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But okay, the way that I was going to interrupt you. I don't care.
No, you're good. We're busted. We're playing.
I know you are. But the way that Vegas was built and the way that Kraken was built.
Right.
Which one of the teams that got quicker to playoffs and Stanley Cups and stuff, which one you think was more difficult or would be the most difficult to have played? The Kraken or Vegas?
So Vegas went to the Stanley Cup in year 1.
Yeah.
And the Kraken's making this run now.
Yeah, right.
The NHL general managers tried to adjust their style to make it harder for the Kraken to develop. However, the Kraken have developed quickly through quality scouting. They got some good players, some revitalization of some careers. And that's what happened with Vegas, too. So if the NHL wants to continue to expand, this is one of the things that they have to deal with.
How's our buddy Jamie Alexiak doing over there?
He's doing well. He's on the second pairing defensively. I've always liked Jamie Alexiak. I hated to see him go because I love his physical presence. But, he's doing well. He wanted to be there and, excited for him. He got the contract that he so richly deserves. So, he's doing well. You know, this is a team that, like I was saying before I was interrupted, just kidding. I'm just kidding, Brian. My goodness.
No, I'm good. I'm now listening. You guys are making a big deal about this. I didn't interrupt anybody. It's a show.
All fun. It's all fun.
Yeah. Wait till I just drop the gloves here and take you out.
I'm ready. This is good. This is
good.
good.
Pull that sweater over your head.
I like this. You'd get an instigator penalty, but that's okay. So
you would embellish.
I would embellish. You're right. That's a good comeback. Yeah. I would totally embellish. I'd flop. Yeah. So this was a team that everyone thought Seattle would fade. Seattle's going to fade. They're going to fade out of the picture. This is a team. Nah, they won't make the playoffs. They won't make. And they just continue to hang around. And if you look at this series against Colorado, they were so good in Colorado. And they're an interesting team because they're not the kind of team you look at and say, whoa. They're the kind of team that basically punches back when you make mistakes. Mm-hmm. So it's not like going up against Colorado where it's like rush, speed, everything. I mean, when they attack, they go. But they kind of sit back as well and they wait for you. And that's one of my concerns with the Stars team is that they allow a lot of two-man odd rushes because defensively they pinch in the zone. So, that's something they're going to have to be careful with against this Kraken team.
Got a lot of text coming in. People excited about the Dallas Stars. You can get the Spits and Suds podcast. They just recorded it this afternoon at 1 o'clock, so it's just a few hours old now. Much like Broadus and Mike McCarthy, Gavin, you've been highly skeptical about the Stars head coach.
I have.
Okay.
I have.
Has he won you over?
Yes, but remember, we're in the first year.
Yeah, year one should be the party
year one, it's party time. Year one in Florida, it was party time. Year one in Vegas, it was party time. Year one in New Jersey, it was party time. So it's great.
Still skeptical, it sounds like.
No, I'm not.
Jason Kidd vibes a little bit.
I mean, it's like.
That's worth interrupting. Touche, Brian.
I think he's done a really good job this year. I think let's start before the season, talking to Jamie Benn about becoming a third-line player. That's not an easy conversation to have with your captain, but it's effective. Not only it's like, hey, we're going to put this 18-year-old kid with you who's now 19, and I think that's been a huge revitalization in Jamie's career. So that's terrific. Getting Tyler Seguin to continue being the two-way player that, he's grown into. Tyler Seguin's not the same player we used to be, but at the same time, Tyler Seguin's doing a lot of things that we always wanted as a Stars fan. So I think that's good. I think Pete DeBoer has pushed a lot of the right buttons this year and deserves a ton of credit. Perfect example in the Minnesota series. Stars on their power play, breaking the action, he calls a timeout and resets the power play. Yeah. A lot of times that will give the other team time to rest, to kill the penalty, but he wanted to reorganize his power play unit. They go out and they score a massive goal in one of those games. So he's pushing all the right buttons. So to me, it's like kudos.
But it'll wear off in year 2?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying
history says
it will, and we can't ignore history.
I hear you.
So, but I mean, at the same time, look at the past. Rick Bowness in Winnipeg, calling out his team after what happened with them. Jim Montgomery, great season, but out against Florida.
When it comes to the goalie matchup here, Philip Grubauer, I thought had a really good series for Seattle.
Outstanding.
He was brilliant. I think, are you facing a better netminder here than you were with Gustafsson and then the Andre Fleury pairing there with Minnesota?
I think it's a good question. I think Gustafson's comparable. What I like to concentrate is the elite goaltender that we have. And the good news is, for Stars fans, is I don't know in the NHL if you would replace Jake Ottinger with anyone else. Maybe Shesterkin for the New York Rangers, Vasilevsky with Tampa Bay. But other than that, I'll take our guy. And that's special when you have a guy that young doing what he's doing, the composure. You can win any series based on Jake Ottinger in the future, and that is an amazing thing.
Okay, so with that being said and the teams out that are out, how much more are you entertaining the idea of being their year?
I'm definitely entertaining it. Edmonton scares me. Not looking past Seattle at all, but if Edmonton can beat Vegas, I don't like the matchup against Edmonton. I think Edmonton has improved at the trade deadline defensively. I think they're a different team than in years past, so they scare me as far as, coming out of the West. But I think the door is open now because I personally think the Stars would have struggled against Colorado. I don't want to face Nathan MacKinnon. He's out. I think he's top 3 in hockey as far as players, probably doesn't get the credit he deserves. They just ran into so many injuries and, issues. Nichushkin was out. Cogliano was out. Landeskog was out for them. Colorado was just too banged up.
Do you look at an X factor in this particular series? I was reading up on the Kraken. They were kind of a below average team when it came to the penalty kill in the regular season. And then all of a sudden, first round of the playoffs, they're second best in the sport at killing the penalty.
Yeah, they focused on that. The other thing to focus on, Eric, is their Stars are first as far as